Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here. So I'm releasing my full Amazon FBA program to everyone here on YouTube. I decided because I'm no longer selling this program, since I've moved on from the courses and teaching and stuff like that, to really focus on myself as an entrepreneur. I decided, why not just give it away for free to anybody who wants it. Obviously, this program is a little bit older, so some of the stuff that you see in there are going to be a little bit different from what's happening now on Amazon. For that reason, I want you guys to use the comment section as a way to talk and chat with each other, to make sure that if you have any questions, leave them there. Maybe I'll answer, maybe somebody else will answer and help you out with anything that may have been different. However, this course is 12 hours long. And most of this stuff is built on core foundations and principles of business and Amazon. And so if you follow them, you're going to see some level of success for sure, as long as you actually do it. So as you can see here, it's a 12-hour program. And I've actually gone through and, I've gone through and put the different modules and lessons, and I'm going to, copy and paste this into the description with timestamps. You can go ahead and do, and fly through it wherever you want to go. But generally speaking, this is the Amazon program that I've been charging for many years. So I hope that you find some value from it. I hope that you learn something. And yeah, thank you guys very much for all the support. It's meant a lot over the years. And who knows, like I said in my last video, maybe I will share some of the stuff that I'm doing moving forward in the future. But right now, like I said, I'm just focusing on myself and my businesses to make sure that, I'm able to give myself the focus that I need. So thank you guys again for all the support over the years, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to the Ecom Limitless course. I'm so happy and excited to have you guys here. And this is going to be the last Amazon FBA course you will ever need. I know a lot of you guys maybe had some programs before and didn't live up to your expectations, but this program will be different. Everything here is tested, proven, and I'm 100% positive it will help you succeed on this journey. Also, probably like you've noticed, the price of this program is priced the way it is, not because there is not a ton of value here, but because I wanted to do things differently than everyone else. The amount of knowledge and information in this program is probably 10 times the knowledge in programs that cost 10 times more than this. And there's a reason for that. It's because I want you guys to be able to spend the money on inventory and actually starting this business instead of lining the pockets of other people. So that's pretty much what this program is, and I'm super happy and excited to get started here and guide you through this process. So let's talk about why this is the best business to start right now, right? First off, this business can be started from anywhere in the world. I know many of you guys probably know this, but I'm going to recap this for those of you guys who are new. No tech skills or experience required, and everything that even requires a tiny bit of tech skills, I will be walking you guys click by click in my screen. I'll be starting this business right there with you guys. So there's, any sort of stuff that may be, challenging or difficult, which there's not a lot of, I will show you guys exactly how to do. So don't worry about that. Now, also, a lot of people say, maybe this thing has gotten more difficult, but the truth is now we have tools to make this process easier than ever before to succeed. When I was first starting off, we had some tools, but not nearly as many tools as we do now. And also, they weren't as advanced as they are now, which means that if you do know how to use those tools, you can take much more educated decisions and, calculated risks to make sure that you are actually succeeding on this journey. And obviously I will teach you guys exactly how to do all of that. Also, we're leveraging the power of Amazon, to make money. Amazon has been around for, really long time now. It's built a brand, a reputation for, hundreds of millions of people. And so we're able to sort of partner with them. And I'll explain more about that process in just a second. And also, we're building an asset that can generate cash flow, but can also be sold later at a later date for huge profits, which again, I'll cover in just a second. But we're not just building something that's going to make us money month after month, but we're also building something that you can sell later. And that's the beauty about this whole thing, is that if you decide that you want to sell out and you want to, get rid of this business afterwards, that's obviously also, a possibility. And I will show you guys in later videos about how the process is once you, do actually set this whole thing up. So let's talk about the overview quickly. So in this whole process, there's you, the supplier, Amazon, and obviously the customer. So let's just say this is you, all right? And so what you got to do at first, just as a basic overview, is you got to contact a supplier after you find a product to sell. The supplier is going to make the product for you. After that, the supplier is going to ship the product all the way to the Amazon warehouses on your behalf. And Amazon is going to store your product. When a customer buys your product, Amazon is going to, package the product. It's going to ship the product and deliver the product. And also Amazon is going to do the customer service. So just as a quick overview here, they're going to store for you, ship for you, deliver for you. They're going to do the customer service for you, and they're going to collect the payments and a ton more stuff. So literally, most businesses fail because they don't have the ability to spend time on the things that matter. They're wasting too much time with, the logistics of stuff, customer, support and all that kind of stuff, right? Whereas with Amazon, you can focus all your energy on the things that matter, which are making a good product, building your brand reputation, and providing the best products and support for your customers. So that's kind of the beauty of being able to partner with Amazon. They kind of take all the hard stuff and the bad stuff off your shoulders. So a lot of you may be thinking, at this point, maybe cool, but why Amazon in particular? I know that e-commerce and all that kind of stuff is growing at a pretty exponential rate all around the world, but why Amazon? So let's get into it. So e-commerce is a huge trend, and Amazon is at the spearhead of the whole thing, right? Everyone trusts Amazon already, which means that when you put your product on Amazon, people are going to buy, right? People trust Amazon, and so they trust you just because of association. Everyone buys from Amazon already, so everyone who comes to Amazon, it's not like YouTube or something like that where, the visitors come, they watch videos, and then they leave. On Amazon, people go to actually buy things, right? People don't just go on Amazon for no reason, right? And also, you don't have to spend, money on traffic. The buyers are already there, and there are hundreds of millions of shoppers around the world. One of the biggest problems with businesses is that, is getting customers, obviously, right? And so you have to worry about ads, and you have to worry about building, bringing people into your kind of funnels and stuff like that. But Amazon, people are already shopping there. People are already searching stuff up, and what you got to do is just get your product in front of the buyers. And so obviously we are going to talk about ads and stuff like that as well. But the beauty about this whole thing is that you get so much organic traffic that you do not need to pay for on Amazon. Also, Amazon's growing more year over year, than basically any other company in the world, which is completely unheard of. It's because they're basically just taking over everything, right? And Amazon only has about 5% of the world's e-commerce sales, which means that there's a ton of room to grow, and that's where you come in, right? Because if Amazon has gone to this point with only 5% of the world's e-commerce sales, imagine what's going to happen in 10 years or in 20 years when they continue to, dominate the markets. Basically, right, if we just boil it down, Amazon is crushing it, and it's never been easier to partner up with them to crush it yourself and build a real business. So let's talk about building a real business. So the what we want to do here is like I said, we're building something like a brand. We're building something that has value that we can sell later. And the reason why we're doing this is because you can build a cash flow that pays you and sell it, if you decide to later. And also on that same note, Amazon businesses can fetch up to 25 times monthly revenue. So as a quick example here, right? If you have a business that's making $5,000 per month, every month from your Amazon business, you can sell it for a 25 times multiple. So a business making $5,000 per month in revenue could be sold for $125,000. Now, obviously, there are a ton of other factors that play into this, which can increase the multiple or decrease the multiple. But as a baseline, that's where that is at, and that's obviously a very crazy multiple to put on a business. But that's what's happening in the e-commerce space right now. And this is possible because we are building a real business with a real, brand recognition, with, real customers and loyal, devout customers that we can then sell on. So basically, selling physical products online is the best business model to start today, by far, I would say. And people will always buy physical products, and it has never been easier to do that than it is now on Amazon. So let's talk about some principles of success to getting started with this whole thing, right? So why people are succeeding and how to succeed on Amazon, right? So number one is start with one product and nurture it. A lot of people who come into this space and start to work with me, they ask if they have more money, should they start with more products? Start with 2, 3, 4, 5 products at a time. And I always say no. And the reason for that is because a product is very similar to a plant. When you first get a plant, you got to nurture it, you got to grow it, you got to make sure that it survives. And then after, once it, blossoms and it becomes something that can take care of itself, where maybe you're just watering it once a week, that's when you want to launch new products and continue to build out your business. And so I would say, especially if you're starting off right now, it's first product, just start off with one. It doesn't matter what your budget is, just start off with one. And later on, once you do get a hang of it and you understand, the processes, then if you feel comfortable, you can start launching 2 or 3 at a time. Next thing is build a brand. We spoke about this a little bit in the same video, but you don't want really a collection of products. You want to build a brand, and in particular, what I like to call it's a micro brand. Because if you have a collection of products, while that works for a lot of people, that's not the absolute best way to build out this business. Another thing that's very important is not to sell passion products. I know a lot of people who again are just getting started. They maybe have they're passionate about certain things and they want to be able to sell those products and be in those markets. And I would say that that's a very dangerous thing to be to start in, especially because if the demand isn't proven, then it's just not going to turn out very well, right? And so we use certain tools and algorithms and systems that I've put in place to make sure that whatever we're launching is actually going to be a successful product. And so sometimes if you're passionate about certain things, they might not be the best products to go into. And I think my number one priority right now is to make sure that you succeed with your first couple products. And then after, if you do decide that you want to move into that, then go ahead once you do get a hang of it. But understand that at first it's very risky business. Now, another main thing is not to look for perfection in a product, right? Obviously, you want to make a product as good as possible, and you want to continue to improve your product and your brand. But there's no such thing as a perfect product, and you're gonna get some people who leave negative reviews, and that's normal, right? You just want to limit them, but there's no such thing as a perfect product. Also, do not invent your own products. Lots of people like to think that they are some sort of geniuses and they can invent a product, but the truth is, inventing a product, again, does not mean that it's going to have demand. We don't know if it's going to have demand, and also it costs a ton of money to actually do that, instead of just doing what we do here, which is private labeling. We're going to go into that more, but you don't want to invent your own. What we do want to do is improve on products that already are in the market and have demand. So we'll talk more about that later, but we just want to improve them and become the best on the market. Now, the way of the past, right? Before, when I was first starting off, people would look for one huge product to make all their money. They wanted to have one big product, and instead of having a few small ones. And things have changed, right? And things have molded with the times. And I think the best way to do it now is actually to have 3 products making 10,000, which would be better than having one product making 30,000. And the reason I say that is because when you have one product making 30,000 or one product making 50 or 100,000, whatever, it's obviously great, and it's really easy on the supply chain, and it's easy on reordering inventory and stuff like that. But the truth is, it's not very sustainable, and also it puts a target on your back. People are always trying to dethrone you and trying to mess with you and trying to take over the market from you. So one thing that I've learned is to spread the risk through different products is a lot better than to just have one product that you rely all your income on. And so what I call this is I call it quietly profiting in the background. That's kind of our strategy with this. Now, that's not to say that you're not gonna actually get products that are gonna be these home run huge products, because some of them will, and you will expect them to make 5 to 10K, and they'll make 30K, and that's awesome, right? We're not saying that you don't want these, but it's better to look for those smaller ones and add those up. And so the reason for this, because they have lower competition, you have to spend lower on ads, they have lower risk, and there's just a ton more of this stuff that is beneficial about quietly profiting in the background. So that's what we're kind of looking for, and that's our strategy. Now, why build a brand, right? It's easier to scale, can cross-promote products, easier to sell, if you do decide to do that, because you have customers who love the brand. You get repeat buyers, can price products more expensive to have higher profit margins because of that brand recognition, and more valuable, like I just said, to sell on later, and more sustainable because, like I said, people are going to see that the brand is in the space. If you have a ton of products in a niche, and they'll start to recognize that this brand is knows what they're doing in this space. So the truth is, Many companies you know today started on Amazon and grew into real huge companies that are selling everywhere now, in Walmart and in retail stores and stuff like that. And just a couple of those examples is Anchor. Many of you guys probably know this. It's the company that does the portable, chargers for like your phone and stuff like that, the power banks. And there's also a company called Hush Blankets. Basically, it's a weighted blanket company that started on Amazon. They went on to be on Shark Tank and stuff like that. And there's just like a ton of companies that start this way, and that's kind of our goal with this whole thing. So that's pretty much it for this video, right? That's some basic foundations there. And in the next video, we're going to talk about why some people succeed with courses and with programs and why others don't. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey, welcome back. And now we're going to talk about why most people never get results and how to be different from these people. There's a lot of people who are going to get into programs, get into courses, spend the money, and aren't going to get results, right? And so I want this to be different for you guys, and I want to make sure that the most amount of people who are in this program are going to see results. So that's exactly what this video is about. Please don't skip it. It's very, very important. So before we do jump into all that, I want to do some general housekeeping, right? Some general kind of catch up here. So for those of you who don't know, we have a private group to this program, and basically it's all the people in this program. All you got to do is click the link below this video, and you're gonna be able to join it there and say hello, right? Kind of introduce yourself and meet cool people there. We're going to talk more about how good this group is in a second. Also, we do Q&A calls with me every single week. Details about when and where and the times below this video, and also the links to join them are always going to be in our Facebook group. So that's another reason to be there. Also, assignments, resources, links, discounts, etc. below each video. So we're going to have, like, for example, different homework and also notes for the videos below. If you do want to print them out and have them with you, they'll definitely help as well. Also discounts, like I said, and stuff like that below each video. I might also have a video at the end of the program that has just all the links together, all the discounts and all that kind of stuff, all the notes, all together in one. So, watch out for that as well. So now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about what most people do. All right. They pay for a program and they don't finish it. They don't take action. They don't do the homework. They don't participate in the community, they don't come to the live calls, and they don't ask questions. And if you want the highest chances of success, right, because this is your life, right? If I told you that you can do these next things I'm going to talk about, and they're going to actually give you, much higher chances of success, even, let's say, even a 5 or 10% increase, then why would you not do them, right? Like, let's be real, why would you not do them? So let's talk about what those are. Finish the program, do the homework. Again, 99.9% of people will not do the homework, and probably about 90 to 95% of the people will not finish the program. So just doing those two things will increase your chance of success, drastically. And like I said, this is your life. So if this has the potential to change your life, then why not just do it? Why not just promise yourself right now that you will do the homework and that you will finish the program? Just those two things will give you a huge increase in your chances for success. Next thing is watch the program in order, step by step. This is built to be watched step by step, which means that I build on myself and everything that I teach in every single video. So don't skip around. Just make sure to watch it, from beginning to end. Join our Facebook group and participate, right? This is a group of people that I've put in there, I've nurtured, people who are serious about this, people who have, who are in the same positions as you, and also people who have, grown wildly successful, Amazon businesses. So there's a ton of stuff to learn there. Not only can you talk to me there, you can also talk with a ton of our community and people who have already had success on the same journey that you're on. Join us for the live calls and ask questions. We have live calls every week, so where you can talk with me directly. So why not, go in there, ask questions, learn from each other, learn from me, and meet me, and we can really, talk about the different things that you need help with. And even if you don't want to ask for stuff, you can just sit there and listen to other people and learn so much from that as well. Also, take action, right? Like I said, this is your life. Don't be a spectator. This is your life, this is your family's life, and this is your future. So go out there and actually do something. Because, there's a ton of people here who are just going to be spectators. They're going to watch through the program and never do anything. So again, promise yourself to not do those things. Now, if you want the highest chance of success continued, watch the whole program from start to finish before doing anything. Even if you have watched some programs before, or if you think you know everything, just take a step back and just watch from beginning to end, because these are the things that, I personally use and have worked for so many of our students. And so you don't want to miss anything in here that could have huge, impact on your business. The next thing after you watch from beginning to end, I would say obviously don't do anything there. Then go back and rewatch, for example, Module 1. Module 1 is the product research module. So watch Module 1 again, and then go do the homework and implement what is being told. Then rewatch Module 2, do the homework and implement what is told. So basically what I'm saying is watch beginning to end, not doing anything, and then rewatch Module 1, do what Module 1 says. Watch Module 2, do what Module 2 says. And so that is the highest chance of success. The people who are, when I broke down the people who are succeeding, people who are not, this is one of the biggest things. The people who do this and take the time are the ones that are gonna succeed. And also, if you don't have the time to do this, well, that's a big problem, because the biggest investment in yourself is actually education. So if you can just take the time to learn this stuff, you will see success. So let's now talk about the failure uniform. How to guarantee that you fail, because a lot of people are going to do this stuff. So I'm going to say, if you want to guarantee that you fail, this is what to do. All right. When things are getting tough or obstacles come up or whatever, go to Facebook, complain about it, go to the live calls, complain about it, victimize yourself, and cry about it, right? That is how you guarantee you fail. There are going to be obstacles. There are going to be things that are going to get tough. There are going to be unexpected things that come up in this journey. If you are the type of person to go and start complaining and victimize yourself and cry about it, don't even bother. Don't bother joining the Facebook group. Don't bother doing anything. You've already lost. Okay? So if you're going to cry about it and you're going to victimize yourself, that's how you guarantee you fail. Instead, take the time, understand what's going on, understand that this is a business and that things are going to go, unexpectedly. And so instead of crying about it, go and ask for help. Don't cry. Ask for help. Explain the situation. Ask for help. All right? Ask questions. Don't tell stories and don't complain. So that's kind of on the same thing. Don't tell stories, right? We don't need to hear the stories. Don't complain. Just ask the question to help you out. Your life is the way it is because of you and only you. So if your life isn't where you want it to be, it's your fault. But that's a good thing, right? It means that only you can change it. So understand that, and now understand that you are the only one who can change it. So that's the failure uniform and how you absolutely guarantee failure. Now, to be successful, remember there are no magic pills, no silver bullets, no gimmicks or tricks, just hard work. All right, there are no excuses, and you must embrace resistance and take action every single day. There will be times where you do not want to do anything. You're going to feel this resistance, something pulling you away from doing this stuff, and that's normal. But you have to remember to take action every single day because momentum builds on itself. It's very, very important. All right. Never feel like you know everything. If you think that you are the smartest, wisest person and you don't need to learn whatever, you know everything, again, you're going to fail. All right. I myself am still a lifelong learner. I still, listen to people and learn from people and try to know and soak up as much as I can, because that's the way to be successful. Ask questions. Another very, very important thing. I know a lot of people don't ask questions. A lot of people, and so a lot of people are going to have some struggles. Now let's talk about why some succeed and others do not. Looking for perfectionism. That's another big thing. Bad quality products. If you're just looking for a quick buck, or you think that the quality of your products don't matter, right? You're just trying to go and find the cheapest supplier and send in, basically garbage. You're not getting inspections done. You're not trying to improve the products or anything. You're going to fail. So that's another thing. If you look for a quick buck, that's how it's going to be. Treating the business like a hobby. Another way to make this very, very difficult for you, right? If you want to achieve something, you must treat it like a business, and then you'll get paid like a business. Don't have a mentor, community, or a proven program. People who don't have a mentor, community, or a proven program will fail, right? There's a lot of people who try to go at this on their own, try to lone wolf this whole thing, and believe me, it makes it much more difficult. And so for you guys, you do have a mentor, you do have a community, and you have a proven program. So already you guys are on the front foot there, and I'm, again, very happy to have you here. I know that I'm kind of like bashing here a little bit, but that's just because I want to shape you guys in a way to understand what the future lies ahead of you, right? And to understand what to do when things don't go as planned, because that's also going to really help you. So some more tips. Momentum is key. Like I said, keep moving forward and do not stall. You can't fail if you never give up. Think about that. It's impossible to fail if you never give up. Okay, so let that sink in for a second. Don't be afraid to ask help. We've all been there. Don't try to do it alone. Do not try to be a lone wolf. I've been there. I've tried that. It does not work. Understand this is a risk. Any business and entrepreneurship is a risk, but we are making it a calculated one. All right, we're making this a calculated risk. Be prepared for what's to come. Happiness, stress, excitement, worry. There's going to be euphoria and ultimately addiction to the process. You're going to be addicted to this stuff. Once you see things starting to click, starting to move, it's going to be difficult to stop you. And that's where you want to get to. All right. All these feelings are normal and everyone will go through them. So understand that as well. And learn to love the process and the journey because it's going to be absolutely amazing. So some words to live by. Some things I want to leave you guys on in this video. You cannot fail if you never stop trying. If you never give up, it's impossible to fail, right? That's stuff that I personally live by as well. This is close to my heart, right? And then also think of every obstacle you overcome as a barrier between you and everybody else. Two very important, words and kind of quotes to live by. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? And in this video, we're going to talk about actually, starting a company, starting an LLC, and how to go about that, and the different things you need to know for Amazon and stuff like that. Now, I want to firstly say that, of course, I'm not a professional on this, and you shouldn't, really just rely on my advice alone. You should probably contact some sort of, attorney to make sure that you're, kind of setting up the right way. Now, that being said, I do want to give you guys some things that I personally have done or personally that I know. Again, not advice, go to an attorney if you need that. But basically, we're going to talk about what an LLC is and how to open one and basically how that all works. So essentially, on Amazon, preferably you want to open up an LLC, which is a limited liability company. And this means that, what is an LLC? How does it work? So basically, it's you're starting up like a separate entity from yourself that's going to pay taxes, that's going to earn money, and that's going to have its own liabilities. So for example, if something ever happens to your business or something, you have an LLC that's going to protect you and your personal stuff. For example, your home, your money, all that kind of stuff is protected from the business. So if something happens wrong with the business, if you get sued, God forbid, or something like that, they'll only be able to sue the business and not yourself. Now, that being said, that's, a very unrealistic thing to happen for us. That's really not going to happen, and you don't need to prepare for that. But an LLC is really good for tax purposes and stuff as well. Now, I'm also going to show you about, how to set one up and what to do if you're not in, let's say, the USA, like myself, what I had to do. So first of all, if you are in the USA, where should you, file your LLC? Now, a lot of people say there are, a few, good places to do it. For example, they say Nevada is a great state, Wyoming is a great state to do it, and also Delaware is a great state. And that's because these are very pro-business states. Which means that, they have low taxes and they have really good laws for businesses, which is really awesome. That's where you want to set up your LLC. Now, if for whatever reason you can't do it there or you don't want to do it there, I would say just do it in your home state, wherever it is. The thing is also by doing it in your home state, like places like California, the cost of starting a LLC is a lot more expensive than maybe one of these three. So I would recommend potentially opening in one of these three if you are in the US. Now, if you are someone who is outside the US, like myself, you will not have a direct LLC. You can open one in the US if you want to do that, right? If you're outside of the US, you can open up an LLC in the US. However, if you don't want to open something up in the US and you just want to open up something in your home country, you just have to find something that's as close to an LLC as possible. So, for example, myself, I'm in Canada, and I actually opened up something called a corporation. So, Canadian corporation. And that's kind of what I have. Okay, whatever, it doesn't show up here. But basically, it's incorporation in Canada. And it's the closest thing we have here to a LLC. Now, in your own country, you're going to have to do some research and figure out what's the closest thing to an LLC in your country, and just open one up if you want to. Now, another thing to note is that you don't actually need to open one up right away. If you don't have the resources, if you don't have the finances to open this up and you don't feel like, you need it right now, which you really don't need it if you're just starting off, you just open up your Seller Central account as a sole proprietor and just work as a sole proprietor, and that's totally fine too. That just means that you don't have the protections from LLC, but later on, once you do make some money, or once you are making some money, you can go back in and you can open an LLC, or you can open a corporation, or whatever is equivalent to that in your country. You can do that afterwards. You do not have to do that right now. So that's just one thing to note, and that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about all the different marketplaces and which one you should start in if you're starting off, kind of which marketplace is the best for you. Now, first thing to note is that there are so many different marketplaces on Amazon, and Amazon is just continuing to grow and grow and grow and move into different marketplaces. So just a quick look is, we have Amazon.com, Canada, Amazon.ca, Amazon Mexico, Amazon Brazil, I don't know what that is, Europe, Amazon, what's it called? Amazon England, Amazon Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Japan, don't even know what that is, China, I guess, India, Australia. Like, there are so many different ones. So which one should you choose? Now, my personal opinion, and this is something that I've seen great success with for many students, is that you want to choose if you are somewhere outside of the US, right? If you are somewhere, but basically anywhere outside the US, my personal opinion is you should start selling in the US marketplace. Even though it's the most competitive one, it also has the most opportunity, and the people there are just the most adapted to buying stuff online. So really, the best thing to do is to start in the US. Now, if there's only two exceptions. If you are located in the United Kingdom, in the UK, you can actually start in the UK if you choose to, right? So if you are, if you live in the UK, feel free to sell in the UK marketplace. Now, if you are in the other exception is if you are in Germany, you can also feel free to start in the German marketplace. These two marketplaces, the UK one and the German one, are very, quick, growing ones. So Amazon UK here and Amazon Germany, super big marketplaces to, move into. Now, for those of you who are deciding to sell in the UK or in Germany, you can also sell in the US if you want. The US is still the best one in my opinion, unless again you guys decide you want to sell in your marketplaces. If you're anywhere else in the world, do not choose any other marketplace unless it's the US one. That is going to be the best one for you to start off. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Make sure to start in the US. It's the most competitive, but it does have the most room and the most opportunity for new sellers. So that's pretty much it. I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now we're going to talk about actually setting up your Seller Central account the right way. So there are actually two different plans that you can have to sell on Amazon. There's the individual plan, and then there's the professional plan. Now for us, since we're making this a real business, we're going to need to pick the professional seller plan. It's going to be $40 a month, but in reality, guys, this is pretty negligible if you're going to be making some real money, which is what we're going to be doing with our Amazon business. $40 a month is really nothing to be concerned of. And in reality, it's going to be a lot cheaper than picking the individual seller plan, because even though that one doesn't have a monthly cost, you have to pay $1 per item extra. So that can, even if you sell 40 items a month, which is like just over 1 unit a day, you would have, a lot more costs here. And also with the professional selling plan, you get to, use ads. With the individual, you don't. So essentially, guys, we need to pick up the sell as a professional plan. Now, I'll also, let's say you're, not going to be selling for another 2 or 3 months. I still recommend picking up your account right now and signing up as a professional, because I'll show you in a later video how to actually get your money back from Amazon. So essentially, all you would have to do is just sign up right now, spend, for the next 2-3 months until you get started, and then call Amazon. There's a support line you can call, and there's also, you can open tickets with them, and all you have to do is just ask them for a refund, and they'll refund you the money for the 3 or 2 months that you're not selling for, or as long as it takes you. So don't worry about that. Sign up for it now, because we're going to need to use the Seller Central account. In the next video, I'll show you guys how to set it all up. We're going to need to use it for this program, and we're going to need to use it for your business. So obviously, sign up as a professional, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to where we really start this whole process. So it's, we're winding down module 0, and basically we're starting to move this along. And the first thing we're going to talk about is actually how to create your Seller Central account. Now, I can't actually show you how to set up a Seller Central account with my, with my own kind of thing. I need to show you pictures, because essentially you can only have one Seller Central account per person. It's against Amazon's terms of service to have multiple Seller Central accounts for the same person unless you ask for permission and you get explicit permission from Amazon to do that for a valid reason. So that's why I can't show you that, but I'm going to show you guys some pictures to walk you through the steps. Basically, I'll leave a link below this video to where to start this process, or you can just go to sellercentral.com or sellercentral.amazon.com, and that's where you can start this whole process. So basically, you're going to press create your account. Put your name, your email, which one you want to use. I would suggest start with a new email, one that that you can use just for your Amazon business that doesn't overlap with anything else. That's what I suggest. Put in your password, press next, and also leave a link to this article, which I'm using here. Is very, very helpful if you want, more kind of guiding through this process. But essentially, this video is more than enough. You don't need anything else than that. But I'll leave this resource down there as well. Basically, now it's going to ask you for your legal name. Just put your name in here, whatever your legal name actually is. Check mark the conditions, and then go to the next steps. So then it's going to ask you, in the next step, it's going to ask you to choose your unique business display name. Now, this doesn't really matter right now. You'll be able to change this later, so it's not a huge deal. But in this case, just put something fairly generic. If you have an idea of what you want to sell, just put something, like beach bum accessories. Sure, it doesn't matter. Again, we'll be able to change these later. Now, if you sell any products online, enter it here. For most of us, we won't have that, so just leave it blank. Then you're going to have set up your second authorization, basically, just a bit more authorization for if you're trying to log into your Amazon account and they feel like something's sketchy. They're going to send you a code, and then you'll be able to put the code in. So make sure that you're putting a real phone number in here, and they'll be able to verify it there as well. So that's how you're going to verify your account. Then you're going to set up your billing method. Essentially, you're going to have to add your credit card. This is where the $40 fee is going to be charged from. And you want to pick Fulfilment by Amazon, and that is that for that situation. And then underneath it, you'll have obviously your, where you're going to put in your credit card information and stuff like that. Okay. Then you're going to go on to the next thing, and now they're going to ask you to provide, tax information. Another thing I forgot to actually mentioned in the last one. So not only are you going to have your credit card, you're also going to have to give them your deposit method, so your bank account. So put a bank account in here that you can use to accept money from Amazon. So whenever you get paid, it's going to go to this account. And just find an account that works for you, or you can even go open up a new account if you want one just for Amazon. The next thing you have here is tax information, and it's a little tax interview. They're going to ask you some questions. If you're an individual or a business, most people, if you don't have an LLC or anything like that, then just click on individual/sole proprietor. Remember, we talked about this earlier. If you have an LLC or you want to open one up and you have one, click on business. Okay, if you don't have one yet, remember you're not an LLC. If you don't have one yet, just do sole proprietor. For tax purposes, are you a U.S. person? Yes or no? Fairly simple. If you are, yes. If you're not, then no. And that is pretty much that. Put your name as it is shown on your income tax returns. And lastly, they're going to ask you for product information. This, honestly, guys, just step 5, you can skip. Just press skip for now. This is just some information that Amazon wants to know from you. And whatever you put there doesn't really matter. Amazon just wants to know kind of what your goals are and what you're looking to do. So you just skip that if you don't want to do that now. That's fine. And then you'll come into a screen like this, and I'll actually go into mine right now and just explain a couple things for you there. All right, so now we're here in the Seller Central account. I know it might look fairly confusing. There's a lot going on, and that's not a problem. I've actually hidden some things just for privacy measures on this account. But basically, when I first started, I remember it looked kind of crazy for me also, but that's not a big deal. You're going to slowly start to learn everything. And also, as you go through the program, you're going to learn a lot more of how to use everything and where everything is. Essentially, you have the catalog section, inventory, where you're going to see your different products, the pricing, where you can see, just a bunch of information, orders. Whenever you have orders, you can come here and check them out. Advertising, we're going to talk about this as well. Just kind of setting everything up and having your ads run. Stores, I never really use this. Reports, really awesome for analyzing kind of business reports, and also you can check your payments and just a bunch of report stuff again, which we will talk about later. Performance, you can see your account health. This too I really don't touch, and you might not even have this one, and that's totally fine. Also, another thing, you can go to settings, and you can go to your account info, and you can see all this stuff in here. I'll just go in there for you right now. And there's a couple things you need to actually pay attention to, which is the stuff that you put in here when you were actually setting everything up. Make sure that it was stuff that you're actually okay with, because sometimes it can be difficult to change information on Amazon, like deposit methods or credit cards or phone numbers even with your account, because Amazon starts to think, maybe someone got hacked, or maybe someone's trying to, take your account from you. And sometimes when that happens and you don't warn Amazon, they can actually put your account on hold, and they can just suspend it until they actually figure out what's going on. So that doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to sell. That just means that they're going to pause you and make sure that everything that's happening on your account is actually something that you want it to happen. So that's one thing to note. Also, it's really good to do everything right the first time rather than having to go back and change it all, again later. That can cause some issues. Another thing is, if you ever want to change your storefront name, remember we chose the store name. You can always just go to edit and you can change that there. I would recommend not changing it too often, but just leave it leave it what it is now, and then when you know what you want to sell, we'll talk about how to name it later. But essentially, this is the dashboard for everything that you need. If you ever need to change anything, you can come in here and do it. Again, I do not recommend it because it can cause some issues sometimes. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. That is the Seller Central walkthrough on how to set up your Seller Central account, and I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, and this video is for actually international sellers, so people who are not from the US, people who are outside the US. You guys need to watch this video because it's going to show you. I'll have a link in the description or below this video where you'll be able to come to the same website that I'm on right now and actually see which countries in the world are actually accepted to sell on Amazon FBA. So there's a lot of them here, and even if your country isn't here, there actually are ways around it. You're going to need to use something called Payoneer. And probably you guys already know who this is if you guys are international. Essentially, you're going to have to sign up with a Payoneer account, and you can link Payoneer to your Amazon account. They've actually partnered up together with Amazon, and basically, if you're not on this list, of accepted countries, you can actually set up a Payoneer account and also link it to your Amazon account, because essentially they just need a way to pay you. So Amazon would pay you through Payoneer, and that's pretty much that. So essentially anybody in the world can sell on Amazon, can sell anywhere on Amazon, and I'm super excited about that because that means that there's more opportunities for everyone, to get that freedom that they're looking for. So essentially, check the link in below this video to check out if your country's here, and if it's here, all good, nothing to worry about. If it's not, you're gonna have to set up a Payoneer account and link it to your Amazon account, which is very, very simple. And I'm not gonna go through that right now, but it's not a very difficult process. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys, and I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're gonna talk about account reviews and suspensions. So obviously you just watched how to start, how to actually start your seller's account, how to, make all that. But something that a lot of people don't talk about is actually how to go about when your account gets suspended or put on hold for review. Now, this is totally 100% normal. This happens a lot on Amazon, and it's because they're trying to prevent fraudulent sellers from selling on Amazon. So usually, if you're outside of the US or, somewhere that's kind of in a less, kind of popular country like Canada, US, UK, whatever, a lot of the times they actually can put your account on hold, and that's totally fine. Don't worry about it. There's process to do it. Basically, all you have to do, they're going to ask you for some information. All you have to do is provide them with the exact information that they're asking for. Okay, it shouldn't be very difficult. It's not crazy documents. They'll ask for more, proof of identity, maybe proof of residency wherever you're living, just so they know that you're a real person. That's the way they're trying to keep Amazon, clean, and keep the their customers from fraudulent sellers, which is fine because that's actually good for us. But it can be annoying. I just want to let you know that it's totally normal, totally fine, and you just need to provide them with the documents that they're going to ask you for. If you ever need help with anything, remember, you can use the private Facebook community, ask us in there, or reach out to me one-on-one and we'll talk about it. But really, it can be a pain, but at the end of the day, if you continue to give them what they need, they will eventually accept you. So don't give up. That's just a roadblock, and that's totally fine. Just give them what they're looking for. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and before we really dive into this whole Amazon thing, I do have an important video for you guys here, so please don't skip over this. Watch the whole thing. It's super, super important for yourself, for me, and also to make sure that this is, this program is going to be the best one on the market, in the future as well. So things on Amazon change super, super quickly. Not only on Amazon, online in general, right? And I will continue to update tactics, strategies, and anything else that impacts us as sellers that you absolutely need to know about. So whenever anything, actually changes, any strategies or anything like that that, affect us, you can, bet that they will be updated in this program. All right. Visually, things change on Amazon all the time. And Amazon is always split testing visuals and layouts and all that kind of stuff. So if you ever notice that what you're seeing on your screen is a little bit different than the program, do not worry, because the strategies, the tactics, and everything that we're doing continue to work. Amazon is always changing, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're going your thing and you will see different stuff from time to time. So don't worry about that. The tactics remain the same. Everything remains the same. So continue forward. Tools that we use will also change visually from time to time. So expect it, right? It's only a matter of time until it happens. So if you notice that, don't be concerned. All right. There will also be new additions and options from time to time on Amazon and in the tools we use. Okay. They will not be added to the program if they are in beta, if they're not proven, or they are not useful. Only the things that work and are proven will be added to the program when the time comes. All right. So if if there's a new beta thing out, or if there's something that's, brand new, I'm not going to introduce it to you guys until I've tested it and made sure that it actually works. All right. So again, those things come and go. So just, learn to expect it and roll with the punches, right? And then anything that changes to our core strategies or improvements to make your selling easier will always be updated, always, all right? So if you're having issues or don't know how to do something or feel, something should be updated, then, do these next things. So that's what I just said. So if you don't understand something also, or feel like something should be updated to help clarify, then don't hesitate to reach out to us. We want to not only have the best program right now, but also to maintain the best program on the market going forward into the future. And we can only do that with your help. Okay, so if you ever feel like, something's too difficult to follow along with, or maybe the lesson isn't as easy as you'd like it to be, or it's not clear enough, or you just want me to, take a different approach, or even dive deeper into something, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, because again, only with you guys can I actually make this a better program and also help you to my best abilities, right? So email us with concerns or things you want updated at any time, right? support@thelimitlessyou.com. So again, we will be watching that, and it's only with you that we'll be able to maintain this program and to continue to make it the easiest to follow and the best program out there. All right. Now, lastly, while putting together this program, I had to rebrand it. Okay, I had to rebrand it, and I just want to say this to be fully transparent with you guys, right? It used to be called the FBA Fast Track Program, but for legal reasons, it had to be changed. And this is why we're going to talk about this stuff in the program too. It's so important to make sure that you have everything legally, right? Because FBA, actually the word, or the three letters FBA, are actually a trademark of Amazon. So nothing can have the words FBA in it. And so it had to be changed. Now the program is called the Ecom Limitless Program for obvious reasons. This has absolutely no repercussions to you. It means nothing to you. Everything remains the same. Just wanted to, let you guys know and just be fully transparent. So if there's any time you hear me talk about the FBA Fast Track, just so you know, it had to be changed. It is the Ecom Limitless Program, and I just want to be fully transparent and open with you guys. All right, so going forward, that's what we're going to call it. But again, for you, absolutely nothing to worry about. So that's pretty much for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one when we really dive into this whole Amazon thing. I'll see you guys there. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now let's get into how to determine a good product from a bad one. And so in this module, this is module 1, we're really diving into this now, and we're going to talk about how to find a product, what makes up a good product, and all that good stuff in this module. It's obviously a very important module, and this is kind of the module that will make or break your whole business. So it's very, very important. Even if you think you know some of the stuff here, it's really, really important to take it very seriously and actually watch through all the videos. So let's dive right into it. So let's talk about the characteristics of a good product. So first one is obviously a high sales volume. We want something with good demand, and that's obviously kind of common sense. The second one, also pretty common sense, is low competition, right? You don't want to enter something with huge amounts of competition or huge amounts of reviews and that kind of stuff. If there's a ton of other sellers selling the same product, it obviously makes it a lot more difficult to get into that market. Then we want something with a low number of reviews. Amazon is a social proof platform, which means that if someone has 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 reviews, it becomes exponentially more difficult to break into the market and obviously compete in that market. And I'll just put a scenario out there just to kind of make this make sense to you, right? If you're someone who shops on Amazon, which I assume you do, when you're picking out a product, if there's a product that has 4 reviews or a product that has 400 reviews and they're a very similar product, similar price point, you probably are going to go with the one who has 400 reviews, right? So that's the reason why we don't want to go after something with the thousands of reviews. But again, we'll dive into all of this and break it all down in a little bit. We're just kind of going over it here. Also, price point. You don't want something too high and you don't want something too low. And remember, right, you're going to need to spend money on the inventory. So depending on your budget, right, if you have a low budget, then you obviously don't want something super expensive, because that means that you're going to, be spending more money on inventory and might have to buy, or might not be able to afford to buy all the inventory needed to get your product off the ground. And but if you have a bigger budget, obviously you can look into products that are a little bit more expensive. So I would say if you are starting off, and again, these are all just kind of rough numbers, these aren't black and white, right? Just because I'm saying, look for products that are between $20 to $25 and then, up to maybe $50 does not mean that if you find something that's $55, it's not going to be a good product, right? So again, everything I say here is very gray area, right? There's wiggle room in all of it, right? The next one is high profit margin. This is a true measure of how much you're making. And I'd say, again, my opinion here is you want to have a profit margin of between 25, plus percent. Anything really lower than 25% can be very difficult to make a profit on. Even though I've had products that had 15, 20% profit and they did really well, it's just, again, my kind of guidelines for you. You want 25%, even 30% plus would be ideal. And then last one, which a lot of people don't actually really talk about, is a high return on investment. And again, I'm going to show you how to go into and calculate all these numbers. I know if this sounds like you're getting started and this sounds like there's a lot going on here, I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do everything. So this is just kind of a breakdown. And so with the ROI, you want something that's going to bring you about 150% ROI. So your return on investment. Now, so that's that. And again, we'll dive into that when we start looking for products. But there are a lot of different categories on Amazon. There's a lot of different categories you can sell in, a lot of different niches and products, right? So there's, arts, craft, sewing, beauty, personal care, health and household, home and kitchen, industrial, scientific, kitchen, dining. I mean, there's a ton of them here, right? But from those categories, there are also things called gated categories and actually gated subcategories. And so that's what I want to talk to you guys here right now, right? Categories like health and household and beauty in the past were actually blocked and needed approval to sell products in. Now, though, they've kind of loosened the restrictions on those, which means that there's a lot more opportunity for us, to come in there and sell products in those niches. But something you have to be aware of is that still there are certain subcategories in those categories that are actually still gated, which means that you actually can't sell on them, or you actually need approval to sell in those categories. And unfortunately, I'm not able to give you kind of a list of subcategories that are gated, just because they're always switching around, they're always changing, and Amazon's always testing and figuring out exactly what to do. I will, however, talk to you guys about categories that are gated, because the main categories that are gated, stay the same, but subcategories are very difficult to actually keep up with. But later in this module, or later in the creating a listing module, I actually will show you exactly how to know and test if the product that you're about to go in is gated or not. So there are different ways around this, which we will talk about later. So don't really get too caught up on that. The other thing is that there are certain categories that are gated which you cannot sell in unless approved by Amazon, which those ones I can show you guys. Requires proper documentation and certification. So again, these are a little bit more difficult to get into because you do need to show some proof. And as a beginner, I think that you don't want to start off in a gated category, right? Because there are too many things that can go wrong. There's too many barriers in the way, especially when you're first starting off. And there are so many other opportunities that there's no need to make this, more difficult on you, right? And also, there are ungating services that can help you out doing this if you do have troubles. Again, I would recommend doing this later down the line if you do want to get into some, gated and subgated categories. And so here's a list of the gated categories. I'm actually going to open it up here for you guys. And I'll leave this link down below for you. So here's an overview of the different categories that are, it says, what the category is. Does it require approval? No, right? Then there's automotive and power sports. Yes, it does, right? And then also it says the conditions allowed, because certain categories, right? So baby products are only allowed to sell new products in new condition. You can't sell used products. Obviously, we're not planning on selling used products, but these are things to know. So, for example, beauty, no. Books, no. And again, it says beauty does not require approval. However, there are certain categories that require approval. See, this one, certain subcategories require approval. And it's very hard to know what it is. Same thing with beauty, right? Even though it doesn't say this, I know for a fact that there are. So you just got to be careful, and I'll show you guys how to do that later. Again, link to this down below, so you can check this out for yourself below and go through these, just to get a better understanding of this whole situation and all that kind of stuff. So let's go back into our PowerPoint here. Let's go through this. Now, there's also another thing you need to know about, which is called restricted products. Now, these are products that you absolutely cannot sell on Amazon. So for whatever reason, Amazon has determined that these products are either not safe or they don't want to be, involved with these at all. So one of the hard parts about knowing that a product is restricted is that still sometimes it takes Amazon, time to actually remove them off their platform. So these restricted products can really look like good opportunities because there's high demand for them on Amazon, but low supply because technically you're not allowed to sell them on Amazon. And so those people, again, you have to be really careful because those people look like they're making a lot of money. It looks like great opportunity, but really, a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks in, Amazon will actually remove the product off the platform and you're left with a ton of inventory that you can't sell, obviously because Amazon doesn't like you selling that product on their platform. So these are very, very, crucial to know about. I will be putting a list together for you guys, and I'll show you guys also a website that you can go on in just a second that shows you different restricted products. And again, later in the creating listing module, we're going to show you exactly how to make sure that the products you're going into are okay to sell. And so, there are ways around this, like I said. So don't be too worried about this. These are just things you need to know and be aware of. So you cannot get approved or approval for these products. They're just restricted. You're not allowed to sell them. And it's important to verify the product you're going is not going to be going into is not going to be a restricted product. Again, we're going to go over that too. And some examples of these, right? Just examples. Lockpicking sets. Looks like a great opportunity. Actually not allowed to be sold on Amazon, and a lot of them get taken down in a few weeks. Firearms, obviously. Ultrasonic pest repellents. These ones require like certain approvals, and only certain people can get those approvals. So it's just basically a restricted product in a sense. And there's a ton more, and I'll leave a link. So here's a link for them. So I'm gonna go into this right now as well and show you guys the link here. So it's restricted products. I'll have this also below this video, and so you can see, so restricted products, alcohol, all this kind of stuff. And when you click into these, right, you can actually go in and find, so I think I just saw something here. So pesticides and pesticide devices, that's the ultrasonic one. See, and then you can go into here, you see ultraviolet lights, insect traps, right? So they literally do not allow insect traps. And so you wouldn't, think, but sometimes, it's difficult, right? And then there's certain ways you can get around this. But anyways, just make sure that you go through these and really try to find if your product's in here before you really invest into anything. So yeah, let's go into that. So let's go over now products you should avoid selling. So there are obviously going to be products that even if they are allowed, even if they are don't require approval, there are products you just want to avoid in the first place for some reasons. And so let me break those down for you. So easily breakable or fragile or glass, right? The reason why we usually, and I say usually, avoid these is because there's shipping issues and high returns. And what I mean by shipping issues is that obviously if your product isn't packaged well, you can arrive in the warehouse damaged, because these people don't care, right? These shipping guys, DHL, UPS, they don't care. They're gonna just throw them around like any other box, even if it has fragile on it. So that's something to take into consideration. Also, not only that, but it needs to survive in the Amazon warehouse and then also being shipped out by Amazon's delivery guys themselves. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with fragile and glass type items, right? So that's something to take into consideration. Also hazmat, right? Cannot be sold on Amazon in general. Anything that's considered hazmat is just obviously not allowed on Amazon. Anything with lithium ion batteries. So you guys know what lithium ion batteries are, but there can be shipping issues, again, customs issues. It requires approval on Amazon, and they have many regulations just, country to country. And also with lithium ion batteries, it cannot be transported by air. So they have to go by sea. There's just a whole ton of issues and problems selling lithium ion batteries on the platform, even in general, getting them through customs and stuff like that as well. Another thing that I, generally try to stay away from, and especially if you're a beginner, try to stay away from this, is actually anything with multiple colors or sizes. So any sort of really variation, because the reason is it's very hard to predict, inventory on these kind of products, and it can get very expensive with the first product. And let me just explain what I mean by that. If you have, let's say, if you're selling, let's say you're selling balls, okay, for lack of a better example, and they have, blue ball, red ball, orange ball, pink ball, purple ball, right? Imagine if you have to stock up on all that inventory. So imagine if you need to get 100 of the red balls, 100 of the black balls, 100 of the blue balls, and you have like, 7 or 8 variations. So now you have only 100 of each variation, but you have like, let's say 800 or 1,000 units. That becomes very difficult to predict inventory because you don't know which variation is going to sell the best. And you also, it's just very expensive to buy that much inventory for all those different colors and or sizes or whatever. So I recommend, at least for your first couple products, to avoid variations. Just because it can become very difficult in terms of very difficult and expensive, right? And then also anything that plugs into an electricity outlet. The reason for this is obviously liabilities, if the electronics are made poorly or anything like that, and because if they're bad quality, and a lot of the stuff, if you're not careful, from China can be bad quality. You don't want to start a fire or anything like that and be liable for those kind of things. So I generally, especially for the first, for the first couple products, stay away from anything that plugs into an outlet. You can, once you do understand the whole procedures, actually go into these, and I'll talk about, that in a second. But these are this is my advice to you, right? Another thing is textiles. They have huge import fees and a huge pain in the butt because of all the costs, right? So the textiles can have prices for like 25-30% tariffs on them, so not a good thing. Also, weapons or weapon accessories, for obvious reasons, and patented products, obviously, for also obvious reasons, because anything that's patented is protected by the patent owner. And again, we'll talk more about that soon. Also, remember, these are all recommendations, and some of these things can actually be profitable. For example, fragile products, if you can actually figure out a way to package them properly, and make sure that they don't break, there's a lot of opportunity in those spaces. And everything I'm mentioning here, especially the products to avoid selling, it's like these products could actually be turn out to be pretty good, especially variations too. Obviously, don't sell patented products, weapons, or stuff that's actually banned on Amazon. But some of these things like textiles, again, it's very difficult to be profitable, but there are people who are doing it, and so potentially it could be a good thing. So don't kind of completely close them off in your brain, but just be aware of what I'm saying here. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. In the next one, we're going to really dive into product research, how to find the right products, and so I'll see you guys. So that's pretty much for this video, guys. In the next one, we're going to go into product research, so I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to the next video. And right now we're going to talk about the absolute best tool to use to find out which products are actually making sales and exactly how to use it. So in this particular video, we're going to talk about Jungle Scout, and we're going to use Jungle Scout. If you guys don't know what it is, it's basically just a tool that's going to allow us, like I said, to find out exactly how much each product is making. So let's just open up a certain product and I'll kind of explain everything to you. So let's open up this one. And for this particular, for this particular kind of research that we're going to use, we're going to need the Google Chrome, browser. So if you don't have Chrome on your computer, just type it on Google. Just type in Chrome browser, download it, and it's going to look like this. And it's going to allow us to have extensions for, for our web browser, and that's kind of what we're going to use here. So right here, up here, you guys can see it says JS. That's Jungle Scout extension. And we're gonna open it up, and basically it's gonna show us every single thing we need to know about this product. Now, don't get too confused. There's a lot going on here, but as you can see right here, this is the product, the same product we were on the website for. Also, we can see the brand name, we can see the price, we can see the category that they're in, and the rank, which we'll talk about later. This is just the best sellers rank. We'll explain more about that in a little bit. The monthly sales, how many sales it's estimated to make per month. So in this case, Jungle Scout is estimating, has a lot of algorithms, a lot of math, all that kind of good stuff. And it's telling us that it's doing 755 approximately monthly sales per month. Then it's going to show us daily sales, 29 sales per day. Then it's going to show us the revenue, which is $10,555 in revenue per month. That doesn't mean profit. That means, gross revenue. Then it shows us reviews, how many reviews they have, the rating, what the rating is, 4.5, whether it's an FBA or FBM seller, which we'll talk about later. Basically, FBA is fulfillment by Amazon, which means that they're using Amazon to fulfill their inventory. Remember, we mentioned this before. Basically, Amazon stores their inventory and it ships it out. It does everything for them. And that's what we're setting up. We're setting up FBA. If you ever see FBM, that just means that it's someone who's storing the product themselves, shipping it themselves, and doing the stuff themselves. We do not want to do that. That's not what we hear. And then you're going to see LQS, which is just a listing quality score. Kind of ignore this one. It doesn't really matter. Now, I'll have a link to Jungle Scout and actually a discount for you guys down below this video. And it's going to give you guys a discount just because you guys are part of the Fast Track 2.0 program. It's the biggest discount you can get on Jungle Scout, period. I've reached out to them. This is the best discount they're going to give out, and they're giving it to you guys because you guys are part of the Fast Track program. So that's super happy. I'm super happy that they're doing this for us. So hit that link, pick it up. This is going to be one of the only tools we're going to use, for this whole process. You're just absolutely going to need to have it. And it's not too expensive, so that's really nice. Another thing I want to show you guys is, let's say, for example, we type in night driving glasses again. You don't only have to use it on the detail page. So, we were just looking at this product and we opened it up here. Really cool thing is on Amazon, if you just want to type in, some product or anything, all you have to do is you can actually open up the Jungle Scout on this whole page as well. And it'll show us every single product on this page and how much money every single product is making, which is really, really beneficial because you can really right away see a really big overview of the whole market and how well it's doing. So, for example, as you can see here, like the night driving glasses, this is the one that we saw before. All you have to do is hover over the name and it'll show us the picture. That's the one we were looking at before, right? 10,500. Then you can see this one. It's this glass right here. This by Rivbos, $20, and you can see that it's making $145,000 a month, guys, a month, right? 2,000 reviews, and you can just see the whole market here. Basically, the whole first page. You can just hover over any of them, and you'll be able to see how much they're making. So this is very beneficial. Again, this is super, super accurate. I've used this on my own products to see how accurate it is. I've used many other product research tools. Jungle Scout Chrome extension is the best and most accurate one on the market. So, and again, I've tested on my own product, I've tested on my friends' products, tested on Jungle Scout is the most accurate. So pick that up, and it's actually scary how accurate it is. And we'll be using this, in the future to actually figure out which products have demand, which products are selling well. It's very important to know that before we actually go into a product that it's actually selling well. We'll talk more about that in the videos to come. So I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, so how is it going, guys? This is actually the part 2 of Jungle Scout. Like we just covered, it was we covered the extension, the that's kind of going to show us on Amazon how much each product's making. This is actually the second part of it. This is actually what Jungle Scout is. Jungle Scout is a website. Obviously, again, when you do sign up for it, you're going to get both of them. One of them, again, is the extension, and one of them is just called Jungle Scout. And we're going to go over exactly what is, that you get with it. We're not going to go over all of these tabs right here with the suppliers, keywords, all this. This is going to be later on in the video, so don't get too, worked up about what's going on here. We're just going to cover this part right here, which is called the product database. This is really going to help us with product research and finding a good product. So just, to get there, all you have to do is click on this, magnifying glass, and then just click on product database. Don't look at product tracker or niche hunter, just the product database. That's it, okay? And basically over here, what it's going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to figure out which products are actually, doing pretty well. And let me explain further. What we want to do is we want to firstly pick which, marketplace we're selling in. Most of us are going to be in the United States. If you're selling anywhere else, you can just come in here and use those marketplaces. We're using these ones. And what we want to do is we never want to select all for categories. Remember, like I said, we talked about categories. I told you about my favorite ones. You can either use mine or you can use whichever ones you're interested in. But I'm just going to click a couple here and go through them. Oh, not cell phones and accessories. Let's do health and household, home and kitchen. I'm not going to spend too much time here because, again, there's no right categories. All categories are pretty good and you can find great products in all of them. So I'm just going to leave it like that. And what it's going to do is it's going to actually find us products that are in these categories that are actually going to fit these criteria. And we're going to go over the criteria right now. So don't touch product tier or seller. Don't touch any of those. But for filters, we can start talking about what we can filter out here. So the first one is select minimum and or maximum price. So remember I said we want to do between $20 and $50. Let's just go 20 and $50. So now it's going to show us products that are only within these categories that are also only priced between $20 and $50. Another thing is very important is actually the number of reviews. Remember I mentioned we don't want to have products with tons of reviews because we won't really be able to compete with them. So let's say we want to go, again, guys, these filters aren't stuck in stone. You'll be able to play around with them, change them around and see, just play around with it, right? What I'm showing you here is just a basic explanation of how to use it. After that, you can play around with all this stuff. Do not use the same stuff I'm using. Do not use the same categories I'm using. Just keep on testing out, right? Product research can be sometimes a frustrating thing because it takes kind of a little while to figure out a product. But the truth is, even though it is something that, a lot of people get frustrated with, this is, if you can find a product, you've done 90% of the work, right? Just finding a good product, you've done 90% of the work. So you just keep moving forward. Do not give up. This is, can get frustrating, but it's okay. It's okay because the rest of this module is going to help you throughout that whole process. So what I was saying here was that the minimum reviews, let's say we go from like 10 to like 80 reviews, right? We don't want to go anywhere above 80. And again, I'm just saying that for this video, you can go much higher than 80 and still be okay. Select minimum and or maximum net. Okay, I usually don't use this. That's not something accurate. I never use that one, so don't use that one. The star rating you can use. I really avoid it too. Maximum bestseller rank, don't use that. Maximum weight, don't use that. Number of sales, I don't use that. And yeah, I don't use any of these except for these three. Okay, so minimum revenue and maximum revenue. What I like to do here, the sweet spot, guys, is between about I would say 5,000 or 6,000 and 10,000 in revenue. And remember, I mentioned to you guys that we're not here looking for products that are going to make us $50,000 a month or $100,000 a month, because those products are way too competitive. I told you that was the way of the past. We want to find, it's much better to find 5 products making $5,000 a month than one product making $25,000 a month, because it's 5 products is much more stable, it's much more consistent, and it's much easier, honestly, to do that as well. So let's go from 5,000 to 10,000 per month, okay? And then you just want to press search. And what it's going to do is it's actually going to pull up a bunch of products that, again, fit all of our criteria. They fit these categories and these criteria, and they're going to spit them all out for us here. And as you can see, this is great because I get to show you guys an example. Sometimes you're going to get things like this. As you can see, we have so many of the same product here, all these plates and stuff. Okay, you see how many there are? It's just clogging up the space, too much of this stuff. So what we can do is we can actually, if this ever happens to you, you can actually just come in here and type in, you see how they're all the same brands. So we're going to come in, we're going to copy occasions. So let's go in here and you can type in exclude keyword, occasions. And if we press search again, so that's excluding that keyword. So any product that has that keyword is going to be excluded. So as you can see, we still have it. So 1 second, let me just go back and figure out what's going on here. Okay, it's because I spelled it wrong. So I'm going to press search now and it should actually exclude them all. And there we go. So now we don't see any more occasions and we can start looking at stuff. And when you come in here, you can literally just come, let's say we like this, just click on it and it should open up in a new tab in Amazon, and we can check out the product. So this is one product that fit all of our criteria. One thing I really always recommend to do is once you open it up, okay, the web app is a little bit, so this part right here is a little bit less accurate than the extension. So whenever you do open a product, I always recommend you open the Jungle Scout Chrome extension again, just to double check that the product is actually making as much as it said it was making. So remember we said between 5 and 10,000. So it is showing the revenue of the product is 7,000 per month, which is great. That is between 5 and 10,000. The reviews are within what we said and all that kind of stuff. Now, I want to also give you guys another tip on how to actually use this, okay? So now what you would do basically is you just go through it, open up products that look interesting to you. If you want to check what this is, and just keep going through them, opening up different products and kind of looking at what they are, seeing if they fit your criteria, seeing if you'll be able to sell them. And again, we'll talk more about this later on. But one more thing I want to mention here is that you never want to have whole round numbers like what I used. I use this as an example for you, and now I actually want to go in a little bit deeper on why you don't want to. If everyone is using whole round numbers like 20 to 50, 10 to 80, everyone is seeing the same products. Now we in the fast track program want to stay one step ahead of everyone else. So we want to put in, like, let's say 22 to 58, let's say, maximum price. We want to be at, 16 to 83, and you want to never make them, this just round. You want to make them random. So as you can see, I'm randomizing them because you know what? There are products that are going to be, maybe like a couple $100 more, or like let's say the revenue, right? Maybe there's products that are going to be making, $100 more. So let's say if you just kept it at 10,000, you would miss it. But if you go to 11 or 10, 203, now you'll see more products. Maybe some product is making 10,100 is now going to show up. And that's something very important because you want to stay one step ahead of everybody else. And that is the way that you do that. So guys, this is pretty much what we're going to use: the web app to find the products, the Chrome extension to double check the products and to see the markets. And I'll show you guys so many more product research techniques in a little bit, but that is just an introduction to the Jungle Scout and kind of the two different ways to use it. So make sure to pick it up below this video, pick that up with the fast track discount, and I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and I just wanted to put out this quick video to actually let you know that obviously in recent times I have actually decided to slowly, gradually move on from Jungle Scout to Helium 10. So in this next part of the video, or the program here, you will start to see that we are still using Jungle Scout here. I am currently in the process of updating this part of the program to becoming Helium 10. And the reason for that is just because we're going to use Helium 10 later on in this program. And I think that if you want to save some money, you might as well just use Helium 10 for the product research, as well as the keyword research, etc., all that stuff, instead of having to buy two different softwares. It's obviously your choice what you want to do. Jungle Scout's still a great product research tool, and you can follow along everything that I show in the product research module. But Helium 10 is basically the exact same thing, and you can save some money as well because Helium 10 really has started to improve their game and become better and better. And I think that going into the future, they probably will, leapfrog and really, stand out from all the other competition on the market. So I just want to show you a quick example, a quick way that you can use all the tactics and strategies you will see in the product research module on Helium 10 as well. So like I said, I am updating this part and it will take me some time to do that, so no worries there. But everything in the program is fully up to date. All this tactics and strategies are working right now, so nothing to worry about there. Just a little bit of visual change and a little bit of a software change, but again, the exact same tactics and strategies apply. So as you see, in Jungle Scout, there's the min price, max price, min reviews, basically all these settings that we talk about and we will talk about going forward. There's also the categories and stuff. There's the database here. You can choose different marketplaces, etc. On Helium 10, it's the exact same thing. Obviously, it looks a little bit different, but you will familiarize yourself with the Helium 10 dashboard as you do move through the program, because we will again use it for the keyword research. All you really need to know how to do here is just go to product research into black box, and there's a lot of different stuff you can do here that you can't really do on Jungle Scout. Again, it's not really necessary right now. On the update, I probably will be adding some things where you can come back to this and be able to learn some stuff about the rest of these things here. But really, in terms of what you need, the 99% of everything you're going to need is right here. You don't even have to look into the advanced filters, really. But there's, monthly revenue, the price, review count, review rating. So it's literally all the same thing, minimum, max price, the amount of reviews, the rating of the reviews, the min revenue, max revenue. So it's literally all here. All the categories as well are right here. It's literally the exact same thing. It functions the same way. You press search, you see everything that is there. So it's literally, again, like the same thing. So you can use this on, I did this on purpose because some people come into the program having, AMZ Scout, some people come in having Jungle Scout, Helium 10, and no matter what tool you're using, you can still, use all the tactics that I show. Again, right now, I think that your best bet going forward is Jungle Scout or Helium 10. If you want to save some money with everything, go for Helium 10 because we will be using it later in the program as well. So hopefully that clears it up for you. You do see moving forward, it will be done in Jungle Scout. But again, I'm working on the update to the program, and very soon it will all be in Helium 10. So you can revisit this at a later date and be able to rewatch all the stuff in Helium 10 as well. So hopefully you guys, hopefully that clears some things up. So nothing to worry about there. Like I mentioned, everything, all the tactics and strategies, up to date. Everything is up to date in the program. I just wanted, put that out there so you're not confused about what we're using going forward. All right, guys, so now we're here in the next video, and I'm going to start to show you how to really combine the two, the Jungle Scout and also the extension, and how to make them work together, and how I would say the most basic level of product research is done. Now, don't be persuaded that this way is, even though it is the most basic, don't be persuaded that you can't find products this way. I found many products and continue to find many profitable products with something as simple as this most basic product research method. So do not get, do not think that this is something you can't do. So I'm just going to adjust the filters here for a second. We'll go to let's go to 2174. Remember, I told you guys to make it random stuff, and we'll actually narrow it down because we don't want too many products. From our last video, we saw we had 33,000 results. We don't want that many. So let's narrow our filters down a little bit. Let's go to 2823 or something. Again, we're gonna do random stuff here, and let's press search. And I'm gonna show you guys, kind of how this whole thing plays out. We're gonna do a little product research and see how it works. And remember how I said, guys, we're looking for products that follow our ideal products. So preferably not fragile, preferably no lithium ion, none of that stuff. And you remember, you can go back and check that out. So we can, for example, these are magnetic lashes. I believe I've seen these before, so I'll open them up and I'll show you what they look like. Amazing shaker bottles for protein shakes. These are just the shaker bottles. We can open that as well. But another thing you can see here is the price of the product, the average rating of the product, the amount of I believe this is the revenue. No, that's the rank. And then you can see the sales and the revenues all the way at the end. And anyways, every product here is supposed to be fitting your criteria. So we're going to open a couple products up and then just look into them. So for example, let's check out this one. You can check out, the reason I'm not picking this is because it's glass. Remember, I told you guys about that. And really, you just open up whatever seems kind of interesting to you. One tier, Lazy Susan, I don't know what that is, but we won't open that. And just really, I'm just looking at different stuff to open that maybe will be interesting for us to look at. But really, when you're doing this, you can even open every single product and just see kind of what happens. Because I know a lot of people might be looking at this and be like, oh, how do I decide which one to open and which one not to open? For me, I just pick whatever's interesting, whatever looks kind of cool, that I would maybe be interested in selling. But when you're first starting off, really just open anything and look more into it. So I think we opened up enough here, but yeah, let's just see what we have opened up here. So essentially, you'd go through it, you'd open up some stuff, and then we'd come in here, wait for them to load, and then you just open up your Jungle Scout. Remember, I said we really always want to make sure that our Jungle Scout is, because the Jungle Scout Chrome extension, this extension right here, is more accurate than the web app. And the reason why is because this web app actually takes a lot longer to refresh, while the Chrome extension is something that can instantly refresh for your particular product. So this is way more accurate. So just always make sure that it's actually making as much money as it says. So here, yeah, that fits through our criteria. This is looks decent for us. Another couple things to note when you're actually doing product research, okay? You want to always make sure that you're not signed in, because if you're signed in, then Amazon starts to move products around. So when you type in products on Amazon, they'll be in different positions because Amazon will show you things that they think that you want. So whenever you're doing product research, okay, as a rule of thumb, sign out of your accounts. Okay, all accounts must be signed out, and also make sure to have a deliver address in the US. So I'm actually from Canada. What I do is always come in here and I just type in 15009 as my zip code. You can do whatever zip code you want, or if you're not in the if you're not in the US, just put in 15009. It works well, and then press done, and instantly will show you something that's in the US that you'll be able to use as delivery address. Again, if you have one that's outside of the US, it will show you different products in different places, and you don't want that. You want to make sure that you're signed out and make sure that you're delivering only to the US. Now, this is the product. It looks pretty decent. I would maybe start writing these products down. So if it fits our criteria, for example, it has pretty low reviews. I would say anything below 300-400 is considered pretty good. The revenue looks pretty good, and the product looks pretty small and cheap. Like, it looks small and light, and that's another thing that you kind of want to have, because on Amazon you need to be able to ship these products over, and obviously the more the bigger the products are, the more space they take up, the more they're going to cost for shipping, right? Like, that's kind of how it works, the volume and the size and the weight. These look really small, and they sell for $24, which is pretty crazy. Like, that's probably some pretty good margins on this product. So that's maybe something that you'd want to write down and keep on the side. So write down like a list of potential products, and then we'll show you in the future how to actually go through them and see, you know, which ones are actually going to be profitable. So here's another one. Open this up, and we want to check here. So this one's 6,600, 25 reviews. I don't even know what this is. This looks like a ton of stuff here. Eliminates brush and roller marks, improves. I don't know what this is. I mean, I probably wouldn't do this just because it's some sort of chemical stuff or something, which would just sketch me out. So I'm not a huge fan of that. I probably wouldn't do it for that particular reason. And don't worry, like sometimes if you just don't want to sell a product, then that's totally fine. You don't need to sell a product if if something doesn't rub you the right way, or you just kind of have like a gut feeling on it that won't work. That's perfectly fine. Just don't do it. Skip it. Go to the next one. There's a ton of products to choose from that can be very, very profitable for you. Here's another one. 10 sets seedling trays. Really, really awesome. Okay, so these ones, 8,000 a month, 82 reviews. So this is I like this one. This is pretty cool, and I'm going to keep this for you. Again, write it down, and I'll show you one thing you can do to really, validate a product as well. Here's another 10-piece universal edge guards, knife edge guards. Okay, so that's like knives and stuff. You're getting into a little bit of a sketchier territory, but I guess they're just knife guards. There shouldn't be any problem here. Let's open up Junk Scout and make sure it's actually making some decent money, and hopefully you guys already have your product here, or rather your Jungle Scout, so you can do this. And this also looks like a pretty decent product. So I'm going to use these two as an example now, and we're actually going to go over how to validate a product a little bit further. So one thing is to look at your product, and see that one product is doing well. But the thing is, we need to check out the market. We need to see how well the market is doing as a whole. So in this particular situation, let's say you found a product that, is doing pretty good. So it's, within 5 and 10,000, or, it fits all your criteria. It doesn't have, hundreds of reviews or thousands of reviews. And it just, looks like a pretty good product, pretty light, pretty small. Looks like you can source it from China or from somewhere around the world. Like obviously it's, this is getting made somewhere. Doesn't look too expensive. Looks like plastic. So let's see, what's the next step? The next step I would do is I would go into the search bar, and you want to search up exactly what you think a customer would search up when looking for this product. So for example, right, in this situation, right, if I was a customer, what would I search up to find this exact product? I would probably search up plant growing kit, or I'd probably search up a plant growing kit, I think. So let's see. So I'm going to type in plant kit, hopefully. That might not be what a person would search up, but that's probably what I would search up. Another thing is make sure you always go to the different categories and go to all departments, and then press search. Because what we're doing here is we want to actually see how the whole market is doing. So obviously this is not the same market, because you're looking for, if everything that showed up was exactly the same, then that's what a customer would be searching up for. In this case, that's definitely not it. So I think it's called the seedling tray maybe. Let's go see this. Seedling tray. Okay, so let's check this out. I'll put it in all departments, and then press search. Okay, so these look more similar. Yeah, I think this is it. This is the product we were looking at. So now that you have the market and all the products are the same, essentially, they look kind of similar. This is kind of your main market. That's when you want to open up your Jungle Scout and look at the whole market as a whole, because one thing is just for one product to be doing well, but you need, kind of the whole market to be doing fairly well, because we want to be able to also sell in this market. So if there's only one product making a lot of money and everyone else isn't, that's probably not the ideal market for you. We want to come into a market where the whole market is making a lot of money. So not only the product's making money, but the market is making money. The market has fairly low reviews and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, so this looks like a pretty decent market. As you can see, this is the seedling thing that we were looking at. So one second. So this is the seedling tray we were looking at, and there's also this one right here with 5,010 reviews. That's pretty good. 6,200 reviews, pretty good. 7,161 reviews, pretty good. So this looks like a pretty decent market. And when you come into a market and you don't see like 1,000 reviews or 2,000 reviews or 3,000 reviews, write this down and note it as a potentially good product, because the next steps will be going out and talking to manufacturers. But first, you want to build your list, and this is exactly how we're going to do it. You're going to go through it, find products that look interesting, then go into their overarching niche. So in this case, it was the seedling tray, and then check it out from there. I'll do another one here just to make sure that everything makes sense for people. So let's go to, so what is this called? Universal knife edge guards. So let's just type in knife edge guards. I think that's what someone would search up if I was a customer and I wanted knife edge guard. This is what I would search up. So knife edge guards. And here we are, right? These are pretty much, very similar products. And what we want to do now, again, is obviously open up the jungle scout on what a customer would search up and just kind of analyze the whole picture, the whole niche. And let's open this up. All right, so now that we're here in the niche, this actually looks like a pretty good product. So I just pulled up all the different products on this page. And as you can see, 3,600, that's kind of a low revenue, but that's okay. There's only one, right? We want to look at the average, like overall averages of the niche. So here's one with 9,000, 8,000 with 42 reviews. This one has 266, but that's not a huge, deal breaker. That's, if it was 2,000 reviews, maybe I would be a little bit more wary, but there's not a lot of, not too many reviews. This one's a little bit different of a product. This one has like a bunch of colors and stuff, so that's not something, a direct competitor. Here's 4,000 reviews, 15,000 with 1,000 reviews. That's kind of a lot. But this one is $5.99 and it's only one, right? We were looking at this one right here, which was a 10-piece set. So, if you sell a 10-piece set, you see any other 10-piece sets here. We don't see, there's an 8-piece set who's doing pretty good, a 10-piece set who's doing pretty good. The 5-piece set is doing all right. What is this? That's what is this? That's one. Yeah, so the overall market looks pretty good, right? It's doing pretty well doesn't have terribly high reviews. And if I was coming to this market, I would probably look at making a 10-piece set because as you can see, the 10-piece set is doing really well and it has low reviews. So that's kind of, a good indication that this might be a pretty good product to go into. So what I would do now is when you see some products, that have the actual product has pretty good sales, pretty low reviews, and has some demand, and the niche itself doesn't look like it has too many reviews. It's not too competitive. It has kind of space for you to come in, right? If this whole page was filled with people who had thousands of reviews, that's not good. There's only a few that have a couple hundred, and then the rest of them have 40 reviews, 100 reviews, 11. This one's not too bad, but yeah, it looks like it's definitely a good, decent niche to go into. And if I was in this situation, I would write this down as a, potential product. So you want to start writing out your, product opportunity list and making sure that you have that written down for when we go into the later modules and start contacting suppliers and seeing how much everything is going to cost us, calculating all this stuff and stuff like that. But basically, that is the most basic level of doing product research. I'm going to show you in the next couple of videos some more really awesome ways to do product research that aren't this basic, right? Aren't like super basic. They are going to be very cool ones and very unique ones that not a lot of people know about. So that's kind of the whole point of this fast track method. I want to fast track you the whole process, especially the product research process, because it can be frustrating. I will see you guys in the next video. All right, so in this next one, we're going to use Amazon's actual search data to find us the most profitable product. So essentially, Amazon is I think the second or third biggest search engine on the whole planet. This means that they have a lot of information. And obviously, when someone is searching up on Amazon, Amazon likes to autofill things because they like to recommend, what you're looking for, and they'll just autofill it. So for example, if we're looking for dog, treats, fills in, right? Dog poop bag, dog harness, dog bed, toys, food. And essentially, the most searched is on top, and then it goes lower. So this is the most searched thing after people write dog. They usually write treats after, then dog poop bags, dog harness, and that's how it works. So if we write, let's say, shoe, the next thing is shoe rack, shoe organizer, shoe horn, shoe deodorizer, right? So maybe let's look at shoe deodorizer, and then check what that is. Another thing, as you guys just saw, right? We wrote deodorizer. So let's say we wrote deodorizer, but it autofilled some other stuff for us. Let's say shoe deodorizer. What's it gonna see? Balls, spray, disinfectant, powder, extra strength. These are all in like shoe deodorizer balls are the things most people search for if they're writing for, they're searching for that. So that's one thing. And then you can just come in here and search up, kind of see how this market is. So open up first of all, I can already see that there's too many reviews, right? 2,000 reviews, 1,000 reviews, 1,000 reviews, 3,000. There's just too many reviews in this market. So obviously that's, not a great one. But essentially you just autofill stuff. So you can even do it one letter at a time. So let's go like U, right? So USB cable, umbrella. But let's go UA. Okay, maybe those aren't good. So let's go like E, R, erythritol sweetener. Erasable pens. Okay, I wouldn't even think of that ever. Okay, like erasable pens, that's pretty weird. Ergonomic keyboard, eraser, right? And then you can literally like go erasable pens. See how this market is. And then, open up your jungle scout again. Too competitive. And like I said, guys, product research will be a little bit like, frustrating at times, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. Enjoy the process, right? And you can just keep going through here and just looking at like the autofills and then checking out the markets and seeing if that's good. So toilet paper, Tide Pods, tea tree oil. Okay, so I know that's a competitive one, so I won't even open that. Tea whitening, tweezers, tapestry. I don't even know what that is, but let's go tape measure, tape dispenser. Okay, I don't even know what that is. Tape gun. I guess those are the things that holds it. Tape dispenser desk. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's for your desk. Okay. Well, anyways, and as you can see, actually in this, that's interesting because there actually doesn't seem to be too much competition here, but open up the market and see how much the products are making. Now, I'm not going to go through too many products here because I don't want something to show up on the video that everyone will see, so we'll stop you from being able to do it. But look at this, right? This is Amazon Basics. It's a freaking it's a desk tape thing. It's making 28,000 per month with 48 reviews. Here's another one, Office Mate. Well, I guess these are some bigger like kind of brands like Office Mate and Amazon Basics. That's Amazon Basics, by the way, if you don't know, is just like Amazon's third party. So basically Amazon has their own company, and all they do is they also source from China or from the rest of the world. They basically do what we do, but they're just Amazon's kind of brand. And yeah, you can see the stuff here. So Scotch tape. So yeah, this one has a lot of big brands. You also don't want to go into places with a lot of big brands because if someone's competing with you, or like let's say customers coming in, they're gonna decide from you or from like Scotch tape, right? Like Scotch. They're obviously gonna pick Scotch every single time. So it might not be the best idea to compete with people like that. But essentially, just use their search volume that's already there to find niches and products. Type in letter by letter, see what comes up, go down the lists. And as you can see, there's kind of a lot of different, avenues you can go down. But, you'll be able to find products. This is just another different way if you're struggling or if you're, don't know what to do. This is one awesome way to use Amazon's own search data to find which products sell. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's going on, guys? Yaniv here. And today I'm going to show you guys a different product research method. One that is... one of the most effective ones. So I'll show you guys how to do that. Essentially, we're going to use the Amazon bestsellers list, and we're not really looking for bestsellers from the list to sell. We're actually going to look for sellers themselves that are doing well. Like, let's say people like you and me, we can actually find those people who have products that sell really well. And if they have one product that sells really well, they probably have other products that sell really well. And that's what we're going to do here. So doesn't make too much sense. Don't worry, I'm going to walk you through the whole process. So link below this video, you can go straight to the Amazon bestsellers list, and it'll take you to a page like this. And now you just click around, just click on random different things. So basically we're going to go to anywhere. Let's click on kitchen and dining. Then from there, you click on anywhere else. Keep going deeper and deeper, because right now, at the surface level, it's all really big companies like Brita and Instant Pot, and we really don't want to compete with those kind of people, or that's not the people we're looking at. We're looking for people like us who are third-party sellers who have a few products that are selling really well. So let's keep going deeper into, let's go like wine accessories. Looks like it will be a decent place to go. Then, as you can see, still pretty high, reviews. We can go a little bit deeper. I think we'll go like one more. Let's go wine decanters. And then from here, what I would do is I would find one product. So let's open up the jungle scout and just see one that's doing really well, money-wise, because these are best sellers. These ones are all going to be doing pretty well. But before you start going into them, you want to make sure that the actual niche is making money, because sometimes, even though they're best sellers for that category might be really small and it's not really making any money. In this case, it is making some great money. So as you can see, the whole market is doing pretty well, but we're not really looking to go into the wine decanters or anything. Like I said, again, they're glass and stuff like that. But what we are looking to do is we're going to click into, let's say, the bestseller here. And we're going to look at what other products they sell. And the way you do this is, once we're on the detail page, you want to scroll down, and you're going to see it's going to say sold by whatever the person is and fulfilled by Amazon. So Where it says sold by, that's a person, that's a, a seller account, and we want to click on that. And once we click on that, it's going to take us to a page like this. We're going to click on right here, upper echelon product storefront. So wherever the person's name, product storefront, and now you're going to be able to see every single product this person sells. I hope you can see how powerful that is, because we just found a product that's a best-selling product. Chances are the person who's selling it is probably pretty good at what they do. They're pretty good Amazon seller, and they probably have other products that are really, really, good as well. So what we want to do is we want to find third-party sellers that are just like us, but are, kind of killing it, so we can see what other products they sell. Once you get to this page, okay, a really cool hack is that you can also actually open up the Jungle Scout Chrome extension here and see how much all of the products on the page are making. So once we open it up, you can see that this person is killing it, right? Like, I'm not sure if this is maybe a brand, but you can see that everything on the storefront is making $100,000 plus, $226,000 per month, guys. So this guy's rolling at millions and millions and millions of dollars a month. But it doesn't look like there's anything here that we can technically compete with, except for this thing, 100% memory foam wheelchair seat cushion. Okay, because the only reason I said that, by the way, the reason that kind of stood out to me is because this product is making $100,000 a month and only has 263 reviews. That's a pretty good ratio for us. Here's another one, 117,000 with 227 reviews, so that's also a pretty good one. Which one is this? Memory foam seat cushion. So these are both kind of very similar things. Let's go into this product. So what I like to do now is we'll just open up the product and look at what is the main keyword that a customer would search up. So for me, I think it would be wheelchair seat cushion. So let's just type in wheelchair seat cushion. And let's see how the market actually looks like, because he might just be an outlier making a lot of money, and while everyone else isn't. Remember, guys, you want to go to all departments again, because it's going to automatically change it for you, and then press search. Because if you're not in all departments, stuff's going to be weird. Remember, make sure you're logged out and make sure you have a delivery address to the US. Now, so as you can see here, this looks like a fairly competitive market, because look, so there's 1,000 reviews, 1,000 reviews. That one has 263, 1,500, 5,000, 1,600. So this for me would not be an ideal situation, because remember we said, too many reviews will be too hard to compete with. So that's definitely not something we want to go into. But that's just kind of the process there. I can show you guys one more, but essentially it's fairly simple. So we'll go back to the bestsellers list, and we can check maybe down another path, right? You have to remember that just because one path ends doesn't mean that there is not other paths you can go down. So let's just open up, I don't know what that is, but let's just open this one. Vacuum wine saver pump, okay? And then what you want to do here is go to the sold by, remember? And the storefront. And let's see what other products they sell. So open up the Jungle Scout and see if there's any products that have high sales but low reviews. That's kind of what we're looking for, right? And let's see. This guy has a lot of products also. Most of the times when you find a good product, if somebody making a lot of money with one product, they probably have a lot of other products doing really well also. So in this case, here's one, 15,142 reviews. Snack catcher, 9 ounces. I don't know what that is. We can look into that potentially. But essentially, I think you guys understand the concept. You want to go to the bestsellers list, go down different niches, find one product that's selling pretty well, look at that person's storefront and see what else they sell. Because even if one product might be competitive, the other products in their storefront might not be. Like, look at this one. It has 118 reviews, but it's some llama infant pacifier toy. Like, it's making $33,000 a month with only 100 reviews. That's a pretty good ratio right there. So, and here's another one, right? So you can make a whole brand out of these toys pacifier things. Like, clearly there's a market for them. I don't know if this is a real brand or not. I don't know what this is, but you'd obviously have to do a little more research and see what this is. But of course, obviously there's a lot of demand for it. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. In the next one, I'll show you some more product research methods. Hey, how's it going, guys? And right now I'm going to tell you guys couple things that I think are very, very important for product research. I'm also going to go over a couple more product research techniques. The first of those being a mentality technique, okay? Essentially, when I started selling on Amazon, I started having the Amazon seller's mentality, which is always thinking about, what products can I sell on Amazon? What products can I make money off of? And that led me to kind of always thinking about Amazon in the back of my head. If I'm ever going to Walmart, if I'm ever walking in through some niche store, or through like an Indigo, if you guys have those, I don't know, it's like a bookstore. They always have knickknacks and stuff, and it always gets me thinking, okay, how much does this sell on Amazon? How much does this sell on Amazon? How much does this make? And I walk around and I actually write stuff down, like on my phone. I'll literally walk around and write stuff down. When I come home, I come onto the thing and I start typing them in onto Amazon. And then I open up my Jungle Scout and I see exactly how much the products are making. And believe it or not, sometimes they actually are really, really good products. So the first of the next couple methods is just having the Amazon mentality, the product research mentality of, whenever you go anywhere, whatever you're walking around your house and you see something, or someone says something or whatever, always be thinking about, maybe I can sell that. Maybe I can, maybe I can sell that. That's all you need to be thinking. Always that, right? Back of your head, keep it there. So that's one product research that people don't talk about. And it's actually brought me a lot of success. And number two is actually using different niche websites like Pinterest, or like Shut Up and Take My Money. And there's a lot of them out here, so I'm not really going to talk too much about them, but they're kind of like gag websites and stuff like that. Pinterest isn't, obviously, but like, let's say this one, Shut Up and Take My Money, it's kind of like a gag website. And you can go through all the different categories and home, right? And you look through the products, and sometimes, guys, like the products in here actually do really well. And you'd be surprised because a lot of them, when you actually cross-reference them on Amazon, they actually do well. So let's say dumpling light. So if I come in here and I type in dumpling light, or you see how I just saw that? Remember the last video, guys, we talked about the autofill? Dumpling, what was it? Dumpling something autofilled here. Dumpling maker. Okay, why not check that out, right? I just saw it. So you can just check it out, like dumpling maker. How much does this make? Maybe it doesn't make anything. I've never seen this before, but let's check it out. So you see what I'm saying is, like, you always need to be aware and alert. And there you go. Okay, I'm so happy I got this on camera. So there you go. Like, it's not the best product. It's not like, I don't know if I would go into this, just because the revenue looks a little bit low, like 3,000, 5,000. That's kind of on the lower end of where you want to go. But this one right here is doing pretty good. 7,500 with 21 reviews. That's pretty awesome, right? Here's another one, 4,700 with 58 reviews, 13,000. This is potentially a pretty decent product if the profit margins there and all that stuff is there. The price point is a little low, so that's one thing I would note. The price point is a little low. But look at this, just right there. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking for dumpling light. And then you can go back and actually look at the light and whatever. But yeah, just go through this and just like check stuff out and look at how much it's selling and figure it out. So I'll leave this website down below. There's a lot of more other gag websites that I won't do, but you can really just search them up online, and you can have a ton of little different gag websites and stuff that, might actually be worth looking into and cross-referencing on Amazon. Another thing is this product, is Pinterest, sorry. And what you can do is you can actually do product research on Pinterest. For example, these are reusable bags right here. These are reusable sandwich bags. Now, I know these make a decent amount of money on Amazon. They're also saturated right now. There's a lot of sellers, but that's really a product that's making a lot of money on Amazon. Another thing you can do is come in here and just type in products. And you can look at all the products here. Literally, look at this. 51 dope products on Amazon for under $15. Open that up and then just look at them. I think you can go to bustle.com. It should open the article. And right there, like, there's 50 products, 51 products that you can go and you can check if they actually make money. And if they do, then why not, go into something like that? So there's so many different articles like this, the top 10 or 15 products on Amazon or whatever, or dope products, whatever. Like, there's so many different ones, and you just go in here, open them up, and check them on Amazon. You have the tools to check it, right? You have Jungle Scout. You can see exactly how much it's making. So you have, such an advantage. These people are making a whole list for you, and now you're able to go and check it out. Now, I'm not going to so that's, we went over a few product research, I think like 7 product research techniques, and I'm not going to show you guys anymore. There are a lot more out there, but the reason I'm not going to show you is because I don't want you guys to be paralyzed by the amount of options that there are. Okay, really, the ones that I showed you were the least known and also the most effective ones that you can do. So everything else, I could have showed you a ton more, but I don't want to cloud your kind of, I don't want to overstimulate your kind of senses. because I want to make sure that you guys are actually going out there and doing the product research and finding the stuff. Again, it will be, frustrating at times, but that's totally fine. It took me 4 weeks to find my first product. 4 weeks. I was searching, I think 7 to 10 hours a day, every single day, not 5 days a week, 7 days a week. And it took me 4 weeks. So believe it or not, it's fine. Your first product will be the longest, and then after that, it'll become easier and easier and easier and easier, and you'll understand what you're looking for, and you understand how to look for it, and that's totally fine. Just go at it and never give up, never stop trying, and that way you cannot fail. If you ever need any help or anything like that, reach out to the Facebook group and also reach out to me, and I will help you guys out. That is pretty much it for this video. Those are 2 more awesome product research methods that will make you a lot of money and find you great products to sell, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now I want to show you guys a super awesome way, probably one of the most powerful ways to actually do product research, and it's through using the section here that says the star rating. Now, the reason we're going to use this section is because, for example, if we go to Amazon and there's a product that has a 4 stars, so let's go to Amazon.com, and we'll go to a product that has 4 stars. So let me just open it up here. Okay. And so this is a product that has 4 stars, and it has certain problems which keep it at a 4 star. So here it is. So essentially, if your whole market is filled with products that are 4 stars, or let's say 3.5 stars, for example, even 3.5 stars is probably a better example. 3.5 stars, then all you have to do is actually, if you can find those products and improve on them, and you can get your product to a 4 star, 4.5 star, or even 5 star, you will absolutely crush the market. So in this case, you can see it's a 4.0. Okay. And the way the ratings work on Amazon is that if you have they round up. So for example, you can only have whole or half stars. So if your product is a 3.7 out of 5, it will round up to a 4. If your product is, it will round down to a 3.5. If your product's at 3.8, it will round up to 4. If your product is at 4.2, it will round down to 4 stars. If your product's 4.3, it will round out to 4.5 stars. So it's very important to actually have your product show the star rating. Like, for example, if they can get it to 4.5 star, it will make a lot more sales than it is now. So I hope that makes sense. So what we want to do here is we actually want to find products that are at the 3.7 mark. So let's say I'll go to so the minimum is 3.7 and the maximum is 3.7. Okay. And we'll actually search. And what it's going to do is again, it's going to pull out the products in these categories that follow these results and that are in, that have 3.7 stars. So let's go into here and we'll see, like, for example, this product right here. Let's open it up and see how much it's making. So it has 3.5 stars, 211 customer reviews, and it's making an absolute killing with $11,000 with 211 reviews. So that's not too many reviews actually to compete against. So you can totally compete against those. And the problem here is that if this product was at a 4 star or a 4.5 star, it would make so much more money. And here's what we can see here. So 3.7, it rounds down to a 3.5. If you can get this to a 3.8, it would show a 4 star here. So it would show 4 stars, and then you would make a lot more money. So in the next module, okay, we're going to show you how to actually differentiate products and how to actually go through the reviews and learn about what the problems are with it, and how to differentiate, how to stand out from the crowd. So this is just a really good way to note down the products that are potentially really good. Just have some minor issues with them that we'll talk about in the next module how to fix. But this is a super, super important way, and one of the best ways actually to find products that are doing really, really well. So it has $11,000 a month, but clearly it can be improved on. You can make it better. You can tweak the product because, this actually might be a pretty good product. So let's go to like eyelash curler. So let's see this. Okay, so these are not necessarily what we're looking for. I think it was electric. So here they are, and see, the whole market is 4 stars, 4 stars. This one, the 4.5. But essentially, if you can improve it to get it to a 4.5 or a 5 star, you're probably going to kill it in this market. So here's another pretty awesome product actually to go into, because there's pretty low reviews with pretty high, revenues and stuff. So electric eyelash curler. The thing is, see, they're all 4 stars, 4 stars, 4 stars, 3.5. If you can get the product to a 4.5 or 5 stars, you can really start to kill the market. And that's, again, we're going to talk more about this in the next module about how to differentiate and how to improve a product. But that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, welcome back to another video. And right now we're going to talk about why exactly competition is good for you. And you know, that might sound counterintuitive at first. That might make no sense at first. But the reality of the situation is that we need competition for what we're doing with private label, we're doing with our business, which is, starting a whole new business where we need to have competition, because we're doing this in a very calculated way where we come into markets that are already making money and we sell, a better improved product, which again, we'll talk about later about how to improve the product and all that stuff. But we're essentially selling a similar product. So for example, here, night vision, not night vision, let's type in night driving. I think that's what I was trying to write. Night driving glasses, basically the same thing, I think. And as you can see, there's a lot of people selling this product. There's some with a lot of reviews. There's, a bunch of different people selling this product. And the reason why this is actually, something we would consider potentially a good product. I mean, in reality, this is actually quite a competitive product at this point. But let's say maybe a year ago, it was a pretty good product to go into. Right now, there's quite a few people with a lot of competition, so I wouldn't recommend it. However, we would have never known that this product is a good product to go in if there weren't already people here making money. So hopefully that makes sense. So essentially, the reason we go into products, or the reasons we buy product, is because we already see certain people in those niches selling those products, making good money. And that's why, right there, that's why competition is good for us. If we went into, our own product that has never had any proven demand for it, that's more of a risk. We don't know if the product will sell. We don't know if the product has demand. We don't know really anything about the product. We're kind of taking a shot in the dark. And that's not what we're here to do. We're here to take calculated risks. We're here to, improve on the products and make the products better than our competitions. We aren't here to create whole new markets or to revolutionize the world. We're here to quietly profit in the background. And that's kind of what I think of this business as. We want to quietly profit in the background. That is the perfect way to say it, right? And essentially, because there are so many people selling this, we know that there is a demand for this product. Same thing with any product. The way that we know this is a good product to go into is if there's demand. So I hope that makes sense for you. And that is the exact reason why competition is actually good for us and why competition is a good thing. See you guys in the next video. How's it going, guys? And welcome to this video where we're going to talk about what perfect products look like, or perfect, as close to perfect as they can get. And the reason I'm making a video like this is because not so you have to try to find an exact perfect product, but I want to show you products that, kind of fit most of the check marks for us. Now, I'm not saying just because I'm showing them here that they're actually good products, but I just want to give you examples of why they may be good products to sell so that you have a better understanding when you go out and find your own products, kind of what we're looking for in general, right? The whole thing is to paint that clear picture of what a good product is and what a bad product is. Now, in this case, guys, we talked about these, a little while ago. It's the magnetic eyelashes. Now, as you can see, we come in here, we see a bunch of different, products. Now, side note, as you can see here, it says sponsored, okay? So disregard the sponsored tabs. These two are sponsored, which means they're paying to show up before everyone else. We'll talk more about sponsoring and advertising and stuff like that later. But essentially, the two first ones, in this case, wherever it says sponsored, just disregard those completely. Don't count that. Just because it has 5 reviews here and 14 reviews here, we're not looking at that. We're looking at the ones that don't have sponsored. 290 reviews, not too much. 91, that's all right. 40, 268, 34, 1. Like, these are not crazy numbers. These are totally fine to be able to compete with. So what we're going to do is open up the Jungle Scout, see how many, how much money they're making. Because remember, we talked about the few things that we look for: high revenue, low reviews, low product, or low amount of competition, stuff like that. And as you can see here, they're making a lot of money. So there's one here, Lamix, 91 reviews, $64,000 a month. Magnetic eyeliner, kit, whatever, 90,000, 34 reviews. Guys, this actually might be a good product. I don't know why I'm showing you guys this, but essentially the reason why I'm saying this is a good product is because it has, assuming this product is not restricted, okay? I'm assuming this product is not restricted. I don't know that. I have no idea. I have none the due diligence to know, and I'll show you guys later how to do. But essentially, assuming everything is totally cool with Amazon, this product has low reviews, high revenue, Everybody on the first page is making money with pretty low reviews, except for this guy has 600 reviews. That's fine. This guy has 957. But essentially, there's so many people who have low reviews that are making money. So if you just come in here and sell a similar thing, you'd probably make a lot of money too. Remember in the last video, we talked about why competition is good. And this is the reason, because everyone's making money. So if you came in here, you're probably making money too. The price points look pretty good for most of them. That's awesome. And the reality is this probably has a really good profit margin. Now we don't know that because, we haven't gone to that step yet. And I'll show you guys how to estimate it later. But, really like how much could this possibly cost? It's just like some little tiny thing that goes on your like eyelash. Like it's so small. Another thing is, if you're thinking about shipping cost, they're so small, they're so tiny that and they're very, very light, which means that, shipping probably isn't too much either, right? We also, remember I mentioned we have to think about, the weight of the package and also the volume of the package. The package is this small and it's tiny and it doesn't weigh much. So obviously the shipping costs aren't going to be too much. The product probably doesn't cost too much, and having like a $16.98 or even a $30, you're probably killing it with the profit margin on that one. So essentially that's how you kind of figure out, this is kind of a perfect product situation, okay? Or as close to perfect as you can get. Again, you don't need to be checking off all these boxes. It's fine if your product maybe is a little heavier or, the shipping costs a little more. That's fine. Excuse me. It's not a big deal. But I'm just trying to show you exactly what we're kind of looking for here, okay? Another thing is silicone wedding rings, okay? And silicone wedding rings are it's crazy because look at this one, right? It sells for, let's say this one, $7. Now, this is probably not the best profit margin, but essentially, let's see. So 4 of these are for $10.99. You can get these for probably like pennies. They are very, very light because they're wedding bands, right? They go on your finger. They're very, very light. They, the profit margin is probably crazy on them, and the shipping cost is very low. So you can really make some good money on these. Now, obviously, the price point's a little low, so I haven't checked these. I just remember looking at them a few months ago, whatever they were doing. They were priced a little higher. But what if we just do silicone wedding rings and see how these go? But essentially, they won't break. Because they're rubbery, whatever. They go $12.93. They won't break. They're super cheap. They probably have great profit margin. The shipping is very, very low on them. Kind of everything just seems like perfect. Like silicone is very, very cheap. And yeah, so this is another kind of perfect product. The only thing being that it's a little bit low on the price point. And one thing to note about that is that usually you won't find the perfect product. Like I said, everything checks out with this product. Everything is good except the price point is a little lower than we would like. Does that mean it's a bad product? No. Does that mean it's not a great product to go into? No. In this case, though, it's not a good product to go into because there's a lot of competition with a lot of reviews. I was just trying to show you what a actual, kind of ideal product would look like. So anyways, guys, I hope you did enjoy that. I hope you did get something from that, and I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up, guys? Eve here, and I wanted to talk to you guys right now about patents and how to do a patent check. Now, I'm not an attorney, so don't take what I'm saying. If you want, go out and get an attorney and talk to them. But this is something that I do personally, and it's from my experience. I want to help you guys out. So first of all, patents obviously are protected by the owner. You can't sell patented products, illegal, and they can sue you. They can just do really bad things to you. So you don't want to do that. So how do we avoid, selling something that's patented? Now, one way is going to Google Patents and searching up whatever the product is in here. Now, realistically, this is going to be 99% inaccurate most of the time. Even if you probably won't find anything, it's hard to use. Even if the stuff that you find there might not be super accurate. So don't you really use this. You can just for your own sake, but never go into a product before getting a patent search done. So go to Fiverr. It's just a place where you can, pay people like $5 or $10, whatever, and they'll do, basically anything for you. So in this case, the person I personally use, I type in patent search, have a link down below that you can use and just type in patent search. And I use this guy, Pro USA. He's the one I've used for all my products, never had a problem with him every single time. He's done a great job, and I'm not affiliated to him in any way, but he has 1,000 reviews with 5 stars. He's killing it. He's doing a great job, and it's only 20 Canadian dollars, which is probably around 15 US dollars. So it's very, very cheap. Now, when you would need, when would you actually need to get a patent search done? Right now in this stage, like in the product research stage, I'm just throwing this out there for you because I want you to understand that, products can be patented. I would not get a patent search until I'm ready to contact suppliers. So once you found a good product, once you know which product you want to sell, right before you go to contact suppliers, you want to get a patent search done to see if it's even worth your time. If the product is patented, then there's no point of contacting suppliers, because the reality is Chinese suppliers or any suppliers, usually they won't really care if a product's patented, like especially Chinese suppliers. They'll sell you a patented product any day of the week and they don't even care. It's on your onus to like know that the product's patented. So make sure before you're ready, once you've chosen your product and you think it's good, and right before you're about to go contact suppliers, that's when you get this patent search done, just to make sure that your product isn't patented. Because the last thing you want is, you know, to get sued or to be stuck with a whole bunch of inventory that you can't sell because, you know, you got a patent claim, you know, on your product on Amazon and they took you down. That's the last thing you want. So that's pretty much that for, you know, the patent stuff. Remember, I'm not a patent attorney, but that's just my experience and I want to share with you. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and right now I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a like a different tool we're going to use for free right now. It's called Helium 10, and we're going to use one of the free tools that it provides for us. So just come in here, you know, link in the description. You can come in here and download this for free if you don't already have it. And what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys exactly what we're going to use here. We're going to use a graph that's embedded into our Amazon listing or into any Amazon listing on Amazon. And the reason why is because we want to kind of see, you know, when we open up the Jungle Scout, we can only see how much it's making right now. We can't see how much it was making before. We can't see the trends or the different, you know, sales, fluctuations. If it was doing good before, it's not doing good now. We really need to understand how to read this graph that I'm going to show you right now. So this graph right here is very, very important. As you can see at the bottom, you have the dates, okay, so the different days, and at the top you have the seller's rank. So every product on Amazon has a seller's rank, and you can see this when you scroll all the way down, and you get to the item specifications right here, product information. You can see it says best seller's rank, and it's 2,341 in patio, lawn, and garden. This means that this product is the 2,341st best-selling product in patio, lawn, and garden, in the patio, lawn, and garden category, which is obviously a pretty big category. And being, you know, the 2,000th bestseller, you're probably making a lot of money because, you know, there's a lot of products in patio, lawn, and garden. Now, if, for example, you know, a product that's, let's say, the 1,000th bestseller, it will be making more money than this product. So that's kind of how it works. Bestsellers, if you're the first bestseller in the patio, lawn, and garden, you're making the most sales and the most money, more likely than anyone else, right? So that's how the bestsellers work. So basically what this allows us to do is see a bestsellers rank over time. So we kind of see it over time. On the top, you can see 24 hours, you can see 7 days, 30 days, 90 days, all time. And you can see the different fluctuations. So it's really good to tell. The blue line is our price. So the price point, and the pink one is the different ranks. And what we're looking for is we don't want to see a lot of fluctuations like this. So this is when the product was first starting, it was fluctuating all over the place. But then at the end, it started to even out and started to, you know, bottom out. The lower the lower to the point, the better, and the more sales the product is making. So if you see something like this, that's not great, right? The bottoms is like, you know, what is it? Like 17th or like 10,000th bestseller, and at the top is like 120,000. So you don't really want to, you know, that's a lot. Those are some huge variations. We want to see, you know, kind of like here, right? If we go in the past 90 days, you can see, or let's say the past 30 days, you can see that the highest point is, you know, 4,400, and the lowest point is probably like 1,400. So that's much smaller than the gap before. The gap before was like 100,000, and this gap is only like 3,000. So it's obviously much better in the past 30 days. It's been, you know, it's stabled out a lot more, and that's really good for us. Now, and the reason why you'd want to know this is because, for example, you know, products like Halloween decorations, okay? Obviously, you know, if it's not October right now, it's probably not selling very well. So for example, if we open up like, let's open up like this product, and let's see how much it's doing. So let's wait for the, you know, graph to appear. It's going to embed itself into the listing in just a second. All right, so here it is. And as you can see, the rank is, you know, pretty steady around, you know, the 100,000 mark. So it's not selling very well. You know, it has a pretty high bestsellers rank, 71,000, not too great. If we go to the past 1 year though, or all time, you can see what happens here, right? So it's fluctuating all over the place. And by the way, if you see a yellow graph, if you ever see a yellow price point, don't worry about that. Just neglect it. Only look at the blue one. But you can see it goes all over the place. But then in October, so you can see October, it goes super low. And then after October is done, it fluctuates all over the place. And then October goes super low. And pop quiz, what happens during those low points, it's selling a lot of units. And that's normal. That's pretty, expected, because obviously when it's, Halloween, if this is a seasonal product, during October when Halloween is, you're going to sell a lot more for a product like this. The rest of the year, no one's really looking at this. That's why it's all over the place. So that's why it's super, super nice to be able to understand and read this graph, because you can, the graph can tell you a lot about the product and the history of the product and how the product is done, so that you have a better understanding, if you're going into the product, what to expect from it, right? It's, when are the best months to sell? When are the, what are the trends that are happening? And it's just really good to understand, and be able to read what's going on here. Also, you can see what's going on with the prices, right? Like, look, they're lowering prices here, they're raising prices, they're playing around with stuff, and you can just see kind of, it just tells you a lot about the product, and I want you guys to be able to read this and understand it. So we'll talk more about this in the future videos, but that's basically an introduction to this, to this graph and exactly how to read it and why we want to use it. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and let's talk about some Fulfillment by Amazon fees. So obviously no one likes these, but this is what we have to pay Amazon for everything that they're doing for us, right? They're doing the, picking and the storing of the product, they're doing the shipping of our product, they're doing everything for us, and there are certain, fees you got to pay for that. So the one fee that is usually going to be the same no matter what is the referral fee. Now, this is a fee that every single person that sells on Amazon has to pay, and it's 15% of any product. So it's, I think, usually depends on the category, but it's about 15% on average for every category. So just safe, a safe bet is just to assume 15% for every single category. So of the revenue price of whatever you sell. So if you sell for $20, 15% of it goes straight to Amazon, just for kind of the privilege of selling on Amazon. Okay. The second fee they're actually going to do is, since we're doing FBA, which means Fulfillment by Amazon, they're going to store the product for us. They're going to pick the product for us. They're going to do everything for us. And they obviously are going to need some money for that, because that's not free, right? So basically, depending on the volume of your product, so how big your product is, what kind of box it needs, and also how much it weighs, Amazon is going to charge you different amounts. So as you can see here, 10 ounces or less, $241, 10 plus to 16 ounces, $248. And you can come here, I'll leave this as a resource down below, you can come check it out. But really, this is not going to tell you too much. What we're going to do is we're going to use a tool that Amazon allows us to use to determine what our fees are going to be for our product. So let's assume that we want to sell this product right here. Okay, let's say that, we want to sell something very similar to this, we want to make it better or whatever, we want to sell something that's almost like this, right? So what you're going to want to do is grab the most comparable product to what you want to sell and come into the URL. So over here, you're going to see, it goes like these huge capital letters. Where are they? Shoot, I just missed them right here. B07, it's going to be different for every single product. This is kind of the unique identifier for any product. It usually looks like this, and it's capitalized. Okay, so it's really not hard to find this. So find that. Then I'm going to leave you a resource down below. It's called the Fulfillment by Amazon Revenue Calculator. This is again going to tell us how many fees we're going to pay, what it's going to kind of look like, how much it's going to cost for us, because we're going to need these costs before we go to contact suppliers to figure out if this is even going to be profitable for us, right? If the fees are outrageous, then we might not want to sell it, right? So luckily, Amazon does provide this for us. So we're just going to paste this in here and press search, and then make sure that this is the product you're actually looking for. Like this is the product we were looking to get. And now you'll see that it has, so don't worry about your fulfillment here. Just look at the column Amazon fulfillment, because we're doing Amazon fulfillment. So the item price we said was, let's say we're going to sell it for a similar price, $19.98. If you want to sell it at a different price, you can put it in here also. Okay, so let's say $19.98. We're going to use that one there. Then ship to Amazon costs. So this is different, right? Because we don't know, what the shipping cost is going to be. So just leave that blank for now. And cost of product, leave that blank as well. We'll use this once we actually contact suppliers. We can come back to here and actually use this and fill those in later to see how much profit and stuff we're going to have. So we will come back in here once we have, the actual cost of the product. But first we want to see what the actual fees are going to look like. And we're just going to press calculate. All right, so as you can see here, okay, so we have the price here. As you can see, the selling on Amazon fee, so the referral fee is $3 from the 20. And then we also have the Fulfillment by Amazon fee, which is $3.31. So total that's left out for us is $13.61 after only Amazon fees. We haven't accounted for the cost of the product, and we haven't accounted for the cost of the shipping. Now, let's just assume for this situation, because I want to explain to you guys a couple more things. Let's assume that the shipping to Amazon costs us $1. Never assume, I'm just showing you this as an example. And let's say it costs us $2 to get the product. Calculate. So now, as you can see, okay, our net profit is $10.67. Our net margin is 53%. So you can see how you can start to play around with this and see, how the products are going to be, right? If you decide to sell this for $30, you'll see how it's going to change. So if we calculate that, you see the referral fee, because it's 15%, it goes up. So you can play around with it like that. Now, this is a really awesome tool. I'll leave it below. You can, have it for your own research and stuff to figure out how much it's going to cost you. But another easier way to do this is actually with the Helium 10, Chrome extension. So, like I said, we download the Chrome extension, and this is completely free for you as well, because we haven't paid for anything yet. You go to the profitability calculator. So once you open it up, you can see that, it shows you basically all the same things. It'll show you the unit manufacturing cost. So we'll just delete that for now, just put it to 0. The freight cost, put it to 0. And you can see that it's $13.66. It's basically the same exact thing as that. So this is really, really awesome. You can use the profitability calculator to check out similar things, basically the same thing as the revenue calculator, but it's really easy because it's right here and it'll automatically pull up all the information for this product. So again, pick that up down below and download that. Now, one more thing we need to talk about is the FBA long-term storage fees, okay? Nobody likes to hear this, but if your product, okay, God forbid, doesn't actually sell, you got into a bad product or it's not selling or it's not doing well, Amazon has this thing called long-term storage fees. And after 6 months, if your product does not sell, so if your product stays in their warehouse, they're storing it for you and whatever, then after 6 months, they're going to start charging you long-term storage fees, which start to add up a lot. So if if your product's not selling, sometimes it's even, probably the best idea is just to chuck it, and Amazon will actually, throw it out for you for a small fee. I think 15 cents per unit, as you can see here. They'll actually, dispose of all the inventory, because long-term storage fees can get very, very crazy. And I'm not going to go too much in depth into how much they're going to be and whatever, because it really depends on the product and how much space you're taking up and how many products you have. But long-term storage fees are really, really, really bad. So you don't want to order too many units, because you want to make sure that you sell out of it in 6 months, before 6 months, okay? Right as 6 months happens, you're going to start getting charged crazy rates, and that's really, really bad. So make sure to avoid long-term storage fees, like the plague. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Hope you understood everything. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you guys in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here. Today we're going to talk about how to make sure that your product sells all year round, because the last thing you want to do is come into a product thinking it's selling well, and then you miss the season, or you realize that it's seasonal and it only sells at a certain time of the year, and the rest of the year it doesn't sell at all. So one great example for this was actually Jello syringe shots, or Jello shot syringes. Now, I didn't know that these were actually seasonal, but they really, really are. Okay. And if you guys don't know, these are basically, I think, used during Halloween for whatever reason. I think these are like for parties during Halloween and stuff. And these products, again, are seasonal. And I want to make sure that whenever you find a product you think is good, you make sure that it actually sells year round. Okay. You can make a lot of money selling seasonal stuff, but usually as a first product, you want to kind of have it sell all year round. That's just ideal stuff, right? If you want to sell seasonal stuff, that's possible, and you can make a lot of money doing that too. But again, it's more risk involved in that. So I want to show you how to make sure that your products actually are selling all year round. Now, one thing you want to do is, for example, go into your, we talked a little bit about this in the, in the module about, or in the lesson about the Helium 10 graph. But as you can see here, okay, it's selling perfectly fine, or it's kind of not selling that great. And then in October, okay, it sells a lot, and then it goes back to not selling anything. So basically, if you go to the all-time graph, even, you can see every October it does really well, and the rest of the year it doesn't do well at all. So that's one way to know, right? If you see, really, really low, peaks and troughs like that, that probably means your product is a little bit seasonal, and you don't want to do that. The next thing you can do is go to Google Trends, and then type in your product in here. So let's say, for example, Jello shot syringe, okay? And let's search it up. If you guys don't know what Google Trends is, basically it'll show up all the different, across Google, all the different searches for it, and it'll tell you, where the interest is. So as you can see, it's interest over time. So we'll show you, what times of the year people are searching for this the most. Obviously, Google is the biggest search engine in the world, so it knows, a few things. So as you can see here, throughout the year, it's doing, whatever. But then obviously in October, it starts to peak and it goes up to 100, and 100 is the highest you can get. So it was getting the most searches in October, and then as you can see, in the end of October, November, it just dies off to essentially nothing. So another thing you can do, that right there wouldn't satisfy me enough, right? That's just for the past year, but you never really know. So what I like to do is I like to go to past 12 months instead of past 12 months. I like to go to like 2004 to present, for example. And if you're seeing huge peaks and troughs, so for example, right here, right, you can see peak, then year later, peak, then year later, peak, and peak, and peak. And, that just kind of shows that it's trending. If it's all in the same month, so let's see, so that's in October 2014, that's in October 2015, that's in October 2016, and this one, it's kind of hard to hover there, but I'm guessing it's 17, 18, right? And another thing, if you want to just see like past 5 years, is also a cool setting to look at. And you can see October-ish, right? Then another one in probably October. See, October. So that's how you know it's seasonal. If it's peaking always in like 1 month, that's how you know it's seasonal. That's one way to do it. Also, make sure you're in the actual country that you're looking in. Like if you're selling the US, look for United States. If you're in the UK, you can change this to UK. United Kingdom. If you're in Germany, do it that way, and that's how you're going to know for each searches for the different marketplaces and stuff. Again, that's one way to check. Well, that's actually 2 ways to check that your product isn't seasonal. So make sure your products aren't seasonal, because it's going to really suck if you aren't expecting it to be so. I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're going to talk about how to actually know what's the best pack or set to put your product into. And if you don't understand what that means, basically, as you can see, these products are coming in a set of like, 6 or 8 or whatever. So these are just one, 12th pack. So how to know, like, 2-pack, which is the best one, right? How many do people want? And, this is I'm guessing it's a 5-pack or whatever. And you need to know, like, if you're going to sell a set of something, like, there's a set of 2 here, set of 4 here. What do people actually want? What's the most searched for thing? And, you need to know that, because if you're trying to make, do something in a set or a pack or something like that, you need to know. What we're going to do is we're going to use Amazon's own search, data again. So we're going to write, let's say if you're selling a tumbler. By the way, this is not a good product sell, so don't do it. But let's say tumbler, you'd write set of 6. That's the autofill. Then there's set of 2, set of 4, set of 6, right? So I would say that 6, 2, or 4 is what you want to do. Tumbler set of 3 is all the way down here. Tumbler set of 12 is all the way down here. So you don't want to do 3 or 12. Those are, not really that great. Another thing we can do is wine tumbler. And if you're selling exactly a wine tumbler, set of 2 is the best. Set of 4, then set of 6. So, depending on what kind of tumbler, apparently wine tumbler, set of 2 is the most searched for. You can also go like pack of 2. As you can see, that's, the best search. And you can do this for any product. Let's say you're doing disposable plates, set for 50, okay? Set of 8. So you can see anything like that. So let's say gold rimmed plastic cups, set. Okay, well then you can see cups 12 ounces. So that's another thing. So let's say you're trying to figure out which ounces you want to have. So 12 ounces is obviously the most popular, then 16 ounces, then 9 ounces. So, pack of 50. And this is how you're going to do. Just play around with it and figure out, which one is autofilling the highest, which are the highest ones, and then down. So if it says everywhere set of 2 is an autofill, you want to do set of 2. And that's how you pick which kind of pack to do. The most searched for is obviously where you want to be. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. That's how you figure out which kind of sets to do and how many to add in your set or your pack or whatever. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? And right now I'm going to show you how to determine which other products to sell with your brand. So like I said, we're building a brand here, right? So let's say you found your first product, you like it. Let's say it's a snorkel mask, okay, for example. Also probably not the most ideal product. I'm just showing you this as an example. Let's say you have a snorkel mask, you're selling it, everything's going great, and you want to know how to actually, where else to go into. Like before you actually, pick a product, you kind of want to know kind of a little bit of an idea of where you want to take your brand, right? If your product doesn't really have anywhere to go into a brand or just, to grow into a brand, it might be difficult because, like I said, we're trying to build a brand. And if your product is just a standalone product that can't really be grown into a brand, it may be more difficult. So one thing to have in the back of your head is, okay, if I sell this product, it might be pretty good. It'll do good for me, but where do I go after this? And lucky for us, Amazon actually gives us this information. Because Amazon has all the information and they want customers to spend more money, what they actually do is, if you scroll down, they've aggregated a little thing called frequently bought together. And this is gold for you as a seller. You can instantly see right into the mind of every single person who's buying this product. Or not every single person, most of the people who are buying this product. Most, the items most frequently bought together is this mask, so the mask that we're on. And then they usually also buy this. I'm guessing this is like an anti-fog thing for the mask, and also snorkels. So those are two great products to actually grow your brand into later on. So that kind of proves to us, okay, if this product is great, it's good, assuming it is, we also have two more products that are really awesome to go into as well. You can grow your brand into like the snorkeling, traveling thing. And there's a lot of things that a person who buys this product might also want those two as well. And as you can see, those are proven, or you don't have to think of those yourself. They're proven because Amazon shows it to us themselves. They show us exactly what a bunch of customers are also buying. So that's pretty much it for this video. Keep that at the back of your head. Think about other products you can sell later on to actually grow out your brand. And this is a great way to help you plan that. That's pretty much it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and right now I'm going to show you guys a really awesome trick to know exactly how much your competition is selling every single day. Basically, the exact amounts. Now, Jungle Scout is awesome, and when you pull it up, it's going to show you very, very accurate, but it's still not 100% accurate, right? It's still an estimate. It uses the BSR rank. It uses just a bunch of different stuff that Amazon gives them, and it's an estimate, a very highly accurate estimate, but not exactly 100% right. And if you want to know the 100% accurate, amount they're selling every single day, you got to do this trick. Now, what you want to do is find your competitor or find someone that you're, the most comparable product to what you're going to sell. Go click on add to cart and add it to your cart. Then go to the cart section. And when you go in here, you're going to see I've already put one in here, but essentially what we can do is we go to quantity and you tell Amazon that we want to buy 10 plus. So then it gives you a quantity field, and we're going to just put in 999 because that's the biggest amount of inventory that we can actually see. Then we're going to press update. And as you can see, it says the seller only has 779 of these available. To see more, blah, blah, okay? Now, many of you guys probably just saw how awesome this trick is, but essentially what you do is you look at what time it is right now. So let's say it's 7 o'clock. Basically, you do the 999 trick. You write down 779 units, okay, on like a piece of paper, on a tracking paper that you're going to use, or an Excel sheet, or whatever you want. Then you come back 24 hours later and you do the 999 trick again. And if they've sold anything, you'll see that they sold a unit. So let's say, come back tomorrow and it's going to be 770. That means they sold 9 units in the past 24 hours. And you do that for a week, and then you know exactly how many units they sell. Now, there is there is a way to stop this, and a lot of people nowadays are stopping it. So like this guy, for example, he's making a lot of money. But if we try to do the 999 trick on him and see how much he's making, so we do 999, press update. He says the seller has a limit of 1 per customer. So they don't actually show us how many. Now that sucks, and that's, something that we're gonna have to deal with. But maybe sometimes your competitors are, still kind of newbies, and they don't actually put a max order quantity. So you can actually use this to know exactly how much they're selling. Now we're gonna talk about how you can prevent, people doing this to you later on in the modules. But right now I wanna show you guys how you're able to actually see exactly how much your competitors are making. In a case like this, okay, when this guy isn't, he has a max order quantity, what you can do is you can just go to their listing. Again, take their ASIN. Remember, it's this, string of capital letters and numbers. We're going to go to Jungle Scout web app, okay? And then we're going to go to find products and then product tracker. Now, if you guys don't know what this is, basically it's just going to track a product for us, how many sales, all this kind of stuff for us. Just gives us a bunch of data. And we're going to input their, their ASIN. We're going to press search, and it's going to add basically to our list here. So as you can see here, it says, right now it says not applicable. So basically they're scouting, they're gathering the data, they're doing everything to figure out, all the information. But essentially what it's going to do, and I'll show you what it does. So right here it's gathering data, but I already pulled another one up here before just to show you guys, so you guys can see what happens. Now in this case, it gives you a little graph. So even if, it has a max order quantity, you're still able to see estimated how much it sells every single day. So essentially, as you can see here, the orange bar is the unit sold. So every single day you can see, how it fluctuates. The blue in the background, basically it's at its max because they're saying that they believe that there's 999 units of inventory. They don't know exactly. Again, it's a guess, but they're assuming that's 999 units. I think it's going to say that for every single person who has max order quantity set because they don't know. Then you can see the rank. So the bestsellers rank is this trailing thing. Remember, we talked about bestsellers rank. What that means, the lower the rank, the more money it's making. And essentially you get all that information here day by day. And here's another one we can check. And you can kind of see how that's working too. And this is going to help you estimate how much it's selling. Basically, they determine, the units sold based on the BSR and all that kind of stuff. And that's how you know how that works. So you see how the BSR is low here and the units sold is high. That's how they do their algorithm things, basically. So you get a bigger picture into how it's doing week by week. All right, so that's pretty much that for this video. Again, this is included in your Jungle Scout subscription, and you'll be able to do this again for free with every single product that you choose to track. So that's a little trick, and also how to get around that trick. And that's pretty much it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now I want to show you guys kind of the whole big picture thing. So while you're doing product research, I want you to be able to get a estimate on if your product is even worth pursuing, and contacting suppliers and manufacturers. So we're right on the cusp of moving to the manufacturer and supplier module, and I want to kind of show you the whole process before even contacting suppliers. And what I'm trying to say is that you don't want to contact suppliers if there is no chance of your product being profitable in the first place. And I want to show you guys a quick way to kind of figure out if your product has the possibility of being profitable for you. So let's assume we're doing this product, right? We open up Jungle Scout. Let's assume everything looks good, low reviews, high revenue. The niche looks good. The market has high revenue and low reviews as well. Everything just looks awesome, okay? But we don't know about, product cost and kind of stuff like that. So we need to understand if it's even worth contacting. So what I do is I'd open up Helium 10. So remember we had the Helium 10 extension, go to Profitability Calculator. We talked about this a little bit. Now the first thing I like to do is go to Estimated Freight Cost, just put that to 0 because that's going to be too difficult for us to kind of do it that way. Now, what I like to do also, so you have the unit margin, unit manufacturing cost. So it's $398. Now that's a complete guesstimate. Like we don't really know that. So I delete that as well. And basically what we need to fill here is we need to change this to dollars, other costs, and we need to put the estimated cost here and then the estimated shipping here. And let me show you exactly how to do that. So we're going to go to Alibaba.com. Now don't worry, we're going to talk about this so much more in detail in the next module. This is where we're going to, source, this is kind of a website that's going to allow us to source from China and from a lot of, places, really, really cheap places. Again, we're going to talk about all of that in a little bit, but basically, if you want to have a better estimate of how much this is going to cost, you just come in here, Alibaba.com, and you type in, let's say we're, blue light blocking glasses. That's the keyword we're kind of searching for. Now, what you want to do is you just want to come in here and look at what the prices are. So let's say we're looking at this one and just try to find this most similar product. I think this one right here is pretty similar, $350. $2 to $9, $390. So you just want to take the kind of average prices, $360, $380. I would say on the highest end, worst comes to worst, this is probably about $4 a unit or $450 a unit. So, try to be super conservative with your numbers. So I'm going to say $450, okay, per unit just for manufacturing. Now this is a pretty small product, so I don't really know about the shipping costs. I would assume $1 to $2, but that's only because I've been doing this for a long time, so it's easier for me to assume how much it's going to cost. It's okay if you can't put shipping costs in here. That's fine. Even if you keep this to 0, it's going to give you a better idea of what your profit margins are going to look like. So for example, let's just put 2 just so I can explain to you what's going on here. So the net is basically after spending the fees, so it shows you FBA fees here, right? It also shows you the 15% referral fee. And then after everything, you'll have a net margin, so net profit margin of $7.02 from January to September, and $7.16, $7.20, and then $7.16 from October to December. That's because the storage fees change different times. So these prices, right? So the FBA fees and stuff like that, and the storage fees right here. See, during January to September, it's 1 cent and then during October to December it's 5 cents, and that's fine. It's not a big deal. This is negligible amount of money, so don't really worry about that. It's around $7.20 profit margin. The margin percentage is about 40%, so you can see here 40%. Then you can see ROI. So remember we spoke about ROI. It's return on investment. We want to have a high return on investment, because if you have a low return on investment, it'll be very hard for you with cash flow. So it'll be hard for you to reinvest and then reinvest more inventory and buy more inventory later. And we'll talk about that again in the future. Basically, just remember you want to have a really high ROI. The higher the better. I would say 150% and higher. 200% is like amazing. 150% I think is minimum where you want to be. So this would check out there as well. It's 159. Around 158% ROI, which is great. And you'll be able to do this as well. Now, this is just a quick estimate, right? So this just shows me that there's a possibility for this to be a fairly successful product, right? For example, if I looked at Alibaba and it said it's going to be $10, right? For just manufacturing would be $10. Then I would look down here and I'd be like, okay, my profit margin would only be $1.70. My margin percentage, so my profit margin percentage would only be 9.5%, and my ROI would only be 17%. So that's not good enough for me to even go out and waste my time contacting suppliers. That's just not a product that I can, make profitable. So this is just a quick way to do a quick check to see if it's even worth contacting suppliers. So imagine you're doing product research, you find a product, you write it down on your list, then you run this quick test, go on Alibaba, check if it's good, put it in this thing. If it checks out, write it down on your list as, must contact suppliers. Like, this product, I must reach out to suppliers because it's a pretty good product. Everything looks good. And that's that. So that's how we're going to build our list. And once you have at least 3 to 5 products that are pretty decent, then go out and start contacting suppliers. And then after that, we're going to narrow it down from about 3 to 5 to your number one product. You never want to go and reach out to contact suppliers with only one product, because then it kind of leaves you limited to that one product. You want to have options. So go find 3 to 5 products that, potentially, everything looks good here. The niche looks good. They have, high revenue, low reviews. Everything just looks kind of good, like what we kind of went through in this whole module. Then pack it all up, put it in this calculator. Everything looks good. Then write it on your list to contact suppliers. And in the next module, guys, that's when things are going to get fun. We're going to start actually contacting suppliers about your product list. And basically that's pretty much that. So I will see you guys in the next module. Welcome back, guys. Now I want to talk to you guys about bringing this whole product research thing together, right? We've talked about so many different product research methods, different things that you can do to actually, find a product. But now I want to show you guys kind of what I would say is maybe a little bit of an endless loop, and I'll explain why you want that, to help you continue to find profitable products and, just really get the, the gears moving here. All right. So basically, we talked about how to use Jungle Scout, the web app, to find products. We've talked about how to use other websites to find products. We talked about the best sellers list. We talked about a whole bunch of different places to start off at to start, finding these products. You can literally start with any initial, one that I talked about, any initial place to start the product research. The only thing that's important is you find a first interesting product to go after. And I'm going to show you how to tie this whole thing together. I personally, if I was you guys, I would use the Jungle Scout web app. I think it's a great place to start, especially give you a starting point to really do this next thing that we're going to talk about. So for example, and I've kind of set this up just to show you guys an example of how this can work really well. And so, like I said, basically what we're doing is we just need a starting point to kick off our product research. And from there, you kind of want to go into a little bit of an endless loop. And the reason I say that is because you want to go deeper and deeper into niches and different products to find products that maybe you wouldn't find elsewhere, right? So for example, let's say you put your different metrics in here, and you popped up barbecue gloves, and let's say it popped up this product in particular, okay? Let's just say this fit your criteria. What you want to do from here is, and this is what I do personally when I'm doing my product research, is you actually want to go into, so let's say this product, maybe it's not ideal for you, or you're not really into it, or you don't think it'll be a great product, right? Don't give up on it, because what you want to do is you want to go into the storefront. And we talked about the storefront method a little bit, right? So from here, you want to go into the storefront. of the seller. And then now what you want to do is you want to open up the Jungle Scout, and this is where the endless loop comes in. All right, and so this guy has a ton of different products that are making good money, but one in particular is this product. Looks like a super cheap product to go into. It's like a plastic film of a chair. So what you can do here is, let's say you decide this is something interesting. So you open this up, or you open up any other product on there that looks interesting to you, and from here you can go in and you can type in. You go to all departments. So let's say you decide, you know what, you do your preliminary research on this product. Maybe it's not ideal for you. You maybe don't want to go into a market like this, right? Then you can go in and you can just type in the main keyword of the market. So chair protector. Okay, I think that's it. And so you come in here, you can see all these chair protectors are a little bit different than the ones that you saw, right? Which means that actually, to be honest, this could be a pretty good product to go into, because there really aren't many people who have this kind of, so there's one person here, but everything else is kind of like this. So actually this could be a good product just in general. But let's say, scroll down. I'm just going to do this in real time with you guys. Scroll down, and what you want to do from here is just, let's say, open up a different seller. So let's say we open up like this seller. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but let's see, sold by Neo Sales. So now you want to continue the loop. So we didn't like that product, but we found something else that looked interesting to us, and we click on the storefront, and then we go into their storefront, and we look at what other products they're selling. And what you can do is you can open up the Jungle Scout again. So I didn't plan this, by the way, this part. And so I'm just gonna go in real time with you guys. So this actually looks like a pretty serious brand. So maybe it's not the best example here, but you can see that this product that we found here. So this one's making $112,000, but look at what else is in here. Look how many other products are in here. So this one's $50,000 with only 52 reviews. So I don't know what this is. Clog remover. Okay, so great thing to go into. So I click on that. Now we're here. Let's do the main keyword, premium drain snake. So okay, so it's a drain snake. So all departments, and then let's do drain snake, right? So, and then from here, you'll go into here and you can find, like, what is this? Drain X Pro Steel Drum Auger Plumbing Snake. So that looks interesting to me, right? We can scroll down, we can find anything else. So look at this stuff, right? I don't even know what this is. There's like drain guns or something. So let's open up the Jungle Scout here. And I'm just showing you a quick example of how we started off at barbecue gloves and how we somehow got to drain snakes and then into, some sort of machine drain snake or something. I don't know. So let's let this load. But essentially from here, you just continue that storefront method and you go deeper and deeper and deeper into different random niches, and somehow you'll get into some pretty weird places. But look at this, right? So this is obviously a very competitive market, right? 5,000 reviews, 2,000 reviews. This really doesn't fit our thing exactly, but you can always find products that are maybe a little bit different here or a little bit strange, that you can actually look deeper into those sellers and see maybe other products that they're selling. So let's see what else they have here. So I don't know. Let's just go into this one that I opened, this steel one. Go into DrainX. Okay, DrainX seems like a pretty big brand. I'm not sure. Go into their storefront and see what else they sell. So these guys seem like they only sell this stuff. So, okay. Anyway, so what I'm trying to show you here is that you can get into some really weird places by just doing this. And then, sometimes you will go down a road that doesn't have an ending, right? Let's say or rather it has an ending, and you kind of, find it, you reach a dead end. That's totally fine. All that means you have to do is just go back to, let's say, your Jungle Scout or your different websites or your bestsellers list, and just click on a different product and then do the exact same thing. Go into their storefront, find a cool product, look at that market, find the best one there or find a different one there, go into their storefront. And so, until you find another dead end, and then you just click the next product. And so basically what this allows you to do is go down, some pretty long rabbit holes where you can find some products. Like we started off with barbecue gloves and we got into like whatever this is, or we started with barbecue gloves, and we get the chair protectors, which actually seems like a pretty good product to go into. And then, you can even come back here and you can click on other stuff in here that is just like, so, okay, that's the memory foam lumbar sport. So that I know is a pretty competitive market. But you can get into some, look, there's like 5 pages here. So look at what all other stuff they do. Furniture cap, bed stoppers, like, that could be pretty interesting, right? And then, go from there, you type in bed stoppers, whatever. So you kind of understand what I mean here. And so this is how you really want to put everything together, everything that you learned, and actually, start to combine the different methods together. My personal favorite, like I said, was the Jungle Scout into the storefront, and then from there look into different products that those people sell. That's right now the most effective and best way to find products, in my personal opinion. Hopefully you guys start to see some success with that, and hopefully this helped you out. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now I want to talk to you guys about the product validation sheet that I've made for you. What this is going to do is this is going to really help you understand if your products that you're finding are good products, and how to better understand or how to better narrow down your list of potential products. All right, so let me just walk you through how we do this here, and then you can use it yourself as well. And also, all you're gonna have to do is click the link below, or below this video. It's gonna take you to the sheet, and then you go to a file, and then make a copy, because you won't be able to edit this one. You're gonna have to make your own copy on your own Google Sheets, and you'll be able to use it that way. So over here, what you want to do is you want to put in the main keyword of the product that you're looking for. So let's assume that you found let me just give you guys an example here, Amazon.com. So let's say we are looking at spatula. All right. So spatulas have all sorts of different kinds of spatulas, right? There are rubber spatulas, there are metal spatulas, there are plastic spatulas. There's just a whole bunch of different things. So when you are looking for a product, let's say we find this product right here, and we want to sell this product. This is a plastic spatula. We cannot compare this spatula to this spatula, because this spatula is made out of rubber and this one is made out of plastic. And we also can't compare it to this one. This one is made out of stainless steel, and this one is made out of plastic, like I said. So basically, when you are comparing your products, so let's say we're doing the main keyword in this situation wouldn't be spatula. It would be, let's just say we're trying to find a stainless steel spatula. So it'd actually be stainless steel spatula. Okay. So if you type in stainless steel spatula, you're not going to find any plastic ones, right? So this would be actually your main keyword. Let's say you're trying to sell a stainless steel spatula. And from here, what you're going to do is you're going to find the 3 best competitors, or the 3 main competitors. So we have this guy right here, the OXO one, right? That's obviously number 1, number 2, and number 3. Also, you also obviously want to check how much they're making on Jungle Scout, and make sure that they're, actually your number 1, number 2, and number 3 competitors. So basically, you want to look at the revenue and also their positioning to determine, who are your 3 main competitors. Again, you cannot compare a wooden spatula or a plastic spatula to a stainless steel spatula. You can only compare, similar products to each other. They have to be like literally exactly the same. So, for another example, if you are selling like a blue ball, okay, you can't compare it to a red ball, you can't compare it to a orange ball, you only compare the blue balls to the blue balls, if that makes sense, okay? And that's how you find your main competitors. From there, though, you go into the product validation sheet, and you would type in, stainless steel spatula. And then you'd go into competitor 1, so, that's the one we found here, okay, competitor 1, competitor 2, competitor 3, right? And so you put those in here. Then you also put their prices, okay? You also put their reviews in here. And then you also put their monthly revenues. And so that way you have it all in one position, one spot. And this is going to allow you to really break down the market. Now, my advice to you is don't just fill up one row, okay? You want to have at least 5 to 10 opportunities before you really start to narrow down which would be the best one. So as you can see here, what I did is I have, competitor 1 color-coded in red. So you can see price 1. So competitor 1, and then price of that competitor. Competitor 2, price of that competitor. Competitor 3, price of that competitor. And then same thing with the review. So you can look at, okay, anything blue is competitor 3, anything, whatever this color is, pink is competitor 2, and then red is competitor 1. And so that way it's really easy to follow along with, and you can really see, the opportunities in that market. Also, obviously, go on Alibaba, find out the product cost, the product profit estimate, and then the product ROI. And then from there, you're going to have a thing that says, does it qualify? And what I would really do is I would fill it, green or red to tell me, yes, this qualifies, or no, this does not qualify. And here are the things that we're really looking at. All right, so we have the product research system. So 2 out of the 3 main competitors have less than 1,000 reviews. Very, very important. Okay, that's one thing. If 3 out of 3 have more than 1,000, then that's not good. If only one has more than 1,000, that's okay. So these are some of our rules that we're gonna work with here. We also want a profit margin of more than 25%. 25% is already on the little bit on the lower end. You kind of want to be more than, closer to 30%, but more than 25%. The ROI, you want it to be more than 130%. So when you're doing the Helium 10 calculator, these things all need to be, lining up, right? And you should be able to see all that information here and pull it in from your Helium 10 so you can really have it all in one place, all right? Also, the revenue must be more than $7,000 per month. Okay, that's kind of the sweet spot. Again, you don't really want to go very, very high. Probably between 7,000 and 12,000, 13,000 would be the ideal kind of spot to be in. Also, you want to make sure, obviously, the product is not restricted. I've already shown how to do this. You want to make sure the product is not patented. I've shown how to do this. Make sure the product is not gated or in a gated category. We've shown how to do that. And that it does not require special certifications to sell them. Again, we've showed how to do that. So make sure to follow along with those things. Also, you can research the different, go back in the program, find all that stuff to make sure that you're following along there. But this is, I think, a really cool way to keep track of all the different competitors. And make sure that you're making a good decision here. Also, for competitor 1, 2, and 3, what I want you guys to do here is just take the link. So if you guys are here, right, for example, just copy the paste the link there, and so you'll have a link right there. And let's say the next one will be a different guy. Let's just go back here. Let's say it's this guy. You take that one and you paste it into this column, and then you'll be able to paste them in like that, right? And so this will go away once you fill up other stuff in here. So you can type in prices $19.99, and then see it goes away. And you can competitor 3, you put that in there. Prices, set the price $9.99, whatever the prices are. And again, for prices, also I didn't put it in here, but we've talked about it before. You want to have, above, I'd say $12 to $13. You don't want to be anything lower than that. So that's how you do it. That's how you make sure it qualifies, and that's how you also narrow down your list. To find the best product. So I want you guys to put in 5 to 10 in here, and then from there you can really start to look at product cost, product profit, product ROI. Do they qualify in these things? And then start to really narrow down which product you want to go into, so that you're not kind of just going out one product at a time. You have a list, and then you can narrow it, and that way you can pick the best product for your situation. So again, if you want this, all you got to do is click a link below this video. Then you come in here, click File, make a copy. You have your own copy. You can also change these colors if you want. You just click this color here, and you can change it to any color you want here if you want. If you don't like the colors that I made, okay. But that's pretty much that. For you guys. If you have any questions, again, reach out to us in the Facebook group or anything like that, or on the live calls. I'll make sure to make the most sense possible. So, anyways, guys, good luck with this, and I'll see you guys in the next module. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to the new module here. We're going to talk about what to know before contacting suppliers, some of the misconceptions and mistakes to avoid, and all that kind of good stuff. So let's get into it. So let's talk about the truth about Chinese suppliers, in our day and age, right? So they're actually not here to scam you. I know that there's been a lot of worry and kind of concern. And even when I was getting started with Amazon, I was always like, well, I really don't know how to, do business with these Chinese manufacturers and suppliers, because they had such a bad rep for, scamming people and stuff like that. And unfortunately, guys, like, while this, maybe does happen very rarely, it's really not something that you should be worried about, nowadays, especially with the kind of tricks and tips I'm going to show you in this module of how to actually source from them. So don't really worry about that too much. Another thing is, another reason why they're not trying to scam you is because they actually want a long-term business partner. It's far more profitable for them to have you, reorder from them and build a real business where they're your supplier than just scamming you one time. So, remember that as well. And another thing that's very, very important to remember is that these Chinese suppliers you're going to be working with, they're going to be making far less than you will. And what I mean by that is not that they make less money than you, on the grand scheme of things, but on a unit per unit basis, they make a lot less money than you do. So for example, if they're selling something to you for $5, you're probably selling it for $25, right? So your profit margins are much higher than theirs are, because, if they're selling it to you for $5, maybe they're making it for $4, and, their profits are only $1, okay, for example. And sometimes it's even less than that. So be aware of that. Another thing, right? When you're looking for a manufacturer, look for a manufacturer that has good communication, right? That shows you they care, and that is one that you feel you can trust, because there's going to be a lot of, you're going to be contacting a lot of people, and I think the most important ones is that make sure that, like, first of all, when you email them, they email you back, right? They're they care, they want to do business with you, they care about, their, their impressions that they're putting on you and stuff like that. So that's a very important thing, and something kind of like a red flag to look for. If they're not answering you quickly, or they're not answering your questions, stuff like that, these are just even because they have a good price doesn't mean that it's worth to go with them, just because you might have problems down the line. All right. No, right. It's much more to go with a manufacturer that you like than one that is, for example, cheaper. Because again, you're trying to build long-term relationships here, and just because it's cheap doesn't mean that that's the best manufacturer to go with. Also, on that same note about what I was telling you about the different profit margins between us and the suppliers, I would recommend don't really squeeze your manufacturer. Don't really bargain for pennies with your manufacturer, because again, like I said, it matters a lot more for them than it does for you. And sometimes with some manufacturers, they'll want to do business with you so badly that they'll actually make lower quality products just so that they can give you a lower price. And they're not doing this to scam you or to upset you. They're really genuinely doing this because they want to do business with you, and they think that you would be okay with a lower quality product if it's a lower price. That's kind of the mentality that they have there. So be very careful with this, because just because it's a low price, you could get low quality products, and they'll kind of, at the end of the day, they'll make the profits they need to. So that's one thing to make sure of also. Now, some mistakes to avoid: not focusing on the quality of the product and just going for the cheapest. Again, we're on the same thing, right? Because we're building a real brand, a real business here. And if you're just going for the cheapest product, not looking for quality or anything, you might make a quick buck, but then after that, once the reviews come in, and the competition will destroy you, and you'll be left out with nothing. So remember that you're selling to real people here, and you want a reputation for your brand that's of good quality products. Another mistake is that a lot of people, once they find a product, they're only going to contact one supplier. And they think that, okay, whatever the price of the supplier, that's the one that it is, right? But that's so wrong. You want to contact at least 5 to 10, and even honestly, sometimes more than that, because you can really start to understand what the real going rate for these products actually, are. So yeah, don't ever get stuck in the mindset that there's only one supplier, or there's only one supplier you want to work with, because that can lead to a lot of problems. There's always, and I mean always, multiple suppliers that you can contact. Even if you're only finding one supplier, on Alibaba or whatever, you're just not looking hard enough. I'm going to show you some ways of finding more in future videos, or rather in the future video. But don't never just rely on one supplier. Another problem that a lot of people have been doing is not ordering samples. While maybe in the past it was okay to not order samples, at this point you need to order samples, because you need to have good quality product. I mean, it's that simple, right? You need to make sure, because sometimes some manufacturers, again, will give you a cheaper price, but the reason it's cheaper is because the sample quality or the quality of the product is so low. And the other one is negotiating too much. Again, this is on that same topic, but the reason this is here is because you can lose out on great suppliers, right? Like sometimes if you negotiate too much, the supplier will just get pissed off and just be like, okay, whatever, do whatever you want. We don't want to do business with you. And that can, again, you can really lose out on great suppliers by over negotiating. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Those are some quick mistakes and stuff to look out for before we really dive in, just so you know. I'll see you guys in the next video, where we'll really dive into how to find a trustworthy manufacturer. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and today we're going to talk about how to find trustworthy manufacturers, not only from China but from all around the world. And so also, just as a note, so you guys know, we're going to be finding the manufacturers in this video, but all the contact emails and stuff like that you send to them are going to be below this video. You can download them, and so there's like the initial contact, there's some to the message to get samples, there's the order messages and all that kind of stuff that you can download below this video. Also note that a lot of people are going to be using these templates, so make sure to kind of make them sound like yourself and your own, kind of change them a little bit, but essentially everything you need are in those emails. So that's that. So the first place that we're going to go to and look for most products are going to be found here is Alibaba.com. And so this is just a place where, if you don't know, it's where people all around the world can be contacted with manufacturers in China, and essentially actually now they've grown to more than just China, but most of the suppliers here are from China, and so you can buy a lot of stuff in bulk for a lot cheaper. So that's where we're going to start off with. So first thing you want to do, so let's say we're going to look at boxing gloves as an example. What you're going to do here is you're going to come in, you're going to see, start seeing all these different boxing gloves that show up once they load. So you can see there's tons of boxing gloves. They have the price per pair, they have the minimum order quantity, right? Different places will have different minimum order quantities. You can also see the company name, and you can see verified and trade assurance. Now these kind of emblems is something that you get from Alibaba for obviously passing certain criterias, and they're super important because they actually allow you to make sure that you're not getting the kind of sketchy suppliers, because Alibaba obviously has very, very strict policies of people scamming and that kind of stuff. So make sure that when you come in here, you just click on trade assurance and verified supplier once that comes up. And so now it will filter out only people who have those two badges and that are, very, very trustworthy. Another thing to note here is that there's the transaction levels. This just means that how much they're actually, selling this company right here. You can see they have a 72.5% response rate. You can see they made 990,000 plus in 207 transactions in the past 6 months. So that's something good. They also have been here for 3 years, and they have a 4.8 star rating. So these are pretty, this is a pretty good company. Another thing to note though is that this is actually a sponsored listing. So the same way on Amazon, you can have sponsored listings here. I usually try to avoid the sponsored listings just because if they're spending money on advertising, that means that, probably their prices are going to be a little bit more expensive to cover that, but that's something that you just contact them anyways and see what the prices are, but be aware of that. So that's one thing. Another thing that a lot of people don't talk about is actually the different namings of these companies, and you really want to be aware of this because the way they are laid out is actually by law in China. And so this is, I can't even read that, Wolon Sports Goods, right, Co. And so what this means is like the province, the district, and then after that it says actually what they specialize in. So here it says sports good company, right? This means that's a good thing because boxing gloves are in the sports good category, right? Sometimes you will find a company, for example, let's see. Yeah, look. So province, district, tourist products. What are tourist products? I'm really not sure, but like that probably means that they don't specialize in that kind of stuff. Another thing that you can tell here is Shantou Ever Prosperous Trading Company. So now you can tell that they're a trading company. They have to by law have these things in here. And a trading company just means that they're not actually the manufacturer. They're just somebody who trades the products. And I know a lot of people can be afraid of trading companies. A lot of people, if you've heard online, like don't do business with trading companies because there's kind of two middlemen, right? There's you as the middleman, and then there's also a trading company as the middleman. So everyone wants a piece of the pie, which means that the prices might be more expensive. The truth is though, if you have a low minimum order quantity, like if you can't spend so much money on a lot of inventory, right? It's actually a good idea sometimes to go with trading companies because there are main manufacturers. And what I mean by main manufacturers is the big manufacturers, and they don't necessarily want to do business with small sellers. And so if they have a minimum order quantity of 5,000 units to do business with them, you're never going to be able to afford to buy from them unless you're unless you start to grow really, really big. But those guys usually have the best quality products. And so trading companies, what they do is they can find a lot of different smaller sellers, and then add up the orders from a big manufacturer. And so they'll sell 300 units to you, 300 units to someone else, 500 units to someone else, and that way you can get the high quality products from those big guys without having to order 5,000 units of inventory. So that's actually a really good thing to remember, right? So don't really overlook that. Just because it says trading company doesn't mean you need to be scared. Another thing you can do is actually, if you want to make sure that they're a trustworthy company, you can actually go into what I just clicked on, their name, and they'll take you to their company profile here on Alibaba. And you can see over here, for example, right? Business type, it says manufacturer and a trading company, right? Means that maybe for some products they're manufactured, for others they're a trading company. You can see their total employees, right? 301 to 500, it's verified. So if there's a check mark, it means it's verified by, this SGS group, someone who works with, I guess, Alibaba or something. And so they're verified, they do have between 300 and 500 people, which obviously means that they're a lot more I guess real deal company, and you won't really get scammed from them. You can see that you're established and all of the stuff in here. Main products, boxing equipment, right? That's awesome because again, if their main product is boxing equipment, their workers are probably more specialized, in boxing equipment, which also means that the products that you're going to get are going to be higher quality. Sometimes you'll see in here, like let's say it's boxing equipment, but you come in here and it says like glass products, and that happens, right? And if it says glass products, that means that they're selling boxing equipment too, but they probably specialize in glass products, so the boxing equipment you're going to get isn't going to be very high quality. So that's another thing to look out for, right? What else do they have here? You can just see a whole bunch of different stuff. You can also scroll down. You probably see, so you can see a lot of different certifications that they have that are verified or unverified, so that you just know. And so these guys are obviously pretty real deal company. So that's another thing to make sure. But there's a ton of stuff to really explore on this page. Also, if you ever are curious, if you ask them, hey, are you a manufacturer or trading company? Like for example, these guys, and they say they're a manufacturer. Sometimes if you want, you can be like, hey, by the way, ask them for like a spontaneous video call of their factory. Be like, hey, I just want to see the factory and how everything is. And if they keep coming up with excuses and stuff like that, and they don't want to show you their factory, it probably means that they're a trading company. So that's just a kind of a cool trick I've learned over the years to know whether or not they're kind of a real deal or not. Okay, another thing here, right? So that's kind of how to do all that. Now, another tip here is if you're looking to differentiate your product or kind of customize it and be different than a lot of people, a really good way to do this is actually not to go with the big boys, right? So this is kind of like a big seller in this space. You can go to transaction level, sort by transaction level, and again, this is going to show you the big guys, right? So this is 2.6 million, 1 million, right? In the past 6 months. So you want to scroll down, and you got to go with the smaller sellers, like 170,000, right? That's kind of a smaller seller in this space, and these guys might be able to do more customized stuff for you, right? If you go for the big guys, right, like 2.6 million with 421 transaction, these guys probably don't care to customize too much for you because they already have so much business. They really they couldn't care less. So you can try it, but again, if you're having difficulties being able to customize your order to the ways that you want it, look for a little bit of smaller sellers. So that's kind of all the tips that I have for you here. Another thing that I want to show you guys, if you ever are curious about if you're getting your product, if you're worried about the fact that you're maybe getting scammed a little bit on the price or the price is a little too high, this is a really cool way to know the actual prices. So one, obviously you want to contact many suppliers. If you contact 5 to 10 of them and they're all giving you similar prices, that's probably what the price is, right? But another cool way to do that is actually go to 1688.com. Now, what this is actually the Chinese portal of Alibaba. So, it's the same website, but it's Chinese, and so what this means is that in China, the people know what the prices of products actually are. So they can't price gouge you on the 1688 because, again, the Chinese market knows the value of the products. And so what you can do here is you can actually search up products and see what they're charging and then compare that to what you're getting on Alibaba. So what you want to do here is go to Google, type in English to Chinese simplified, right? Make sure it's Chinese simplified, and then type in your product. Sometimes it might be hard to find the actual translation, but just keep trying until you find something. So you copy whatever it says here and then go back to 1688.com and just paste it. And what's going to happen now is it should show us a bunch of boxing gloves. Yep, there we go. So let's say, for example, we want these ones, okay? And let's say these are the ones we found on Alibaba. We want to know what the price is. So over here you have 69 yuan for quantities greater than 200. So let's go 69 yuan. And then you want to go to yuan to USD conversion. And remember, make sure it's yuan, okay? Do not type, if you type in yen, that's going to be wrong. That's the Japanese currency and it's completely different. So type in yuan, okay, to USD. And then put in how many yuans it is. So then this price of this product is $9.73. So if this is what they're quoting you on Alibaba.com, or let's say they're quoting you like $13, you know that you can get it lower than that, right? You can get it lower because over here, on the Chinese website, it's $9.73 without any negotiations. And so that's kind of a quick tip to be able to know, if they're kind of trying to pull one over on you or not as a beginner. Again, don't negotiate too hard. They're going to give Chinese people a bigger discount, like from China, than they will people from the US or whatever. So that's just normal. Okay, just expect it. You probably will not get it to $9.73. You might get it to like $11. Just another side tip. Another thing here is, so if you are, this is all if you're sourcing from China, but if you are trying to source from other places in the world, you can actually go to, down here and you can see all countries and regions. And these are all the different countries and regions that, Alibaba has now partnered up with manufacturers in these spaces. So let's say you want to get from Pakistan, right? So you can click on Pakistan and it should filter out just Pakistan for you. So I'm not actually seeing it here. It can be sorted by transactional. Let's do best match. Maybe I need to uncheck China, or maybe there's no Pakistan one. So sometimes there won't be, but essentially, this should be working. So let's do another country here. Let's do, I don't know, where's a good country? Okay, let me just try I'm just trying to look for a country that probably would do something like this. Let's do the US. Let's see if they have or United Kingdom, fine. So for some reason it's not really working for me here, but this is something that has worked in the past, so make sure to check this out. Because usually this does work. I have no idea why it's not working right now. So that's that. So definitely check that out. Usually it will work. Otherwise, apparently it doesn't. But I'll show you guys a way how to do that anyways, right? Not on Alibaba. So let's move on to ThomasNet. On ThomasNet here, this is the best way to find manufacturers in the US. So all you do is you come in here, you type in boxing gloves or whatever your product is. You can search it up, and then you have a bunch of different, kind of suppliers and distributors here. Again, you just want to view the supplier and then just contact them depending on, and then talk to them, try to figure out how much it's going to cost you and all that kind of stuff. So these are all the different places to try to figure out MOQs, different customizations and all that kind of stuff. So that's there. Another way, kind of an easier way to that, is actually just coming in on Google, typing in boxing gloves, private label, and then USA or United Kingdom or Canada or whatever, right? We're going to just do USA. And then you can actually find all the different boxing gloves manufacturers. This is from Alibaba, so don't look at that one. But below that, all of these different ones, I've already opened them. There's tons of different private label places. And also, if you're having difficulties, you can also do quotations, private label. And then what this is going to do is it's actually going to find specific links with private label in the name. So private label products, USA boxing equipment. And that way you can find, private label boxing equipment. And you can put your logo on it and do the same stuff you do from China here. So I'd say this is probably the easiest way to do it. If you're just looking for private label elsewhere, than just from Alibaba. Another thing you can do is when you are, let's say, contacting suppliers, say from Alibaba or wherever, from Alibaba, you need to come in here, and a really cool and easy way to do that is just to click heart. So you favorite like a bunch of different ones here. So I'll favorite. So I already have that one favorited. Favorite a bunch of them, and then just go to sign into your Alibaba account, and then go to my favorites. And what you can do here is you can right away. So you click on all of these. So instead of contacting a supplier all at one time, individually, you can actually just click contact supplier, and it'll contact all of them at the same time with the same message. So that way you don't have to contact each individual one by themselves. So that's a really cool and easy way to do this. This is what I'd recommend you do. This is basically all of it for how to find trustworthy suppliers and what to do here. Only issue I did have, which is weird with the different countries here. I've tried this recently. This is maybe past exporter. So maybe they don't, let's say Taiwan. Okay, so that's what it was. So I was looking at past export countries. You gotta look for supplier countries / regions. So here they only have Taiwan or China, right? So some of them will have more, so you'll have to look through those, but that's probably what it was. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed that. If you have any questions, anything like that, reach out to the Facebook group, and we will help you there or on the live calls. Hopefully you enjoyed that. See you guys in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Neve here, and right now we're going to talk about how to actually differentiate your product. Now, this is probably this is definitely the absolute best way to stand out from your competition and to provide super high quality products to your customers. The most important thing, this is what our whole business is based around, and it's almost like a product tweaking. So we're going to tweak the product, whatever the product is, to make it better and to give our customers a better value for what they're doing, for what they're buying. So essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to differentiate our product and stand out from the rest of the crowd, stand out from everybody else on Amazon. And I'm going to give you guys in this video a couple examples that you can do, a couple differentiation methods, kind of like a little differentiation series here, and all the different types of ways that I know work super well on Amazon. So the first one is actually called bundling. You guys probably heard this one before, and it's basically kind of the most basic way to differentiate, but essentially it's a very, very powerful way as well. So for example, if we're searching up for snorkel masks, we talked about this in a previous video, that you can actually go down all the way to the bottom and see the frequently bought together items here, which means that this item is usually bought with this one and this one a lot of the time. So one thing that we can do is we can see, hey, when we search up snorkel masks and nobody's providing it's just a snorkel mask with nothing else, you can see that there's a opportunity to add a little kind of anti-fog spray. So this is an anti-fog spray. So you can literally bundle it with the snorkel mask and an anti-fog spray, because if no one's doing that, then if you did that, that's obviously very valuable for somebody if they're usually buying it separately. Now, that's something that just makes sense in your head, okay? Sometimes when you go down there, you're gonna see some stuff that doesn't make sense. For example, I probably wouldn't bundle a black one with a white one. That wouldn't really make sense to me. But this one with a anti-fog thing makes so much sense, right? If your bundle makes sense, go for it. That's something that can really differentiate you from the competition, but only if it really adds value to your customer. So that's very important. Now, I also have a couple more things that I want to go over, a couple more quick ways you can differentiate. So the second one now is listing quality. So if a lot of your competition has really bad pictures, really bad, listings and titles, and all this, it's just really bad. And we'll talk more about how to make it really good in the next module, which is about creating your listing and all that stuff. But I just want to mention it now. If they have bad pictures, if there is just low quality, it just looks bad. Now, this one looks pretty good, but if you just have a really bad quality listing, a really good way is to just improve it. Get better pictures, write better text in here, have a better title. And that's just a really, really easy way to differentiate a product. Now, I don't think nowadays in 2019, it's actually enough to just differentiate with your listing, just make your listing better, unless the rest of your market is really, really bad. So this is not one that I would just do everything else the same and just try to improve my listing, because nowadays you need to do more than that. I think the minimum you need to do is the listing plus some of the other stuff on this list. That's another kind of together. You can't just improve your listing. It's not enough nowadays. The next thing is to do a different color or design. Now, this is a little bit more sketchy, because for example, if you type in snorkel mask and all of them are black masks and the black masks are making money, it's safer to go with the black mask, because remember we said competition is good. If we know that the black mask sells, then we should sell a black mask, because maybe a orange mask won't sell so well, but also maybe it will. So it's a kind of a riskier way to do it, is to play on the color or design or something like that, and that can actually either play a lot in your benefit or it can hurt you. So it's a risky thing you can do if you really want to. However, I really stay away from that kind of differentiation. That's just one thing that you should keep into account, right? However, if everyone is on the page is selling black masks and there's one orange mask selling a lot of money, then that means that orange mask has proved itself, and you can also go sell an orange mask and differentiate that way. Okay, the next thing is different materials. So for example, if you're selling, if everyone's selling some cheap wood and then you decide, hey, I'm going to go and I'm going to get a good quality wood, that's a great way to differentiate. If your product has wood in it, or if it's just different plastics or anything like that, you can, improve the product that way with better quality, materials. The next one is tying your product to a cause. This is one of the most powerful ones, but you have to do this legitimately. So for example, a lot of the people in the USA are, they love veterans. They're super, on board with veterans. And if if your product is, let's say, something to do with veterans, you can also tie your product sales to a cause, which means that for every, purchase of this product, you'll give, 5 or 10% away to charity for veterans, for example. Or if your product has to do with the ocean, or let's say like snorkeling masks, right? So because you have to do with the ocean and all that kind of stuff, you'll also take 5 or 10%, and you'll send it to, some sort of charity that deals with, cleaning up the oceans from plastic or something like that. That's a very, very powerful way to do something like this. You have to do it legitimately, because otherwise it's illegal. But if you do it legitimately, it's a very, very powerful to tie your product to a cause. And a lot of people have a conscience. They really want to support, companies that are doing something like that. Now, lastly, and the most important way and the best way, actually, in my opinion, to actually know how to differentiate is to read reviews. So for example, we're here on one of this product, this is a foray or whatever, and we want to know what's actually wrong with it. See, it has 4 stars. Why does that 4 stars and not 5 stars? What's the problem here? It's very, very simple. Because Amazon is a social proof platform, all the reviews are here for us to actually read. So as you guys saw, I just clicked on the review. It's going to take us to the review section here. And what we want to do is we want to actually read, mostly we'll read the bad reviews, but also you can read the good reviews too, because sometimes in the good reviews they'll say, hey, this is amazing, such a great product, but I wish it had this. I wish it was, I wish the bristles were a little longer. Even though they like the product, maybe adding longer bristles, it will actually help you. Now, the best way to do it, so let's go to, you come in here, wait, where do we go? Go to the 300 customer reviews, and you get into a page like this. And here we're going to click on top critical reviews. So press see all 74 critical. So basically it's going to show you 1 stars, 2 stars, and 3 stars. And just go through it and read it. So it says, I keep wondering whether my device works or not because, barely feel the vibration of the bristles, blah, blah, blah. Basically, I've read through these, and a lot of them, they say stop working after a few months. And the reason why they stop working, and I don't know if I can find it here, but I've read through this before. And essentially, the reason why it stops working is because the water ends up leaking into the actual battery department, and then it short circuits the battery, and the battery stops working. So essentially, we can see, so if we're going into a product like this now, I know this product's probably patented, I'm not positive, but let's say if we're going into a product like this, one big thing for us to actually fix then would actually be to make the product a little bit more waterproof. You contact the suppliers, be like, hey, there's a real big problem of water getting into the battery compartment. Is there a way that we can, make it so it's more waterproof? Can we make a bigger seal around it? Because sometimes if you just tell your manufacturers, hey, I want you guys to make it more waterproof, they don't know what to do. They're sometimes dumb like that. You have to tell them, hey, the seal, I want you to make it thicker. I want you to make it thicker. I want you maybe to put glue around it or something that's going to stop water from getting in. And that is a super, super good way to actually differentiate. This is probably the most important and the best way to actually differentiate. So, so for example, receive this in July and replace the battery 3 times. It doesn't stay on when pressing, blah, blah. So again, people are upset because it doesn't work because it, short circuits or whatever. So you have to decode this stuff by going through the reviews. And I remember, like I said, also go through the positive ones, because the positive ones can also tell you, stuff that they wish they had. Yeah, so that's pretty much that. And this is, this is again, the best way to do it. So make sure to go through this, read what people say, and implement that into your product so that when your product comes in, instead of being a 4-star, it could be a 5-star. Because if your product is a 5-star and everyone else is a 4-star, you're going to sell a lot. And that's a great way to differentiate your product by having a great quality product. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you guys in the next one. All right, so now that we're here in the suppliers tab, okay, we have the trade assurance check, the verified supplier check, we have everything checked. We're ready, let's say we want to start contacting suppliers. We're going to click on contact suppliers. And basically it's going to take us to a little page like this. Once it loads, we'll be able to see it. And this is where you're going to actually, do all the magic and send your inquiries and stuff like that. So below this video, guys, I'm going to have this document here where you can actually go in, download it, and, it's kind of going to give you everything you need to actually message these manufacturers. And I want to go over it with you right now so that you guys know exactly what to expect. Now, a few things before we do start is I want you guys to actually not just copy and paste these templates. These are just templates, but really go into them and try to change them. Try to make them your own, because if everybody in this course is going to use the exact same templates, if someone already talked to a manufacturer and they're using a similar template, they're going to know that this is, they're not going to take you as seriously. So go in there, change it, but this is essentially all the information that you need. So the first initial contact template, so I think there's 4 of them here. You go, dear contact name, whatever the name is, whatever their company is. My name is blank, so just go in here and fill these. All the red ones you just go in and fill. I'm the owner of company name, so whatever your company name is. We're currently looking to expand our product line and are interested in one of the items that you manufacture. The product name So whatever the product name is, exactly as the picture attached below. So always attach a picture to the message. As you can see here, there's an add attachment. Add an attachment because they need to see the actual product. Don't just tell them what it is, just see it. So show them that. Okay, very, very important. The next thing it says, could you please provide me with some additional information to determine if it's a good fit for our product line? Please reply below each question in the color red. And the reason I say in the red color is because you're trying to see if the manufacturer can follow, kind of orders, like so they can make sure, like if you tell them to do something, you want to know that they can actually do it. So in this case, you want to make sure that they're actually going to answer you in red because that means they're listening and they're competent manufacturers. Okay, so that's a kind of a side trick that I like to use. So first thing is, are you able to provide custom packaging? Yes or no? Very important for us. 2, what color/logo options do you offer? Because we want to have the the logo on our actual product. So basically, when we receive our product, we need to have our logo on it. That's very important. We'll talk about why later on in the supplemental lesson at the end of the course. But it's very important to have the logo on your actual product. Okay, just trust me on that. You need to have the logo on your product, or at the very minimum on your packaging if they can't do it. So we need to know the logo options. 3 is, what is the product time for each order? Or the production time for each order? How long is this going to take? You need to know, is it 10 days manufacturing, 20 days, 30 days, 50 days, 60 days, right? You need to know exactly how long this is going to take. 4 is, what is the price per unit? 100 to 500, 500 to 1,000, 500 to 1,000. There you go. 1,000 to 5,000, 5,000 plus. Also, after that, we ask, so that we can estimate our shipping costs, can you please answer the following questions? How many items usually come in a case? What is the dimensions of each case in centimeters and kilograms? We're going to need that for later, and I'll show you guys, I think, in the next video, exactly why we're going to need that. Lastly, please let us know what which payment types you offer for these products. Okay. Basically, you want to ask them if they accept PayPal. That's just an option we want to have in the future, potentially. Then you say, thank you for your time. We're looking forward to hearing from you soon. Thanks, your name and company. Then we have our next thing. So like, let's say, the answer, you kind of liking what they're saying, and you want to get a sample. The next message you're going to send is, dear contact name, thank you for sending us all the information above. We are interested in ordering the product after reviewing the sample. Could you please let me know how much it would cost? How much it would cost to have a sample sent to your address. Also, do you accept PayPal for the sample payments? Lastly, we would like to know if you would be able to credit us for the sample charge once we place our full order with you. Thank you again for your time. And the reason is, most of the time they're going to allow you to actually take the money that you spend on the sample and credit it towards your actual actual order. So if they charge you like $50, you can actually get $50 off your actual price once you make the order. And the thing is, it's totally normal for a sample to cost $50, $75, even $100, just depending on the actual product. And the best way to know if a manufacturer is kind of trying to scam you on a sample price is just ask a bunch of manufacturers what their sample prices prices are. So if everyone's giving you $50 and one guy gives you $100, probably they're just trying to make some money off of you. So samples are usually never free, so don't worry about it. It's totally fine to pay for them. The next one we have here is the product packaging message. And you go, dear contact name, we have reviewed the sample of product name and are very interested in pursuing this as one of our next products. We just need to know which types of packaging you offer. What options do you have for packaging? Ideally, we would like to receive a template for the packaging so we can send it to our designer, and we'll talk more about this later as well. We would also like to include an instructions manual and a small insert card with the product too, so please let us know if it's possible to do that and any additional costs that would incur. Again, we're going to go over all of this later, okay? But essentially, these are the messages in the order you want to send them in. Then we have the price negotiations message. Dear contact name, we are ready to place our order for product name, and we are getting quotes from a few suppliers as well. However, we really like your product and quality you offered. So can you please give us your absolute final price for the quantity of whatever quantity you want, including packaging, instructions manual, and product inserts. We are of course planning to order much more in the future. However, we also do need to test the market and make sure that the product sells well. As soon as we hear back from you, and other suppliers will get back to you with a final decision. Now, let's say you're happy with the price, everything is good. You go, dear, whatever, we are ready to place our purchase for product name. Please send us the purchase invoice for the following. Then you want to specify everything you want. So name of the product you're ordering, instructions manual, product inserts, packaging type, logo, quantity, and then any special instructions you have for them. Example, if you want them to sticker the codes of the product on you, which again we'll talk about later, which you might need to do. If you want to shrink wrap the product, if you want to do anything, every single thing that you talked about, make sure you specify it here so that they can add it to the purchase invoice, because the purchase invoice is basically like a contract. Everything that's on the purchase invoice, they must fulfill exactly how it's stated there. So make sure everything is there. Everything that you guys talked about is there. And then you say, as soon as we receive it, we will review it and pay the purchase invoice deposit. So basically, usually it's 30% deposit up front and then 70% after manufacturing is done. But it's also normal to do 50-50. That's also something that is going to happen. Now, I want to mention to you guys not to pay the purchase invoice or whatever in, wire transfer. A lot of the times they're going to try to get you to do a T/T. So it looks like this, T/T. Okay, that's wire transfer. You do not want to do that, because if anything goes wrong, the money's already there. You can't get it back. You always want to do it through trade assurance, which is, the actual, thing through Alibaba. So whenever you go, you can, they'll send you a purchase invoice on Alibaba and you pay it through there because they have trade assurance, like I mentioned. Or you want to do it through PayPal. And if you do it through PayPal, then you have a protections on that. And we'll talk more about that later in a different video in the course, in further detail. But essentially, 30% upfront is usually what the deposit will be here. But that's pretty much it for this video, guys. You can download it. You can download this Word document below, so you can go out and start messaging people. Another tip I'd like to give you guys is that sometimes it's difficult to go back and forth on the Alibaba Messenger, because it's it's just hard to just send and then wait, because there's a 12-hour difference usually from Eastern time in Eastern time and China time. So it's difficult to go back and forth with them. So one thing I really do like to do is actually get their Skype. So if you get their Skype, you can actually instant message with them. So it's a lot quicker. You guys get to know each other a lot better. And that way you can, it's an instant messenger. If not, you can just do it this way. Otherwise, you can just actually reach out to them, ask them for their Skype, and add them on Skype and talk to them that way. It's a lot faster, so you don't have to go back and forth like this all the time. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Alright guys, welcome back. Now let's talk about shipping and explaining all about shipping and everything you need to know, because I know this can be confusing, and so let's break it all down for you here. So there are two main types of shipping, right? There's air shipping and sea shipping. I mean, that's pretty much all you can do. And so air shipping, let's talk about the pros, right? Shipping is much faster than sea, about 5 to 7 days, which is, that's pretty fast. And then also it's simple and easier process than sea. Just in general, it's a much easier process to do air shipping. But there's reasons why we don't just do air shipping. It's much more expensive, and it's not profitable for most products that you're going to look at. Unless they're super small, fit in a shoebox, those kind of typical products, it's going to be very, very difficult. Also with shipping, and especially air shipping, they don't only calculate the weight of the product, they also calculate the volume of the product. So if it's, maybe a light product, but it takes a lot of volume and space, the air shipping will become pretty expensive and kind of prohibitively expensive. Now, sea shipping, there's the pros, which is much more affordable, just in general, and that's kind of the only pro, to be honest. Cons is that shipping is slow, about 25 to 45 days plus. It can even be longer than that, depending on where you're shipping from and the kind of shipping provider that you're doing. In general, just, it's a very slow process. And also you need a freight forwarder, which just means there's more moving parts for you, which can be more complicated, but don't worry, we're going to talk about all of that in this video and the next one as well. So what is a freight forwarder? If you're hearing this for the first time, what is a freight forwarder? It's someone who will sign for the product at the domestic port and then send it to the warehouse for you. So the Amazon warehouses. Just to explain again, basically when the Chinese manufacturer is going to make the product, they're going to make it, then they're going to send it to the nearest port in China. They're going to put it on a boat, and from there, the boat is going to go to a domestic port. Let's say if you're going to sell out of the U.S., it's going to come to the U.S., a port in the U.S. But technically, you need to be there to sign for it. Somebody needs to be there to sign for it. Obviously, you're not going to travel to the U.S. and sign for it at the port. So therefore, you get a freight forwarder. What they do is they sign for it, and then they also tell it exactly where to go. So let's say now it landed in the port. You say, okay, now from here we have to ship it out to the Amazon warehouse in Texas or whatever, right? And so they're gonna deal with that whole process of getting it off the boat, getting it on a truck, and sending it out to where it needs to go. So that's what a freight forwarder does. Hopefully that made sense. And also you can use Freightos to get estimates for sea shipping prices, and this is with a freight forwarder. And there's more on that in a sec. I will go dive deep into how to get the quotes and all that kind of stuff in just a moment. Now, there are some shipping terms you need to know about as well when you're talking to suppliers, so that you don't seem like a total newbie. Okay, there are more than this, but I'm just going to talk about the main ones and the ones that really the only ones you need to know. So there's one that's DDP, which is delivered duties paid, which means that basically the supplier is going to take care of everything for you. It's kind of the easiest shipping method, and you're not really responsible for anything, which means that the supplier makes the product and then they ship the product over to the US. They deal with customs, everything else like that, and they get it into the Amazon warehouse. And if there's a problem at any point in that delivery process, it's not your problem, it's their problem. Also, they're going to be paying for the custom duties and fees, so you don't have to deal with that either. Now, this is also usually the more expensive option, but it's super, super easy, right? If you can afford to do DDP, it's usually the easiest one to do. So that's delivered duties paid, which means all the duties and custom fees are paid by the supplier. Then there's also FOB, which is freight on board. Now, the supplier is responsible for getting the product to the nearest port and onto the freight ship. So if they're in China, again, they're responsible for getting it, manufacturing the product. They're also responsible for shipping the product to the port and getting it on the ship. After that, their responsibilities end. Your responsibilities pick up from the domestic port. So let's say you ship it to the US, that would be the domestic port. And from there, you got to get it from there to the Amazon warehouses. So you need a freight forwarder for this, and it's usually, this kind of FOB is usually much more affordable than DDP. So that's that. Now there's also EXW, which is XWorks. This just means that the supplier is responsible for solely producing the product. So it means that they basically produce the product and they leave it at their doorstep. And then you need to pick it up, put it on the boat, send it over, customs fees, duties, all that kind of stuff, ship it over to the manufacturer. So we don't really use EXW. It's kind of, very complex, but the reason, it's a really good way to actually know and gauge what the price of the product is. So essentially, right, like if you get, like, if they say like it's $6 FOB price, right, for this boxing glove, for example, then you don't really know how much they're adding on for taking the product and shipping it to to their port in China. You don't know what that process costs. So if you want, you can sometimes ask them. I wouldn't really recommend doing this unless you get more advanced later. You can ask them, what's the EXW price for this? And if they say it's like $4, then you can, that's kind of a little sketchy, because why is the product $4 and then it costs $2 per product to ship it over to the port? If you don't understand what I'm saying, don't worry about this. But basically, XW is just a really, really good way to know what the base price for the product is without any shipping costs. All right. Again, if you're just getting started, disregard everything I just said. Just worry about DDP and FOB. Now, let's talk about the most common shipping terms kind of continued here. So we have delivered duties paid. We already talked about that. So basically, you have the Chinese manufacturer. Then from there, they go to a plane or a ship. And so from the manufacturer to the plane or the ship. And then they go to customs. So again, the manufacturer is sending it through customs. And then it comes to the Amazon warehouse. And the manufacturer is responsible for this whole process that I just showed you. So from manufacturer to the ship or the plane to customs clearance to the warehouse. You don't have to worry about this. They do everything. Then the second one, which is FOB, this is the much more common option. From the manufacturer to the plane, or rather to the ship, because it's obviously freight on board. And then from the ship to customs clearance, and then to the warehouse. But here's how this works. So this is what the manufacturer is responsible for, and then this is what the freight forwarder is responsible for. They're responsible for customs clearance and getting it to the warehouse. So that's just kind of a visual representation of the two different ways, and so that you have a better understanding of what to do. Now I'm going to show you guys how to get quotes from Freightos. So let's get into that. I'll see you guys in just a second. So we're going to come here on Freightos. Just go to, create an account. I'm just going to log in because I have an account here. And it's very simple to make an account. All you have to do is, just follow, add your email, all that stuff, whatever. Then we're going to come to shipments. Okay. And then when you get to shipments, click here to ship to Amazon FBA. Now we're never going to really ship with containers. We're going to go pallets and boxes and crates. So remember in the last video, I talked about, getting the dimensions of the product in centimeters and in and the weight in kilograms. this is for that same reason. So we're gonna, package types, usually it's gonna be in boxes, not pallets. Pallets are usually for like, lots of product when you're, a lot later down the line. So that's not necessarily right now, but number of units is how many, boxes you're gonna have. So let's say we're doing 10 boxes and dimensions 20, 40, and 60, whatever. Let's say that's what they gave us. Then we're gonna do the weight in kilograms. So whatever they gave us, let's say they gave us 15 kilograms. Then we're gonna go next step. We're gonna do my supplier / me here. We're gonna talk more about labels and box labels later. Your freight forwarder is not gonna do this. Just go to me / my supplier. Then not applicable on this one. Press next. Then when are your goods gonna be ready? So this is something you're gonna get from your supplier. They're gonna say, hey, they're gonna be ready by, let's say, the 31st of whatever, right? They're gonna come from a factory. You don't really need to touch this. China, unless you have it, unless it's coming from a different place. And then tell them the actual city. So in this case, I'm just gonna use Chongqing, whatever. You can use whatever one you want. Well, not whichever one you want. The ones that where your product's actually gonna be coming from. Then destination is Amazon warehouse, United States of America. That's where we're sending it to, or whatever you want. Then they have all the different warehouses here, okay? Now, I usually just pick like the California one, okay? It doesn't really matter. Essentially, this is just for us to get a relative idea of what the product is gonna cost. Later on, if you're actually, using Freightos to find your quotes, and let's say you actually want to use Freightos to, deliver your products to Amazon, just come back here later and put in the real zip code and city, which we will talk about how to do later when we're kind of setting up our shipment plan, which is something that tells Amazon when our product is coming in. So don't worry about that too much. Just pick a random one. Usually one California is probably going to give you the most accurate prices. Then we're going to click on next. And this is about customs and additional services. Basically, you're going to need to ask that you're going to need to say how many custom clearances you need, how many commodities you have. Essentially, we're always going to have one. So if you only are, so for us, we're selling like, one product. Basically, we're going to have, 100 or 200 products or 300 products of the same thing. It's the same commodity. So you just have to put one here. Essentially, you can read here. So it says, if you ship 10 boxes full of teddy bears, the number of commodities is 1. If you ship 10 boxes each with a different product, then your shipment is 10 commodities. So if that makes sense. Oops. So we go on, yes, I need one. Then it says purchase a customs bond required by USA for imports. Then you have to say yes. Essentially, you always have to say yes. And what your shipment value is, this you're going to get from your supplier. Let's say it's $1,000. Then it's going to give you a $50 cost for the actual custom bond. If it's like $50,000, then obviously it's going to be more expensive or whatever. But anyways, that's pretty much that. You press select, and then they're going to charge you $50 for the custom bonds. That's totally fine. Additional details, don't really touch any of these. That's totally fine. You can click I'm a foreign importer. Doesn't matter. And then additional services, if you want to do insurance, you can. I don't really do that. Then you go search and book. And basically what you're going to see here is that Freightos is going to give you all the different prices and stuff for those particular dates to get your product to Amazon. And you're going to see here there's the quickest one, and then there's also the best value. Okay, so there's the where'd it go? Okay, the spirit. So sometimes there's the quickest, there's the cheapest, and the best value. So essentially, for cheapest, you have $760. However, it's going to take 37 to 45 days to get there, which is a long time. Or see, this is best value for $1,300. They're even giving you an air shipping price. So see, this is freight, and this is sea. So 3 to 6 days, $1,315 So basically, it's really cool here because you can just come in here and whatever one you've okay, so it keeps refreshing. Here's the quickest one again, 3 to 6 days, but this one's 1,316. Here's an okay. I don't know. It keeps changing, keeps refreshing. Whatever. Just find out which one you like. So here's $682 by sea. Takes 34 to 42 days. You can select those, or you can save the full quote or whatever. And essentially, if you want to use it, you can just proceed to payment and talk. Then you're going to get to talk to a freight forwarder, all that kind of stuff. It's very, very easy on Freightos, and I'm not really affiliated with them or anything, so you can use that if you want. Otherwise, you can just type it on Google and find a freight forwarder that way. So that's pretty much that, guys. I'm also going to show you how to create the shipments and all that stuff. I just wanted to show you guys this so that you can get a better estimate to see if your product's actually going to be profitable. And we're going to talk about how to figure that all out in the next video. Stick around for that so that we can figure out the true cost of our products. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? And now we're going to talk about how to figure out what the price for everything is going to be and how to make sure that this is actually going to be a profitable, product for you, right? And the thing is, we want to actually calculate all the prices and all the kind of final expenses before we actually ask for a sample. I remember 2 or 3 videos ago, I showed you guys how to actually, all the different templates, but we need to do some math before we actually send out the template for the shipping or for the samples, because what's the point of wasting money on samples if the product is not going to be profitable in the first place? So this is some things that you need to watch out for, okay? So when you're choosing a supplier, remember I said communication, how fast they get back to you, the fluency, how good are they, speaking English, the flexibility, how much they want to work with you and stuff like that, the price and the minimum order quantity. Everything is very important to take into account. It's not always the best to go with the person who's going to give you the lowest price because, again, we've spoken about this in the past. Few things to note to make sure that you're calculating everything is the price. So what are they giving you? What are they charging you per unit? Total, how much is that going to cost you, plus the shipping. In the last video I showed you guys how to do the freight forwarder, how to get the air shipping or the sea shipping. You can even contact your manufacturer too, and sometimes they will be able to provide the shipping for you, so you can compare the prices with them as well. Usually with the manufacturer they'll charge you more, but sometimes they won't, and it's really easy to do with the manufacturer also, so you can ask them as well. Also, if another thing to notice, you want to get an inspection service. This can cost a few $100s that you need to take into account. Again, if you want to get an inspection service, just search up on Google, third-party inspection service for Chinese manufacturers. Then contact some of them and see what prices they give you. Usually they'll be a few $100s, and that's totally normal. So that's not a big deal. And you also have to account for a duty. So when you actually do bring your product into the US or whatever, there's probably going to be a duty. About 5%, is of all the products, number of units is going to be for the duty. So count that as well, just to be, super safe. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys now how to use the FBA revenue calculator and, or like Helium 10 to actually figure out what, is going on here. So let's go here and open up the profitability calculator. And remember, we talked about this a little bit in the past. So I will show you guys. So freight costs, I don't do it like this, but essentially I think in the last video we got like our price was like $680 by sea or something. So we'll have to divide 680 by, let's say, I don't know how many units we had there, but let's say we have like 350 units. So that's $1.90 per unit, 1.9 per unit. You put that in there. Then after you want to do, check that everything is looking good. Also, you have to, unit manufacturing price. Let's say it was like $8 or something. I don't know. You put it in here and then you check. Okay, profit margin still good. The net margin 35% looks awesome. ROI looks decent as well. Usually, 150% would be better, but 100 is fine as well. And essentially, a lot of people ask, what's a good profit margin? I'd say anything above 30% is a pretty good profit margin. So in here, we're kind of doing everything right. We have a good, pretty good ROI. We have a good profit margin and stuff like that. But again, you'd want to put everything in here, and you'd also want to add the additional costs for, for example, like I said, the 5% for the duties, which you can add in the other costs. So let's say that's whatever the total shipment cost is. Add all the other costs in here. So $1.09 for the shipment, then whatever the inspection services per unit added in here, then also the price for the duties, 5%, divide that for each, how many units you have, and add that to this number. So let's say everything together will cost us $2.50 per unit extra, and then you check everything looks good or not. Okay, so that's the unit manufacturing cost and everything, and that's how you actually really find out if a product is going to be profitable for you or not, and if you should continue to look for samples and all that stuff to see, to actually go forward with this product. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I hope that helped you. Also, I know there were notes right now that I was using, but you guys are going to get notes below this video as well. So I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how is it going, guys? And now we're going to talk about how to actually get samples for your products and a few things to note about, how samples work with your supplier. So obviously we talked about the template on how to get the samples from your supplier and just use that to get them. Now, obviously with samples, you want to actually use PayPal to pay for them. And the reason you have to pay for samples, you're not going to get free samples, guys. You don't, that's not the way it works, because these suppliers don't want to get ripped off. They've gotten ripped off too many times, and now they actually charge for samples. The good news is, I already mentioned this, I think, in a previous video, that you can actually get that credited towards your next, towards your actual, product when you're actually buying it. Like, let's say it costs you $50 for samples, they'll take $50 credit for your actual, when you actually order. Okay, so that's very nice of them. Another thing, most suppliers will do that. Another thing you want to do is remember that you're not just contacting one person to get a sample. I would say a minimum 3 to 5 samples you want to get from different manufacturers, because again, the product quality is the most important thing for us. Okay, so you want to absolutely do that. Now, I recommend using PayPal to pay your suppliers for the actual products, because they can't really scam you that way when you pay with goods and services on PayPal. I'll show you guys. So let's say PayPal goods and services. So basically you can pay with PayPal goods and services, and this is a seller protection thing that they have. And essentially when you're sending money, there's going to be an option to send with friends and family or with goods and services. When you send the money with goods and services, PayPal actually has a protection for you. So in case you don't get the sample, in case, they just kind of rip you off or whatever, right? If that ever happens, which it really won't, but if it does, you can always get your money back and open a ticket with seller if you use PayPal goods and services. Okay, goods and services. Whenever you send the money, there's gonna be an option. Just click it. Okay, it's not very difficult, guys. And there's gonna be a little fee on that. So most of the time they're gonna ask you to pay that fee. I think it's a 4% fee for using PayPal goods and services. All you have to do is just add 4% to whatever the shipment sample cost is. That's normal. Don't worry about it. Okay, it's totally okay. Don't use a wire transfer. So remember I said T/T. Don't do a wire transfer to them. Again, there's no safety there. If they don't send you the sample, you can just lose out on your money. And it's totally normal for a sample to cost between $50 and $100. That's totally normal, depending on what the product is, depending on the sample and all that kind of stuff. That's totally normal. And again, they'll credit you this once you make a purchase with them. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up, guys? And you guys are getting a big screen of me now. We're just going to talk about how many units should you be ordering from your manufacturer. Okay, so ideally, okay, we're going to say ideally you have to take into account risk versus reward, right? The problem is if you risk it all and you take a huge number, let's say 1,000 units, it can be, you can have a huge reward, or you can just flop, and if your product doesn't sell, you'll have a lot of problems, again, remember, with long-term storage fees, not being able to sell your product. So we don't want to be stupid with this. We don't want to take unnecessary risk and just kind of throw money and caution to the wind. We're doing very calculated things here, like everything else in this course. So what you want to do is, ideally, you want to get about 350 units for your first order. Ideally, if your product is super expensive, then obviously, you might need a little bit less. If your product is really cheap, maybe you can get a little bit more. Also, remember, you have to negotiate with your supplier on the minimum order quantity. So sometimes their minimum orders will only be 500, and you might need to order 500. I would say don't ever really order more than 500 unless your product is really, really cheap, like $1. Then you can order like 1,000. But really, I wouldn't order more than 500 to be safe. Most likely, no matter what, even if you order like 350, you most likely will run out of inventory anyways. That's fine. But again, it's a good problem to have, right? If you get 350 units and it sells really well, that's awesome. It kind of sucks because you don't have enough inventory to continue to sell, and you probably will go out of stock, but it's still okay. That's a good problem to have. What a bad problem to have is buying too much inventory and not being able to sell through it and having to pay long-term storage fees. That's not a good problem to have. So I recommend around 350 units if you can. If not, 500 is still okay as well if your product is pretty cheap. The more expensive, then don't buy it too much. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Ideally, you have to negotiate with the supplier, but 350 units is probably the best, the best amount to buy if you can. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and I'm going to show you guys how to actually source bundles super easily if you ever want to bundle anything. So if you remember in the past, I talked to you guys about bundling a snorkel mask with like an anti-fog thing or something. Essentially, all you have to do is, again, go to suppliers in Alibaba or wherever you're going and just contact the suppliers. So remember, trade assurance, verified supplier. I'm not going to do that every single time, but just always make sure that those are checked before you actually contact. And a lot of the times, the suppliers, they don't only just make the product that you see, they make other products as well. So a lot of the times you can reach out to them and be like, hey, can you also add this product with it? I want to do it as a bundle. And 99% of the time they can do it for you if it's a related product. If not, you can always go find, like, let's say a snorkel mask, find a manufacturer that you like, then go out there and find an anti-fog, you know, whatever spray or whatever, not for a car, but anti-fog spray, and then anti-fog spray, and then, you know, you can go out and you can actually get okay, it's not, whatever, I just can't type. But anyways, you go to anti-fog spray, let's say this is the same spray we're talking about, the little one, and then you ask this manufacturer, you find a manufacturer you like here, you found a price you like, then you ask this manufacturer to send the shipment to the other manufacturer, and then that manufacturer is going to package it all up and then send it off. So essentially, there's more work because you have to coordinate, but you have to coordinate one manufacturer, the one that you trust, you know, the most, to actually be the one that also packages it. Then the other one just ships their product to one manufacturer. That one's going to package it up into one, you know, box or one, you know, package, and then they're going to ship it off. So that's the easiest way to bundle. If you ever want to bundle something, that's the way to do it. One is either ask your manufacturer if they can do it for you. If not, just go find another manufacturer that can send their product to the first manufacturer, and then that one will package it up and send it off. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about barcodes, especially just, you know, one particular, which is the UPC barcode. There's a few more barcodes that we're going to talk about later, but right now we need to talk about the UPC one. Basically, this is a universal product code. That's what it stands for, and there is every single product in the world has a UPC barcode. This is kind of how it looks like. You've probably seen these before, like, you know, the most generic barcode. Every product has that, and essentially there's one barcode per product for every product in the world. There's the numbers here, and the numbers are all different for every single product. The real way to do it, and the legit way to do it, and the way that Amazon wants you now to do it, is to do it through GS1, which is just an organization that's, you know, make sure that there's only one barcode per product. Meaning that, you know, when you scan a product, it has to have its unique product code. You know, the universal product code needs to be unique, because imagine two products having the same code, then you scan the product and it gives you a different product than what's supposed to be there, right? So that can be an issue. So essentially, this is just one. They guarantee that there's only one code per product. Hey, how's it going, guys? Now we're going to talk about how to create a skeleton listing. And what a skeleton listing is basically is just a listing that we're going to make that's going to just, it's basically what it sounds like. It's just like the bare bones of a listing. Now in the next module, we're going to talk more about, you know, all about how to create the title, the bullets, all that kind of stuff, everything on how to craft the perfect listing. But the reason we're talking about a skeleton listing here is because we need to make sure that we can actually sell our product on Amazon. Now, in the previous module, we talked about, you know, restricted categories and restricted products and certain things that you can't sell on Amazon and how to actually make sure. But the reality is sometimes it's very difficult to make sure. So what we want to do is we want to create a skeleton listing and let Amazon's algorithm tell us if we can sell it or not. So essentially, the way products get taken down off Amazon, if they're restricted or something, is an algorithm. The algorithm gets, you know, picks up on certain words in your listing, and then then it's going to take it down if you're not allowed to sell it. And the worst thing that can happen to you is that you order your product, everything goes well, it comes into Amazon, you create your listing, and then like, you know, it goes down a week later because, you know, Amazon has actually identified it as a product you can't sell. That's the worst thing to do. You can lose a ton of money on your inventory like that. So what we would do is we create a skeleton listing to make sure that the product can be sold. And then just let the algorithm tell us, you know, if the algorithm doesn't take it down, then you can sell it. Then you put in your orders. Don't put in your order before you create a skeleton listing. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Basically, what we're going to do here is we're going to go into Seller Central. We're going to go to add a product. So catalog, add a product. You're going to get to this page, then then press on create a new listing. It's going to take you to a page like this. And this is where it's going to ask you to pick a category. Now, let's say we're selling blue light blocking glasses like this one's right here. Let's say this is our main competitor. We're going to scroll all the way down to where it says the info about our product. And here you can see it says 874 in health and household, and it's #1 in computer blue light blocking glasses. Now, you can either go in here yourself and find it like health and household, then go to vision care, then go to, sometimes see you can't even find it here. So there's no blue light blocking glasses here. Unless, yeah, see, there's not. So this is the harder way to do it. I really don't do this way anymore. What I like to do is I just like to go to the subcategory, whatever the category is here, and I just copy that and paste it into here. and then press find category. And the reason why is because Amazon, sometimes you won't find the categories, like, it says health and household, yet you can't find it. That's totally normal. Amazon has like weird subcategories and stuff that like it randomly moves it around into. They take categories out, they put categories in. So don't really worry if you can't find it. Just find the closest thing relating to your product, like the closest category that is actually related to your product. Don't miscategorize. That's actually against Amazon terms of service. You have to categorize in, the category that makes the most sense for your product. So in this case, just pick any one here. They're all blue light blocking glasses. Let's just pick this one. And then it's going to take us to this section. Now, this is our listing. This is where we're going to start building out our listing. And the first thing you want to do when you come in here is just you want to click on advanced view. You just need to do this. Don't worry. Just you want to see all the different advanced views in here because you need to set up correctly. So the first thing is product ID. Now, see how it says any valid GCID, UPC, or EN. Remember in the last video, I talked to you guys about picking up a UPC code, and this is why. We're going to need to go select UPC and then just put in your UPC code. Now, I don't know, I'm just going to put in numbers here. Okay. You just put your UPC code in here. The next thing is the product name. So in this case, whatever the product name is, I would say the most generic thing. So let's say blue light blocking glasses. Okay. So what a customer would search up, that's what you want to put in here. Now, obviously this is just, the bare bones, right? Guys, it's a skeleton listing. We're going to change all this later and make it, proper for Amazon. But right now we just need to do it bare bones to make sure that we're actually able to sell this product on Amazon. So brand name, whatever your brand name is, let's say it says blue light glasses. I don't know, whatever your brand name is. Okay, I'm not creative. Manufacturer name, just do the same thing. Light glasses, and just leave it like that. So that's good. Then we go to variations. Don't really do any variations. Just make sure that, there's nothing there for you. The next thing, just look for these symbols. Okay. That's what you need to fill in to actually make this happen for you. So, so don't worry about any of this. Your price, set your price to whatever it is. We're going to set it to like $19.99, whatever. Just make any random price. Condition new. Okay. You're always going to sell new conditions. So that's very important. Then you want to make sure right here, when you click, it's going to say fulfillment channel. Make sure that you have it set to Amazon will ship and provide customer service. You don't want to ship it yourself. That's FBM. Remember we talked about FBM. You want to do Amazon FBA, which is Fulfillment by Amazon. So make sure that you click Amazon will provide customer service for me, all that stuff. Okay. That's pretty much that. Then sometimes it's going to happen is you're going to do your offer, and then another section is going to show up that you need to go back and do it. So in this case, it's just saying that the UPC is not valid, which obviously it's not because that's not a real one. So that's fine. Another thing you need to fill out, which is very important in your skeleton listing, is actually put in some images here. Now, I'm not going to do this, but you need to put images in it because if you don't have images, Amazon is going to suppress your listing. And if your listing is suppressed, that means that the algorithm won't be able to tell if you're allowed to sell it or not. So put in like 3 or 4 images, random images, go online, find some images of blue light blocking glasses or whatever your product is, put them all in here, whatever. Okay, just have like 3 or 4 images so that it doesn't get suppressed. We'll talk about more about suppression later. Product description, just put in something here. You need to put a product description in. These are the best glasses that block blue light. They are also great for computer use, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. So just put something in there. Key product features. So these are basically your bullet points on Amazon. So when you go in here, so if I scroll up here, these are your bullet points right here. You see these? Just, put something in there. So great blue light blocking glasses, good for computer, good for driving, I don't know, whatever, just put in all this stuff in here, just so it doesn't suppress your listing. Okay. So that's pretty much that. Just do a couple of those. Keywords you don't need to do. More details, you can put in your shipment weight here. So this is really good to put in your weight of the actual product. So what does each individual product weigh? So you obviously ask your manufacturer about this. You go to like kilograms or pounds or whatever. So let's say it's like 2 pounds. Then you'd have the where is it? Dimensions. So the item dimensions. This is also something really good to fit in. So the actual item and the package dimensions, again, get this from your manufacturer, put this in. And once you have all this done, so you have your details, the weight of your product, you have the, you don't need to do keywords, description, your features, you put a couple images in here, you put your price and the new condition, and you have your, info set, everything everything should be good, and you should be able to save and finish. Right now I can't because I didn't actually do it, but once you do, you'll be able to save and finish, and it'll take you to Amazon into your inventory tab here. And in your inventory tab, you will see, so for example, I have a product here, and you should see, so this is a fake product, obviously this is a tester storefront, and you should see here, it says, it will say like it'll take 24 hours, up to 24 hours for it to actually show up, but once it does show up, it should say inactive. It shouldn't say suppressed. If it says suppressed, you need to go out and fill out more details, but if it says inactive, that's fine. Obviously here, I'm in actually FBM, so if you see here, if it says available, and you have like a thing like this here where you can actually fill it in, so I can fill it in here and change it, right? That means you didn't do it properly, and you need to go to this arrow right here, and then you have to press, so let me move myself out of the way. You need to press change to fulfilled by Amazon, okay? So if you didn't do this, you're gonna need to change it to fulfilled by Amazon. If it says here change to fulfilled by merchant, then you did it all right. But if it says change to fulfilled by Amazon, you need to do that properly. Go through that, and it looks like something like this. I'll just go through that process with you guys here. You're gonna say, it says current fulfillment program merchant, barcode type, you go manufacturer barcode, then you convert, just press convert only. Okay, don't convert and send, just convert only, because it's a skeleton listing. Then it's gonna say add dangerous goods information. So you just have to answer some questions here. So battery refreshes product battery, or does it utilize a battery? Just say, so for this situation it'd be yes, or we're just gonna say no, because whatever, batteries, remember I said they have a lot of problems with them. So if you actually do have a battery though, press yes, okay, and go through the questions that they ask you here. The next one is product regulation information. Is it dangerous, hazardous? You just go no, and then you press submit, and then they're gonna let you convert it to Amazon. Now, I'm not gonna do this, but basically you can do that there. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Now you're just gonna wait and see your actual skeleton listing. You want to keep it up for like I'd say 7 to 10 days before you actually order your inventory, because again, you want to make sure that you're actually able to sell this product. If for whatever reason your listing gets taken down and you get an email from Seller Central saying that, hey, we've removed your ASIN or removed your listing because of this, this, and this, then you've dodged a bullet. Do not order that product because it's not allowed to be sold on Amazon. And that's pretty much that. Again, just a quick rundown. You're doing this so you can check if Amazon will take you down. If they don't take you down after 7 to 10 days, you should be all clear to go and all good to go. And then you can order your product from there. But that's pretty much it. That's how you create your skeleton listing, and that's what it's used for. And I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now I'm going to talk to you guys about how to actually put in your purchase invoice and actually pay your suppliers. So essentially, in this particular situation, let's say you've done all the calculations, you've put up your skeleton listing, everything looks kind of good, and you're ready to start with the production of your actual product. You want to actually only use 2 different payment methods to start, either with PayPal goods and services, like I mentioned before, which is going to give you a 4% fee, which is fine. Usually most suppliers will accept that if you pay the 4% extra on top. That's totally fine, normal. Otherwise, if not, they don't accept PayPal, it's totally fine to use trade assurance as well if you want to use that too. And we've already talked about the actual final purchase invoice message that you're going to send out to them once you're ready, and everything you have to tell them about, naming, the name of your product, or rather the instructions manuals, the product inserts, packaging type, all that kind of stuff. Have that all written out in there very clearly, because it's going to act as a contract. They need to provide everything that's written on there. Another thing to note is that when you are paying your suppliers, you're probably only going to be paying 30% upfront and 70% later, which is totally fine. That's normal. If they also want 50% upfront and 50% later, that's totally fine too. Don't pay 100% upfront though. So that's pretty much it for this video. Just go out there. You can start putting your 30% or 50% deposit, upfront. We're also later in the next module going to talk about product inserts. We're going to talk about how to create good, box designs and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be later. You're going to be providing that to your supplier after you pay the initial deposit. But right now, right here is when you want to put in that initial deposit and pay them later on. We're going to give them all the information on inserts and all that stuff. I'm going to talk to you guys about all that kind of stuff, all that good stuff. And that's pretty much it for this module, guys. I will see you in the next module with creating a listing and the brand and all that kind of stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next module. Hey, how is it going, guys? And welcome to the creating a listing module. This is going to be a fun one and a lot of information to come, guys, so get excited for that. In this particular video, we're going to talk about how to actually pick a brand name for your product. So two separate things to note. When we first created our account, we created a store name. The store name does not need to be the same as the brand name. So for example, okay, as you can see here, this is the brand name is Cyxus, so CYXUS, but the store name is also Cyxus, and that's totally fine. That doesn't need this one doesn't need to match, but in case you want it to match, you can do it that way. I just wanted to let you guys know that you can have several different brands under the same store name. So that's totally fine. Don't worry about that. However, when picking a brand name, you want to keep it relatively broad, but also specific to what you're going to sell. So in this case, Cyxus, it's broad. It doesn't really mean that we're going to sell, blue light blocking glasses. That doesn't tell us anything. However, I like to do stuff that is a little bit more defined than this. So Cyxus could be anything, doesn't tell me anything at all. However, if I was doing something like this, maybe I would do something like something that is benefit driven to this. So I can't really think of it off the top of my head, but essentially, let's say you're selling let's say you're selling a barbecue glove, okay? You don't call it barbecue glove. Don't call your brand like barbecue glovers, okay? That's like kind of, keeps you too specific to selling barbecue gloves. But if you called yourself like outdoor accessories or something along those lines, like something super broad, you kind of keep yourself within a within a bubble, which is good because you want to stay towards, let's say if you're selling barbecue gloves, you want to stay towards the outdoor barbecue scene, so your brand name should reflect that. However, it shouldn't reflect just one particular product, because remember, we're building out a brand here and we want it to have some brand presence. So if you just call it if let's say this brand, I called it like the blue light blocking glasses, that's what I called my brand. It wouldn't really make sense if I ever wanted to move away from blue light blocking glasses, maybe into some other types of glasses or something else that still has to do with these. It wouldn't really make sense. So you want to keep it broad, not too specific. Another quick tip I want to give you guys is that you want to be able to it needs to pass what I like to call the cell phone test. So if you talk on the phone with somebody and you tell them, hey, this is the new, I'm trying this new product out. The brand is like this, right? Whatever the brand is, let's say Cyxus. Cyxus is a little bit hard to say over the phone, right? If you, just pick up the phone, call your friend or something and talk to them and, tell them to try to spell back the name, or at least, try to understand what you're saying, because you want it to be able to pass that telephone test, because if you can, it's going to help with your brand recognition and all that kind of stuff. So that's just a side tip that I want to give you guys. Another thing that you guys need to make sure that you're doing when you're actually picking a brand name is to make sure that, one, the website that you're going to, buy eventually isn't already taken, and also that your brand name that you're doing is not actually trademarked. And we'll go through these in just a second. Let's start with the website. So let's say I want to call my things night glasses, like my brand night glasses, okay? For whatever reason, I want to call them night glasses or blue glasses, right? Let's say that's my brand name. Let's say I'm saying blue light blocking glasses and I call my thing blue glasses. Again, that's not a great brand name because it's way too specific to one particular product and you can't really, build a brand around that. But let's say that's what I want to do it and I want to search. So one thing you want to see is, just go to GoDaddy. I'll leave a link below this video and you can come here and see. Now, I personally recommend not going with a brand name unless you can get the .com. Don't be someone who gets a .co, .net, .org. Don't be that person. You need a .com nowadays. So find a name, find a brand name that actually can, that can have a .com. So obviously, blue glasses is a little bit too, it just, you're not gonna find something like that. But make up a brand name that you can actually find a .com for. That's very important. And so yeah, that's very simple, easy way to check. And then you can go ahead and buy them from GoDaddy. I personally buy my stuff from GoDaddy, but honestly, you can buy them from anywhere you want if that's what you want to do. The next thing we're going to go here is trademark. Now, a trademark is basically a protection for somebody's brand or name, right? So that just means that nobody else can use that name. So for example, I can't start a company called Amazon because Amazon has a trademark for that company and they can sue me for that because I'm like impersonating their company. So you never want to open up a brand that potentially already has a name out there like that. So what we do is we go to this website, tmdn.org. Again, I'll leave a link down below. You can come here and you can type in your whatever kind of brand you were looking to do. So for example, let's say I want to do Sykesys. Okay, let's say for example I thought that up. So we can type in Sykesys and see if anyone's used it. And because this company, I'm pretty sure, is already they're probably already trademarked. You can come in here and you can see. So Sykesys, its applicant's name is Zhu Yi. Okay, so a Chinese person, I'm guessing. You can see the registration date. You can see the trademark type. So there's two types of trademarks. There's a word mark, which is just the name. So Sykesys, the name is trademarked. That's the easiest one to get, and that's the one that we're gonna eventually try to get later on. So whenever you build a brand, you're gonna want to get a trademark later. But again, there's a word mark and there's also a design mark. So it's actually the design of the logo. So the Amazon little arrow, from underneath their logo, that thing is a design mark. It's a trademark by Amazon. You can't use that in your own logos. Same thing with Walmart and all that kind of stuff. Their actual logos are design marks. So this is easily how you check it. So let's say you wanted to call your thing barbecue glovers. Okay, let's say if I were selling that, and if there's nothing there, then awesome, you can probably call yourself barbecue glovers. This is a pretty safe way to check. If I wanted to call myself let's say Amazon, you can probably see here that there's going to be a lot of different types. So yeah, Amazon, right? There's a lot of different things, and also make sure that's registered. If it's filed or registered, I wouldn't do it. Another thing to note here is that if the company, for example, so let's say we type in Sykesys, okay? If the company, so you can go into it. I don't know, if someone's using it, I never really tried at all. But the truth is, if the company is, if you're not selling in that same marketplace, so let's say Sykesys is trademarked, but they're trademarked for, like let's say blue light blocking glasses, you can sell barbecue gloves under the same trademark. It should be totally fine. Again, don't take this as a final because I'm not an attorney, but essentially that's the same reason why there's other there's going to be, there's definitely other companies called Amazon. There's definitely other companies called, that's why there's a lot of companies that have similar names or the same names, but they're different companies, and that's fine because they're in different markets. No one is going to be tricked into thinking that that's the same, company. So for example, if I opened up a company called Sykesys in the blue light blocking, market, that's not right. That's illegal. But if I open up a Sykesys in a barbecue gloves, market, then, no one's really getting confused there. They're two different markets, two different products. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys understood that. If you have any questions or anything like that, remember, ask them in the private Facebook group. You're probably not alone with those questions. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about how to create your logo, what it should look like, some tips and tricks that you should have also, take into account when designing your logo. So just a few things to mention is that the first and foremost, probably the most important thing that a lot of people don't actually put into, don't actually think about when they're creating a logo, is that your logo needs to actually be nice on multiple different background colors. So for example, if your logo only looks good on white, or only looks good on black, or only looks good on a different color, you need to remember that depending on what packaging you're going to have, the color of the packaging, depending on what color your product is going to be, depending on a lot of things, your actual logo might look different on different colored backgrounds, and you need to make sure that the logo looks good on every background. So that's just a huge tip that I wanted to get out the way right away when you're creating your logo. Now, a few places to get your logos done. The first place I would recommend is Fiverr. This is by far the cheapest one, and it's basically, you can get a logo for like 15, 20 bucks. The only thing is sometimes these logos aren't the best quality, or they're not just the best designs. They're, sometimes you'll get kind of subpar work. And, a logo is obviously very important, but it's not, a groundbreaking thing. It's not something that's going to make or break your business. You can always later redesign one. If you look at, Probably Amazon themselves, they've done it. Also, Starbucks is a company that always redesigns their logos. If you look back, you can see all their logo changes over the decades, and that's totally fine. You can always redesign your logo, so it's not a big deal if you don't like your logo right away, or if down the line you want to, you can always do that, and that's not a big deal. So yeah, Fiverr is probably the cheapest place, and where probably most of you guys will get it. I'll have a link below to go pick that up. Just go on Fiverr, type in, just type it in the search bar, logos, and you'll have a ton of people there that will make you logos for like $15-20. Now, for those of you who want to take this a little bit more seriously and want to actually, make a high quality brand logo, because obviously it is very important. What I now use is I use 99 Designs, and essentially what this is, it's like a competition where depending on what you like, so I'm not going to go through it because there's a lot of kind of steps to go through, but essentially we'll just go to how it works. So basically you tell, you answer a bunch of questions and you tell what kind of designs you want, what kind of logo you want. They also do a lot more of that stuff, which we'll talk later, but we'll talk about logos in this situation. So you'll tell the design, you'll pick which designs you kind of like. They'll show you a bunch of different logos. You pick which ones you like. Then you're going to start the competition. There's going to be a lot of different, so you can start a contest here. I really don't hire, I just start contests. And basically there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to submit their logos to you to for you to choose which one you like. So let's say you start a logo competition, and your price, so you're willing to pay $300 for it, or for example, so it is a lot more expensive. So let's say you're willing to pay $300 for it. You'll have like 50, 60 people who are going to apply. They're going to put their logo designs in, and only one person actually gets the payment. Only the winner actually gets the payment. So essentially you are starting a contest for people to apply to, see which kind of, which logo you like the most. So it's very cool because you're able to, like, if you're like me, who you don't know, I don't know what I want, but when I see it, I know it, right? I don't know how to explain it, but when I see it, I know it. So you're able to see like 50 different designs, see which one you like, and then choose that one. And if you don't like any, there's even a possibility where you can just, put in a comment and be like, hey, I actually want it to look more like this, or I don't like this, or I want this. And they'll go back, so, finalize your design. And they'll go back and they'll switch it up for you, and they'll make it kind of the best that you like. And then eventually you just pick one, and then that's the one who's going to win the whole competition. They're going to get the money for that. So this can get really, really expensive, but I would say just, I think it's like $300 for a logo. So it's very expensive, but the thing is, you will get an amazing logo, like without a doubt, because there's just so many people working on it to actually make this a reality for you. And it makes it very, very professional and very, very nice. So that's, what I've been using nowadays. So I'll leave a link down below if you guys want to get this. And it's, again, a really cool way to get, the best kind of logo for your products. Now, another side note is that if you, are kind of strapped for cash, or you're really good at graphic designing and stuff like that, then go ahead and in Photoshop or whatever, make your own logo if that's what you want to do. And if you're creative and you know what you want, then obviously do that. That's awesome. But again, if you're really not a huge graphic design person, don't do it, because logo is important. If it looks like, shit, then it's gonna be bad for you. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I'll leave links to all this stuff in, down below. 99 Designs is awesome, but it's a little expensive, and Fiverr is cheaper, but not as great. It's nice if you know exactly what you want. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to the next video in this module, which is designing your product packaging. So we've already put our 30% deposit down at this point, and one thing you want to do as soon as you do that is start to design your product packaging. Very, very important. Product packaging is one of the most important things to do with your product. So the quality of product is obviously number one. Product packaging is probably a very, very close second. So I want to give you some keys to incredible product packaging. One, make it beautiful, because the nicer the packaging, the higher the perceived value. And let's talk about higher perceived value and what that actually means. So one thing that's very, very important is, what a customer actually feels about your brand and about your product is their first impression. And you want to have an amazing first impression when your product arrives, because the person already bought your product because they want it. They've chosen to spend money on it, so obviously they want it, and they want to have an amazing experience. So the first impression is, if they get a beat up box that looks like shit, that has, bad, Chinese writing on it even sometimes, or it just doesn't look nice, they're automatically going to perceive it as a lower value thing, and then they're going to feel like they actually kind of wasted their money. So packaging, while you may think that this is not something you should put money into, it is a very, very important thing, because you're going to elevate your brand to another level, and people are going to start to, before they even interact with your product, they're going to be expecting good things. So that's obviously one thing we want to take into account, and one thing we need to capitalize on 100%. So having a high perceived value means lower return rate, because people will have better perception of your brand and your product, happier customers, more and better reviews. This is all true from having better product packaging. I know it might sound like that's counterintuitive, but it really, really is. And my top tip to actually creating product packaging is actually mimic bestsellers. Do not copy them. So for example, the iPhone X, box, for any of you guys who've had an iPhone, or even some of the Android stuff like that, they have a very, very nice packaging. They just look sleek, sexy, it's clean, it's nice. And just even before you actually use your product, like even before you get your iPhone out or your product out, you're just expecting, something amazing, right? The box itself might not be too expensive, but the thing is, putting that extra money into the box packaging or into the packaging is gonna really make a world of difference, because when you're opening that up and then you just see like a sleek iPhone, and the packaging just looks so nice, you're setting yourself up for success. So for example, when you're going to design a product packaging or whatever, look at your best-selling competitor. If they have nice packaging, then try to mimic it. And that's something you should take into account. Again, do not copy by any means, okay? Just try to mimic certain features of it. So let's talk about some must-have things on your product packaging. So your product packaging must contain the following. These things are mandatory by Amazon. You absolutely need to have them. So the first thing is made in China, or wherever the product is made on the packaging. It has to be there. I think it's by law, like for customs and stuff like that, it has to be there. Otherwise, it's against law. And sometimes if they do see that, they might not let your product into the country. Just make sure you have made in China, or whatever it's from, on your product, okay, or the packaging. The next thing is a suffocation warning, and that's only if it comes in a plastic bag, otherwise known as an OPP bag. So if your manufacturer ever tells you about an OPP bag, they're just talking about just a plastic bag. And if it has a diameter of over 5 inches, it has to have a suffocation warning. Now, if you need one, just search up on Google, generic suffocation warning, just copy and paste that. That's fine. Just use it. It needs to have a suffocation warning on it if it comes in a plastic bag. Now, I never recommend you take your product and send it in a plastic bag. That's just really bad. There's very low perceived value. If you've ever gotten something from Amazon in a plastic bag, you know what I mean. It just looks cheap, looks like it's from China, looks like the person didn't care at all, and it lowers your perceived value. So you don't want to do that. But if your product, let's say, comes in a box and then also has a bag, make sure that the bag itself, if it's above 5 inches in diameter, if the opening is more than 5 inches, you have to have a suffocation warning on it. The next thing you absolutely need to have is an FNSKU. Now, we haven't mentioned this before, but this is what Amazon calls a fulfillment network stock keeping unit. Okay, so it's Amazon specific. It's an Amazon specific barcode. So remember we spoke about UPC codes and how to get them and what to do with them. We never really talked about FNSKUs. And that's because UPC codes, that's one thing you need to actually start off your listing. So when you're creating your listing, remember we had that little spot to put a UPC code when we were doing a skeleton listing. That's one thing that's one thing every single product in the world needs to have. Now, because we're only selling on Amazon, we actually don't need to put a UPC code on our product, right? If you're selling your product to Walmart or to Target or to anything like that, then yes, you need to have a UPC code on it. For us right now, we're only selling to Amazon. We're only sending our products to Amazon. That's the only place that's selling them. So all we really need, we don't need a UPC code. We just need this thing called an FNSKU. And it's something that Amazon uses to keep track of your products, because you know how they have many different warehouses. They're always moving your units around to make sure that wherever in the US that something is purchased, it gets to them in a reasonable amount of time. So Amazon is always moving your units around, and they just want to, this is kind of the code that they use to keep track of your products in their whole network. Okay, so we'll talk more about FNSKU later, how to actually find it, how to get it, but essentially this is the code, this is the barcode that needs to be on your product packaging. So essentially, if it comes in a box, okay, it needs to be on the outside of the box, because when the product comes into Amazon, they need to be able to grab the product and scan it. If it's inside the box, if it's on your product, that's a no-go. You're gonna, that's not gonna work, because they're not gonna open every product to scan it. They need to be able to scan it from the outside. So let's say your product comes in a box, like an iPhone box, like we were talking about, right? Like an iPhone box. Then it needs to be right here on the side or somewhere where they can scan it. Never put the FN SKU inside the product, inside the box, inside the product, because that's just going to be a whole disaster. So that's one thing. We'll talk more about the FN SKU later, but that's pretty much that. So like I said, you do not need to have a UPC code on your product, only the FN SKU. Now, a few things that I want to mention that are mandatory for the Fast Track 2.0 program to absolutely dominate the competition is actually an instructions manual and a product insert. And we'll talk more about those later, about where to get them, what they should be on them, and all that kind of stuff. But essentially, we want to have instruction manuals, because instruction manuals are one thing that I used to not put into some products, because I was like, oh, you know what, this is so self-explanatory. Like, you don't need an instruction manual to do this. How wrong I was so wrong. Okay, that's so wrong, because people were leaving bad reviews because they didn't know how to use the product, or they were using it wrong, or whatever. You always want to have an instruction manual, no matter how stupid you think people have to be to not understand this. Put it in there. Okay, it has to be there. Okay. And next thing, a product insert. We'll talk more about that in another video. Also very important to have inside. Now, let's talk about how to create beautiful packaging, okay? So the first thing, again, we talked about this before, but it is the 99 designs. They do, inserts, they do product packaging, they do logos, they do like so many different things. And it's the same thing as the last video that we talked about, so I won't really go too much in depth there. It's just a contest. I think it's a little bit more expensive for product packaging than it is for a logo, but again, it's worth it if you're going for the long term, or if you already have, if you're already making some money on Amazon, it's worth it to reinvest back into your brand to get better packaging, better logos, and all that kind of stuff. Very, very important. The second thing, you can go on Fiverr. This one is, again, same story. It's cheaper, but it's not going to always be as good as 99 Designs. Or you can do it yourself, and only if you're really good. Please, only if you're really good, do this, because you can really mess up your product packaging, and if it looks bad, it's gonna be really bad. So I really never, recommend doing that. But if you really are super adamant that you're good enough for it, then do it. But don't let your ego get in the way of your success. Okay, sometimes you just have to admit to yourself that you're not as good as you think you are, and just let someone else who does this for a profession do it for you. Okay. So a note here for product packaging, you will need to get a document from your supplier that has size and dimensions of the package. Your designer will need these. So for example, let's say you decide that you want to get your product in a box. Okay, so let's say it's coming in a box. You need to be able to ask your manufacturer. They'll give you something similar to this, or whatever. It kind of looks like this, just a layout of the box, okay? Or like this. And essentially, this is even better. It gives you the widths and the lengths and all that stuff. Essentially, you will have something like this that your manufacturer will give you. Again, it will have dimensions on it, and you'll have to give this to your designer. Your designer will need this to be able to make it. Obviously, they need to know what the dimensions of the box are or whatever, and that's also very important. Another thing is, for example, what we're talking about here is not only for, the actual designing of your product, packaging, but also, like, for example, if your product is, let's go to Amazon and I'll show you. So if your product is something that is, so this is one example I want to show you. Apple cider shampoo. Okay, so this is a company that's doing really, really well. And it's because their packaging is kind of really eye-catching, really right away you look at it and you're like, whoa, that's like really grabs my attention. And that's because the label here was also made by, 99 Designs or from Fiverr or something like that. This also has to do with your packaging. Okay, and this is, again, something you're gonna get from your manufacturer. If, for example, you need to have a label on it, they'll give you the dimensions of the label. You give this to your designer and they'll do this as well. So that's pretty much it, guys. You really, really want to have good packaging. And if you have nice packaging, you can also add it to your pictures. That will also really help. If you have the nice packaging images, it really does help. But we'll talk more about that in another video in the module. That's pretty much it for this one, guys, and I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and right now we're going to talk about product insert secrets. And before we get into it, I want to tell you guys a quick story. Essentially, one time I was selling a product and it was doing really well, but out of nowhere, a competitor came in and they started selling pretty well too. And they just started blowing me out of the water with reviews. They got so many reviews in such a short amount of time. I thought they must be doing something sketchy, or they must be, cheating the system somehow or some way. And I decided one day to just purchase the product and just see what's going on there. And I realized that what they were doing is they included a product insert with their actual product in their packaging. And essentially it just was asking for reviews. And it looks a little bit something like this. So, in your product, you have a little, little sheet, little, piece of paper or like a nice laminated piece of paper or something like that, that would actually, say, thank you so much for your order. We really appreciate, your order, blah, 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 blah. And eventually ask for a review. And the beauty about this is that it really, really works. So as soon as I added that, implemented that into all my products, they started getting reviews at the fastest rate I've ever seen. So now I'm going to tell you guys more about, product inserts, what you can do, what you can't do, and, how to actually get them done. So let's just go over what you cannot do. Nowadays, you cannot incentivize reviews. You can't be like, hey, please leave us a 5-star review and we will give you a discount, or we will refund you a part of your order, or we will send you another product, or we will, anything. No incentivizing reviews whatsoever. You're also not allowed to ask for 5-star reviews. You can't be like, hey, thank you so much. We would love it if you leave us 5-star reviews, or if you leave us positive feedback. You can't do that. You can only ask, in these things, you can only ask for honest feedback. So you can be like, hey, we hope you really enjoyed the product. If it's possible, if you had some time, it would really make our day if you could leave us some honest feedback on our product and share your experiences with other Amazon sellers, because we are a small company, and every review really counts for us. It's the lifeblood of our business, and we'd love to hear what you think. Blah, 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 blah. So essentially that's, what you want to be doing, and you want to make a little insert, a little insert like that. And that's kind of it. So you can't do any 50% off codes. You can't do any discounts. You can't ask for positive feedback. You can't be like, so this is one thing you can't do. So, yes, you ask, hey, are you happy with our product? Yes. Okay, that's great. Could you leave us feedback on Amazon? Or no, and then be like, hey, if there's anything, if you don't like it, just email us. Don't leave a review, just email us. You can only ask for honest feedback. However, on my personal inserts, I actually write, also, if there's anything we can help you with, please always feel free to reach out to us. We'll do absolutely anything to make sure that, you're happy and satisfied with your product. Don't ask for positive reviews. Don't ask for anything like that. Just, this is pretty much the secret to getting a lot of reviews very fast. Now, again, you can get inserts done on Fiverr. You can do them yourself, or you can get them on 99 Designs if that's something you want to do. And just a few more tips that I have for you guys. You can actually use these inserts to actually build an email list. So if you're building an email list to actually grow your company's email list, right? Eventually you want to have an email list to, tell your, whenever you're growing your brand, tell your existing customers about, your new products coming out or anything like that. You can really use, your product insert to include, for example, an activation for a warranty or something like that. So for example, if you want to give them 1-year warranty, a manufacturer's warranty, you can tell them, hey, go sign in, give us your email on this website, and then you can get their email that way, and you can use that for warranties or anything like that that they want. And that way you're building an email list, and also they're getting something that they want. That's more advanced tactic, but that's something really awesome. Another thing, in your actual product insert, what you want to do is you want to leave, you want to tell them, hey, if you're happy with this, or not if you're happy with this, that's actually not allowed. You have to be like, hey, if you were, be willing to leave us an honest review, just go to amazon.com/RYP. So you see here, RYP. And when they actually go to amazon.com/RYP, they're going to search it up. And what's going to happen is they're going to get to their recent purchases, and that's the easiest way to actually review your product. So it's review your product. RYP stands for review your product, and it's automatically going to pull up all their different orders here, and they'll be able to review them super fast, super easily that way. So just add the link amazon.com/RYP into your actual product insert. And another thing is that another very important thing is to actually go out and buy your competitors' products to see what their product inserts look like, what they're saying. Because like I said, if I never actually went out and bought it, I would never know about this, and probably wouldn't have been as successful as I am right now. Oh, and another thing is that these actual inserts don't really cost too much. They should be about 15 or 20 cents per unit to your manufacturer. Your manufacturer can usually put these in for you, so you can just send them the actual the actual template or the file. They'll be able to print it out and put it into your product. Or if you can't find, if your manufacturer doesn't let you do that, then you can just go find another manufacturer that will, and in China or wherever, and then get them to send over the actual insert cards to your original manufacturer, and they'll pack them in that way. So it's not too complicated, it's very easy, and it's fairly cheap. That's pretty much it for this video, guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're going to talk about keywords and just keyword research in general. So basically, I want to explain to you guys what a keyword is, why it's important, and how we're going to use it to help Amazon understand what we're actually selling. So this is very important to kind of a precursor to actually making our keyword list, which we're going to talk about in the next video. We need to know what keywords are and what they're used for. So essentially, we're on this listing again, so you can see this is called the blue light blocking glasses, right? So if I type in blue light glasses, okay, then I should see this Sykes somewhere here. So there they are, okay, blue light glasses. But if I type blue light, or let's say I type in, what does he have here? Blue light filter computer glasses. So let me type in blue light filter. If I can type it in, filter computer glasses, he should also show up. So let's see. So there he is, okay? So these are called keywords. They're different keywords. So I can also type in blue light filter glasses. So without the computer, he should show up as well. And these are just all keywords that customers search up. So whenever you're, a customer, so where is he? There he is, okay? So when you're a customer, you come in here, let's say you're looking for anything that you're looking for. There are many, many different ways to say the same exact product, right? You can say, anything, right? You can say, for the mic that I'm using, you can say, a desk mic or a whatever mic, right? There's just so many different things you can say for every single product. And these are keywords that people search up on Amazon all the time. So like I just, kind of explained here, every single word is a keyword. And the reason why we want to have different keywords in our listing is for that same reason, because someone who's searching up blue light filter glasses might also, might find our product and buy it, or someone who types in blue light blocking glasses might find our product and buy it. It just depends on the customers and what they're searching up. So we want to have as many relevant keywords in our listing as possible. So this is our listing, okay? It includes the title, the pictures, the bullet points here, the features. These are features and bullet points. And also down here, there's also the description, so product description, okay? So, it has words here and stuff like that. So what we want to do is we want to have as many of our relevant keywords show up in our title, in our features, and in our description, which is at the bottom. And there's also another spot which is in the back end search term. So this is kind of where people can't actually see it, but you're just kind of showing Amazon and telling Amazon what your product is about. So essentially, we're putting in keywords into our listing to show Amazon which keywords we're actually relevant for, so that we show up when someone types in a certain product on or a certain keyword on Amazon. So I'm going to pull up some notes here just so I don't forget some things. You guys are obviously going to get much nicer notes, but this is just for me while I'm recording. There are also two types of keywords. So there's primary keywords and long tail keywords. So for example, if I wrote blue light blocking glasses, okay, I would call this a actual primary keyword. However, there's the product, right? However, if I wanted, there's also things called long tail keywords, which is just a longer keyword. So let's say if I wrote blue light blocking glasses for men 1.5 magnification, okay? So it's a much longer keyword. It's a much longer phrase, right? Keyword phrase. But people are still searching that up, and that's also potentially a place where you can get sales from as well. Or blue light, so I would say blue light blocking glasses for men is also a long tail keyword of blue light blocking glasses. So blue light blocking glasses for men clip-on, that's, again, that's a long tail keyword with magnification. That's a long tail keyword. FDA approved, that's a long tail keyword. And then blue light blocking glasses is kind of the primary keyword. So I hope you guys are understanding this, the primary keywords, and then there's keywords that are just longer tail. So for example, I'm not really good at this, but let me just make another example. So for example, mic for recording podcasts. Okay, so that's kind of a long tail keyword, right? You can kind of use any mic for podcasts, but someone searching up, desk mic versus desk mic for recording podcasts, that's a primary keyword and then a long tail keyword. And people search these up all the time. It just depends on what the actual individual is searching. So we want to have all these possible keywords, as many as we can, in our actual listing so that we show up for every single, possible way that someone is searching for our product. That's how we're going to make money. So pretty much that's kind of an intro to keywords. Another thing we're going to do, so right, like I said, we want to put in your title, your bullet points, your backend, and your description, which we mentioned. We're going to go into detail in just a second in the next video. Another main thing to do is that we don't want to use keywords in your listing that, that are, so it says don't use brand keywords. So yeah, so for example, if like Sykesys, so remember we talk about Sykesys a lot in here, Sykesys, we don't want to use Sykesys in our listing because that's not our product, right? Like we can't use Sykesys brand in our listing. So that's obviously something you don't want to do unless you're actually an accessory for a certain product. So for example, if you're selling Instant Pot accessories, if I can spell. So Instant Pot accessories are just these things like accessories for an Instant Pot, if you guys know what an Instant Pot is. And obviously if you do this, yes, in your listing, you can type that these are accessories for an Instant Pot. Then that's fine to put the brand name in. Usually though, you would never put the brand name in, but that's pretty much just an intro and overview of keywords and stuff like that. We're going to use an insanely powerful tool called Helium 10 to find keywords and stuff like that in the next video, but that's just kind of what they are, how to use them, and how to take advantage of them. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're gonna actually start building out our master keyword list so that we can use it to create our listings. So remember how I said we wanna have different keywords in our listing so that we show up for different searches. So now we're gonna actually create that keyword list, and we're gonna use Helium 10. We're actually gonna need to pay for this. It's a paid software. Before we were talking about Helium 10, using it for free, but now we're actually gonna use the paid tools in here. So I'll have a discount link in the description. If you guys use the codes from there are 2 codes that you can use. One's for 50% off the first month, and one is for 10% off every single month for life. And honestly, guys, these are this tool and also Jungle Scout are the only paid tools we're ever gonna use, but they're super powerful. Okay, so Jungle Scout is amazing for product research and all that kind of stuff, but Helium 10 is out of this world for keyword research and for Amazon, sponsored listings, which we're going to talk about later, kind of advertising on Amazon. It is unparalleled. So you guys should really pick this up, and I'll leave links in the description. These are Fast Track 2.0, exclusive discounts, so you guys can pick them up from there. And I do really, really recommend you guys pick that up ASAP. So let me talk to you guys about this one tool we're going to use to actually build our whole list, which is Cerebro. Now there's a ton of tools here, guys. It's kind of like an all-in-one suite. We're not really going to talk about a lot of these right now. Down the line, we're going to talk about some of them. But really once you follow through the course, you can come and play around with some of the stuff here. It's actually pretty awesome, but we're going to only go over the very main ones that you absolutely need to use. So we're going to use Cerebro. And basically what Cerebro is, it's just a reverse ASIN tool. So if that makes no sense, let me just explain to you guys. Basically, you're going to put the product, different products in here. And then what it's going to do is it's actually going to reverse engineer what keywords those products are actually showing up for. So, which is very, very important for us, right? Because we want to know which keywords our competitors are showing up for. Because, for example, as you guys saw, this Sykesys guy, so again, we're going to talk about this guy. He's obviously making a ton of money. So if we open up his product on Jungle Scout and see how much he's making, he's probably making a lot of money. And the reason for that is because he's actually showing up for many different keywords that people search up, and he's always ranked towards the top of the page. So if you're on page 2, 3, 4, 5, then no one's really going to see you. Well, people only buy on Amazon from page 1. So he's obviously on page 1 for most of these keywords. And we want to know exactly, which keywords he's ranking for, because if he's showing up for those keywords, we also want to show up for them, because obviously he's making $140,000 a month from one product, 242 sales a day. So we want to kind of reverse engineer what he's showing up for, so we can also show up for those keywords when people are typing them in. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here in the actual URL, and we're gonna okay, I just lost it. So we're going to go in the URL, and we're going to look for numbers like this. Okay, so B01, they kind of look like this. They're always capitalized, and they literally look exactly like this for any single product. So we're going to go here, we're going to copy that product, and we're going to paste it into this search bar. And essentially, guys, you want to pick as many of your competitors that are making a lot of money. So this guy's making a lot of money. I'm assuming this person's probably making a lot of money, and you just go through it and pick people who are making a lot of money, who are very similar to the product that you're selling, right? You don't want to put people who aren't selling the exact same product. So for example, okay, let's say we were selling, so I'll just open up a new tab because I want to make you guys understand what I'm talking about. So if we're kind of selling, barbecue gloves, you're never going to want to go after competitors that aren't really the same product as yours. Let me explain. So let's assume that we're selling a product that looks like this, okay, very similar to this. We would never put in products into this list right here, that aren't exactly the same or as similar as they can be. So you see these ones are fabric, and these ones, they're made of like rubber. So this wouldn't be a direct competitor. We're only looking for exactly direct competitors that are selling very similar things to us. So this guy, even though he shows up for barbecue gloves, this is not a direct competitor to us. It's not exactly the same product. Neither is this one, neither is this one, neither is this one, or this one. Where are they all? So this would be a direct competitor. It's also fabric. This one's not, this one's not. This would be a direct competitor. This would be a direct competitor. This would be a direct competitor. So you basically have to pick the exact same products when you're putting them into this list right here, okay? And essentially what we're gonna do here is we're going to either you can come in here and you can put out whichever, pick whichever products you want and grab their ASINs. So let's just take this one again. For example, we'll come in here. You see the capitals right here. We're gonna copy those. We're gonna paste them in here, and you can either do them like that, or something that Helium 10 really is awesome and really allows us to do, pretty cool, is just press get competitors. And what we're gonna do here is it's gonna pull up a bunch of competitors that Helium 10 believes are the same product as us. So we're gonna wait for it to load, and we'll see what it pulls up here. All right, so as you can see, there's a ton of different, products here. What I recommend doing is never just click on them. So as you can see, I'm clicking on them and it's adding 6 out of 10, right? Never just click on them. You want to actually press this button, open them, and then make sure that they're actually making money, because you don't want to find keywords from someone who's not making money. In this case, we're going to open up Jungle Set, see if it's making money. So obviously, as you can see, this guy's making 62,000. That's great. We want to see what keywords he's ranking for. So we're going to click on him. I'm not going to go through all these, but essentially you'd go through all of the ones that are similar to your product, but are also making money. Because sometimes it's going to pull up products that aren't making money. They're only making like $1,000 or $2,000 per month. And that's not the people you want to grab their keywords from. So we're going to go in here. I'm just going to assume we've already gone through all of these, and we know that they're making money, just because, so we don't have to waste time here with you guys. But essentially you guys would just go through every single one and make sure that they're all good products that are direct competitors to you guys, and also that they make money. Then you just press close in the bottom right, and then it's going to automatically put them all in here. Then we're going to press get keywords, and again, like I said, what it's going to do here, it's going to take all these products and it's going to boil them down to keywords that they're showing up for, right? All the keywords that they're ranking for, all the keywords that if you type them in, they're going to show up for. So it takes a little while here first, because it's kind of withdrawing so much information. And as soon as it's done here, we're going to have a list of highly, just a lot of keywords that are going to be awesome for us to also rank for. All right, so now it's loading here. It finished, and it should reload with all the keywords in just a second. All right, so this is what you're going to see here. And again, you're going to have all the ASINs here. That's fine. Basically, an ASIN, guys, again, like I said, is just the part up here. So this part right here, the capital, that's an ASIN. Okay. So you put the ASINs in there, and now it's going to show you all the different ASINs. You can see all the pictures of all the ones that you put out. You can also see the total keywords that it found. It found 18,000 keywords for these products. It found 14,000 organic keywords, 1,644 sponsored keywords, and 4,500 Amazon recommended. So don't really worry about Amazon recommended and the sponsored keywords. Essentially, actually, I can explain to you guys the sponsored keywords right now. We'll go over them more in depth later, but essentially anytime you type in a product, so let's say I type in a keyword barbecue gloves, what you're going to see here is you're going to see the first couple ones are sponsored. You see it says sponsored right here, sponsored and sponsored. This means that somebody's paying money to show up for these keywords. And we're going to go much more in depth on sponsored stuff later on. But in this particular situation, we don't really care about the sponsored keywords. That doesn't matter to us. We're going to look at those when we're actually creating our own sponsored campaigns for our products, which is in a different module. So don't really worry about that. Right now, we're worrying about just organic keywords. And organic keywords are the ones that you don't have to pay to show up for. So let me go back here and show you guys. So basically, these are sponsored. This is sponsored. And this is the first product that's in the first organic position. So this is organic position 1. This is organic position 2, organic position 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on and so forth. So these are organic. So this product is organically showing up for barbecue gloves in the #1 position. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. Again, if you ever have any questions or anything like that, you always feel free to reach out to me or to our private Facebook community, because we're all here to help you and we're all here to grow together. But I think it should make, somewhat sense. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to check the different keywords here, and we're going to press search volume. So you see search volume, and you're going to see a bunch of keywords coming up right now from highest to lowest, because we want to filter them. We don't really care about the super low searches. We're looking for the searches, the products with a lot of search volume, or rather the keywords with a lot of search volume. Okay, so now that we've filtered it by search volume, what we're going to need to do is go to advanced filters here, and we're going to actually pick competitor rank average and also ranking competitors, because a lot of the keywords, obviously, as you can see, we have 17,000. A lot of the keywords don't really make sense to us, like computer desk. We're not selling computer desk. We're selling, the blue light blocking glasses, so that makes no sense for us. Gaming laptop also makes no sense for us. So we don't want to show. We don't want to see those irrelevant searches. Obviously, Helium 10 isn't perfect with this sense, and they're going to pull up keywords like that. And what we need to do is we actually need to filter certain things here in advanced filters. So competitor rank average, this is actually something let me just explain what that actually is. So basically, we pick 10 different competitors here. And for the certain keywords, we want to know where they're showing up for. So I just explained to you guys how organic keywords work, right? So if we go back to organic keywords, you can see that, so this is, like I said, first organic, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. So we will only want to see organic positions from the first organic position to the 30th. And the reason I say that is because when people come to Amazon and they search up a certain, a certain keyword, or they're searching up for a certain product, no one's ever going to go to like page, where are we? Page 2, 3, 4, 5. They really never do. So usually on one page, there's about 30 organic positions. So you want to search for between 1 and 30. Okay, so 1 and 30. That's usually the sweet spot, because we only want to see the different keywords that these people are having, that they're showing up for on the first page. Because some of those keywords, some of these products, they might be showing up for computer desk, but they might be on like page 10 for computer. When someone types in computer desk, one of these products might show up on like page 10. Obviously, that's not a keyword that it's making sales from, right? We only want to find keywords that the products are actually relevant for and are making sales from. So when someone actually searches them up, they actually go and they buy that product. So computer desk, obviously not one of them. So we want to go from competitor 1, organic rank 1 to 30. The next thing is we want to see how many of these competitors are actually showing up for that particular word. So I put 35 or 30. So for example, right, if only one person is showing up from between 1 and 30 out of the 10, that might not be our most relevant, keyword. We want to know where a lot of the competition is actually showing up for. So in this case, we have 10. So I would probably say around, ideally 4 or 5. You want at least 4 or 5 of these competitors to show up for the keyword within 1 and 30 for it to actually be a relevant keyword for us to use. Because if only 1 or 2 of them show up, then it might not be the most relevant. But if 6 of the people are showing up, or 5 of the people are showing up for the same keyword within 1 to 30, you know that if you're selling a similar product, you need to show up for that keyword for it to actually make you sales. So again, I hope this is making sense. But essentially, if you have 10, you can go like 5, 6, whatever. This is just something you're gonna have to decide and see how many depending on how many keywords you get. So we're gonna press apply and see how many keywords we get. If we still get too many, we might increase it to get just the relevant ones. Because again, we don't have unlimited space for keywords in our listing. We can't just stuff keywords in there. So we only want to pick the best ones and the most relevant ones and the ones that are actually going to bring us sales. So as you can see, we're now down to 339 keywords, and this is much more manageable than 17,000. So what we want to do now is actually go into over here, click on To Frankenstein. This is just another tool that you know, Helium 10 has in its arsenal. Now, if you get about anything similar to me, even 250, 200 is fine. If you don't get, you know, if you aren't getting enough keywords, then just lower the amount of ranking competitors, put it to like 3 instead of 5 or something like that. Okay, just lower it and just broaden your filters and you'll get more keywords. So now what you want to do is you actually want to go through these keywords and make sure that they're actually all making sense. I'm going to do this with you for a little bit, and then I'll probably, you know, just go through these quickly without you guys. But essentially, you have to make sure that these are, you know, make sense for you, right? Let's say if we saw computer desk here, then obviously we would delete it. That makes no sense. But usually, because we've, you know, gone through the filtering process already, most of these things are actually going to be very, very relevant to your product. Anti-blue light glasses, anti-glare glasses, Felix Gray computer glasses. So that's, I think that might be a brand. So we really don't want to put brands in our thing. So we're going to delete that. But you can search up Felix Gray. If that's a computer glass things, then, you know, then you know that it is. And if it is, then just delete it. Blue light glasses, a computer for women, blue light glasses, blue glasses. So blue glasses, don't know if that's, you know, blue light blocking glasses or just blue glasses. We'll keep that in for now though, because obviously people, you know, obviously our competitors are ranking for it, so we want to rank for it too. And essentially you just want to go through this. And so Henry blue blocking glasses, I think that's a brand. We're going to delete that. Easy peasy reading glasses for men. Okay, that's obviously a brand. And just go through these until you have deleted all the different keywords that have, you know, that have brands in them or are not relevant to your product. I'm not going to do this because it's going to take a long time, but essentially for you guys, just go through it. It's going to be very, very important to do this. And we're going to use this for our actual keyword list. So now that we have all these keywords, okay, let's assume I've already gone through them. I've deleted all the bad stuff. What we're going to do here, okay, we're just going to click on process. And then you're going to have your master list of keywords right here. And as you can see, what it did is it just deleted all the duplicates. So you see blue light, blocking glasses, blue light, you know, those that repeats, computer glasses, that repeats. What it did is it just removed all the duplicate keywords because we really don't need duplicates on Amazon. Amazon is smart enough to actually mix and match keywords. So if we go to listing, you don't have to repeat blue light, blue light, blue light. You know, if you have blue light in your title, you don't have to have it in your features or your description. It's automatically, Amazon is smart enough to actually mix and match different keywords together to actually figure out what keywords you're relevant for. So we don't need to just, you know, constantly repeat keywords. This is going to be our mass list. Obviously, guys, yours is going to look better than this because I have probably a lot of different you know, brands in here, like Easy Peasy needs to go, stuff like that needs to go. Also, sometimes you'll have weird stuff in here like Hev. Lick, I guess, see, lick, there you go, Ligjt. I was like, what is that? But then as you can see, my thing is autocorrecting it to light. That's because that's a misspelling that people type in on Amazon. It's a misspelling. So you might want to have that to know that, you know, people are doing that, because if you can, you know, get the misspelling into your backend search term, then whenever someone misspells it, your product will show up there. Now, you don't want to misspell stuff on your actual listing. So like, for example, you don't want to misspell stuff in here because that's just going to look bad. But I'll show you guys a separate spot in your backend, so behind the scenes, where you can put in misspellings and, you know, then you can show up for those as well. But that's essentially it, guys. This is how you make your master list of keywords. I hope you guys understood it. We're going to try to now get most of these keywords into our listing so that whenever someone searches them up, whenever someone searches any of these keywords up, any of these words, we're going to show up for those particular keywords so we can make sales, because the whole name of the game is to get in front of the customer on Amazon. We want to get our product in front of the customers. So that's pretty much it for building your master list of keywords and how to do that. And that's pretty much it, guys. I will see you in the next video. Hey, what's up, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about building out your title. We're going to start building out the whole kind of listing here. And now that you have the master list of keywords, just leave this here. We're definitely going to need them. Put them into a separate kind of document or something like that. Save them. You can come up here, press save. You can either, so I'm going to save it as blue light glasses. You can also export this to, you know, kind of your own document or whatever. That's fine. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start pulling out all these keywords. I'm just going to Command A or Control A, and then I'm going to go to the tool called Scribbles. And what we're going to do here is just paste in all those phrases. So we use the phrases, not the actual, so the keyword phrases, not the actual words that we had there. And we're going to apply them into here. And what it's going to do is it's going to show us all the different words, right? How often they repeat and what they are, like what the most important ones are. So as you can see here, the red is blue, light, glasses, computer. So those are clearly the ones that are the most important. We need to absolutely have those in here. And as it goes down, they get less and less important. But, you know, these are also some that you would want to get in as well. Now, obviously, we have a lot of keywords. We won't be able to use every single keyword, and that's totally fine. Just use the biggest and most relevant keywords, which are the red, the orange, and, you know, the green and all that stuff in the blue. And over here, you see the full phrases, and you want to be able to try to get these, you know, phrases into your listing as well, the full phrases. And before we do get, you know, started into all this, as you can see here, the title is the most important part for ranking your listing. By far, you know, the ranking order of which is the most important is the title, then it goes the features, then the back end of your listing, and then the description. So we definitely want to make sure that a title is written out and optimized correctly. Now, I'm not going to go into super detail on like, you know, actually building one out yourself, myself, but basically what you want to do is you want to go like, so there's a few things. I have some notes here. So the first thing is remember that we're not selling to computers, right? So sometimes in a big kind of thing that a lot of people are going to get wrong is that they're going to like try to just put in all the keywords. So blue, light, glasses, computer, blocking, women, you know, this makes no sense, right? If you have a title that's just a bunch of keywords like this, like blocker, men, like, yes, technically your listing will show up for all the keywords it needs to. However, it's just keyword stuffing. And at the end of the day, we're not selling to computers, we're selling to people. So if I read this, I would be like, what the hell is that? And like, that would throw me off, and that would throw off a lot of customers. So remember, you're selling to people, not computers. We want to get as many relevant keywords as we can in there, but remember, it still needs to make sense. It still needs to look good, and it still needs to make me want to buy. So that's kind of one thing to make sure. So keyword stuffing, you know, it can hurt you. So the title, you cannot exceed 200 characters. So basically, as you can see here, 200 bytes. So every time you write anything, so screen, so it's going to take up space. There's only 200 bytes. You can only have, that's kind of the limit, okay? Also, there are some rumors going around that Amazon might be changing this to 50. So as you can see, we're already at 67, which means that 50 would be like here. Okay, this would be the title. I really doubt this is going to happen, but you know, it could happen. And if it does, you're going to have to just put in, again, the most relevant, biggest keywords that you can up front. And that's kind of all you're going to need to do. But basically, I don't think this is going to happen. This is just something I wanted to mention here. In case it does, just shorten your title if you have to in that case. So what do we have here? So don't include words like original, hot, or sale. Those words cannot be used. Those words are, you know, technically against terms of service. So you can't use those kind of words in your title. Just stick to what the actual product is. Amazon also likes your brand name in the title, so you're gonna want to add it. Otherwise, you know, it also looks more professional. And also, if you don't add it, sometimes Amazon adds it yourself. So basically, it would be something like you want to do something like your main keyword. So for example, your main keyword, so night driving glasses. So let's say we're selling night driving glasses. You go night driving glasses. So in this case, actually, it wouldn't be night driving glasses. It would be blue light blocking glasses by, let's say, our brand is Outdoor Optical. It doesn't make sense, but or let's say gaming optical. Okay. So let's say this is our brand name. Okay. So you type in blue light blocking glasses by gaming optical, and then you continue with your title. And I'll show you guys an example in just a second. But you definitely want to have your brand name in there, because if not, you know, you want to do what Amazon wants you to do, and Amazon is actually kind of pushing towards that way. So do it in a sense like this. So blue light blocking glasses by gaming optical. So main keyword by your brand name. Sometimes Amazon is actually going to reverse it, and they'll just go gaming optical, and then they'll go blue. They'll like automatically reverse it on you. Without you even knowing, and it's just going to happen in your listing. You'll see it, and that's totally normal. If they do this, just go gaming optical, and then just do like a hyphen, and then just go with your actual keywords and your real title. And this is normal. It's going to do this sometimes. That's fine. Just keep your brand name in there. That's also why you want to have your brand name be kind of relevant to your product, but also broad enough to not be confusing. So because Sometimes they're absolutely going to put it in. Where are we here? So what you want to do is you want to do brand name, product name, features, benefits. Okay. So this is our, this is how you want to structure it. So you want to go, so brand name. So we said, outdoor, or no, what was it? Gaming, optical. So by the way, just point out something, gaming optical is too niche because that means only gamers are going to think that this product is for them. So I would do something more broad, but I just want to, put that out there. Gaming optical, blue light blocking glasses. Okay. That's our main keyword because as you can see, blue light glasses right here, blue light blocking glasses. These are the red ones. This is what we need to want to have right like at the front. Then we have product name. So that's our product name. So brand name, product name, features. So a feature here, I have an example here. A feature is, so for example, if we're selling blue light blocking glasses with a case. So let's say I just change this. Let's say our blue light blocking glasses, and they come with a case. That's a feature. Oh, a feature of a product is that it comes with a free travel case. So that's a feature, or anything like that, like something that's whatever, a feature, okay? And a benefit is like something that allows you to do. So a benefit would be like helps you see at night. So or avoids eye strain, okay? Or helps eye strain, or helps you sleep at night because of the removing the blue light or whatever. So you want to have brand name, product name, feature, and then benefit. Okay, and you want them all filled with keywords. So you want to kind of make it like keyword rich features and benefits. And the reason we're doing this, like I said, is because we want to sell to a customer, not to a computer. So even though you might not be able to have the most keyword rich features and benefits, it's important because we're selling to a person. We want the person to understand, okay, there's features and benefits. And another feature would be like, for example, let's say if you're selling a snorkel mask, okay? So if we have a feature would be like if it came with like a bottle of anti-fog thing, or if the glass was like tempered glass, or if it was like something special, it's a feature of the product, something that the product has. That's something you want to add as a feature as more examples. So for example, let's do this. So gaming optical, blue light blocking glasses. So that's our main keyword. Or our product name. Then features would be like, okay, what's a feature? Includes free travel case. And we also want to try to make these like, these features keyword rich, which is hard sometimes, but it's fine. So for example, includes free travel case. And what else do we have here? Benefit. So a benefit would be, what was our benefit? So that it reduces eye strain. So as you can see, that's a keyword. Reduces eye strain, that's a benefit. Now we want to go into it and we actually want to enrich it, right? So we only have 88 bytes here, like characters here. We're allowed 200. So we want to go in here and we want to finish this up. So for example, if it has magnification, that is a feature. Okay, includes free travel case. And so I'm not really going to go through this because really this takes a lot of time and it takes like, a lot of work to go through this. Another thing you can do is actually go and look at your main competitors. So for example, if we go to, who was that guy? Sykes, okay. You want to come in here and you can look at his title. Now they're not always going to be the best titles. So like this is blue light filter computer glasses for blocking UV headache. So for example, blocking UV headache, that is a benefit. Okay, that's something that it does. It's anti-eye strain. So you can also use your competition to help you. But essentially, I'm not going to do this because we do actually provide a service, to make listings like this. It really takes a long time to actually sit down and work it through. Now, I didn't even do the keywords all the way correct because I kind of rushed them just to show you guys how to do it. But essentially, you want to do it like this, and you want to make sure that you're adding all the keywords that you can. Now, for example, here's one thing. If it says women here, if my product is not for women, if it's for, unisex, I wouldn't put women here. So don't worry about putting women there. Just put the ones that are kind of, super relevant for your product. Also try to get the keywords in there, the full words, but don't try to keyword stuff this. Obviously, try to put as much as you can in here, but not something that makes it look weird. So I'll try it a little bit more. Includes free travel case to reduce travel case and reduces eye strain and UV headaches I don't think we have that keyword, but that was one of the keywords. The other person says, so what else does it say here? Perfect for reading, you know, and then you kind of like do stuff like this. So just try to make sure that you're putting in as many keywords as you can in here, and as many benefits, and, you know, make sure that you're doing it in this order: brand name, product name, features, benefits. Okay, and try to put as many keywords as you can there. Again, remember, you're not selling to computers, you're selling to people. So make this sound good. Use your competition to help you out with, you know, different keywords they're using, or even like the way they're like structuring it. Don't copy them, just make sure to get inspiration from them. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. We're going to go into bullet points next, and I'll show you guys how to do those as well. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're going to talk about how to build out your bullet points. Again, these are the things over here that you can see, you know, right under the product or right next to the product, depending on what category you are. They might be in a different spot, but essentially these are the bullet points that you're going to see and that people are going to read to know more about your product and to decide whether or not they're going to buy it or not. So these are very, very important. Again, they are going to draw relevance to your actual product. So, you know, you're going to tell Amazon what the product actually is, so they know, and they can show you up for the different keyword searches that people are going to be searching up for, so that you show up there. And so basically, it's very important for that. And it's also very important because these are the things that that your customers are actually going to be reading, right? People are going to be reading this most of the time. They're very important, and they're going to help with conversion rate, which means that, you know, it's going to make people actually want to buy. So it's going to turn just visitors of your listing to actual buyers. And there's a certain, you know, very specific formula you want to use that I've seen some really great success from. I've learned this from one of my very, very successful seller friends, and I want to share it with you guys. So the first bullet point, so you see bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have 5 bullet points on any listing. And the first bullet point needs to be a differentiator. So in this bullet point, you have to tell your customer why your product is better than the competitors. Why are you different? What's better about you? What does your product do that others don't? So for example, if we have these blue light blocking glasses, maybe they also have, so I know personally, I know I have blue light blocking glasses, and I know that some of them can come out as magnified. So even if you know, for people who don't have, you know, who don't need glasses, the actual glasses are a little magnified. So for example, if your glasses don't have magnification, that's actually a really good thing, because for people who don't need glasses, they don't need magnification. So you can say, for example, a big differentiator would be like, you know, no magnification, or for example, whatever, right? If I could type. So pick out your biggest differentiator about your product that other people do not have or do not do, or why, just the reason why your product is better than the others. Okay, so that's the first bullet point. And again, I'm not going to go into too much detail on how to do this, because again, it takes a long time, and I don't have time to sit here with you guys and do this. It would have like a 1 hour long video just, you know, writing the copy for this, you know, for the listing. So essentially just go in, again, look at your competitors, see what they're doing. Again, do not copy, but just, you know, you can get inspiration from them as well. There's a lot of competitors out there, and you can do that. You know, grab a lot of inspiration from them. When you're writing your bullets also, you want to remember to use emotions. Okay, so you're not selling as a robot. Okay, you need to make people feel stuff. You need to make people understand stuff, and the best way to do that is through emotional writing. So don't be like a boop bop, you know, robot. Talk with you know, with emotion. Make your customer feel emotion and want to buy your product, right? Easier said than done, but think of it as not just stating, you know, writing an essay. You're trying to make people feel, okay? Because people buy on emotion. The next thing is you want to start every beginning in capitals and use eye-catching copy. So let me explain to you what that means. So as you can see here, every single thing starts in a capital, and then there's just copy. Like there's just like actual, you know, so the main thing needs to be like the eye-catching thing, and then the small writing is just you explaining about that. So he says best blue light blocking glasses. He goes anti-harmful Blu-ray. So you can see he's obviously trying to keyword stuff here, so that really doesn't make sense. Again, you're selling to humans, not computers. So anyways, anti-harmful Blu-ray, like that makes no sense. Provide all-day protection against the detrimental effects, high energy, visible blue light, and UV 400. So again, he's going hard on the keyword stuffing. So you might want to ease back on it a little bit, but he's doing well, so maybe he knows what he's doing. But essentially, you want to have the big capitals of the eye-catching thing. So what he said here, he said best blue light blocking glasses. Okay, so that kind of gets your attention, and then he goes on with you know, a little bit more about it. But you want to do that. So the first one, you want to do differentiator, why you're different. So he didn't really do that. He just says that he's the best. That doesn't tell me anything. Again, that's not very emotional. So tell me why you're the best in this one. Differentiate yourself. The next one, it's the feature plus benefit that the consumer will get, or the customer will get. So a feature, what's a feature of your product, plus how does that feature benefit the customer? Feature plus benefit. So for example, travel case, so free travel case, so you can take it on the go. Okay, so that's a feature plus benefit. Then you want another feature plus benefit. So for example, if you're selling a snorkel mask, then you say the glass is all anti-fog glass, so you never have to, come up in the middle of the ocean to, clean your thing or whatever, right? I'm just throwing this at the top of my head, but essentially you want to say what the feature is and what the benefit is going to be to the consumer. People are not buying products, they're buying emotions, they're buying feelings. They're like, what's the saying? It's like people don't buy drills, they buy holes, right? No one buys a drill. Who wants a drill? They don't care about the drill. They care about the hole that the drill makes. That's what you need to remember with these things. People care about the hole that the drill makes. So don't sell them the drill, sell them the hole. Understanding? Does that make sense? Okay. Then problem and how your product fixes that problem. So the biggest problem that your kind of market has, or that, like, let's say for example, the biggest problem with the product, why your customers should actually buy that to fix this problem, right? So explain to them that. So kind of make them feel the pain and then give them the solution, if that makes sense. Make them feel the pain of getting UV headaches or something. The worst thing is having UV headaches from these blue light blocking glasses. Imagine being able to sit and work without getting those headaches, guys. I'm throwing this out here, like I'm just throwing these things off the top of my head, but essentially you really have to dig deep into these and really put your all into this stuff. It does take a while, and it's taken me a while too, because I'm not the greatest kind of copywriter and stuff like that, but essentially if you do take some time, you will get there. And the last point, bullet number 5, is always a guarantee. So let's see if he did one here. But I always like to have it as a guarantee. See, it says lifetime warranty. We provide lifetime 100% money back guarantee and friendly customer service, whether you blah, blah, blah. Okay. So essentially, you want to say that you are, some sort of guarantee, whatever your guarantee is, 100% money back guarantee, no, no questions, refund, money back, blah, blah. That's what a guarantee needs to be there. And another thing to note is that just a few more things that I have mentioned here is that you want to write all numbers as numbers, like number 5, like the 5, not like, don't spell it out. And you don't want to write super long bullet points. You want to stay to the point and super kind of concise, because we're not here to write essays. People don't want to read essays. They just want to get to the point. They want to see why why they should buy from you, why your product is better than the rest. So that's very important. Now, another thing is, we're not going to cover subject matter. Don't worry about all of these subject matter sections. Just worry about the bullet points. Go through them. Again, follow the different the different phrases here and the keywords. Try to put in as many as you can. Also try to make it sound good. I have one more tip for you guys, which is the Hemingway editor app. I'm going to leave a link below this video to pick this up. It's actually 100% free. I don't know why I said pick this up, but it's a free app. You just go to hemingwayapp.com, and basically what it's going to do is, this is where I like to build out my bullet points, because it allows you to actually know how to write good sentences. And essentially, let me just explain it quickly. So as you can see here, it says grade level readability is 6. What we want to do is we want to get it as low as possible. We might want to get it to level 3 or level 4, because the lower the grade level of reading, the easier it is to read, and then the more people are going to buy. That's just scientifically proven, is that the easier and the lower the grade level, the more people are willing to buy, the more people are going to convert on your listing. So what we're going to do here is, basically, you see this is red. You just need to go through here and delete certain words, type certain things, and as you'll see, as you fix it, it will actually turn gray like this. So as you fix it, it'll turn gray. Other things will be marked here, like for example, it says passive voice. So phrases in green have been marked to show passive voice. So green are marked. Okay, I don't know how to do this. So whatever, you just need to go through this and do this. Omit these kind of things, and as you'll see, blue, okay, whatever. And you can see now we're on a grade level 5. Okay, so you need to go through these, and you'll see that your things go lower, and essentially just paste your actual things in here. So let's say we do this one. Let's paste it in here. and see what it says. So as you can see, this can really do, you know, a lot better because he's actually using, you know, really weird words and stuff. So you can make this sound a lot better. And once you fix this up, get it all gray, then you can throw it in here. Throw it in your scribbles, put it in here, and then you'll have, you know, very well optimized. So you'll have all the keywords that you need. Also, the actual sentences will sound right. And you've also, you know, use like differentiator features, and basically that's how you go about building the ideal listing. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now let's talk about actually how to make your product description. Your product description is actually something that is not going to affect your ranking. This is simply just to continue to tell your customers more about your product and why they should buy it. So we're going to use a website here called Word to HTML. Essentially, I just wrote down some things here. We want to show products, in the description, we want to show product specifications. So maybe how big it is, the weight of it, all this kind of stuff. Anything the customer might want to know more about. What kind? So in case of our blue light blocking glasses, what kind of UV does it block? Just really specific things about your product. Then also you can go more about your benefits and your features. Just talk more about it in longer form content. And then at the end, you want to add some sort of more, another guarantee, which is again like a 100% money back guarantee. And again, use your competitors as examples in this space. So the reason we're going to use Word to HTML right here is because we're going to use some HTML coding. Don't get too, confused about that, because essentially on Amazon, if you just type in, if I just wrote down my product description, so let's say I wrote the best blue light blocking glasses, whatever. Let's say, actually, let me just copy one in here. So let's say if I just take this and I copy this and I paste it into here, and then I just take this and then I put it into my listing, it's gonna look exactly like this, okay? And it looks like one big blob. It doesn't look nice. It doesn't look, it's hard to read. It's not ideal, right? So for example, here you can see how this one has like, bullet points and stuff like that. They also have spaces between, and that's because they're using HTML. Another thing they're using is they're using picture HTML, which actually is against terms of service. So for pictures, I don't recommend this, but for text, it's fine. So as you can see here, he's using pictures and stuff like that. You actually can't have pictures in your product description unless it says here from the manufacturer. If it says from the manufacturer, that's fine. That means the actual person who owns the product is a brand registered, which we'll talk about later. But if it says product description, that means they're using HTML, which is actually against terms of service to do. So don't really worry about the pictures, but this is totally fine to do. So essentially, if we just had this in our backend, like in our product description, and it looked like this looks a lot better than this, right? Like just right away, it's easier to read, it's easier to see what they're talking about, and all the benefits and stuff like that. So how do you do this? Basically, what you have to do is you have to use a Word to HTML converter. So let's use this guy's description as an example, and let's make it look nicer. So we're gonna come in here, and let's say if I want to, make spaces. Amazon usually doesn't let us do this, but we can make spaces, literally just, use it like a Word document. So let's say if we want to, make some spaces there, then let's say we want to do benefits, okay? And then we want to have like a bullet list. So you just click on bullet list here, and you just go, anti-glare, prevents UV headaches, etc., right? So once you do that, you build it out in here, then you go to HTML, and you're gonna see it looks kind of crazy. And that's because this is the HTML editor. So just copy and paste your actual listing, and then bring it into Scribbles after you've optimized it and put it in here. Because we're gonna use this. This is what we're actually gonna paste into our Amazon listing. It's gonna look really weird, but when it comes out, it's not gonna look like a big blob. It's gonna look like nice and exactly what we wanted, exactly like, like this. So basically exactly how it looks in the Word editor, this is how it's gonna come out in our actual Amazon description. Again, you don't need to use any, many keywords in here or anything like that. This is just to show your customer more reasons why they should actually buy. Many people don't actually even read the product description, but it's great to have, because just in case they do, you want to be able to tell them all about your product. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, so now let's talk about your search terms. Your search terms are very important. These are your back-end search terms. I'll show you guys where to put these, but essentially, these are things that you don't want to put into your listing that you might want to still tell Amazon about and tell them, hey, even though this is not in my listing, I want you to know that my product still should rank for these things. It should still show up for these certain things. And essentially what we do here again is we don't have to repeat anything. So if we mentioned it in the title, we don't need to repeat it in the bullets. And if we mention it in the bullets, we don't need to repeat it in the search terms. So if it's already been on your listing, you don't have to repeat the keywords in your search terms. This is where you just take the keywords that are still like, really good. So for example, let's say we didn't use like these words. So filter, I'd put filter in there. I'd put glass in there, computer, and you just do it randomly. Not randomly, sorry. You just do it without any commas or anything. You just do a space, computers, and it doesn't need to make any sense because no one's actually going to see this. This is just you talking to robots now. You're talking to the Amazon algorithm, and that's fine. So we can just go small. Then as you can see here, it says Felix Gray. Now, I'm not positive on this one. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to put your like other people's brand names in your backend search term, but I've done it before. You're not really going to get in trouble for it. I think it might be against terms of service, but it's fine if you want to do it. So anyways, let's just be like super by the book and we won't put it in here, but magnification, and make sure you spell it right because these are going to be words that are going to be showing up there. So yeah, so this is all in your backend, and you just go here and basically your backend only has 250 characters, and just put in as many as you can in there. Just use it up. So magnifying life art, I think that's a brand, I'm not sure. Lentes, I think that's Spanish. Para. So you'll see sometimes Spanish words, and that's fine. Usually I put Spanish words in my backend search terms because I'm not going to use Spanish in my listing. But yeah, you just go through it and you can just use whatever keywords, top to bottom, make sure that you have them in here. The ones that you haven't used in your listing, throw them into your backend search term. So that's pretty much for that, guys. And I will see you guys in the next video. All right, guys, now let's talk about by far the most important thing of all for your listing, which is your pictures. Now I have a few things I want to go over with you guys. I have the notes here. Again, you should have nice notes in the description to download for yourselves. But let's talk about, let's talk about pictures. So the first thing is if you want your pictures to be zoomable, so let's just go to somebody's pictures here. If you want them to be zoomable, I'm assuming these are going to be zoomable. Meaning that when you scroll your mouse over them, once this loads, it'll actually zoom in. You guys probably seen those pictures on so okay, depending on the category, they won't actually zoom. There'll be like a little magnifying glass like this, which will actually zoom it in like that, which is totally fine too. You want yours to be zoomable. So some of them you'll just hold your mouse over and it will automatically zoom in like a blue checkbox. You'll be able to zoom it in. Some of them are like this, that's fine. But the thing is, you absolutely do need to have your products be zoomable. And how you do that is you need to have your pictures be 1000 megapixels by 1000 megapixels. And that's something you're going to actually have to tell your person who's taking your photographer or whatever. They're usually going to be more than 1000 by 1000, but that's essentially the minimum to be zoomable on Amazon. So the next point I have here is the main image should be pure white background and should only have the product in it. So as you can see here, this is a 2-pack, so that's why he has 2. However, he's only selling a 1-pack. He can't have 2 in here. It needs to be just a white background picture. Actually, even having this right here. Actually, I don't even know if this is part of the picture or not. I'm confused. If this is part of the picture, which it seems like it is to me, right here, the 2-pack, that's actually not allowed to be there. Any emblems or tags or anything like that is not allowed to be there. It's only allowed to be the pure white background with the product on it. Okay, so for example, like here, you have the pure white background. You see how it says lifetime warranty. It's actually not allowed, terms of service wise, not allowed to happen. But a lot of people do it. It's supposed to be just pure white. Okay, so that's that. Another thing we're going to cover here is the image should be square image. So when you don't want a long image, or you don't want a tall image, you want it to be a square because those work best on Amazon. So again, you'll have to talk with your photographer when you're doing this. Tell them you want a square image and you want your image to be, another point is that you want your image to be super big. So as you can see here, there's so much white space, okay, around. So what happens is people don't really notice your product. So if I go to the hemp oil stuff and I go back, I just picked this example because there's a lot of people who really are eye-catching. So for example, you see this guy, he's big, it looks kind of, looks okay, but this one right here is so eye-catching. Look how big it is. Look how much of the white space this person is taking up. So as you can see, where is it? So look, the corners, once it loads, it's taking a little longer to load, but once it loads, the corners are like around here, right? But look how much of the white background this is taking. And what this ends up doing is it actually draws your attention to the product from these pages. So here's one guy who's doing this. Do you see how big these are? This one compared to this one? I mean, this is really draws your, your eye to the product. Here's let me try to find you kind of a bad example. Let's see. So they're all pretty good in here. So see this is kind of tall. It's a tall image. So there's a lot of white background. I mean, that you can see, while something like this is super big and right in your face. So this one too, right in your face. It takes up a lot of the white space. So you want to make sure that your product is taking up as much of the white space as possible, because if there's a lot of white space, people just, your eyes don't, naturally go to this one. I see this one, I see this one. They look huge to me and I instantly see them. So the bigger, the better. The ones who take up the most white space are usually going to win out. Another thing is there's a few types of images. So there's the white background, lifestyle, and model. So let me explain them to you guys here. So here's a white background picture. Actually, let's use this guy as an example. So here's a white background picture. Then there is the lifestyle picture, and the lifestyle picture is just kind of basically, where you would use it. Where would a product like this be found? Would it be found on your desk? So in this case, yes, it'd probably be found on your desk. Would it be found on your nighttime table? So that might also be a place to put it, like on your nightstand or something like that. Just where is this product naturally found? And then also there is the model pictures, and the model pictures are the ones where obviously you have a model that's wearing them, that's kind of using the product the way it's supposed to be used. Here's another model picture, and even more here. So essentially the ideal amount of each would be like maybe 2 to 3 white background pictures, 2 to 3 lifestyle images, and then 1 to 2 model images. Now the thing is, model pictures usually cost a lot more, so if you don't have a big budget, then just skip out on the model pictures. But you always, if you're going to skip out on model pictures, you always want to have lifestyles instead, okay? Because if you just have all white background, it's not going to look good. It's not going to sell the product well. These are called infographics, by the way. These are infographic images, and they can be good, but if they're not done well, then they won't really be good. You can put some kind of infographics if you really want to. They're really good at showing why your product is better than the competition's, but they're not mandatory. So this person's really not using many lifestyle or kind of, I guess he has one model picture, but it's not ideal. If he had more lifestyle and more model pictures, he would actually do a lot better, in my opinion. So those are the different types of pictures and how many you should have of them, okay? So another question that I always get is how to get images if you don't have a product yet. Like, for example, if your product's still being made in China, how would you actually have, sample to actually make a product from? And essentially what you're going to do is you're just going to order, let's say if you get it from a photographer, you're going to order your pictures to be taken, and you'll get your Chinese supplier or wherever you're getting it from to actually send one sample, to make one custom sample with your logo on it, with everything on it, with the proper packaging, with everything. They'll usually do it for you, and get them to send that over to your actual to your photographer, and then that way they'll be able to do that for you. Otherwise, you can wait until they're finishing up production and get them to send one expedited sample to your photographer, so you can take the pictures before they actually before your listing gets in stock. And that's how you do it with if you don't actually have one yet. Another thing here is, one big thing is that I don't want you guys to do your pictures yourself. The pictures are the most important things on your listing, by far more important than your title, more important than your features, your description, anything, okay? Because humans are visual creatures. They buy with their eyes. If your product looks like shit, okay, and I'm going to swear here because there's far too many times that I see people trying to take pictures themselves, and it's just a horrible, horrible job. So please, guys, don't end up doing everything right and then cheaping out on the pictures. You want to get good quality professional pictures. Do not do them yourselves, okay? There are certain places you can get them from for cheaper, and I'll show you guys good alternatives on how to do that. So if you have bad pictures, you will fail 100%, okay? 1,000,000% you will fail. This is potentially, after finding a good product, pictures are your second most important thing, okay? So let me just show you. So I showed you guys some example of good and bad images. Again, needs to attract attention. Like I said, some categories are zoomable without a click. Some of them you need to click. So you can only see 7 pictures, okay? But technically you can put 9 or 10 even, and that's totally fine. So that's, that's something to consider. So for example, just gonna come like this, you're gonna press plus, and then you're gonna see them here. So if you can get 9, do that. If not, at least minimum 7 is necessary. So yeah, also, infographics, like I said, can be good, but only if you do them well. If they're bad, they will actually hurt your listing. Then a couple places to get products from, or product images from, either Fiverr. We talked about Fiverr. Just type in fiverr.com and then search up, product photography. Find someone that'll do that, or you can go to Jungle Market. I'll leave links in the description to both of these, and you can go to just type in product photography, and this is from the creators of Jungle Scout. They also created a Jungle Market, which is basically just pre-vetted sellers or pre-vetted talent that actually Jungle Scout, vetted them to make sure that they're actually good at what they do. They're usually more expensive on the Jungle Market, so if you have a little bit more money, then do it that way. If not, then go on Fiverr. Fiverr is usually cheaper, but sometimes they might not be, as good as they say they are. So that's something to note as well. So that is pretty much that. One more thing, guys, is when you actually are when you're actually making your images, like when you receive your images, you actually want to change the name of your images to the main keywords. And that's a little bit of a hack. So let me go into my downloads and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let's say we have a picture here. You see it says Aura Ring image. When you download it, your photographer is going to give you some sort of name or whatever he named it with. Don't just upload it like that. You want to come in here and let's just assume these are blue light blocking glasses. So you just call them blue light blocking glasses. Okay. And when you do that and you upload them to Amazon this way, it's called metadata. So Amazon will actually be able to read the name of your picture, and that will also help them draw relevance. It's kind of a secret way to get more, keywords into your listing, or more relevance to keywords in your listing. So that's a super cool trick. So before you actually upload them, you want to do them like this. How is it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about fully just putting together the whole listing and how to do that. Now, if you already have a skeleton listing, which we went over before, if everything's good on there, it didn't get taken down, everything's perfect, then all you have to do is just use that listing. For me, I'm actually going to create a new listing because all I have here is a wall clock. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do that in just a second. But before I do, if you just want to, let's say this is your listing, all you have to do is press on edit and you'll be able to go and edit in your listing. Now I'll be back. All right, so we're here in the listing. Remember to turn on advanced view. I'm just gonna put a random, product ID. Now product name is your title. That's what we had here in Scribble. So I'm just coming here and copy and paste that. So paste your, title in there. Brand name, we said gaming optical. So change that if you don't have that, whatever yours is. So that's that. Variations we're not touching. Offer. So this is something very important, but actually before we get to offer, let's go to images. Images, remember, all you have to do is press choose file and put your file into, here, wherever your, whatever your photographer gave to you. Again, like I said, you don't really want to do those yourself. So hopefully you got a photographer. Happy about that if you did, and just upload those in here after you change the name. Remember I told you change the name to something, some keywords, certain keywords that, are good for your product, and put them in here and use them as the keywords. Because like I said, this is metadata and it's going to pick it up in there. Now, these are some more rules if you want to go over, what the rules are again. So that's pretty much that for the pictures. We'll assume that we've done that. Description. So you go in here, go into our product description. Remember, like I said, with the HTML, copy that, then come in here, paste it, and it's going to look weird, but when you actually put it in, it will look fine. It will look exactly how you made it. Key product features, these are bullet points. We're going to add more, and you want to have 5 here, right? Because we made 5 bullet points. You can only have up to 5, but make sure to use them all. And then again, you're just going to come in here, copy, and paste them in, okay? And that's how they're going to look. You're going to do all 5 of them. That's pretty much it for this section. For keywords, remember we talked about search terms. If you go to Scribbles here, we had the search terms that we did here that were all the ones that, we really couldn't fit into our listing. You take those and you just copy them and paste them into the search terms, just like that. Don't touch anything else here, just the search terms. So that's pretty much it for everything else. Remember, we did the more details with the weight and the dimensions that will help you out as well. Images we did, compliance we don't really do. Now we're on offer. So this is where it gets cool. So your price, you probably already know what price you want to sell at. So, you probably have a good idea of what price it needs to be for you to make money. Now, we all obviously always usually want to price ourselves as the premium option in the kind of market, because obviously with a premium option, we'll have a bigger profit margin, and it's just better for us, and then we can also provide a better product. Now, because you guys are part of the Fast Track 2.0 program, you guys have a huge unfair advantage over people who aren't in our program. There's a ton of information here, and we're going through it, very in detail, in depth. And as you can probably imagine at this point, it's if you tried to do this on your own, it'd be a lot more difficult. So for the your price option, we will eventually get it to a premium price point, but when you're starting off, you want to set it fairly low because we need to get some traction and we need to have some, get some sales, and then later on we can increase it. So what I like to do is I tell you to price it at break even plus 10%. So whatever your break even price is, let's say it's $8 plus 10%, whatever. So let's do $12, okay? $12.99. So whatever your break even is plus 10%. The sale price, just do the same thing. And start, so sale price you can just do starting from now to, just go down, really far down the months and just do it like that. And if you really want to too, you can actually raise your price here to like $14.99 and then keep your sale price at $12.99. It doesn't really matter. Basically, whatever your sale price is, whatever your price is here is what it's going to show up on the listing, okay? Manufacturer suggested retail price, you don't really need to do that, so we're not going to touch that. Condition, go to new. But if you want to have like manufacturer suggested retail price, usually you want that to be like higher, so then it can show that, oh, you guys are getting a sale here on Amazon. So let's just do like $14.99 also if you want to do that. Really, you don't really need to do this or the sale price. Your price is usually fine, but this is just sometimes you can play around with it too. Max order quantity, guys. Remember when I said we were doing the 999 trick? And if you wanted to not be able, for someone not to be able to see how many units you have left, you put a max order quantity. So for max order quantity, I usually set it to the highest amount any normal person would ever buy from me. So for example, I can see the blue light blocking glasses selling maybe 2 or 3 pairs from one order, but I really can't see anyone buying 5 or more blue light blocking glasses, or even 10 or more blue light blocking glasses. So I'll put like 10 here because I can't see anyone buying more than 10. So just put a max order quantity that people aren't really going to buy. So if you're selling like pencils, maybe make it like 50 because maybe a school will buy it and they'll want to buy a bunch of different pencils. But just make sure to set up a max order quantity that makes sense for your product. And that's pretty much it for this. Remember, Amazon will ship and provide service, and then just press save and finish. And that's pretty much it. You've just set up your listing. You're ready to go. And yeah, so, that's awesome. Your listing is kind of ready. And in the next module, we'll talk about kind of, the launching, how to get your listing out there to the world. But we're not done with this module just yet, so stick around for this one. But that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome guys. So now we have actually set up our listing. We have everything ready to go, and we've already sourced our products from China, and now we want to create a shipping plan. And I'm going to walk you through, guys, exactly how to create a shipping plan. And basically the reason you have to have a shipping plan is because you want Amazon to know, which products are yours and which products aren't. So there's really no other way for Amazon to know except for creating this plan that tells them, okay, expect inventory to come to this particular listing, around these times, right, from China. Okay, so that is kind of how you prep them to know that something is coming, okay, for their product. So what we're gonna do here is we're actually going to set up a shipping plan for myself. For one of my products that is being reordered. All right, so we're gonna come over here, and one thing to mention is that if you're actually, if you made your listing and you didn't switch it to fulfilled by Amazon, this is not going to work. You need to make sure that when you click on it, if it says here change to fulfilled by merchant, that means you did it correctly. If it says change to fulfilled by Amazon, then click that and change it to fulfilled by Amazon. I think you're gonna have to like write something about like it's like a hazmat thing. Just say no to the hazmat stuff if you have nothing to do with, if it has no hazmat stuff in it, like if there's no batteries and chemicals and stuff like that, just say no, and then you just, it's a simple click and go next. Okay, so if it's fulfilled by Amazon, you did everything correctly. If it says change to fulfilled by merchant, everything is right. Okay, now we're gonna go to send and / replenish inventory. That's what we're gonna be doing in this video. So one thing to mention is that I actually have unlimited storage with Amazon because I have been selling for a while and I have good seller metrics. If you're just starting off, you will have a limit to the amount of inventory you can bring in, but it's usually more than enough. So that's just one thing to mention, okay? I don't remember exactly how much it is, but it's enough. So let's talk about actually creating the shipping plan. We're not going to be adding usually ever to an existing shipping plan. We're just going to be creating a new one. And you guys won't see, what's going on here, but that is actually the ship from address. that just means you have to get the address from your manufacturer, okay? So your manufacturer is going to give you an address, of their actual facility, of their manufacturing plant, and you have to get that from them. Now, you need to clarify with them because there's a few different ways that they use their the way their cities and stuff are laid out is different than what we have here in the US and Canada. They have like provinces, districts, and something else. Oh, and cities. So it's a little bit different the way they do it. And you just have to clarify with them, okay, please tell me what the district is, what the province is, and what the city is, and then also ask them to put it in order for you that you need. So as you can see here, it says, your name, address line, then it says the province, city, district. So that's what you need, province, city, district in order, and then get the zip code or the postal code from them, and then you just click on ship from that address. So that's fairly simple. The next thing we're going to do is, so once you've done your ship from address, the next thing you're going to do is the packing type. So Amazon, there are two different packing types, and I'm going to open this up so you guys understand and see what is actually going on here. So there is a individual products, which means that it says select individual products if your shipment consists of individual items with different SKUs and different conditions, right? So if you have a bunch of different products that you're trying to throw in one box, then you want to click on individual products. Now, what we're doing is usually every single unit is exactly the same. Every single unit is the same condition. Every single unit is the same product. So we are going to do case packed products. That's what we need to click, okay? It says shipment consists of cases previously packaged by the manufacturer that contain identical items with matching SKUs in the same condition. So SKU is just stock keeping unit. Basically just means that, it's the same product, okay? They're all the same product, and that's exactly what we're doing with Amazon. It's all the same product, right? So that's what we're gonna pick. We're gonna pick the case packed units, and then we're gonna press continue to shipping plan. Okay, so now we are at this page. We are at the set quantity page, and we're gonna tell them they need to know how many units we should we're gonna bring in. Now, in this case, my recommended is 2,225, but I'm only sending in 1,000 units right now. So what we're gonna do is we're going to put on under here, we're going to it says units per case and then also number of cases. Now, Amazon has actually a limit. So if I try to do 200 units in one case, 200 units, see, it says the quantity you entered is above the accepted limit for the units per case. So basically, I'm pretty sure it's only 150 that you're allowed. So 150, yeah, it's 150 that you're allowed. So what I actually do is 125 in 8 different cases. So that's pretty much that. You don't need to worry about these two. We're just going to click on continue. Okay, so now we're on prepare products. This is just to kind of let Amazon know what is really going on. So what we're gonna do here is basically what we need to answer is who's gonna prep these items. Now, if you guys aren't aware, Amazon can actually label your products for you, but this is not something that you want them to do because they charge you exuberant prices. So actually it's a lot cheaper to get your manufacturer to do that for you. So that is why you want to do it with them. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna click on who preps, and then so click right here, who preps, go to merchant. And merchant just means our manufacturer, so don't worry about that. And that is that. Don't touch anything else here and just click on continue. So our total, prep cost should be 0 because our manufacturer is going to be prepping everything. So just press continue here. And now we're going to talk about labels. Okay, guys, remember I mentioned about the different types of labels, the UPC code, the FN SKU, and the product box and the box labels. So this is the first thing we're going to get. We are going to need to print labels, the FN SKU. Remember I showed you how it looks. I'm not going to open it because it's going to show you my FN SKU for this product. But I'm going to show you guys what an FN SKU is again. So it basically looks like this, okay? And once you actually open that file right there that says print labels, it's actually going to open a page like this. That's going to look like this, and this is just the file that you send to your manufacturer, and you tell them, hey, I need a label on every single one of my products. So this is the label that needs to go on your actual product, okay? You don't need the UPC code on your product. You only need the FN SKU, the Amazon fulfillment network SKU, okay? It's their own thing, something that they use in their own fulfillment centers to actually know, what is what and where does it go, and that really doesn't matter more than that, okay? This is something you give your manufacturer, you tell him, I need you to sticker or, just get them to sticker one of these on every single box packaging or product. It needs to be able to be seen right away. So when it does come, when the workers at Amazon open the big box and see each individual unit, the units need to be scannable. So it can't be like inside the box, okay? It needs to be on the outside, something that someone can pick up right away and just scan, okay? So if they need to open the box and find it, that's not gonna work. That's gonna be a big problem. So make sure that if they, once they open the big box with 125 units, they pull out one of the units, they can scan it, okay? They can instantly scan it. That's something you need to make sure. So this is what you give to your manufacturer, and just tell them to put it in a place where it's visible, all right? So back to the shipment plan. So that's where you get your print your labels for right here. And like I said, send it over to your manufacturer. Make sure that it's still on merchant right here. Okay, merchant. Now we're gonna click on continue, and I'll show you what happens next. All right, so now we're actually reviewing our shipment, okay? And it says right here, just the name of the shipment. You should actually always name these. So I'm gonna go ahead and name it and below so you guys can't see it because I'm gonna actually use this. So you're gonna want to name the actual shipment, something that you can keep track of. And then also here's where you're gonna see where to actually ship to. So in this case, for me, it shows me ship to Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm going to get the address of this as well later. And then that's the address you're going to give to your manufacturer and tell them, hey, I need you to ship this here, okay? Or to your freight forwarders or whatever, you kind of, this is the address that you need to get your product to, okay? So Amazon has a lot of different, warehouses in the US, and sometimes you'll get this one, sometimes you'll get other ones, and sometimes you'll get multiple, right? Sometimes they'll want you to send it to multiple places, and that sucks. But that's something you're gonna have to do. They'll tell you, I need, they want like 30 units here, or they want like, let's say 100 units to Charlotte, then they want, 200 to Texas, then they want some other to somewhere else, okay? So that sucks, but that's still something you're gonna have to deal with if that's what they tell you, okay? But for the most part, you're gonna just get one location. So in this case, it's Charlotte, North Carolina. Now we're gonna approve the shipment and go next. So we've approved the shipment, and now we're gonna work on the shipment, okay? So click on work on the shipment. And right now, this is where you can see the ship to address, okay? Right up here, it will say prepare shipment, so it'll say ship to, and this is the address that you need to ship to, okay? But you're gonna get box labels, which I'm gonna, we talked about, to put on the actual boxes, so you don't really need to write this down, but this is the actual address. I'll tell you how, and show you in just a second, how to actually get the exact address of where you should be shipping it and how to put it on the boxes, okay? So let's scroll down here. So it says you can review or modify your unit quantity here and can only change quantity by 5% or 6 units. So usually you should be, make sure that you have this correct because you don't want to change it afterwards. If you do have to change it, you can just cancel the shipment and, make another one. But this is, this should be, you should get it right the first time, right? You should know how many units you're sending over. So now we're going to talk about the shipping service. Now you want to do small parcel delivery, okay? SPD, unless you're doing less than truckload, which means, it says I'm shipping pallets. So if you're shipping pallets, like you're shipping probably an insane amount of product, which we're not, okay? So we're not going to focus too much on the less than truckload stuff, okay? We're just small parcel delivery. I'm shipping in individual boxes, okay? That's what we're doing. Now, you have over here, see the Amazon partnered carrier, okay? This is, it says deeply discount shipping with easy tracking. Do you remember when I mentioned to you guys from sourcing from the US, you can actually use Amazon's shipping, Amazon's like network of shipping to get like very low shipping and deeply discounted shipping. This is it. This is where if I put in an American, US address from the ship from, I would have the option to use this. Now, because I'm shipping from China, obviously they can't help me with their deep discounted stuff, but that's just how it goes, right? So we're gonna actually, click on I'd like to use my own, and then you have the carrier. So you have a FedEx or Federal Express Corp, then you have FedEx Corporate, United Parcel Service, whatever. Okay, I usually use DHL. Just put whichever one you're using. If you're using other, use other. It's usually gonna be DHL, FedEx, or USPS, but I usually ship DHL. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then we're going to scroll down here. And here's where you're going to start showing them how many items are in each individual box, okay? Because sometimes, if you ship 900 or something, right, you can't have even, right, in each, or, whatever, right? So you can't have, sometimes you can't have even numbers in each box. So they want to know exactly how many are going to be in each box and exactly what the box dimensions are. So what we're going to do here is actually, tell them the configuration. So for me, it's very easy. I just do units per box configuration, so 125 in 8 boxes, which is a total of 1,000. Now, if you had maybe, different kind of like a different thing, you could go to add box configuration, and then you could do maybe like 108, and then, 200, or you can't have 200. So let's say 100 150 in one, and then add box, and you have 50 in the other. Okay, so that's still a total of 1,000, but they're in different box configurations. So then you'd have to go in here and you'd ask your manufacturer for this info. You tell them, okay, you know, how big are these boxes? So these 8 boxes, what size are they? So the box weight. So you put the box weight in pounds, okay, for each of them. Okay, for each 3 of the different size boxes. Then you'd also go into the box dimensions in inches, and you tell them, okay, this by this by this, this by this by this, this by this by this, right? So it depends on each individual box what they are, okay? Amazon just needs to know this, and it's very simple. Just get all this information from your manufacturer, and that should be good to go. So I don't have this information right now, but I'm just gonna save for later, for now, and then you can just do it later. But what you should be doing is you press confirm. It's not gonna let me confirm it, I don't think. Okay, it did let me confirm it, but you really want to put these in. I don't know why it let me. So we're going to scroll down here, and then we're going to see right here, it's going to tell us the box, you know, label. So each box, remember I explained that each box, you know, let's say we have 100 units in 8 boxes, okay? Each of the 8 boxes needs to have an individual, you know, box label on it. And the box label looks like this kind of, okay? So basically you're gonna get, you know, if I have 8 different boxes, I'm gonna have to tell my manufacturer to put each individual box label on each individual box. Now, if you say you have 8 boxes, Amazon will give you exactly 8 box shipment labels. These box shipment labels, you see them everywhere, okay? On every box there's a shipment label. And it just tells it, you know, basically the carriers where to actually deliver the package, okay, and whose product it is. Now, another thing you need to tell them is that you need them to put each individual box label on every single box, because they're not the same, right? So if you have 8 different boxes, each individual box label is not the same. They're all unique. So you want to have one for each different box, okay? And then that's it. You tell your manufacturer, ship it off. And once they have the box label on the actual box, and then they also have each individual unit inside of it with an FN SKU stickered on it, that is pretty much that. And you're ready to actually send off your inventory. So then you just press on complete shipment and you're good to go. That's pretty much it. Amazon is now awaiting your product to arrive. So that is that, guys. I hope you did enjoy the you know, walkthrough here. I hope it did make sense, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now let's talk about how to get your initial reviews fast. So in this module, we're going to talk about all about the launch and how to get your product in front of your customers. So, you know, before we do that, though, we need to actually understand, now that your product is in, hopefully into the warehouses, you need to actually understand, you know, how to actually get the first few reviews and why they are so important. So let's start off with what you cannot do, because there's a lot of things you cannot do. So you cannot incentivize reviews, which we covered a little bit before. You can't be like, hey, you know, 50% off your next purchase, and you know, if you leave a 5-star review, or if you leave a positive review, or anything like that. You cannot ask friends and family for reviews. People, excuse me, have gotten in trouble for this recently, and you know, so it's a little bit of a gray area, sketchy area. So you can't have any sort of bias in your reviews. So all reviews must be unbiased, real, and cannot be manipulated in any way. In the past, using friends and family was fine, but Amazon is now cracking down and banning sellers who manipulate reviews. So it's getting a little bit more difficult with the reviews. Note, this is a good thing for sellers, though, because manipulation of reviews hurts Amazon's reputation, which actually hurts us all. So it might be a little bit more difficult to get your first few reviews, but the more legitimate the review system is for Amazon, the actually better it is for us, because that means that customers coming in there, they trust the review system more, and the more trust Amazon has, the better it is for us real Amazon sellers who are, you know, building a real business from this. So it's actually good that people aren't able to manipulate the review system in the long term for everyone who's a real Amazon seller, and not just trying to do this for a quick cash grab, okay? Another note, okay, is that I want you guys to never ever consider using any sort of review service. Anything that promises to get you reviews is a bad idea and can get you banned from selling on Amazon. Obviously, that's the last thing you want to do right now. You know, have your product in, have everything ready for launch, have everything, like, you know, right in front of you, and then you get banned. That would be horrible. So please avoid doing any of that stuff. So now let's talk about what you can still do. So you can ask for honest reviews. Remember, we talked about in your emails or in your product inserts, you can always ask for honest reviews. And also you can reach out to customers who left bad reviews. So if you ever get a bad review, you can actually reach out to the customer and reply to them and then ask them to, maybe email you back and that you will fix the problem. So you can always still do that, in the actual review section. We'll talk more about that later. So, okay, so then, people probably, wonder, how to actually, get reviews. So this is how I suggest people get reviews. So one, have a good quality product and great customer service. That's always going to be, no matter what. Like, if you don't have a good quality product, you're always going to get bad reviews no matter what. So you just focus on, like the whole course was about, a good quality product, and the good reviews will come in if your product is actually good. And another thing to notice that out of every 100 people who buy, on average, only 1 to 2 of them leave reviews. So it does take a while to get reviews, and that's fine. So if you're not seeing reviews as fast as you think you should be, that's totally cool, right? It takes 1 to 2 people for every 100. So don't really worry about that. There's also a thing called Amazon Early Reviewer Program, and this is the way Amazon actually wants us to get reviews from nowadays, because Amazon knows that if you don't have reviews, no one's really going to buy your product. But if no one buys your product, then you're never going to have really any reviews. So it's kind of like a catch-22. You can't get reviews without getting sales, but you can't get sales without getting reviews. So Amazon knows this, and now they've actually implemented a program called the Amazon Early Reviewer Program. Just type that in on Google and you'll be able to sign up for it. I think it's $60 and you get 5 reviews, 5 honest reviews. And Amazon themselves will give, I think they give out like gift cards to the people to leave reviews. However, in this situation, you really have no control of the people who are leaving reviews. So if your product's actually bad, an Amazon Early Reviewer might actually just, give you a bad star rating, and that could actually really, really crush you and hurt you from launching. So that's kind of, it's a double-sided sword. It's like, it could be amazing because you're going to get your first few reviews, but if your first few reviews are bad, it could really crush you. So, that's just the way though that we kind of have to do it nowadays. And like I said, that's why we're focusing in this course on just having really amazing quality products. So then we don't really have to worry about getting bad reviews, So, like I said, if you followed everything that I said in the course, this should be fairly easy. Now, there are also 2 types of reviews on Amazon. There's the unverified and then there's verified. So let me explain to you what that means. And you can see this when you go into reviews, you'll see unverified, or you'll see like nothing. And then on some of them, you'll see verified purchase. So it literally says verified purchase in red. And that means, so let's start off with unverified. So unverified means Amazon cannot guarantee that the person leaving the review has actually bought the product. Any purchases made with steep discounts will also show up as unverified. So some people ask me, like, why does Amazon even have an unverified review thing? Like, why are people able to leave reviews if they've never even bought the product? And the reason for that is because on Amazon, if you, let's say you own this mic, okay? So I'm gonna use this as an example. This is a Blue Yeti microphone, and if I bought this from Amazon, I can leave a review on Amazon and it'll be verified. But if I never bought this from Amazon, to be honest, I can get this product at probably, Best Buy or any sort of electronics store. They'll probably also have the Blue Yeti. So even though I didn't buy it from Amazon, you can get it from other places as well. So I can actually go on the Amazon listing and I can leave a review saying, hey, this product is awesome, I love it, or I hate this product, whatever. And it will show up as an unverified review, because Amazon is kind of like a open platform, which means that, here's another example. For example, if I buy this Bic pen, okay, it's a Bic pen, and this is a real company, so they probably sell their products on Amazon as well. But I didn't buy this from Amazon. I bought this from some Staples or some other store, right? So I can go on Amazon, I can say, don't buy this pen, it sucks. Okay, don't buy, or I can say it's amazing. So that's why they kind of have the unverified, purchase for those people who bought the product somewhere else. Now for us, obviously the only place to buy our product would be from Amazon. So the unverified purchase kind of doesn't make sense for us, but for other products, it really does make sense. And that's why Amazon has it. Also, if you do huge discounts on a product, so let's say you did a 99% off coupon code for a product and someone tries to leave a review, it's going to leave it on an unverified review because Amazon believes that that review might be biased, so they put it as unverified. So it's not, so it won't be a verified purchase review. Now, verified purchases are obviously something that Amazon can guarantee that the review was left by someone who actually purchased the product. And this kind of review is actually worth 3 times as much as an unverified purchase. So a verified review will be worth, in terms of weight, 3 times as much. So you obviously want verified purchases. They're just gonna hold a lot more weight, okay? So And then let's talk about the process to getting reviews fast and safe. So the safe way, okay, so let me pull this up. The safe way is to use the early reviewer program at the beginning and get your first 5 reviews from there. That you will never have issues with. That's totally 100% terms of service compliant, and that's totally okay. Now there's a riskier way, is to get your first few reviews from friends or from family. I really don't recommend this way just because nowadays, again, Amazon is kind of cracking down on this, so it can be difficult. So I really recommend, guys, if you're doing this for the long term, just enroll in the Amazon Early Reviewer program. I'll leave a link below this video to go enroll in it. And that's really the best way to do it. But again, if you really, want to guarantee your reviews, so you want to guarantee that you're getting good reviews, then you can use the riskier way, which is with the friends and family. I would probably not even recommend touching family. Just use friends if you have. Also, they have to be in the USA. So if you're using this, it needs to be in the USA. If you don't have any people in the USA, then again, use the early reviewer program. And another thing to notice, if you choose the risky way, make sure to purchase the product full price and refund them through PayPal. Okay, so get whoever, let's say you have a family member or a friend who's in the US, get them to buy the product full price from Amazon, and then you go to PayPal and refund them through PayPal, okay? So that's how it should work. Don't give them any discount codes or anything. Get them to buy it at full price. Also, avoid review groups at all costs. So do not do anything in review groups. Those things are just sketchy to the max, so avoid that if you can. Another thing to notice, if you are going to do this riskier way, you can't just have 5 people buy your product and then 5 people review your product. That's going to set off alarms on Amazon, so you're going to get your account suspended or banned. So if you're going to do, you have to have a normal ratio. You can't have like 5 people buy and 5 people leave a review. Amazon knows that's super sketchy. What are the odds that all 5 people would leave a review and they'll all be a good review? So you need to stagger them. First of all, you should wait 7 to 10 days before leaving a review. So let's say you get the product today, then 7 to 10 days from now, they should leave a review. Not instantly. You're going to get flagged if you do. And also, you want to have certain sales coming in that aren't leaving reviews. So I would say for every review you want to leave, you should have 2 to 3 sales that aren't going to leave reviews. So that's it's the most help I can give you if you guys are going to go the risky way. But remember, this is the really risky way, and I don't recommend it at this point in Amazon. It is a sketchy way to do it, but it's high risk and high reward. So that's for you to decide if you want to do. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one when we start talking about all the launch stuff. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about something a little bit more advanced, but something that I'm going to put in place here and show you guys exactly how to do to set up a sequence, a ManyChat sequence. And if you don't know what this is, it's basically like a Facebook bot. And what you can do with this is you can gather emails, and then also, from there, what you can do is, gather like a customer base and a customer list. So anytime you launch a new product in a niche or in a brand, it's really, really easy to launch that product because you have a whole list of people that you can send notification that you're launching a new product to. Not only that, but what it's also going to do is it's going to allow us to set a sequence in the back end, like an automated sequence that's going to ask every single person who buys from you to leave a review, and it's done separately from Amazon. So it's actually a really cool way to get a ton more additional sales, and that's what we're going to talk about here. So first things first, what I want you guys to do is just go to ManyChat.com. There's going to be a link down below that you can pick that up, and just connect or create a ManyChat account and connect it to your Facebook page. And I'm going to talk about all this in a second. The ManyChat account only costs like $10 a month, and it's super, super worth it to do it that way. Also, what you want to do is you want to go over to Facebook, and you want to, I'll also leave this page. It's facebook.com/pages/create. And what you want to do is you want to create a page for your brand. So if you're, selling, sporting good products or whatever, you want to have a Facebook page. It's the same thing as any other, page. And so basically all your fans and people can go there to either connect with your brand or to message you or whatever the case may be. And that's exactly what we're going to use here. So create your ManyChat account. Super simple process to do, so I'm not going to walk through that. Create your Facebook page. Again, super simple process. What I will tell you though is, for example, if I'll go to mine here. Let's go to my page here. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you go into settings, and first of all you want to have so going through here so page info. and then you want to fill up all the different things as much as you can, description, all that kind of stuff that you can, and make sure to go through all of these things here. Also, obviously, get a profile picture for your brand, your logo or whatever, and put also a wallpaper back here. And this is where you can make your posts and stuff like that. Fill in our story if you want to. Just the more things you put in here, the better it will be for your brand. So this is kind of what you're gonna have here. Now, let's go to. So now in ManyChat, what I'm gonna do here and what I did here is I'm gonna I've created all the things for you on my personal account. This is different from my brand accounts. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you guys links that you can click that are going to automatically import these sequences into your own ManyChat. So the way we're going to do this is I'll just walk you through all of this. So once you create your account and you connect it to your Facebook page, which is again super easy, you can do that. What you want to do from here is make sure that your account is connected. Then you want to connect SMS and connect email. Super easy to do. Just connect those. We're going to need those later on. So let's go, I guess, one step at a time here. I'm not going to really go over all of these things here. You can see how many people are subscribed to your list and all that kind of stuff. There's a whole bunch of different things that you can see here. And again, this is not a ManyChat course, but there's literally there's so much information here that you could literally go on and watch ManyChat courses. There are literally ManyChat courses out there to learn. So I'm going to make this super easy for you. All you got to do is follow what I'm doing. And again, there's going to be links that will automatically import everything into your account, which is going to be very easy as well there. So, you can play around here. You can see audiences, all the people subscribed to you, live chat. This is where, for example, if someone messages you and they have questions for you, it's going to be in here. And we're going to set that up for you. Growth tools is, increasing your subscriber list to your ManyChat. Broadcasting, sending out messages. Automations is what we're really going to use here, and flows. Okay, so let's start off with automations. Now, these are just, again, automated things that are going to happen when people interact with your page. So the first thing what we want to do here is, and then again, just follow along with me here, is let's just start with this thing. And what you want to do here is click on, oops, one second. You want to go into main menu, and you want to edit the menu. And then you want to click on, instead of saying unsubscribe, just type in shop our store. So just literally type shop our store. And one thing that you really want to do as well is always use emojis and stuff in ManyChat. Again, also, if you guys don't know what this is, I'm sure many of you guys do because you probably interacted with a bot at some point on Facebook. And so basically what we're doing is we're setting up a bunch of different sequences that people can react or rather interact with, bots rather than, nothing happening, right? So when someone messages your page, they just don't get anything back, and that way, people can fall off and people don't subscribe to your lists and all that kind of stuff. So basically, we're setting up automations for people to have stuff to do without you having to sit there and answer everyone. So the first things first is you want to come here, just type in shop our store, put a grocery store thing, or you can click the emoji here. You can do whatever emojis you want, all right? And emojis do work well on ManyChat. Then you want to click on open website. So it'll be on reply with message, press open website, and then just type in your website. So if you have a website or if you have your Amazon listing or whatever the case may be, just put it here, right? If you just have an Amazon listing, put it here. If you have an Amazon storefront, you can put it here. If you have an actual website, you can put your website here. Whatever the case may be, whatever point in this, journey you're at, right? So if you're just starting off and you just have one product, I just put your Amazon product in there. Press done. So that'll be that. Update main menu. And so that will now be the main menu. Don't worry about this. It's just going to be hovering at the bottom of every time someone messages you. The next thing we want to set up is default replies. And this is where you guys are just going to be able to actually just copy this into your own ManyChat. So I'm going to give you guys this link, but basically it's sharing this flow. And this is the link that you guys are going to get. And basically, I'll just open up a new page here. It's going to look like this for you. So you're going to click the link, and it's going to take you to, it does load. It does take a while to load, but I'll show you guys this one time. And you're going to see this. And basically, see, this is default reply from me. And you're going to be able to essentially steal this. So you can click Save to My ManyChat, and it's going to automatically import this into your ManyChat default replies, which is incredible. You guys don't have to do anything there. Again, I want to show you guys the 20% of things that are going to bring you the 80% of the results. If you want to learn how to use ManyChat and all that stuff, go watch some YouTube videos, go buy a ManyChat course or whatever, but this is going to do it all for you. Or you can play around with it and figure out yourself. So we're going to edit this flow because I want to show you guys exactly what's happening here so you know. So first things first, default reply when somebody messages you, say, hey, first name. It's going to pull up their first name. It's going to say, thanks for stopping by, right? And then what's going to happen next is, because obviously we don't know what they're, asking about, or what they want or anything like that, we're going to have a action step, and it's going to say mark conversation as open, and then it's going to notify, if you click this, it's going to notify, you can notify the whole team, or you can notify if you have like certain members part of your team. You can be like, okay, I only want you to notify, like, let's say if you have a VA, right? You can just notify the VA, and the VA will come here and they'll do this, and you can uncheck yourself. Because I'm the only one on this account, I won't be able to uncheck myself, but basically you can get it on Messenger and on email. And it's going to notify, hey, look, someone messaged you, so first name, just messaged you on ManyChat, please answer them ASAP. And obviously you want to answer them right away, because these, potential customers, maybe if they have a problem with your product, they're trying to reach out to you. And, if you answer pretty quickly, they might not leave a bad review, and et cetera, right? So this is automatically set up for you. So just want you to understand. And because this marks conversation is open, you're going to be able to go to live chat, and it's going to show you, you'll be able to talk with them there. Just literally go back and forth as a customer service rep. And then again, it notifies you. And after it does that, it sends them right away a message after they send the message, right? It says, okay, just type your message and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. So they can, vent or whatever they want to, do there. Again, this is all automatically set up for you. Just press publish, and that is the default reply. Now, the welcome message. So this is when someone comes to your page, you want to set this up as well. And again, you're gonna have the link to this. Just click it, and it will import this into your ManyChat. So what you want to do here is, let's go to edit flow. What you want to do here is, hey, first name. I'm just showing you guys again what this is. Shop our store. What you want to do here, this is something you're gonna have to do when you go into your thing, is click on this, and you're gonna want to click on this little link here, and you're gonna want to change the link. So make sure to change it to your link, right? If you don't, it's just gonna send people to Amazon.com, and that's not what you want to do. So come in here, change the link. You can also change different wordings if you want to make it sound more like yourself or anything like that. You can always go in here and just type, right? Okay, do whatever you want. You can change the emojis, all that kind of stuff. So they can click shop our store, or if they have a question or something, it's gonna go in here and it's gonna automatically take them to this flow. So what this flow is the default reply. So if you guys remember what we just had here, so I'm gonna go back. I'll just make sure that you know. So default reply. This is the one that I just showed you here. So when people have a question or whatever, it's going to take them to this default reply. And you want to do this because it just all connects. It connects everything very seamlessly, so no one falls through the cracks, no matter how they contact your brand. Again, this doesn't need to make too much sense. So you just make sure that to actually add this to your step. And the way you do this, again, you're going to come in here, edit flow. You're going to click on. Let me just delete. Okay, fine. I don't know if it's going to show you guys default flow, but this is what you're going to do. You're going to come in here. And I'll just get you to delete this, then I'll just show you guys how to do this. So you come in here, I have a question, and you want to scroll down from here and click start another flow. So when you come in here, you want to start another flow, and then you just click to select a flow, and we're going to use welcome message, right? And then select this flow. Oh, not welcome message, what am I doing? We want to select default reply, and then select this flow. And now, anytime someone comes in here, they're going to message here, and it's going to automatically just set to the default reply, which is exactly what you want. And remember, press publish, and you are all set there. Now, the last thing I want you guys to follow along with here is if we go to flows. So these are automations. These are going to happen automatically. Now, these are flows. These are certain kind of sequences that we want people to go through. And this is what we're going to do starting off. So let's go to product insert welcome. Okay, so you're going to get this again yourself. You're going to click it. It's going to import it to your ManyChat account. Okay, you're going to have the link to this. I'm going to set these all up below this video. You can be able to import all that automatically. So don't get too stressed out here. I'll show you guys everything. So basically what this is this is going to be where we start to get reviews. So we want to add a link, special link to our product inserts. I know you guys watched the product insert video. And so basically with product inserts, it can be just as easy as, hey, asking for a review, or, okay, this is again for more advanced. If you didn't do this, or if you don't want to do this, it's totally fine. You can actually add a offer, right? So you can tell them, hey, listen, we're running a promotion right now, get a free second product. So for example, if you're selling a spatula, you can say, hey, get a free second spatula. Or if you already have a brand, you can say, if you have a spatula and a knife, right? You can be like, hey, they just bought the spatula. You can be like, hey, get a free knife set, okay? All you got to do is click this link to get it, right? And you're not incentivizing reviews. You're not doing anything. You're just telling them, hey, if you want a free knife set, click this link. And I'm going to show you where to get that link, later on. But basically, that's kind of the starting point to this whole thing. So you can have something that looks very similar to this, or have a free product. I think free product works the best because activate your free warranty. That's awesome, but a lot of people won't do that because they won't care to do that. But this is a really great way. Basically, what you want to do is maybe on one side ask for a review, on the other side just ask them to get a separate free product for absolutely nothing. Be like claim your free second product. Register within 7 days to receive it, right? To get that urgency as well. So it's literally a great thing. And what you want to do here is you'll have a link below it. And I'm going to show you guys how to do this link or where to get this link, in just a little bit. So let's go to the product inserts now. So again, basically people are going to come into here from what I call here a growth tool. And I'm going to show you guys all that in a sec. So basically what we have here, I'm going to walk you through the steps. Again, you're going to have this imported into your account. So first things first, when someone clicks on that link, that special link that they're going to get, it's going to take them to this. And so it's going to say, hey, first name, thanks for dropping by. So I'm sure you want to, know how to get your second product for free. So here, what I would do is I'd click on this, come in here, and just type in what your product is. Second product for free, or get your free spatula, or activate your warranty. I'm going to show you guys how to do the second free product because I think that's the best way to get, your reviews. But basically, just come in here and, do whatever you want with that, right? Again, you can come in here, you can change the wording, you can change the GIFs, anything like that. Just go to giphy.com and then just find GIFs that you want. You can download them, and you can upload them, or you can just keep mine that I have here for you. And so basically how this works is they're going to have an option. It's going to say, yes, I do want to know, or nope. If nope, it's just going to be like, well, in that case, how can we help? And then they can add it's a free keyboard input, so they can complain or they can do whatever they want. And that way you're going to get after notified. So mark conversation open and notified again, right? Remember I showed you guys about the notifications, and you'll get notified, and then you can go in and you can actually fix whatever is going on there. But most people will come here and they'll click yes, I do, and then it's going to take them to this step. They have a little GIF here, and then it's going to say awesome. So to get your second product, so it's going to say awesome. To get your second product, so you got to fix that, okay? Shipped out, we're going to need a little bit of information. And this is where, we're starting to gather some information from them. So we can reach out later, or so we can, ask for a review on the back end of this. So this is kind of just the first, interactions with them. This is trying to understand, their email, where they're living, obviously, so we can send them out a second free product and, go from there. So again, you want to fix this, you want to correct any of this stuff that's going on here. And it's going to say, type your best email. That's what I wrote here. It's going to have a free keyboard input. So it's not going to do anything until the person puts in their emails. When they put in their email, you say, please click I agree to confirm opt-in for emails from us to your email address, right? And then, so we definitely want that. So I'm going to click edit this flow. So we definitely want that because we need to be able to contact them. So we need that permission to be able to contact them. So let me do this. And also when you're coming in here, make sure that when you come in here for emails, click save. So it's going to be like this. I'm not sure for you if it's going to be like this, but make sure that this is checked on. Okay. So that's one thing. And you want to make sure that the reply type is set as email. Okay, cool. Then when you come in here, you want to make sure that everything is good here. Make sure that this action step is set to, it's supposed to say set email opt-in. Okay, that's what you want it, set email opt-in. Come in here. So if it doesn't say that, you want to create action, click on action, and then click set email opt-in. So, but yours should already have this here. Then after that, it's going to send a second message. So if they say, I agree, it will go to that step and it will add their email, and you'll see why we need this later. Or no thanks, and it will still go to the same step, but we just won't get their email, which sucks. But some people won't want to give your email. So that's the way that works. Now, next step, it's going to say, great, now your shipping address, so we know where to send it. Okay, and again, what you want to do here, it's just going to be text. What you want to do here is they're going to wait. It's going to wait until they actually, answer. And once they answer, it's going to say, thanks. Just last question, your cell phone number, just in case anything goes wrong. Now, in this case, what you want to do is, again, you want to click on phone. So in the type, reply type phone, make sure to have this checked on, and it's going to automatically tell them how to input their phone number, just so it's in the correct format. Then again, waiting for the reply. So again, they won't be able to move forward unless they actually reply to these questions. And then we want to get permission to send them a SMS, a message, if anything, to keep them updated. And this is all going to be set up again. And remember, now we want to confirm if they press yes, I agree. The action step, make sure it says set SMS opt-in. Okay, and then no thanks. Again, we can't force them to give us permission to message them, or rather to contact them through SMS. But if they do, that's awesome. So then I have a little GIF here, and it says that's everything we need. We'll get your second product shipped out soon, and follow up with you and let you know when it's shipped. Okay, and then from here, this is what you want to have here. You want to make sure. So you're gonna have to. I'm not sure if it's gonna show you here, but if it doesn't, just start typing. Right, it's gonna say purchased, and then your product name, so spatula. And if you just press new tag, it will add a new tag called purchase spatula. So you need to make sure that that's whatever you want it to be there. So if that makes sense. So to add this tag, you just need to actually write this. And what this is going to do is it's going to let us know that these people actually purchased our product name, because now we know if they got to this, to this sequence, they are definitely a customer. So we want to add a tag that says, hey, this person who messaged us, he's a customer. So that's great. So you want to say purchased, product name, or whatever your product name is. And then at the bottom, it's going to say, so I'll just do it again, purchased spatula. And then at the bottom, it's going to say plus new tag. So just click on that right there, and it's going to create this tag for you. For us, we already have a tag. Same thing for here, insert offer opt-in. And then this is like that they opted in for the second, for the second product. They gave us the email, they gave us the shipping address, so they opted in for this. And so you want to add another tag, so make sure that it says here insert offer opt-in for second spatula or second whatever, and then just click on add the tag the same way. Okay, it's not difficult. Then notify admins, just make sure you're in here. Great, it's going to say, hey, just sent us all the information to get the second product, so write that shipped out. So correct that there as well. That's why I'm walking you through these steps. And then mark conversation as open. All right, and that is pretty much that for this. Then you want to press publish, and now this is all set. So whenever anyone goes to that link, everything here is already set up. And if you want to test this, all you got to do is press preview, and it'll send you a message, and you can play around and make sure that it's all working properly. I would recommend press preview. We'll go to your messenger and walk through these steps. Make sure they work, because the last thing you want is them not to work. So make sure you did that all correctly. Now what we want to do is we want to go to growth tools. This is the last step for this video. I'm going to go to growth tools, and I'll actually just delete this here. Actually, no, let's create a new growth tool. And what you want to do here is go to messenger ref URL, because we want this URL to be able to send people, like this is where we get that link. Remember I was talking about that link that you can put on your product insert right here. This is what we get that link. So what you're going to do here is you're going to name, growth tool. You want to name this. So just name it like whatever you want, just whatever you name it, and then press replace. And what we're going to replace this with is our product insert welcome, and then press select this flow. So anytime anyone, so you want to go setup, anytime anyone presses this link, it will start this setup that we just made in the flows. Make sure it's all published. So remember the product insert welcome, that's what we were just talking about. And this is the flow. So anytime anyone clicks this link, it's going to add, start this flow. So basically, I think you guys are not going to have this set. So let me just delete this. So edit flow. You guys are not going to have this step. So I'm going to delete that. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to publish it like this, and this is what I'm going to share with you guys, because this is the starting step. So what you guys are going to do is go to growth tools, new growth tool, messenger ref URL. Then you're going to name it. You're going to replace, and then you're going to click on product insert welcome. All right, and then select this flow. And again, so now it's going to do that, and then you're going to click on next, and it's going to give you your URL. This is the URL you're going to take. You're going to copy this, so copy to clipboard. And then you're going to go to bit.ly. Okay, bit.ly. I'll leave a link down below. And you want to create. And then here, you're gonna paste in the URL, and it's gonna do that. And you're gonna write, you're gonna have a title. So what's the title of this? So you write insert opt-in, spatula, whatever your product is, and then it's gonna give you a shortened URL, right? And so the reason we want this is we want to make it as easy as possible for people to, be able to type this in, right? So because if the insert offer is like super long, see, this is easy. www.infantoptics.com/warranty. Very simple, right? But this one right here, the one that Facebook gave us, this is crazy. Who's going to type this in? Nobody. So what we want to do is we're going to come into bit.ly and we're going to type in like free spatula, right? I already have this created, so it won't let me do it. So it's gonna, if it's already taken by someone, it's gonna say this custom bit link is taken. But you can go free spatula, free knife, whatever your product is, okay? And just get creative, right? You can go free spatula offer, okay? And then press save, and then just copy this link. And this is the link that you're gonna put into your insert offer. Okay, so this is the first step, guys. We've just created our welcome, sequence for the product inserts. We've started off with the ManyChat, and the next one, I'm actually going to show you guys how to create your, the part where you ask for the reviews. And so that's the first step, guys. If you want to do this, make sure to add this to your, inserts. It's definitely going to help. And that is pretty much that. I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to part 2 of the ManyChat sequence. And we're going to talk about everything, going forward and asking for the review and all that flow and stuff like that as well. But one thing I forgot to do is to mention to you guys that when you're going through this flow, make sure that in this particular step, so send message number 3, you need to, it says where we ask for the shipping, click here and make sure that you have save response to custom field, okay? And you need to have this set as shipping address. So come in here, and it's the same way as you add tags. Just type in shipping address, and then press on save. Click this plus right here, and it's going to add it to a custom field. I already have it done, so make sure that it's set to that, because all the responses, anything that they sent here, which is the shipping address, is going to go to a saved location in the audience. When you look at the actual person, it's going to have a field that says obviously their phone number, everything else that we asked for, and the shipping address, which we need to know. So make sure to have that in your flow in there. It should already be in there. Not sure if it will be though, because you guys are using mine. So make sure to go in and change that. Okay. So publish that. So that's still the first sequence that we're talking about. The next thing I want you guys to do now is actually called, we're going to go the free product shipped confirmation. So what we're going to do here, and again, you guys are going to have a link to this, so you'll be able to just, input this into your flow. We're going to have, hey, first name, just wanted to let you know that your second product, so your product name, was just shipped out. So it's a confirmation to tell them, hey, it's just shipped out. Now, ManyChat has a bunch, and Facebook has a bunch of different rules that you got to follow. So this is why we're doing it this way. Make sure that when you come in here that the content type is set as a post-purchase update. And basically this just means that we're able to contact them, your customer, to say, hey, this is a post-purchase update, right? That we're shipping out the product. And then what we're going to do is we're going to ask them for a one-time notification request. And again, this is a new thing that you have to do. If you haven't talked to them, to your customer or to the ManyChat person for more than 24 hours, you need to, you won't be able to contact them unless you get a one-time notification request. Now, this is a beta feature, but pretty much everyone who applies for it can get it. So all you guys need to do is go to your Facebook page that you created, go to settings, right? On your Facebook page, go to settings, and then go to advanced messaging. Then at the bottom here, it's going to say one-time notification. You just click on request, and it should pretty much automatically give you that. And then all you have to do is just refresh your ManyChat, and it will see it here as well. So what we're doing here is, if you need to add it, just one-time notification request. But again, you shouldn't need to. It should already be in here. And then you just say, can we send you a message to make sure you got it and are happy? And when you do this, click on it, right, and make sure that it says confirm. For the topic, confirm free product. You absolutely have a topic, otherwise it will not work. So type in confirm, the same way everything else, confirm free product or product name, whatever you want to do, and click on plus the new topic. Okay, I already have one created, so we don't need to do that. Then press done, and that's pretty much it for that. So just press publish there. So that's all we have to do there. So that's the second flow sequence that we need to have. And then we need to do the third flow sequence, which again, you guys will get this. And I'm going to walk you through this one as well. So this is where we actually ask for the review. So let's zoom in here. So first step is first, it's a condition step. And what this does is it actually, because remember we asked for the shipping address, we asked for the phone number, the one-time notification request, we asked for a bunch of stuff. And so because of the rules that ManyChat has and Facebook has, we can't always message people if it's been longer than 24 hours. So I have a condition rule set here. Basically just copy it. Again, it should already be in yours. If it's not, you just have to copy it like this. So it goes, does the user match all of the following conditions? One-time notification is confirm free product. So if it doesn't have here, just click on condition, then click on one-time notification, okay? And then it says is, and then you should have your tag that we just created, confirm free product. So you click that, okay? I'm gonna delete it because we don't have that. So if it does that, then, if yes, it sends this message, and we're gonna talk about that. If no, then it's gonna try a second thing, right? If we don't have the permission, right? Remember when we asked notify me? If they say no, then you won't be able to send this message. So what we're gonna have to do is because we can't message them, we're gonna have to, so it says if not, opted in, SMS is true. So condition, opted in, where is it? Opted in for SMS is true, okay? And then that's gonna send you an SMS. So if they gave us a phone number, we're gonna now be able to, send them a text message. It says, hey, first name, just checking in to see if you got your second product. Please let us know here. And then they're gonna click this link, and it's gonna take them straight to this message. So again, we're bringing them back to Facebook Messenger. And then if they don't have SMS, so if they didn't give us their phone number, well, then did they give us their email? And if they did, then it's gonna send an email that says, this is subject, your second product. You have to fill these out. Did they arrive, or did it arrive? Or whatever, and then how's your free product name, blah blah blah. You have this, everything is in here, and again, all you got to do, just let us know everything is good. They're gonna click this, and it's gonna take them back to where we want them, which is on the messenger. Once they get here, so again, just follow along how we did that. It should again all be in there. If there's any problems, just reach out to the Facebook group, and we'll get it all sorted out. So it says, hey, first name, just checking in to see if you got your second product name. Yep, I got it. If yes, then they're gonna click that, right? It's an auto response. It's gonna take them straight to here. Then we got a little GIF. By the way, if you ever wanna change a GIF, all you gotta do is go to giphy.com, GIPHY.com, and you just type in like happy, right? Or let's say sad. And then you have a sad, you find whatever one you want. Let's say you like this one, right? And then you press save image as, and then just make sure it's a GIF download, press save, and you'll be able to upload a GIF, any GIF that you want. So you don't have to use the ones I have here. You can use whatever you want. So you say, awesome, what do you think of the product name? I love it, or I hate it. So let's start off with love it. Then we say, that's great, that's so great to hear, blah, blah, blah. Would you, leave us, a review? Yep, will do. If they do, you say, you're amazing. Reviews are the lifeblood of our small business. To leave a review, just go to log into your account and click on this button. So basically, when they click this button, you want to have it sent to amazon.com/RYP. If you don't know where this sends them to review your product. So our product should already be there. It's super easy to review from there. So if they do that, an action is applied, add tag, product name, clicked to review. So we don't know if they've reviewed yet, but we know that they've clicked to review if they click that. So what you have to do here is you type in like spatula, whatever your product name is, clicked to review, and then just press plus. Again, these are just tags that we want to have, just because if, later on, right, if we want to send them out a, let's say we have a new product and we want them to review it for us, we know this group of people are much more likely to review our products for us and are happy with the products. So, we want to be able to tap into that market, obviously. So we're going to be able to know exactly who's part of that market. Then then we have a smart delay set for 7 minutes. So, just set up for 7 minutes. It should already be set. After 7 minutes, it's going to send them another message, right? So sometimes if you're setting this up in your ManyChat, it might actually give you like an error message. So make sure that the content type is set to other. It doesn't really matter. Just set it to other. From there, so 7 minutes later, it's going to ask you, hey, did you manage to leave a review? If they say yes, then you say, thanks so much. You're the reason our small business exists. We appreciate you so much, blah, blah, blah. All right. And then we can add another tag, which says product name review confirmed. Now, this is obviously a hyper-targeted list of people who leave good reviews. And that way, if we have a whole list of those, imagine, 1 year, 5 years from now, how many people you can have as a part of this list that you can just, get reviews from, right? If they say, no, I'll do it later, You just make like a little funny thing. You say, it's a little funny, sad GIF, and it says, "No, not a problem. We want to thank you for being a customer, and we hope you enjoy, your product name." So remember to go through this and change all the parts where it says product name, because it's going to sound stupid if you don't. And then if we go back, after they say "I love it," if we ask them, to do a small favor, if they say yes, right, we send them to Amazon. If they say no thanks, it just sends them back to this thing, right? Same message. Okay, now let's go if they say "I hate it," right? If they say "I hate it," we go, "Oh no, your feedback is very important to us. What did you not like about this?" And so what we want to do here, this is a great way to, one, keep track of what people are not liking about your product, so you can improve it later. But also, it's a really great way to avoid negative feedback by letting people vent about what they don't like, because you don't want to get bad reviews. And so this is a great way to filter out those bad reviews. So what you want to do here is, this is a user input, and then you say save responses to a custom field. Remember? Save response to custom field. And now we're going to type it. Remember last time we did shipping address? For the shipping address part, now we want to write, product name feedback. So let's say it's spatula feedback, and then just press plus. And again, everything they say here is going to be left in this, tag, so we can always go back and be like, okay, everyone who's mad about us, this is what they're kind of saying. And so we want to be able to know about what they're venting about. Then what it's going to do is it's going to open up an action. Remember, for the actions, you want to say that mark conversation is open, and then notify you or notify your team members. So make sure this is all set up correctly, and basically this is going to notify you in live chat. It's going to send you a message saying, hey, someone's unhappy. So in the notification, you say full name is not happy with the product, reply to them ASAP. Remember, you want to reply like as soon as you can, because if you can get on it, be so sorry, be so polite, people will avoid leaving negative feedback. And sometimes if your customer service is so good, they actually might leave positive feedback on your product saying, hey, I was so unhappy with the product, but the customer service was so great. I would definitely do business with this company again because of how they treated me, and that's a really great way. Then you say thanks for your feedback. Blah blah blah. We're gonna get back to you ASAP. Right now, so that's I love it. I hate it. Everything's set up there. If they say no, I did not get it yet, which they should have gotten it by now. If they don't, you say what? We'll get on it ASAP. You do a little gift, funny thing, blah blah blah. Keep it lighthearted. And then what you want to do here is mark conversation as open, and then notify person, say did not receive their second product name, please figure it out. And so that's going to notify you, and then it's going to open up a live chat, and meaning that you come in here and you can see, okay, this person didn't get their thing, go out and figure out what happened, right? Or send them another one, or whatever the case may be, go figure it out, right? Another side note, if people aren't happy with your product, just offer them a refund of the product and let them keep the product. Right? It's much more worth it for you to lose that money than to get a bad review, because one bad review can cost you, hundreds if not thousands of dollars. So just give them the refund. They'll be happy with you, and they might even leave a good review. So that's that. So that's kind of our review follow-up sequence. It's pretty basic, but I mean, there's some complexity to it, which is that's why I'm walking you guys through this. But again, you don't really need to know how to do all of this stuff. Just be able to adjust it to your product and your situation. Then press publish, make sure everything is saved. Don't worry about those for me because I don't have it set up, the SMS and the email. But anyways, it's all good to go. So you'll have your email and your SMS connected, which I showed you guys how to do last time. So now what we want to do, so now that we have all the flows set up, we have the welcome message where we get their information. We have the product shipped confirmation, and the one-time notification that I told you guys about, which is going to let us start this sequence. And then we have this sequence right here, which is the product review follow-up. So now what we want to do is we want to go to automation, and we want to set up sequences. So sequences are basically, it's going to connect our flows together, right? So it's going to connect the product confirmation with the product review follow-up. So if I go to flows, so right now you see that we have number two is number two is just this message. But we want to connect this message to the review follow-up. We still want them to be two separates, but we want to connect them. So how do we connect them? We'll go to automations, and then we're going to go to sequences, and we're going to create a new sequence. And then here you want to write, like, let's say spatula, or whatever your product is, spatula review follow up. Okay, create that. Now you're going to have a bunch of crap here. Just delete it all, and make sure that when you get to this point, it's going to say, once you delete all of them, it's going to say you have no messages. You can use this button to create, because they're going to be example messages. You don't care about those. Delete them. Now click on this button, and then it's going to give you this. So you're going to have like stuff like this. Just press delete and delete them. Okay. Now, when you get here, what you want to do is you want to click select existing, and you want to go to free product shipped confirmation, and then press select this flow. It's going to add it in here. Then we're going to go in here and we're going to write immediately. So send this out immediately. Instead of anytime, say send between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Because, later than that, people really won't answer and don't do that stuff. So press save and update. Now, you want to press activate on this. So make sure it's active and then press new message. Then you want to over here, right? So this is the shipped confirmation message. And then so that's going to send out immediately. This one right here is actually going to be the follow-up. So the product review follow-up, remember that follow-up sequence we just made? If they love it, if they hate it, click on that, press select this flow. And then you want to click on, again, activate, but you don't want to do it after 1 day. You want to do this about 6 to 7 days after the product was shipped. So remember, this is the shipping confirmation because you want to make sure that they have enough time to get the product, use the product, and then have an opinion on the product. So you want to do like 5 to 7 days, whatever. Let's just six days. So 6 days after this previous message was sent. And then we don't want to do send between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And this is going to be their time zone. And then save and update schedule. So this is all set up. So our sequence is set up. It's going to go this first, then this, which is exactly how we want it. Then we need to set up some rules. So for rules, we're going to come in here. We're going to click custom rule. And we want to call it free product name or free spatula. Okay, I'm just going to spatula shipped. All right, and then you're going to, for the trigger, you're going to say tag applied. And here you're going to write, okay, you're going to write this out yourself. You're going to write spatula, so the product name, spatula shipped. Okay, and then you just press plus new tag, add that as a new tag. I already have one here, which is product name shipped. So add that as a new tag. And then you're going to go to actions. And the actions is subscribe to sequence. Remember, we just created the sequence right here. It goes the first one, then the second one. Subscribe to sequence. And then in the sequence, you want to call it, remember we called it spatula review follow-up. So in the sequence that we just made, we called it the spatula review follow-up. So find that. And then press save. And then press active. Make sure to make it active. Otherwise, it will not work, right? Obviously. So that is that. So that's good. And now basically what's going to happen is every time we apply this tag, so if we go and we apply this tag, it's going to start this sequence, the sequence that we just made, which includes the flows that we have here. So let me show you an example here. So let's say we go to live chat, we have someone here, and let's say they were in our chat, they gave us all their information, all that kind of stuff. What we want to do now, right? Let's say they open, because they're going to open a chat with us. We're going to see everyone who is applying to this, to these conversations. Everyone who's coming in here, we can come in here, we can see all the different chats. And so when we're going out to fill out these, these orders, right? So when someone says they give us all the information and then we get notified, hey, ship out this product, what we're going to do now is create something called a fulfillment order. So we're going to go to our Amazon and we're going to send out a one product to the person, right? So the way you do this, you go to, so we have a lesson on this, but I'm going to show you guys really quickly here. So basically you're going to go into your inventory. So go into your account, inventory, manage inventory. You're going to have your product here. And then you're going to click on the arrow on the side and it's going to say create fulfillment order. This is what you're looking for. So you're going to click on that. And once you click on that, it's going to take you to a page like this. And this is where you're going to put in their full name, their address, the city, region, postal code, all that stuff. And then you're going to press next. You remember, just one product, fill in just one, press next. And then it's going to ask you for it's going to cost like $5 or something. And you're just going to, pay that $5 and it's going to ship it out to them. Okay. And that's pretty much it. So that is how that works. Now, after you've shipped the product, which is what I just showed you how to do, and again, there's gonna be a lesson, you can check it out later in the videos. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here, you're gonna press add tag, and then you're gonna write product name shipped. This is basically saying that we have shipped the product and we're adding this tag manually to the actual customer, right? And once we add that tag, what's gonna happen? Product name shipped, right? It's gonna add the tag, and so it's doubling up because we have all this kind of stuff. It says, hey, Yaniv, just want to let you know your second product was just shipped out. And then awesome. And then you say, then we got this thing and it says, get notified. Can we send you? And then you press notify me, right? And if they press notify me, then it's going to notify, then we're going to have that whole sequence that we set up, right? And if they don't have the notify me set up, then it's going to ask for the SMS and then it's going to ask for the email. And then it's going to send us back to this whole thing. So that is how you do that. You can either teach, do this yourself or obviously teach, a VA to do this later on. But this is how this whole sequence worked. And so that is pretty much it for this whole thing. I know that it can seem a little bit difficult at first, but really it's not that crazy. Keep rewatching these videos. Again, if you have any questions or anything like this, head over to the Facebook group, let me know, and we'll do our best to help you out And that's pretty much it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this ManyChat thing, and let me know how it works out for you. Talk to you guys in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about email campaigns and how to send those out automatically to your customers to ask for reviews. So just before we dive in, obviously, if you guys, like I said, Amazon's changing all the time. And so in the past, we could send multiple emails and, kind of warm them up and ask them for reviews, and that would work sometimes, pretty good. Now they've actually changed some stuff, and you can only have one email sent to the customer because what was happening was that customers were getting spammed by sellers, asking a bunch of different stuff, getting so many emails, and they would start to opt out of the emails. And I would say at this point, probably somewhere around 60 or 70% of, all Amazon customers just don't even have their emails on. And so that really, really sucks for us. So Amazon has changed some stuff, and now we can't really, email them as much for obvious reasons, like I said. But I still think that you should set up an email campaign just to have all your bases covered. So basically, included with your Jungle Scout, you're going to have launch. So you just go to launch, email campaigns, and create new, and go through that. Step's very, very easy to make. But I'm going to choose this as an example here. You're going to connect your product after you do that. And then what you're going to do is go to build campaign. And right here, we can have a trigger. So we're going to click on new trigger. The new trigger would be delivered, because we want to do it when they're delivered. We want to know that the product's delivered, and we want to wait a certain amount of days before we ask for a review. So we're going to add a step, and then we're going to wait for days. And what's going to happen is we're going to click 4 days. So it's going to delay this message 4 days after the product has been delivered. So we're going to do that. Then you're going to add step, email. So 4 days after it's delivered, we're going to send this email out. So this is the email that we have here. Right here, this is the title. So I'm just going to grab that from there, put in the title. Say, hi, buyer first name. This is going to get pulled through automatically. Just one question, right? And then so you go, that's the, kind of supposed to pique some intrigue, okay? And then it says, hi, buyer first name. It's been a little while since you received your product. So here you put your product name, okay? Whatever your name is, spatula, whatever the product is, you put it in there. We hope you've been enjoying it. A little of your time and a few brief words would go a long way in helping other customers make a decision. If you have not already left us a review, it would help us tremendously if you took a few minutes to do so. Reviews are the lifeblood of our small business and the only thing keeping us going. Then you have a review link there. That's gonna, if they click that, it's automatically gonna take them to the, to the reviews. We understand you're busy, and if you're unable to leave us a review, we still want to thank you. Thank you for supporting us and for being our customer. So you still want to acknowledge that, hey, if you don't have the time to leave us a review, that's totally fine. Just being a customer is enough. And then you say, side note, if there's anything wrong with the order, remember that you let us know. Oops. Let us know by replying to this email so we can fix it. Best wishes, Yaniv from, and then your brand name, or whatever your name is from brand name. And so I'll have this template for you. Below this video. I do save it, and that is that. Every time someone buys it, after it's delivered 4 days, that email is going to be sent out. Now look, see, show you guys an example here that doesn't allow us to do it anymore. If you guys have been using this before, see, it says maximum 1 template per email campaign. So unfortunately, that's all we can do. So guys, anyways, just set that up, and I will see you guys in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now obviously you can see it's a pretty serious video. You just see my face here, but I want to talk to you guys about your downtime and what to do with your downtime, because obviously it takes some time for your manufacturer to finish everything, to produce everything, and you might feel like you just don't have anything to do. So this video, I'm going to make sure that you have stuff to do. So the first thing I would say, is really good to do with your downtime is actually creating a website. So we've already technically bought the domain. Hopefully you've already purchased that. So with the downtime, you can actually go ahead and make a website. It's going to help your reputation. It's going to help your brand look more legit. So go out there, make a website. You can get it through Wix or through Squarespace or anything like that. You can make it. It's a drag and drop builder. It's pretty easy to use. Obviously, that's not within the scope of this course, but you can go out and do that. It's pretty simple, and it will help you with your brand. The second thing you can do is go out there and create social media platforms, on the social media platforms, and create your account. So on on Facebook, you want to make a Facebook page, YouTube channel, maybe Twitter, Instagram, and actually start putting out content for those things, because why not? I mean, what are you doing right now that's going to take you time? You know, you have so much downtime, so go out there and actually make this happen, make this work, and set yourself up for success. And lastly, another thing you can do is actually start to buy your competitors' product and see what they're doing. So go out there, look at their products, look at their email sequences, look at everything, and just see what your competitor's doing. Get your competitor, analysis down. That's always something that's really good to do on your downtime. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Don't waste your downtime. Don't just sit around, do something with it. So I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, what's up guys, Yaniv here, and welcome to the launch module. Now, this module is going to be a little bit, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on in here, so I don't want to overwhelm you, but I do want to warn you guys that I don't want you to watch this module out of order. I also don't want you to watch this module alone. I want you guys to watch this module first, and then go on and watch the next module, which is all about sponsored listings, all about Amazon advertising, because they kind of really build on each other. So if you just watch this module without watching the next module, it might be very difficult for you to understand stuff. So just watch this module, follow along with this module, and then also watch the next module, which is the Amazon sponsored PPC advertising module. And they really, watching them together will really make sense of a lot of things. So watch this one, then watch the next one before you actually end up launching. Okay, so that's just a quick tip for you guys to make the most and maximize your chances of success with your launch. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now I want to talk to you guys about PPC, what it is, and why we are going to need to use it for our launch. So PPC stands for pay per click. It's Amazon's in-house advertising platform, and essentially it's just going to allow us to get our product in front of customers when we're just starting off. So when we're just starting off, our product is probably going to be on page, if you type anything, it might be on page 10 or 20 or 15 or whatever. So if I can get to the bottom. So you see there's 7 pages. So we'll probably be towards the end of the pages, because that's how we start. Everyone starts at the back of the pages and slowly has to work their way up. And the way that works is the more sales you get for a particular keyword. So for, let's say someone types in night driving glasses, they find your product and they buy it. That tells Amazon, hey, this product is actually relevant for this keyword and we should show it higher up, because if we show it higher up, then more people are going to buy it. But again, it's a kind of a catch-22, because if you're on page 7, no one's really going to go to page 7 to find your product. When was the last time you went to page 7 to find a product? All products are bought on page 1. And that's where PPC comes in, pay per click. So we want to know, rather, we're going to use pay per click, which is Amazon's in-house advertising system, to actually show up on the first page. So as you can see here, it says sponsored. So we touched briefly on this. There's a sponsored and sponsored. And as you can see here, these two, these two products are actually advertising for this keyword. They're paying money for night driving glasses. And every time someone types this in and then clicks on one of their listings, the sponsored listings, they're going to get charged a fee depending on, how competitive this keyword is. So if people are, so it's basically a bidding system. So whoever bids more will show up higher. And there's also, if you bid less, then you'll show up on the lower sponsored listing. So there's actually more here. They're just lower down. So you see sponsored. So these people right here are bidding less than these people up here to show up for this particular keyword. And guys, there are sponsored ads for every single keyword on Amazon. So if you just type in driving glasses, okay, so this is a different keyword. So the people who are going to show up on sponsored here are actually, see, they're different people. These two guys are bidding the most for driving glasses if it shows up here. Give it a second. Oh. So I don't know what just happened. So, I clicked the ad by accident. So basically these two guys are showing up for the keyword driving glasses. I don't know why it's not showing up above everyone else, and they're spending the most for this. So every time I click this, they're going to be charged a certain fee. And the reason it's really good to do that is because, for example, if they have let's say they have a $10 profit margin, but for every click they cost them $1. So if I click on it and then I buy it, it costs them $1, but they made $10, which means they profited $9. We'll talk more about how to use PPC and how to have really profitable PPC campaigns and how to make money off of PPC in the next module. But in this module, I'm talking to you about it because we're actually going to be using PPC to actually start to rank organically on the page, on the first page. So as you can see here, remember how I said for whoever buys this product, if they buy this product for, like if someone types on driving glasses and then buys from this link, what's going to happen is they're actually going to move up in these positions, in these organic positions. So let me go to night driving glasses and I'll show you an example. So we're basically with this launch trying to jumpstart Amazon's algorithm for our product. So if we're showing up on page 7, we want to start making sales so Amazon can drive relevance to our product in that keyword and then show us higher on the first page. So this guy, I think he's also somewhere down here. So as you can see, this is the product. You see right here, it doesn't say any sponsored. This is his real listing. This is his organic listing. This is where Amazon believes he needs to be because Amazon just kind of ranks the people here based on most sales to least sales. So it goes for this particular keyword, this product right here is making the most sales on this keyword. So if this guy made more sales for this keyword, he'll show up higher and higher and higher up until he becomes number 1, if he can sell that many, okay? So he's using the sponsored ad right here to sell more for this keyword, so potentially he can raise himself up higher in here, and the higher he is, obviously the more people are gonna see it, and then the more people are gonna buy. So that's kind of what we're doing. If we're on page 7, like I said, if we go all the way down to page 7, no one's going to go to page 7 to find us. So we need to force our way in front of our customers' eyes. And the way to do that is to use sponsored ads. So when people's going to, like, let's say we're on page 7, but someone sees us here with our sponsored ad, they're going to click on it, they're going to buy it. It's going to tell Amazon, hey, this person made a sale for this keyword. We need to bring him up on the pages. We need to bring him to the first page. And that's essentially how it works. And that's essentially what we're going to use to jumpstart the Amazon algorithm. And that's kind of how we're going to use PPC to launch our product to the first page. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I just wanted to explain to you what the strategy is and how exactly PPC is, what exactly PPC is and how it works. In the next video, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty on how to do everything. So I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, so now we're here in the presentation I have for you. This is probably where it gets the most technical for Amazon, starting and selling on Amazon. But don't worry, like I said, everything will be covered in this PowerPoint, in this module over the shoulder with me, So you'll just literally just follow my steps, and it's very, very simple. You'll understand as we go along. So what we're going to cover in this module is we're going to break down everything you're going to need for your launch. We're going to break down the prerequisites for launch, how to set up for launch, setting up your Facebook ads for launch, how to what to do before you start, what to do after your launch starts, troubleshooting your launch if anything goes wrong, and the post-launch phase, the cool down phase. So that's pretty much that. So intro to launch, we're going to use PPC only launch. We're going to use no giveaways. I'm going to explain why, and also I'm going to explain to you guys why we want to launch. So PPC launch, no more giveaways. If you guys have been around on Amazon for a little while now, then you know that giveaways were a thing of the past. Essentially, people used, huge discounts, like 99% discounts, to kind of trick the Amazon algorithm into showing their, into getting a ton of sales, selling their products for, 99% off, and then getting to the first page. So Amazon doesn't like this, and Amazon is actually banning sellers who do this now. So obviously we had to move on, we had to adapt, and now we're only doing a PPC launch instead. Okay, so no more giveaways, only PPC launch. Now, why do we need to launch? I explained this a little bit in the last video, but essentially, if no one can see our product, then no one can buy our product, and that's a problem, right? So we need to launch, we need to get our product to the first page so that people are so that people can organically buy our product. But for people to organically buy our product, they need to be able to see our product, and that's why we're going to do a launch so that we can tell Amazon that we actually should be on the first page, and then hopefully get there as well. Okay, so we're going to do a little breakdown of what we'll need right now for this to actually work. So we're going to need to find our main keyword, our target keyword, and a list of 10 to 20 accessory keywords. And I'll explain all of this in a little bit, but yeah, so don't get too kind of hung up on this. I'll literally walk you through every single step of the way. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're actually going to find our main keyword, our target keyword, and our accessory keyword list, because we're going to need these for our launch campaigns, which I'm going to show you guys how to do in the next video. So we're back here to Helium 10 again. You can pick it up with the discount codes link in the description. We're going to need to use this for this module and the next module. We used it in the last module. You're going to need this software, so just pick it up with the discount codes down below. Now, one awesome thing that, Cerebro actually allows us to do, so again, we're on Cerebro, is actually to just go into your history and pull up the search that we made when we were doing our keyword research. So you just press open on the top search, and it's going to actually open up exactly what we used before. So you don't have to save it, you don't have to do anything. Helium 10 has a built-in, kind of software that actually, remembers stuff. So remember, guys, we were doing the glasses here, and you can see all the different glasses here that we had. And essentially, if you guys are watching this without watching the previous module, you should be watching the previous module. This should all be in order. But if you're not, essentially just come in here and put the ASINs of every single one of your best-selling competitors, the competitors who are actually making sales. So make sure they're actually making sales. Put them in here, press get keywords, and you'll get into a situation like this. And as you can see here, guys, we have the advanced filter set, the same one as before, so it was 1 to 30. We had 5 here, and so this is something that we're going to add later. So let's just go like that, press apply. So last time we didn't have any minimum searches, so if we did that properly, it should show us about 300 different results once this loads. And again, it's the same thing. We talked about the competitor rank average, so that's where your competitors are ranking for. So 1 to 30 is the first organic position to the 30th organic position. We have ranking competitors, so at least 5 of those are showing up for 1 to 30 for these particular keywords. So as you can see, we have 339 keywords. But now we need to decide what is our main keyword, what is our target keyword, and which of the keywords are going to be on our accessory keyword list. So what I like to do here is I like to come in here and then I like to go to minimum search volume. So as you can see, it's a search volume minimum, and I do 1500 because that's, what I've realized is about the best on figuring out what your main keywords are supposed to be. So I'm going to press apply now, and as you can see, it's going to narrow from like 300 keywords to about 15 to 20 keywords. So yeah, here we have 15 keywords. So if here you're getting only if you're only getting like 5 keywords or 3 keywords, then come in here, put the search volume lower. It depends, for every single niche will be a little bit different. So put the search volume lower and you should get some more keywords. Try to get around 15 to 20 to 25 keywords. That should be ideal. So now we're going to, I'm going to write this down on a piece of paper, but you guys can do whatever you want. You really do need to write this down. So our main keyword is 99% of the time going to be the first one up here. So as you can see, it says blue light blocking glasses. This is our main keyword. It gets almost 91,000 searches per month. Don't really worry about the Cerebro IQ score, but look at the search volume. This is what we're going to be looking at. We're also going to be looking at the CPR 8-day giveaway right here. Okay, these are very, very important metrics, and these are what we're going to need to determine which are going to be our main keywords. So as you can see, you can hover over it and it should show you what it is, and you can read it that way if you want to. Okay, but I'm going to explain to you guys what you need. So the first one, 99% of the time, is going to be your first keyword up here. It's going to be your main keyword. So write down that as your main keyword. So this time, this one is blue light blocking glasses. Okay, so write that down, save it. Okay, put that aside somewhere, put it in a notepad, whatever you want. But before you want to open it up and make sure that actually every single product on this page, or 99% of the products on this page, are actually the same product as what you're going to sell. So as you can see, we're not looking at the sponsored listings, we're looking at the ones that are organic. It says blue light filter, computer glasses, blocking glasses, blue light blocking glasses. Scroll down, blue light blocking glasses, blue light blocking. So as you can see, all the keywords are all blue light blocking glasses, which is good. If we came in here and we saw sunglasses, random sunglasses, then you know that keyword isn't your main keyword. Everything on the page needs to be similar, if not almost exactly the same as what you're going to sell. So in this case, it is, and that means that's good. Okay. Usually when you do the filters the way I show you here, so the advanced filters the way I show you here, all the keywords here are going to be relevant, but I still want to make sure that you are checking that they're actually relevant to your product. So the keyword is equal to your product. So for example, if we had here the number 1 keyword with maybe 100,000 searches was desk chair or something, right? Just randomly, if you saw desk chair here, that doesn't mean that that's your main product, because you're selling glasses. You're not selling a desk chair. So open it up. You'd probably see that every product there's a desk chair, not glasses. So you don't use that one. So you only use the biggest actually relevant search. Now, that's our main keyword. Now we need to find our target keyword. And this is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but still fairly simple. So just follow along here. What we're going to do is we're going to look at the CPR 8-day giveaway. Now, as you can see here, it says 1,328 for our main keyword. That means that we would need to sell 1,328 units in an 8-day period to get to the first page. Excuse me. So you can see that that is, you know, unreal. That's crazy. No one's going to sell 1,328 units in 8 days to show up to the first page. So that's not going to happen with us. Okay, so next thing you want to look at is this 8-day giveaway, but for something that is going to be reasonable, right? So like we said, 1,328, that's way too much. You're never going to sell that much in 8 days. Probably, right? Most of you guys are never going to do that. Most of you guys won't even have that much inventory coming in at first to do that. So again, 640 still too much, 536 still too much. I ideally would say that you would want to go below 100. So below 100, even like, you know, like, so in this case, 88 is probably the highest I would go. So 88, this would probably be what I would pick my product as. I would probably choose glasses for computer eye strain as my target keyword. It has 3,000 monthly searches, so it's obviously a lot less than 90,000, but it's a much more realistic number to get on an 8-day giveaway. So in this case, it looks decent. For this one, I would just probably write this one down. Another thing I would probably say is, like, let's say if you aren't even confident that you can sell 88 units, then you could look at my next best option. I would say wouldn't be this one. I would say this one would be my next best option, because look here, there's 2,000 monthly search volumes for this one. And here there's 2,600 monthly search volumes. However, here it's 2,600 with 88 reviews. 88 sales. I need to get 88 sales in 8 days for 2,600. But here it's 64 sales with 2,000 search volume. So this would be a better bang for your buck keyword, because it'd be easier to rank. So basically, the higher this number is, the harder it is to rank. For this one, I'd be able to rank. Now, so that's why I would probably pick this one over this one. But overall, we'd pick this one as our main one because it has a lot more search volume, so 1,000 more than this one, and it's only like 20 units more for 8 days, which is fine for us. That's okay, and that's something I would choose this one as our secondary one. So as our, sorry, not a secondary, as our target one. So write that down as your target keyword. Okay, and so that's that. Now, another thing I would actually, another reason why though I actually wouldn't pick this one. Wait, not this one. No, I actually would pick this one. Another reason I wouldn't pick this one is because this one says blue screen glasses for women. If your product is geared to women, then that's perfect. However, we're selling a unisex glass, like unisex glasses, so I actually would pick this one. See, blue light glasses, blue blocking glasses, because again, this one has 1,952, so only 2 monthly search volumes less. The same 8-day giveaway, same 8-day giveaway, but this one is more broad to a broader market. This one is only for women, so we don't want to just narrow it to women unless you're only selling a women's glasses. So hopefully that makes sense. That's how we pick our main keyword, our target keyword, and now to pick our accessory keyword, what we're going to do here is we're going to actually delete. So we're going to delete our main keyword from this list. So just press the X here. We're also going to delete our, so what did we do for our target keyword was, we said it was going to be this one. So delete that one. And so everything else left here, we should have, I think, 13 now. So these are going to be our list of accessory keywords. And what you're going to want to do is just come in here. You can export those, copy to clipboard, or do whatever you want with them, and then keep them, because we're going to use these as our accessory keyword lists. Remember, we said we need 10 to 20, so just save these. These are going to be those. Again, that's why we want around 20 to 25 keywords in here, because here we only have 13 left. So we had 15 total, but we just deleted our main keyword and our target keyword. It leaves us with 13. That should work fine for this. You want to get between 10 and 20 accessory keywords. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. We have everything we need for the next steps to actually set up our campaigns. And we'll go from there. So I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, so now let's get into the good part of this training series, which is really the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. We're going to talk about how to set up for the launch, and we're going to go over a ton of stuff here, so please pay attention. So the main things we're going to cover here are the max order quantity limits, very important, so please stick around for that. Number 2, setting up the digital coupon, and number 3, setting up the PPC campaigns so that we can kind of get ready for launch. So let's start with number one. I'll show you guys how to do that. Okay, so we're here in the inventory tab, and what you want to do is just click on edit right here next to your product. Okay, it'll take you to this page. You need to go to the offers, scroll all the way down, and make sure you have a max order quantity set here. Okay, you do not want people to buy more than 2 units during your launch, so make sure that you have a 2-unit max order quantity set, and then remember to click save and finish. Is a very, very important part, and if you don't do this correctly, you'll be able, people will be able to take advantage of you and buy a ton of your units at a hugely discounted rate, and that is the last thing you want. So remember to click save and finish, and we'll now move over to the next thing, which is actually how to set up your coupon. So what you want to do is you go to advertising, click on coupons. It'll take you to a page like this. All you have to do is click on create a new coupon right here, and you'll be able to start the whole process. So I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do all this. So when you come in here, type in your product name or just put in your SKU or ASIN. So I just like to do the keyword, search it up. You'll find your product, add the product as a coupon, and continue to the next step. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to set up the discount, and the discount is what people are going to see, what people are going to be able to claim. Usually I like to do percentage off, but you can try either. We're going to do 40% off, and that's what I recommend, about 40% off for your launch. Set this up correctly, and we're also going to talk about when to change this up in a later module, in the troubleshooting module. But as of right now, for the beginning of your launch, you want to set it up for 40%. Now remember to click yes, limit redemption to 1 per customer. Don't leave this on because, again, we don't want people to take advantage of this promotion. Now we're going to talk about something that is, can be a little bit confusing at times, but I'm going to break it down for you so that you understand exactly how this works. So we're going to talk about how coupon budget actually works, and just pay attention here so that you can understand what to set as your coupon budget. So as this example, we're going to use unit price. In this case, let's pretend that after our discount, the unit price is going to be $19.99. Okay, and that's what we want to sell the product at. So that's going to be our number that we're going to use there. Then we're going to look at the discount offered. So the discount offered is 40% or $7.99 off the $19.99 launch price. Okay, so hopefully you're following us here. The units you need to sell to rank equals 80. So in this case, when you get all the keywords, you're also going to be getting a units you need to sell to rank number. In this case, it's 80. It usually will be around 80. So we're going to use that as an example here. The cost per coupon redemption is 60 cents, and this is the same anywhere. So no matter who, no matter what, this is 60 cents that you send to Amazon every single time someone redeems a coupon. So now what you need to do is you need to use this equation that I put in here to actually calculate your budget for the coupon. So what we're going to do first is we're going to do $7.99. So let's say the discount offered, whatever the dollar amount discount you offer, plus 60 cents, and times that by the number of units you need to sell. So in this case, we are going to give away 80 units at a $7.99 discount plus 60 cents and times the two numbers, and we get $687.2. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the coupon budget and I'll explain more. All right, now that we're here, that's the number you're going to want to put in here is the number you got out of that equation. We're just going to round it up to 700 because that is just going to be easier for us. Also, something to note, don't freak out. This is not something that you're going to have to send to Amazon. You're not going to have to send them a check for $700. This is just the budget that you're going to use. Basically, what Amazon's going to do is they're going to subtract the money, this $700, from your earnings. So you don't have to send them anything. This is just the way that they use to calculate, exactly when to stop your coupons. Okay, so don't worry, just put the number in there and everything will be just fine. Then we're going to continue to next step. Here, what you want to do is, put a title. So say 40% on, clock, okay, or a wall clock. And you can look at the title guidelines if you want to do it. Basically, this is just going to be next to your product. Make it kind of, something nice, but don't, make sure to follow the guidelines, okay? Now, target customers. Remember to check all customers. We want the coupon to be seen by everyone for a launch. Don't worry about anything else because if you do that, it won't show up for everyone, and that's not going to work for our launch. Now, for schedule, coupon is between 1 and 90 days. For us, we want to set it up for the length of the launch, how many days you should run it from. And that's what you want to set up here. You also might want to just set up a few more, kind of days just as extras, just in case. So we're going to set up for today until a week from now. So let's just do, let's just do it like that. Okay, just add a couple days. And as you can see here, it says when you select today as the start date, it will take approximately 6 hours after the coupon submission for your coupon to be visible by customers. That's what they say, but usually it's a lot quicker. But yeah, it's probably safe to prepare 6 hours before you want the coupon to go live. Then you want to review everything here. If everything looks good, all you need to do is submit the coupon, and that is it. You'll be ready with the coupon in about 6 hours, but usually it's 1 to 3 hours, and it'll be live on your product listing. Now we're going to set up the PPC campaign. So we just went over how to do the max order quantity. We went over how to do the coupons, and now we're going to go over exactly how to set up your campaigns, each ones that you're going to need to have for this thing to work correctly. So what you're going to get is something similar to this. Obviously, it's going to look much better. This is just something I threw together just for this example to show you. You're going to have a main keyword. You're going to have a target keyword, which is what we're going to be targeting for the launch. And then you're going to have 10 to 20 approximately accessory keywords. And each one of them needs to be put into a separate campaign. And we're going to go over exactly how to do that. This is completely inaccurate, but it's just to be used as an example for this kind of video lesson. Okay, so what we're going to do here is create campaign. And the first campaign we want to create is the automatic campaign. And this one is just to have a broad, view of all the different keywords that Amazon thinks we should be ranking for. So in this case, we're going to write automatic campaign or wall clock. Okay, because that's what we're using here. Don't put an end date, and we're going to set up the budget for $20 automatic targeting per day. Ad group name, wall clock, auto, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just, add whatever. Add this here. So it's in that, that's the product that's being targeted here. Remember to keep the dynamic bids down only. Don't worry about anything else. And what we're going to do here is set the suggested bid to between 10 and 20% more than what's shown. So let's open up the calculator. What's shown is 0.79. So we're going to times that by 1.2, for example. So we want to, bid about 95 cents on the click. So let's just do 94. That's fine. Okay. And 10 to 20% should be, the sweet spot there. Now, what we're going to do here is you want to make sure that you add negative exacts into the automatic campaign, because the thing is, we do not want to also rank for keywords that we're already going to, single out. And you'll understand what I mean in a second. So make sure to take your main keyword that we sent you and also your secondary keyword that we sent you, or rather your target keyword, the one that we're going to try to rank for, and just toss them into the negative exact, and remember to add the keywords. All right, so there they are right there. Make sure they're in there. Make sure it's negative exact, and because we don't want to double bid on those keywords. So now we're going to take a quick look over. Everything looks great, and then we're going to launch the campaign. So just launch that there. Now we're going to go to Campaign Manager again, and we're going to set up a separate campaign for the next campaign we're going to do here. So now what we want to do is we want to target the two keywords that were sent to you, the main keyword and also the target keyword. So we're going to write exact manual campaign for launch. It doesn't matter what you put here, guys. This is just for your own organization. The daily budget here is going to be quite a bit. But I want to mention that you don't need to worry about spending $50 a day, because during a launch, the main concern is not to make money. It's to jumpstart your algorithm, jumpstart the Amazon algorithm so that you can start making organic sales later. On top of that, another thing to note is that the budget is not just something that you're spending, right? If you get sales on this PPC campaign, even if they're not profitable, you're not actually spending $50 because you are making money back from the sales that you're making. So don't worry too much about the the daily budget, because it's all going to work out in the end. All right. So manual targeting is what you want to change it to. Do not leave it on automatic for this one. Here we're going to write, let's say, main keywords for launch. Again, this is just for your organization. Add the product that you want to add here. Then we're going to go to dynamic bids down only. Okay, keep it at that. And the bid range, we shouldn't touch that just yet because we need to add the keywords ourselves. Keep keyword targeting on, and then we're going to enter the keywords manually and set it as an exact. Okay, so I hope you guys are following here. Keyword targeting, it was unsuggested. We go to enter the keywords ourselves, click on exact, change it to exact, and now we're going to copy and paste those two keywords. So it's clock and digital wall clock. Clock space digital wall clock. Awesome. Those are the keywords we want to target. Now scroll down. Now they'll have their individual, suggested bids. In this case, what you want to do is apply all the suggested bids, and then again, you want to do about 20% higher on these. I'll save the math here. I'll just do it quickly, but in your case, please do the math to make sure that it's about 20% more, okay, than the suggested bid. Cool, awesome. Now the negative phrase, we're going to leave it just like that because it doesn't matter. We're only targeting 2 keywords, so it shouldn't be a big deal. And that's pretty much it. We can go quickly look over it again and make sure everything's right. This doesn't matter, and everything looks great. Let's launch the campaign. Now the next one, this is the last one we're going to do, and this one is the accessory campaign for the manual targeting. So again, we're going to sponsored products, accessory keyword campaign, if I could spell. Daily budget, we're going to do $30 on this one. We're going to manually target it again. In this case, we're going to write this again, campaign for accessory. Okay, again, just do what you got to do there. Add that keyword. Then we're going to dynamic bids down only. Don't worry about this. Again, we're going to manually do that. Keyword targeting. I'm going to enter the keywords here. Okay, and now we're going to go back to that list. We're going to copy all of these, or most of them at least. We'll forget about the other ones, but basically you would copy all of your keywords in here that you were given. Go to phrase, add the keywords. Make sure everything is added to phrase. Make sure it's phrase written here. We're going to apply all, and that's what we're going to leave them at for this particular campaign. For the negative phrase, what you want to do is you want to add an exact. Remember, we want to add the keywords that we're targeting, clock and digital wall clock. So those are the kind of keywords that we have in a separate campaign, just the 2 of them. Make sure to add them as a negative exact. Add those keywords, make sure they're in there, and that's pretty much that. You just launch your campaign, and now you've got everything ready to go. Everything is going to start working. And again, you want to only do this once you're actually ready to launch. You can actually set them up and pause them, but I just recommend actually just starting them when you are fully ready to start your launching process. How's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now that we actually have set up our PPC campaigns, everything's kind of ready to go. We've set up our coupon, we have our main keywords, our target keywords, all that good stuff. We now actually need to start with creating the Facebook ads, because we're actually going to use Facebook ads to actually drive more traffic to our Amazon listing. Amazon loves having external traffic being brought into their website, because obviously that's free traffic for them. Most of the time, people aren't only going to buy from your product. They might go and buy something else from Amazon. So Amazon loves it when you're bringing in external traffic, and they will reward you for that as well. So that's why we're going to use Facebook ads to actually, to actually draw traffic in. So for example, guys, let's say that we are, you come into you go to business.facebook.com. So as you can see here, business.facebook.com, you'll need to create a business account, like a business account manager, and a Facebook page for your brand. Now, I'm not going to go through that in this video. It's very simple to do. And, so yeah, just go out and do that, because it takes a little bit of time, but it's really not worth the video. Very simple. So go to, once you get into your business manager, press on, create a campaign. So when you get to the campaign, we're actually going to be using the traffic consideration. So don't really worry about anything else. We're just going to use traffic. That's all we're going to need for this particular launch. Okay. So I'm just calling this the cat shirt, launch, or if you, whatever your product is. So for example, if it's, if you're selling the night driving glasses launch, whatever it is. Okay. So that's pretty much that. Then if your first account, you're going to have to set up an ad account. So I'm not going to go into there, but it's very simple. It's just going to ask you for what currency you want to use. And it might ask you for your credit card information, stuff like that, so it has somewhere to charge you from. So that's pretty much that. Then the next thing is we're going to go to ad sets. And what you're going to want to do in your ad sets is actually name it like whatever your product is, so the cat shirt, and then put the date, okay? Because we're actually going to have So 10 different ad sets for this launch. And the reason for that is because we're gonna do this launch for about 8 to 10 days. So depending on how many ad sets you have, if you do the launch for 8 days, you have 8 different ad sets. If you do the launch for 10 days, you have 10 different ad sets. So you can do it if you want to be safe. Just do it for 10 days. That should be a good amount to actually have your launch going for. So essentially, there's a campaign, and the campaign is just kind of like that. So it goes campaign, ad sets, and ads. And the reason they're set up this way is just for organization purposes. So there's going to be one campaign. There's going to be, so let's say the campaign is up here. Then we're going to have 10 different ad sets. Okay, and ad sets are just basically which audiences or which people are going to be actually seeing your ad. So we're going to select the audiences in here, and you're going to have 10 different ad sets for the 10 different days, so one per day. And then in ads, we're going to cover that as well. But ads is the actual the actual ad that people are going to see. So whatever picture it's going to be, or for whatever it's going to be, that's the actual ad. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. But we're going to go through it so you'll understand. So just name it July 18th. Every single ad is going to have a different date. Then we're going to go to, obviously, keep it a website. Don't touch dynamic creative, but we're going to be using Facebook offers. And offers are very, very, they're kind of where the magic all happens with Facebook in terms of what we're doing here. So you're going to have to pick your Facebook page. In this case, I just chose mine, but you would actually have to go and choose whichever Facebook page you made for your particular brand. Then you're going to press create offer. I've already created one, but I'll show you guys how to do it. So you go 40% off wall clock. So as you can see, that's where it's going to show up right here, and it's going to automatically fill it in for you. And then you can say get 40% off our new and amazing wall clock, whatever. You just kind of type in something that will look nice in here. Some details about your product, maybe how big it is, what it does, the benefits, the features, something along those lines to draw some attention to your customer. That's in the details section. Then you're going to want to set your end date to, so if this is July 18th, you want to send it to the same day. So as you can see, the 18th is when we're doing it. So 18th at 12 a.m., you want it to stop. And the reason we're going to do this is because every single day, we're going to have a different end date. So for this particular ad set, it's going to end on the 18th. The next ad set's going to end on the 19th, the 20th, the 21st. And we're going to go for like 10 days. So it'll probably end on like 28th. And the reason why we're going to do that is because actually with Facebook offers, what Facebook does, it's going to send you an email. So as the offer is expiring, for anyone who claimed the offer but didn't purchase, they're going to get an email from Facebook being like, hey, you haven't, you claimed the offer, but you didn't purchase yet. And that's just follow-up messages that we want to take advantage of from Facebook. Basically, it's just going to allow more people to actually go on and, buy our product. So basically, Facebook's going to follow up with them, and they're going to email them. And this way, more people are actually going to buy. So just trust me on this one. Every single day, you want to have it expiring at 12 a.m. of that day. Then it says offer redemption. Where can people redeem the offer? We're going to go online. And then we're going to use the URL code here. And let me show you guys how to actually find your URL code. So let's go to these guys. So Sykesys, okay. Let's say this is your product. You just find your product on Amazon. You come to it. Then we're going to go to this your own storefront. So sold by, find your storefront, click on it. And then it's going to take us to this page. We're going to go to Sykesys storefront, or it's going to be your storefront here. And now you can see we're in the storefront, section. So he has a lot of different, products here. However, you probably will only have one, so that's fine. Then you come in here and you type in your main, you're going to type in your target keyword. So our target keyword, I don't even remember what it was, but remember we wrote it down in 2 videos ago. We wrote that down, and you're going to want to type it in here. So let's say blue. Let's say ours was blue light glasses. Okay, so I don't remember what it was, but assuming this is your target keyword, okay? Not your main keyword, not your accessory keyword, your target keyword. You're gonna type that in here. Then you're gonna press search. And what it's gonna do here, you're gonna see your URL is gonna change. And the reason for that, this is actually called your storefront URL, and this is what we're gonna be using to, to actually, find your product and put it into the Facebook section there for the URL. Now, in this case, obviously, it has a lot of blue light blocking glasses, so you're going to see a lot of them here. For you, you'd probably only see your product. And what you're going to do here is just go into here, copy from the beginning with HTTPS all the way to right before it has the and sign reference. Don't pick that. Just copy this, and you can just test it by pasting in here and pressing search, and it should show up the same thing here. So grab that URL that you just made. We're going to go into Facebook again, and we're going to paste it into here. Okay, so as you can see, it's gonna say blue light glasses. You should see your keywords in here. Whatever your keywords are, you should see 1 plus, you know, whatever. Get your keywords right here. Okay. Then we're going to do total offers available. We're gonna have 20. So write no codes because we're not having a code. Basically, the code is gonna be on the actual listing. So when they click through the listing, remember we set up that coupon code. They're gonna see the coupon code and then they're going to, you know, buy it from there. So no codes, but we only have 20 offers available. So it's going to say, see, it says 100 people got this offer. It would say, it would only allow 20 people to get this offer, okay, for every single day. Then don't hide the share button. That's fine if people want to share it. That's totally cool. Terms and condition, you can fill this in if you want, but you don't actually have to. So that's pretty much that for this section. We're going to save it now. So press save right there. Okay, so it's for some reason not letting me do the same day, but you can try the same day. If not, just do it the 19th. That's just the next day, and that's fine too. So we're going to save it from here, and we're going to continue. Okay. So now that we have that set up, the offer, we're going to come in here, and you're going to see audiences here. Make sure that you see that, you know, wherever it is here. So if you're launching in the US, then put United States. If you're launching in Canada, put Canada. If you're launching in the UK, put the UK. Obviously, hope that makes sense. That's how you pick, you know, who's going to be seeing your ads. Don't worry about custom audiences. Age range, you know, you're going to have to see what your product is actually, you know, what's your main demographic? How old are the people getting it? Like if you're selling, you know, if you're selling stuff for school, for example, you don't want to do, or let's say if you're doing stuff for university, right, you'd have to do like, you know, between 18 and 24, if that's, you know, university students are your target audience. Or if you're doing something for, you know, like golfing, probably older, you know, kind of older people would be your kind of audience. So you have to do some market research, figure out what your general audience, you know, age is. If you don't know, then just leave it like this. Okay. Gender, again, either leave it all, or if you know that like 90% of your audience is women, if you're selling like some sort of soaps or I don't know, whatever women like, you know, or if it's men dominated audience, just pick that. Otherwise, just leave it at all. So in this particular situation, I'm going to show you guys how to pick. So I've already done this a little bit, but I'm going to close these off and show you guys really quickly. So let's say we're selling a cat shirt. Okay. There's a lot of ways to actually, you know, that actually Facebook gives us. They have tons of information on everyone. It's kind of scary how much information they have, and you can play around and see what they have. But essentially, if we're selling stuff for, you know, cat lovers, right? We want like, we have a cat shirt, and we want, you know, someone who loves cats to buy it. You can literally just type in cats, and you'd see that it says cats. And if I move this over, actually, you know, let me move myself over. Let me move myself over here. You can see it says cats as an interest. It says there's 308 million people who like cats. It says description, people who have expressed an interest in or like pages related to cats. So if people like pages related to cats, they're probably, you know, they probably like cats, right? One thing to note also is that whenever you're picking an interest, you want to be careful that it's not an employer. Okay, so if it's an employer, that's only people who work at Cats Protection, people who actually have a job at Cats Protection. That's not what we want, right? We also don't want like Cats the musical. We want just cats, people who have, you know, an interest in cats. Then let's say you want to narrow the audience, because you can see there's 46 million people in the US who like cats. Now, obviously that audience is way, way, way too big for us, and usually it will be. So what you want to do is you want to go and you want to narrow your audience. So we want to do, so here you can see include people who must match at least one of the following. So they like cats. Let's say we want people who like cats, but also like PetSmart. Okay, so if you guys don't know, PetSmart is just a pet store. Okay, so as you can see, it says PetSmart as an interest. So remember, it's an interest. Make sure you're not putting in like a employer. So like, for example, if I wrote dogs, I know this comes up on dogs. So you can see dogs, job titles. We don't want people who have dogs in their job titles. We want people who like dogs. So employers, we don't want people who have dogs in their, you know, as their employers. We want people who, or this is dog schools. We want people who like dogs. So dogs as an interest. People who have expressed an interest in or like pages related to dogs, for example. Okay, and you can continue to add stuff into it. So as you can see, people who like cats, or people who are interested in cats and also are interested in PetSmart, there's only 4.8 million people. So you'd have to kind of figure out what your audience is. Go and look through all the different things. You can see suggestions wise, there's a ton of stuff here that they'll suggest to you. You know, Petco is another thing. I guess that's another, you know, pet store. So we can add that, and you can see it's gonna go to 6.8 million. So basically now we're not narrowing it. Now it's actually making it bigger. So if you want to narrow it even further, you click on it again, and then we can say, okay, we want Petco here. So if we put Petco here, as see, it says employer's interest. So we put Petco in here. So basically people who like cats also need to like Petco. Wait, why did I put Petco here? Oops. They need to like, let's say PetSmart. PetSmart. Okay. So as you can see, went for 1.5 million. So there's 1.5 million who like cats, but also like Petco and also like PetSmart. So as you can see, guys, you can really mix and match these things. I ideally would tell you to go between 500,000 and 1 million people. 1.5 million is too much. Anything above that's too much. You just really need to play around with who you're targeting here, and just honestly just play around with it, and you'll find something that kind of makes sense to you. And yeah, you can do that and figure that out based on your audience. You can also sometimes search on Google what people recommend to do in terms of like which audiences to target for what each different category that you can sell. So if you're selling like for cats, there's probably people on Google who will help you target for cats, for example. So that's pretty much that for the audience. Now for placements, okay, this means where are our ads actually going to show up. So I don't actually like to do recommended for this. I actually like to edit placements, and for us, we're only going to put into the feed. So uncheck suggested video, uncheck marketplace, and just leave it on the feed. So as you can see here, feeds, honestly, if you want, marketplace might be decent too. I haven't tested marketplace too much, but I know feeds work the absolute best. So either just put feeds, or you can also throw on marketplace if you want as well, but feeds is the best. And that's pretty much that. Then over here, so just scroll down, don't touch anything else. Optimization for ad delivery, do link clicks. Daily budget, I would do about $20 per day. For me, it's in Canadian, but you can do like $20 a day USD is also fine. That's perfect. That would work well as well. So then what we're gonna do is leave everything how it is and then press continue. Okay. And now we're here in the actual ad section. This is where we're gonna pick which ad we're going to use to show people to actually buy our product, right? So what we're gonna do here is just name your ad if you want. Just name it like cat shirt ad, whatever. And we're gonna use single image or video. Make sure that your Facebook page is here, the correct one that you wanna use. Then we're gonna go to images, and I'm just gonna add an image here. So you literally just press add an image, and I'll add an image, and I'll also show you guys how to make the best images in just a second. Okay, so I just added this image. Obviously, this is not what I'm selling. This is an Aura ring, so don't really worry about that, but that's how you add it. You just add it from there, and it'll be here, and this is gonna be the image that's gonna be used. Now, what we actually want to do is we want to make an image that looks something like this. So as you can see, it has the product on a white background, so you guys should have a product on a white background, and then you wanna add like a Prime logo with an Amazon logo, and then also like, the star rating of your product. This is the simple, it's super simple. It looks clean, like sexy, it looks nice. And that's kind of, what ends up working the best for Amazon products. So, put that, Amazon logo or the swoosh, put a Prime logo, put, 5 stars or whatever your product is, and then put your product on a white background, because that's how Amazon does it. And obviously if Amazon does it, people are used to that, and we want to do, a very similar thing. Obviously ours would also look like this. He says, get your code. Ours would have that as well. People would click that, and then they'd be able to go straight to the, Amazon website to actually buy the product. So that's pretty much that. Make it look like this. Now I actually use Canva. Okay, and Canva is this canva.com. I'll leave a link down below, and it's a free software. You can just come in here and you can use it. So I just type it in Facebook ad, and it's going to give us the dimensions of a Facebook ad, and it's literally just going to open us a page. I'm not going to go through how to use this, but it's very, very simple. You put in your text in here, you can just drag and drop pictures in here, and you can make it like, put in the Prime logo, whatever. It's just a super easy drag and drop builder to make your ads. Then you download it, and you can upload it to Facebook, and it's going to work perfectly for your Facebook, for your Facebook ad. That's pretty much how you do it. It's very, very simple. Okay, but in this situation, I'm just going to use this as an example. Then you can come here, crop the image if you need to for whatever you need to do. Now, one thing to note is that you're going to see here on the side, it's going to say image recommendations. So it says 1000 by 1000 pixels. So I guess in this case, you'd actually want to go back to Canva. So I think they gave you a wrong one. So you just come into Canva. Let me just tell you how to do this. You can create a design, then write custom document, and then just see what it says here. It said, what was this? Just 1080 by 1080. So you come into Canva, 1080 by 1080, and then just press create design and then do it that way. Okay, so don't type it on Facebook. So that one's going to work perfectly. Also, you want to do a JPEG or PNG when you're actually downloading it. It's going to give you an option in Canva. and you can do it that way as well. Another thing is to maximize ad delivery, you have to use an image that contains little or no overlaid text. So if you put too much text on it, Amazon won't run the ad very well. So you need to keep the text very low. Not Amazon, sorry. Facebook doesn't like a lot of text in your image. So make sure that your images don't have a lot of text in them, okay? So that's pretty much that. We're basically only going to have the prime, words there. So other than that, you shouldn't have any words. So it should be fine. So make sure to check here once you upload it. It'll tell you here if there's something wrong with it, okay? If there's something wrong with it, it'll say too much text. Then you have to go back and take the text out and then try it again. Just upload it again here. So over here, I actually had I'm going to get you guys the text right here in just a second, and I'll paste it in here and show you guys what to put in here. All right, so now that we're here, I just pasted this in, guys. This works super great. You just need to literally copy and paste this. Get 40% off plus shipping on our top rated and best selling whatever. So in this case, it would be an Aura Ring or whatever your product is. Limited quantities available. So be sure to click save to get notified when the deal is expiring. So people will press get this offer. And there's also a save thing. They can save it if they don't buy it right away. They can press save. So that's what you want them to say. This is the link that we're sending them to. So whenever someone presses get offer, it's going to send them straight to our our product page. They're going to click it and they'll be able to buy from there as well. So that's pretty much that for this ad set. We're going to press confirm. And what it's going to do is it's actually going to make everything for us. So I'm just going to answer this right now. Continue. Okay, so it just asked me to actually put in my credit card information there. So I just skipped that. And as you can see, it says in review, and it's going to take a little while for Facebook to review your ad to make sure it's compliant and it's good to go. If there's anything wrong, then go back, change it up, whatever they say is wrong, and resubmit it, and it'll be fine. If it still keeps happening, you can actually there should be a button that says appeal this or whatever, and then you can appeal it, and it'll go to actual Amazon. You'll talk to an actual person, and they'll review it, and it's probably going to be fine because we're doing everything fine here. So what we're going to do here is, as you can see, this is the campaign. We're going to click through to the campaign. It's going to take us to the ad set, and this is the ad. Okay, so as you can see, you can navigate through it like that, and we should have an ad here that is for the, you see the ad here, you see the campaign. This is where we chose, remember, the audiences and stuff, and this is where we want to set up many different ad sets. So we're going to click on it right here, then we're going to duplicate. We're going to press on duplicate, and depending on how much you want to run it, remember I said you want to make that many duplicates. So in this case, we want to run for, let's say 8 days. Okay, so we're going to duplicate it, or that's 9 days. So let's say we're going to duplicate it 7 times. That's going to actually give us 7 more of these, ad sets. So as you can see, here's the copies. Okay, it can be a little crazy. So this is the original one. Then these are all the copies. So what we're going to want to do is delete the copy, go change it to July 19th. Then we're going to come here, go to edit. So we're going to come in here and we want to change the end date to the 20th. Now remember guys, it's going to actually start running as soon as you send it to start running. So we can't let it run first because then you'll have multiple of them running at the same time. So this one is ending on the 20th at 12 a.m. So we're going to save that, but we're not going to let it run first. Okay, we're going to actually make sure that it's turned off later on. So I'll show you how to do this. So you want to go through all of them. So we change this to the 19th. Why did I change all of them to the 19th? So let's go to this one. Change this to the 20th. So this is July 19th to the 20th, and we're going to come here and we're going to click on edit, right? And then we want to put it to the 21st and then press save. And anyways, you have to go through all of them like that. I know it can be, quite a kind of pain. What you're going to also want to do is, because as you can see, so we set this to the 21st. We don't want it to start running until the 21st, right? So we kind of go to start date here, and we're going to click on the 21st at, so you want to start it at around, I'd say around 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. even. You can even do 4 a.m., whatever. So 4 a.m., I'm going to bring that down. So it starts on the 21st and it ends on the 21st. So in this case, we'd actually have to come in here and put the 21st. Hope you guys following with this. And then you press on the bottom here, it says publish. Underneath on the bottom right, it'll say publish, and you can press publish and it'll start on the 21st and it'll end on the 21st. If you go in here, end on the 21st at 12 a.m. So that's perfect. Then you want to go to this last one that we did. So this one is actually ending. Let me just fix this one. This one is on the 20th, right? Because we came in here. So over here, it says the 20th, 12 a.m. That's perfect. But then we need to go to the start date here. We need to set it to the 20th. Again, we'll start at 4 a.m. Okay. Bring that down to 4 a.m. And then on the bottom, you press publish. Then we go to this one. Okay, I guess you guys are starting to see what we're doing here. It's the 22nd now. We go to the edit here. There's an edit. And it's a little bit tedious, but it's fine. We'll go to 21st, 12 a.m. Then we press save. Oh shoot, that's actually supposed to be the 22nd. So see, you have to be very careful with this because I just did it wrong. So this needs to be actually the 22nd. Press save because you don't want to overlap them, okay? So this can be tedious, but make sure you're doing this all right. Then you want to start date. Remember, you want to do it on the 22nd at 4 a.m. Press publish on the bottom right, and then it'll turn from green to actually, so I'll actually publish this just so you can see. So I'll publish this one. I'll publish this one. And they should actually, once they publish, they're going to turn gray, and then they're ready to start for the 21st until the 21st at night. Remember, you want to do this depending on how many actual days you have. So, so let's see, this one's also publishing, and you make one per day. Start at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. whatever time you want, and ending at 12 a.m. of that day. Make sure you do this right because otherwise they're going to be overlapping, and you're going to spend a lot of money. And it's not going to turn out well. Okay, so that's how you do that, and that is pretty much that for how to actually create your Facebook ads. Now you want to monitor them and make sure everything is going right. Another thing I believe I forgot to mention is when you're coming into and picking up the actual how many total offers available, depending on how much you're actually selling. So if you need 88, right? If you need, let's say you need 80 sales. Okay, so remember our target keyword had a number. So let's say you need 80 sales. So what I would do is I would calculate, let's say if I need 10 sales a day, so 10 sales a day for 8 days, so I need 80 sales, right? What I would do is I would actually double that. So if I need 80, I would actually double that for the offers, and I do 160. So 20 a day for 8 days, that's why I picked 20. So if you need 10 per day, put 20, because what ends up happening is people actually are going to claim the offer, but not everyone is going to buy the offer. So that's why I pick that number. If you need only 5 per day, then if you only need 5 sales per day, then put 10 sales as the offer. Okay, and that's pretty much that for this kind of quick Facebook ads intro and how to set it up. If you come, basically every single day you're gonna need to come in here and check how everything is doing. So if you go to So after you press publish, you'll be able to get back into this, section, and you should see all your different published ad sets right here. So you should see July 18th, 19th, 20, or whatever your days are. They should all be here. They should all be activated, and make sure that they're starting on the right date. And also, like I said, that they're ending on the days that they're supposed to be ending on. You don't want to overlap the different things. So whenever, you come in here, you'll see a bunch of different columns. We actually need to set up our columns, correctly for our offers. Like I said, because this is a new ads account, I'm going to need to set this up, and it's actually very helpful because I'll be able to set it up with you guys. So I'll move myself out of here. We'll go to customize columns right here, and you're going to need to actually checkbox a couple of different things that we're going to need to see to make sure that we can, see how well our actual ads are doing. So let's do this. So the first thing we're going to need is impressions. So you literally just type it in here, and you're going to see we already have impressions clicked. By default, most people will. Let's find our impressions tab right here, and we're going to bring it all the way up to the top underneath ad set. I like to put ad set a little bit higher. You can have errors there if you want. Ad set, delivery, impressions. Okay, then the next thing we're going to need is, what do I have? Clicks. So make sure they're all clicked. So we want to see how many clicks are actually, how many people are clicking on our actual ad. So click that button so it wasn't checked, click it, and then find clicks all in here, right here. And we're gonna drag that all the way up. So we're gonna drag it to underneath impressions. And then last one, you'd wanna actually just bring up the, where is it? The results, bring that up. And basically this should be, then you press save as preset, type in FB ads or whatever you wanna call this preset, and press apply. And basically all your things should be in here, and you should be able to see how much you're spending, the cost per result for your actual campaign. So how many people are actually how many people are buying and how much it's costing you per purchase in here. And that's pretty much that, guys. You'll be able to see all of that stuff in here and kind of track how well it's doing. Now, another thing to note is whenever you see we have a daily budget of $20, whenever the amount spent gets to $20, you want to come in here every single day and keep up with this. Whenever the amount spent gets to $20, you want to just turn off this offer. Just turn off the ad like that. And that is pretty much that, guys. That's how you set up your Facebook ads. That's how you're going to do everything. And now pretty much everything is set up. And in the next module, we'll talk about everything you need to know right as you're getting ready for the launch. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, what is up, guys? Yaniv here, and now let's talk about what, before you start, and then also we're going to talk about as you start, what to expect and what to kind of do and what to look out for. So before you start, make sure that your PPC is set up and working correctly. Make sure your Facebook ads are all set up and working correctly. They're all scheduled for the right days. They expire at the right days. They start at the right days. Nothing is overlapping. Take your time with this. Maybe even watch the video 2 or 3 times last video to make sure you fully understand everything and make sure you're following me 100% of the way. Okay, next thing you want to do is check your max order quantity. Ask a friend to try to purchase the product and see if you can buy more than your max order quantity. Make sure it's like 1 or 2 units. You don't want to put more than that. Also make sure your Amazon digital coupon is showing up, because that's very, very important for actual listing to work, or rather our launch to work correctly. Okay, so there's a few things that I want to actually go over with you guys right now. So let me see here. Okay, so one main thing, guys, is that if you are going to try to launch and then instantly start playing around with stuff because stuff isn't working the same as you think it will, or you just try to mess around with different ads and stuff, change ads, change ad sets, change your PPC stuff, you are going to fail. Okay, I'm telling you this very seriously. You need to not rush things. You need to let things sit and simmer. And I would say do not touch anything for at least 24 to 48 hours after your launch starts. You cannot, because you don't have enough significant data, and you will ruin your launch. So you can mess everything up by doing that. And I want you to make sure that you're not doing that. Let it sit for a little bit before you do that. Okay, so that's very important. After your launch does start, again, it's not uncommon for nothing to happen for a day or two, or for sales to be slow for a day or two. That's fine. It is not uncommon for that to happen. Sales will pick up slowly. If after day 3 or 4 you're still not seeing any sales, that's when you need to consider changing some things up. And in the next video, we're actually going to talk about how to troubleshoot your different types of launches. But essentially, you just need to make sure that you're not touching anything, and just make sure that everything is working properly. Okay, so like I said, in the next one we're going to talk about troubleshooting. In this one, I also want you to say a couple different things to do after your launch starts, is that you want to promote on social media. And on the Amazon page, there's actually a button. If you go on your Amazon listing, there's a little button that says share. You can share it to Twitter, you can share it to Facebook, you can share it to everything. Just share your promotion everywhere, okay? Every single day, I want you to wake up and I want you to share your promotion with your followers, with just random people. Maybe go into different groups and share this promotion with everybody. Share your listing with people, because the more sales you can get, the better it will be for you. Another thing I want you to do is, once your launch starts, I want you to come and check your max order quantity. So go to orders and then manage orders in your Seller Central account, and you should look at different orders and see, how many products people are buying. So if they're only buying 1, that's perfect. If you're seeing that they can buy 3, 4, or 5, then you've done something wrong and you need to go back and change your max order quantity and put it correctly. Because again, that means they're getting super high discounted sales on your product, and you can lose your inventory. So that's not really that good. And then the last thing, again, is just to observe. Do not touch. Just chillax, relax, enjoy. You've done the hard part, and now it's time to let Facebook and Amazon do its thing and combine into something beautiful. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you guys, tell you guys all the different kind of troubleshooting things that may happen along the way that you might need to do. Also, one more thing is, make sure that as your launch is starting, that your Facebook ads are all coincided for your launch. Make sure everything is working right. You can't start your Facebook ads without digital coupon. You shouldn't start your PPC before your Facebook ads. Make sure everything is set up and starting at the exact same time. And also make sure that your Facebook ads are actually approved. We'll talk more about that in the next video. So I'll see you guys there. All right, so now let's talk about troubleshooting your launch and what kind of different things can happen during your launch, and exactly what to do if these things happen. So again, remember, you shouldn't be touching anything for at least 1 to 2 days, because again, it's not uncommon for stuff not to click. It'll take a little bit of time for it to start clicking and melding, and you don't want to play around with stuff before then. That's the worst thing you can do with ads, is play around with them. Okay, so that's one very important thing to know, and I'm going to keep drilling that into your head. So let's talk about what to do if. Okay, so let's say number 1 is if your product sells a lot in the first 1 to 2 days. Now that is actually not a bad thing. That's totally fine. If your product sells a lot within 1 to 2 days, just continue with your launch until your coupon is all used up. If your coupon gets all used up, then that's when you move on to the next step, which is the next problem that can happen. And basically, it's if your coupon budget is all used up in 1 to 2 days, what do you do? So let's say, remember we set up a whole coupon budget. If it's all used up, then that's totally fine. No problem. Good for you. Your launch should have went pretty successfully, and you can move on to the next step, which is actually the post-launch sequence. So for example, if your launch was supposed to be for 8 days, but you finished all your coupons or your coupon budget on Amazon in 2 days, then that's fine. Just pretend like it's day 8 and move on to the post-launch sequence. So the number 3 is, what if you're not getting impressions on PPC? So the first 2 were, kind of good things. It's fine if that happens. If you get a lot of sales in the first 2 days, that's fine. Coupon budgets all used up in the first 2 days, that's fine. So the third thing is, if you don't get impressions on PPC or on Facebook. Now this is something that's a little bit more difficult to manage, and I want to give you guys some, some tips and tricks. So if your Facebook ads, so let's start off with Facebook ads. If your Facebook ads are not getting impressions, if you're going there and you're seeing that no one's clicking your offer, no one's, it's getting no impressions, no one's finding it, then what you might need to do is actually, there might be a couple issues. The first thing is, either you have too much text in your actual image. So your image might be just having too much text. And if that's the case, then obviously, like I told you guys before, Facebook will actually not show it to your audience. So make sure that you have, the recommended amount of text or less. So you might have to go back and change your image to put less text into it. Or another thing that might happen is that your audience is too small. So you narrowed it down to too small. Maybe it's below like 10,000 or 20,000. If your audience is too small, obviously, Facebook isn't going to push it. Okay, so that's another thing. And so another thing is if maybe you're getting impressions, but no one is clicking. So no one is actually buying your thing, or no one's clicking for your product. So one thing to do there is you might need to actually change your image. So remember the image that I told you to make on Canva. If for some reason people are seeing it, but people aren't actually claiming the offer, it might be that your image isn't good enough. So go back, change your image. Only do this after like 2 days. Then go back, change your image, see if that helps. Another thing that might happen is that you might need to actually increase your percentage off. So remember we talked about setting up a 40% coupon. You might need to go back, change the coupon to 50 or 60%, then go back, change all your Facebook ads to 50 or 60%, and then try it like that. Because the only reason that people wouldn't be buying is either because your picture is bad or because the coupon percentage isn't high enough. So you might need to go back and change the coupon percentage. I know changing the coupon percentage might be a whole pain in the butt, but again, you will need to do what you need to do if that happens to you. Okay, so that's what to do if if your things don't go as planned. If your offer isn't getting claimed as much, then again, that's the only really things to do. And if people are clicking on the offer, but people aren't buying the product on Amazon, that's fine. That's just normal, okay? Not everyone who clicks is going to buy. We can't really do anything about that. Just let that run and let it do its thing. Now, if your PPC isn't getting impressions, what you want to do is go into your bids. Remember where we created the different bids, and you want to increase the bids again by 10 to 20% and see if that changes anything. Again, you want to leave it running for 1 to 2 days. If you're still not getting impressions, then you want to increase your bids to 10 to 20%. Now, our goal here is not to actually profit, so don't worry about making a profit on this. We don't really care about profiting. We just want to actually make sales and show up on the first page. So we're launching now. Launching does not matter. We're not looking for profit. So just try to get yourself to the first page. We're looking to get sales and drive relevance for our keywords. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how is it going, guys? Yaniv here. Now we're going to talk about the post-launch cooldown, and what we're going to cover is when to stop your launch or when to keep going, the wind down process, and which is aka the cooldown process. So let's talk about that. So the question is to stop or to keep going with your launch. So if not ranking for the past 2 days, so let's say you did an 8-day launch, or let's say you're on day 8, you just finished your 8th day, and if you haven't been ranking for the past 2-3 days, if you kind of plateaued and you you just really haven't been moving up. So you've moved up at the beginning, but then towards the end of it, the last day or two, you really haven't moved. Then it is time to stop your launch. You can then go off and finish your Facebook ads, and you can start with the cooldown phase, which we're going to talk about in just a second. So that's when you should stop. If you're still ranking, so if even on day 8, you still see yourself moving higher and higher and higher, and for the past day or two, you haven't you haven't plateaued, you've kept going up, then keep your launch going for another 2 to 3 days until you start to plateau. Okay, and once you've plateaued, that's when you should end your launch. Whenever you see that your product has plateaued in the rankings. Now, it's also normal, okay, after the ranking process to actually drop off a little bit. And the reason for that is because we've been using Facebook ads, we've been using heavy PPC to actually push our product to customers. And obviously when we start doing the wind down process, we're going to start winding that down. The launch is kind of going to ease off a little bit. And it is possible and probably very probable that you will drop a little bit in rank, and that's fine. So if that happens, don't really worry about that. The whole point of this was to actually jumpstart the Amazon algorithm and to push us far up the pages. In the next module, I'm going to show you guys how to do, PPC, how to optimize your PPC, how to do all that kind of good stuff. So you will really, in the next module, we're really going to talk about more how to continue with PPC and how to continue with your ranking and stuff like that. But right now, it's totally fine if you do drop off a little bit. So let's talk about the cooldown phase. So you don't want to, once you're, done your launch, you don't want to stop PPC and coupons cold turkey. Facebook ads, you can stop them, but PPC and coupons, you do not want to stop them cold turkey. That's going to really hurt you. So we need a wind down phase. So what you want to do in a wind down phase is for, a few days, so after your giveaway is done, you want to lower your coupon percentage. So if it was at 40%, you want to lower it to 10 to 20 or, 10 to 25%, depending on how you were selling. So lower that down. You can also lower your coupon budget. So remember we talked about the budget, you can actually lower that so you're not spending as much on the budget. And the third thing, you can also lower your PPC budget. So if you were spending, $20, $30, $50 a day, you can lower that down as well and let it kind of, balance all itself out. So that's what we want to do for the next few days before we stop them completely. So that's pretty much it for the whole launching process, guys. I really, really recommend you watch through this multiple times, this module, really learn the ins and outs of it before trying it yourself. And also in the next module, like I said, we're going to talk about more PPC, how to optimize your ads and all that kind of stuff. So make sure to watch that next module as well before you actually, perform a launch sequence. So that's pretty much it for this module, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to the PPC module. We're going to learn all about PPC, and this module itself will pay for the course 100 times over. So I'm super excited to get into this with you guys. In this particular video, we're going to talk about PPC fundamentals. So here's what we're going to cover. What are sponsored ads, if I can speak? Why use sponsored ads? Should you try to profit from sponsored ads? Organizing your ads, advertising match types, and when to use them. How many reviews, if any, do you need before advertising? So this is basically what we're going to cover right now on this lesson. So let's get started. Oh, and one last one. What is ACoS and how to calculate break-even ACoS and target ACoS? If you guys don't know any of these words, that's totally fine. We will make sure to cover everything in this course, so don't worry about that. So what are sponsored ads? There are two types. The first one is keyword targeting ads, and basically what you see here is the keyword barbecue gloves. Whenever you type anything in on Amazon, literally any keyword will have sponsored ads on it. So in this case, let's just use barbecue gloves. You see right here and right here, these are sponsored ads, and they show up above everybody else. They show up, within the search rankings also, not only at the top. Anywhere that has a listing that says sponsored like that at the top, that means it's a keyword sponsored ad. All right, there's also these kind of ads, which are headline ads. And we're really not going to talk about these because these are for brand registered, and then trademarked kind of companies, and they're more advanced in general. And I think that's kind of beyond the scope of this course, and also beyond the scope of probably around 99.9% of you. So you really aren't going to need to know how to do those until later in your Amazon career. So we're really not going to go after that. The second type of sponsored ads are product targeting ads. Okay, and let me just show you exactly what these are. So you're targeting on products. So I just put a little video here. I'll show you guys. So let's just click on somebody right there. Okay. And product targeting ads are these ads right here. They're usually underneath the product, and you can see right there, it says sponsored products related to this item. As you can see right there, right? Those are the sponsored products. And in the past, you weren't able to advertise on different products, but now you can, and we're going to talk about these later and how to do this later. But basically, there's keyword targeting, which is on the keyword, and there's product targeting, which is on different, competitors' products. Okay, so I hope you guys understand that. I hope you guys are following. So why use PPC? PPC has built-in conversion tracking. Okay, it's the most targeted traffic you can get, and it's easy to set up, easy to optimize, especially if you know what you're doing. So basically, and if you guys don't know what PPC is, okay, it's the same thing. When I say PPC, I mean sponsored ads. PPC is just the type of, advertisement on Amazon, which is pay per click. That's what PPC stands for, pay per click. And basically the reason we use Amazon PPC and Amazon sponsored ads, which are the same thing, is because it allows you to get the most targeted traffic. Meaning that if someone searches up, if someone searches up barbecue gloves, they're looking for barbecue gloves. They're not looking for a pen. So, if you can just put your ad in front of what people are searching for already, it's super targeted. They're already looking for your product. And if you can find the right keywords, you're able to sell your product really, really well. So it's the most targeted traffic you can get, and it's built in, on Amazon, and we can do everything through there. So next question I usually get is, should you try to profit from, PPC and from sponsored ads on Amazon? And the answer is, it all depends. There are 3 different phases in your Amazon journey. The first phase is launch and growth. Okay. And in this phase, when you launch a new product, your goal should not be to increase, it should not be to make profit. It should be to increase traffic, sales, and keyword ranking. So not profit. And in that's when you're launching a new product. That's when you're coming out with new, different kind of, brands and stuff like that. You're not looking to make a profit. You're just looking to rank. So that's the launch and growth phase. And in this phase, unimportant to make money. The most important thing is just to actually, get seen on Amazon and start getting sales and getting traction. So in this phase, it's okay to even lose money to a certain point, of course, right? You don't want to be losing, hundreds and thousands of dollars, which we'll cover later, but it's okay to lose some money in this phase. The second phase is the sales and profit phase. And this is the one you're going to be in probably 95% of your Amazon journey. And this is once your product is already launched and ranked. At this point, you should start to, look at making profit. And that's pretty obvious, right? You want to start making profit once you're already launched and ranked. And again, it says, where you'll be 95% of the time selling on Amazon, and where you should try to be at least breaking even on your ads. Okay. So in this phase, you should be looking to at least break even on your ads. Okay. And don't worry about, the specifics of that, because we're going to talk about that further later, and why it's actually okay to lose a little bit of money on ads and not have to fully profit on everything. And we'll discuss that again, like I said, a little bit later, but just have that in your mind for now. Number 3, and the final stage really, that you'll have on Amazon, is the low inventory stage. When you're low in inventory, you'll want to maximize your profits until new inventory arrives. So in this case, it's okay to lower your bids and your budget for PPC, or even turn them off completely. You're not looking to, at this phase, you're not really looking to, drive keyword ranking or drive any sort of, significant traffic to your listing, because you're pretty low in inventory. You just want to maximize profits and wait till your new inventory comes in. So in this phase, it's really okay even to actually turn off your ads. And again, we'll talk about all of this in much more detail shortly. So basically, once we know our break-even ACoS, we can determine what to do in different phases of PPC, because the question was, should you try to profit? And like I said, it all depends. And one thing we're going to cover further later is, actually knowing when to profit and how to profit based on your break-even ACoS, which again, we're going to determine, later on. I'll show you how to do that. Okay. So what is ACoS? Okay, ACoS is the advertising cost of sale. So if you guys didn't know that, basically, that's how, Amazon, kind of tracks all what you spend and kind of what you make. It's all based on ACoS, and that's what we're going to use as a guideline for whether or not your product is, selling well or not. So explanation: if you spent $10 on ads and made $30 back, ACoS would equal 33%. Or basically how I calculate that is $10 spent divided by $30 in sales equals 33% ACoS. Okay, so that's how it's calculated. It's just literally spent divided by sales, and that gives you the percentage of ACoS. Now, a lot of people ask, what's a good ACoS? Is this a good ACoS and whatever? You can't really answer that because it all depends again. If you have a 10% profit margin and you got a 33% ACoS, it means that you lost 23%. You lost 23%. You're in the red 23%. If you have a 50% profit margin, it means you made 27% of your sales price. So you made, 27% profit. So again, we're going to cover this more on this soon. So if this seems like a little bit, you're still confused and stuff, a lot of this stuff kind of builds on itself. So don't worry about that. So let me give you an example. Okay. So let's assume that, let's assume a realistic profit margin percentage of 35%. In this case, that's kind of the percentage we're going to use. So here on the left, I have a, kind of chart, I guess, where it shows us the different spend, the sales, and the ACoS. Again, it's just the spend divided by the sales. So our ACoS on the first column is 54.7%. Assuming our margin is 35%, meaning our profit margin is 35%, we're actually losing money on this, on this advertising campaign. We're actually losing 19.7%. It's a 19.7% loss on the sales price from this campaign. So that's definitely not a good thing, but we're going to discuss more on why that's not too terrible. In this situation, we spent $3, sales $21.95. In this case, we're making money. In this next case, we're actually losing money because our profit margin is 35%, but our ACoS was $36.50, means that we're losing 1.5% on every sale, okay? And here, we're making money because it's lower than our profit margin. So if the ACoS is lower than your profit margin, that's good. That's basically all you have to remember. If it's above your profit margin, you need to pay attention to it. If it's below your profit margin, you're good. Below, making money. Above, losing money, okay? That's all you need to know. Now let's calculate your break-even ACoS. So break-even ACoS just equals your profit margin. I can go through all these calculations to show you that it does and, kind of confuse you, but I don't want to confuse you. Whatever your break-even ACoS is, it's exactly equal to your profit margin. If you have a 40% profit margin, your break-even ACoS is 40%. If you have a 30% profit margin, your break-even ACoS is 30%. So if you have an ACoS campaign with an average cost of sale, an ACoS of 30%, and your profit margin is 30%, that means that you're not making any money, but you're also not losing any money, okay? So that's something to note. There you go, whatever it is. So calculating profit margin recap, okay? So just for those of you who maybe don't know exactly how to calculate your profit margin still, which is kind of a little bit worrying, I want to break it down here. Your product's price minus the cost of goods, whatever your manufacturer, is charging you, plus shipping cost, plus FBA fees. Okay, that's how you calculate your margin, your profit margin. So add up all your costs, which is the manufacturing cost, the cost of shipping, and the FBA fees, minus your product cost, and then you'll get your, your kind of profit margin that way. Okay, so that is that. How to determine your target ACoS. This is a great thing. So obviously we're talking about, the break even. That's how we kind of, don't make any money. But how do we kind of determine the target ACoS, the one that we want to go for? So again, it depends on the different phases. For launch and growth, if you're looking to launch your product, if you're just getting started with your launch, you want to break even and go up to 100% ACoS. The reason we say you can go up to 100% ACoS is because when you're launching and ranking, remember, our goal was not to make money. Our goal was to actually get sales, drive traffic, and get conversions on your products so that we can drive relevance to your keywords, okay? So that we can start showing up and ranking on the first pages for your keywords. So, when I'm launching and ranking, and what I teach people to do is that it's okay in your launch and ranking phase to actually go all the way up to 100% ACoS, which is fine. After, later down, when you're actually doing your profit and sales, we're actually going to optimize these, but when you're launching, that's that. The sales and profits, what I would, tell you to do is go all the way up to a max break even, whatever your break even. So again, let's pretend our break even is 30%. Okay. So I would accept any ACoS that's 30% or up to 15% higher than my break even. Okay. So for example, if this doesn't, make too much sense, let's say our break even is 30%. I would accept an ACoS up to 45%. I would be okay with that, because in your sales and profit, right? When you're doing sales and profit, it's not necessarily the biggest thing to make every single campaign profitable, because when you're running PPC, when you're running sponsored ads on Amazon, it's okay to lose some money, because with every sale that you make on PPC, you're driving more keyword relevance, you're driving more ranking, and then because of that, you're getting more organic sales, right? the whole point of it is, the whole point of Amazon is to get organic sales. So even if you're losing a little bit of money on your PPC, that's okay because you're making it all back from organic sales. That's the whole point of this. So that's why I say max break even, which is, let's say, whatever your profit margin, whatever your break even ACoS is, plus 15% is okay. Anything, so let's say our profit was 30%, 15% higher, that's 45%. So any ACoS at 45% or lower is acceptable to keep in the sales and profit phase, okay? So there you go. That's, just an explanation there as well. For low inventory, what I would do is I would only accept ACoSs of up to 20%. If you have campaigns doing more than 20% ACoS, turn them off, okay? Because during the low inventory phase, you want to maximize your profits because you don't have that much inventory and you don't want to sell it to PPC. You'd rather sell it organically, okay? So for low inventory, go up to only 20% on your ACoS. Organizing your ads, the elements, okay? So now let's talk about the ad elements. So there are 5 components of sponsored ads campaigns, right? There's the campaigns, the ad groups, the ads, the targeted keywords, or product keywords, or like the product, right? And the negative keywords. So this is how it all works. Campaigns, in each campaign, okay, can have multiple ad groups. Each ad group can have multiple ads or products. Those are the actual products. And then also in targeting can be either product or keyword. So each ad group can have multiple keywords or products to target. Okay, so again, if this doesn't make too much sense, once we start to create these campaigns, you'll really start to understand how all of this fits together. Then there are also negative keywords. And these are just keywords you do not want to target. Whether we've determined that they're not good keywords, whether we determine that they're not profitable, we need to get rid of these keywords because they're losing us money. Okay, and that's what we're gonna go over as well. That's kind of the 5th element of this whole thing. Now let's go over advertising match types. When creating keywords, okay, keyword ads, you will need to pick a match type. Whenever you're creating a campaign, whenever you're creating anything, you're gonna need to create a match type. And there's 3 to choose from. There's broad, phrase, and exact. And let's take a deeper look. I'm actually gonna go into a web page that really explains it super well. So let's do that right now. Okay, so every time I come to explain broad, phrase, and exact, I always go to this actual website. I'll leave a link below it if you want to read the whole article, but I'm gonna go over it quickly with you guys. So broad match keywords allow you to advertise platforms. So for example, on Amazon, right? Display your ads in individual on a broad basis. So that's a joke there. Okay, so this might include synonyms, misspellings, and variations of your keywords. Let's make, I'll show you an example. So let's say we're looking for Kylo Ren, right? That's our, let's say we do Kylo Ren as a broad, let's say keyword, right? Let's say we choose Kylo Ren as broad right here, okay? Then it's gonna show us Kylo Ren, of course, right? Obviously, if that's the broad, it's also going to show us the exact thing that we're searching. It's going to show us Kylo Ren. It's just a misspelling. So any misspelling of Kylo Ren, I think that's a character from Star Wars. I'm not sure. So, it's going to show you misspellings. It's going to say Darth Vader's grandson. So it's going to show you synonyms. Okay, so you're going to show up on whenever someone types this, right? So let's say someone types in Darth Vader's grandson, and you have a sponsored ads campaign for broad. It's going to show up on Darth Vader's grandson. Han Solo's son. So that's also a synonym. Then Star Wars The Force Awakens, that's related to it. Darth Vader related to it, so it's going to show related to. Kylo Ren's lightsaber related, and fight scene for Kylo Ren and Rey related. So it's going to show all these different things for broad match. And that's usually the reason why broad match is not the most profitable campaigns you're going to make. Usually, I stay away from broad match, for the most part, because of situations like this. Because when someone types in, Darth Vader, they might not be looking for, Kylo Ren. Or if when they type in Star Wars The Force Awakens, they might not be looking for Kylo Ren. But if they type in Kylo Ren, they're probably looking for Kylo Ren. And I'll show you exactly why that's important. So that's broad match, okay? It just shows synonyms, misspellings, and variations, okay? The next one is phrase match. And this is a little different. So let's say we're searching for, once again, your product is Kylo Ren t-shirts, okay? So that's our keyword, Kylo Ren t-shirts. So it's going to show us for Kylo Ren t-shirts because that's the exact keyword. Then it's going to show us black Kylo Ren t-shirts, so word before the phrase. So there's like a, this is the actual keyword, and they added a word before it. So it's going to show abbreviations, Kylo R t-shirt. In phrase match, it will show up there. Misspellings, Kylo Ren t-shirts. Again, that's a misspelling, but it will show up on the phrase. singular, Kylo Ren t-shirt, that's going to show. And Kylo Ren t-shirts sale, word after phrase. That's also going to show for phrase match, okay? So it's still kind of broad. There's still, it's open to interpretation kind of. People are going to be able to add words to it and not write the exact same thing. But, this one is already much more profitable. And it's a really good way to find which keywords are actually people are actually searching up and what's actually going to sell your product. So, again, more on this later, but I want to just give you guys a basic foundation here. That's phrase match. An exact match, let's say we're looking for Kylo Ren t-shirts again, that's our keyword. So the main thing is Kylo Ren t-shirts, so because that's exactly the same thing, it's going to show up. Misspelling, Kylo Ren t-shirts, it's going to show up for misspelling. Singular, Kylo Ren t-shirt, and then Kylo Ren's t-shirt, plural. So that's it. If you have an exact match, that's all it's going to show for. So for example, if you're selling Kylo Ren t-shirts, okay, and you use exact match, if there's someone who types in Kylo Ren t-shirt, they're looking for your product exactly. There's no open to interpretation. It's the exact one. In the phrase match, right? If someone, let's say your keyword is Kylo Ren t-shirts, but you're selling a blue t-shirt, right? And someone types in black Kylo Ren t-shirts, it still might show up. That might show up. And of course, if someone's looking for a black one and you have a blue one, they probably won't want to buy that one. That's not the one they're looking for. So I hope that makes sense. And that's, again, I'm going to leave this, in the description of this video because I want you guys to be able to access that and really read through this article if you have any questions on how that works. It's explained super well in this article with great examples. So that is pretty much that. And lastly, we're going to talk about how many reviews do you need before running PPC? Great question. And the ideal situation, the best situation for the best results, it's 7 to 10 reviews. Acceptable is 3 to 6. Again, not ideal, but acceptable. And not ideal is less than 3. Now, I've seen, all 3 of these kind of situations work. Even I've seen 0 reviews work. It's obviously, again, not ideal, but it does work. Okay, so that's the main thing to know. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and we're going to go over exactly how to find your keywords for your PPC campaigns. Now, this is going to be probably, the most important, video in this whole program. It's about how to obviously find the profitable keywords. And in this particular, video, we're going to use a software called Helium 10. Many of you guys probably know it. I haven't used it too much in the past, but recently I've been using it. I've started seeing the true power of what you can do with Helium 10, and it's getting pretty cool. So this is basically the software that I'm using for PPC campaigns and for everything PPC nowadays. So I'm going to leave a link underneath this video to be able to pick up Helium 10 at a discount. And then, trust me, you guys are going to need this tool. So let's go into the one thing we're going to need to do to actually find out which keywords you're going to need to use. It's called Cerebro. This is probably one of the most useful things in this whole software. Let's get into it. What we're going to want to do is we're going to actually want to obviously find the keywords. And what Cerebro allows us to do is actually reverse engineer what keywords your competitors are ranking for. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start plugging in ASINs. Let's go to our example. We're going to use barbecue gloves in this example. And let's just open up Jungle Scout to see which gloves are making the most money, because we don't care for products that aren't making money. We want to get the keywords from the products that are making money because they're ranking for keywords that we need to be. So right here, this is one, okay? And obviously you want to pick products that are this same to what you're going to be selling. So don't pick let's say these are fabric gloves. Don't then go and get keywords for these gloves because they're not really the same thing. So I wouldn't recommend that. So these ones are doing well. These ones aren't. These are different gloves. These ones are doing well. So we're just going to get a few here. You can, the more the better, but we're just going to grab a few here. And then these are doing good. So we're going to open all of these. So we have them all open here. And we're going to start grabbing their ASINs. So the ASINs are right here in the, in the URL, or you'll be able to find them somewhere on the page as well, but whatever. Let's go to Cerebro and start plugging them in. So that's one. That's this first one. Then we're going to want to take this second one, paste that in, this third one, paste it in, and then the last one, paste it in. So this is one way of doing it, and this is the way, this is kind of a little bit more difficult way. but this is one way of doing it. Another thing you can do is just post in, one or two of them, and then you can press on Get Competitors. And what that's going to do is it's going to automatically do what we just did to be able to pull up, different products. So you can see we selected 4 out of 10. There's a total of 10 here, but we can click on the other ones here. So let's say, look at the ones that are similar to your product and just click on them. So we're at 9, and then let's just do that. Okay, so now we're at 10, and then it'll automatically put them in here for you. After you have some keywords in there, you want to press Get Keywords. So we're going to do a new search. It's going to take a little bit, but it's going to pull up the keywords for us. And from there, that's where we're going to really be able to, you're going to see how cool this is in just a second. And what it's doing again, guys, is just kind of pulling out the keywords, all the keywords that these products are ranking for. So it's just like you put in the ASINs and it gives you back out the keywords. And that's a really cool tool. So, so we have 5,548 keywords pulled out from these ASINs. Obviously, not all of them are going to be very relevant to us because we don't care about keywords that are getting 5 monthly search volume, right? We want to go for the big keywords that have a lot of, searches. And another thing you're going to notice is that even though, Helium 10 is awesome, a lot of the times it's going to give you weird keywords that like really aren't relevant to your product. So for example, meat thermometer, you don't want to be doing PPC for a meat thermometer because when you're selling barbecue gloves, because that's just really not what people are looking for. When people search up meat thermometer, they're looking for meat thermometer, not your barbecue gloves. So that's one thing to note. And to be able to filter out of that, what you want to do is you want to come in here, and we're going to start adding in filters to narrow down the 5,000 keywords because we don't need that many keywords. We just need the most relevant and the highest search volume keywords. So we're going to come in here and let's check, just look at how many, how many pages you have. So we have a ton of pages with a lot of search volume. So I'd say that let's narrow it down at around, let's go to like 5,000, okay, minimum. You can do a lot less than this, to be honest. We can even do like 500. Let's just do 500, okay? You play around with this depending on how much search volume you have. We're trying to narrow down the keywords to a workable amount. Then we want to go to competitor average rank, and we want to put that from 1 to 25. And what this means is that all the keywords that you're going to see here, the competitors are ranking on page 1. Because we really, if they're on page 2 or 3 or 4, they're not really making sales off of those. We want to know where our competitors are ranking on page 1. Because that, on page 1, that's where most of your sales are coming from. And if you're ranking on page 1, you're getting sales. So our main goal with PPC is to make some sales, but also it's to really rank on all the keywords so that we can get organic sales as well, right? That's a huge part of PPC, is to be able to get organic sales as well. And that's what PPC allows us to do. So we want to go from like page competitor rank 1 to 25. So that's going to show us keywords that our competitors are ranking, in those positions. And what I mean by that is when you come in here, on any keyword, you'll type in like your keyword. You'll see the sponsored slots. Those don't matter. But then this is organic position 1, organic position 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right, and so on and so forth. So we want them to be from between between rank 1 and 25. Then we want ranking competitors. How many do we want to show up? So we want at least, how many do we put in there? 10. So we want at least 7 competitors, or you can do 6, 5, whatever, right? Depending on how many you put in. I'd say you want the majority of your competitors to be ranking on from 1 to 25 on those keywords. So you don't want to, get a keyword that only one competitor is ranking for. You want all 7, or the majority of your competitors need to be ranking for this keyword for it to be relevant to you as well. If only one of your competitors is ranking for the keyword, it really doesn't mean it's that relevant to you. Okay, so we're going to put like the majority, which is 7. You can even put 6. Just test it out. We're just trying to kind of narrow down our keywords to the most relevant and best ones. Okay, and that's pretty much all we want to do here. We're just going to press apply, and we're going to see what it turns, how many keywords we actually get out of it. So we only get 7. Okay, and this is going to happen sometimes. So in this case, obviously we want to, open up the parameters on that, and we want to, not narrow it so much. Let's just go to like 4 and then press apply. And let's see how many more keywords we have. So it's not working here too well for us. Let's open up even more. So this is, you just have to play around with it, right? You can even open these ones up, press apply. Now we got 27. So this is a little bit more to work with. And these are probably your most relevant keywords. Again, if you want more keywords, you're just going to have to open up your, your searches. If you want less keywords, if you still get like, 200, 300, 400 keywords, you want to start, making it more difficult and narrowing down your search. If you get, a little bit like we did, you want to open it back up. So let's just work with 27 for now. I think that's enough for a PPC campaign. What we're going to do here, and you can always take these out, put new competitors in, check them again, open the brackets to like maybe 50, 2. If we did that, it would open it even more. So that's first 2 pages. And you can see we have 42 keywords now. So these are, again, more keywords. So we can work with this. You can just change them around as you want. You can also put this on organic if you only want to see the organic searches. So if we press apply, we should get a little bit less maybe. Unless they're all ranking organically. Yeah, so they're all ranking organically. Then what you want to do is you want to export and you want to copy to clipboard. What we're going to do then is go to Frankenstein right here under Cerebro, and we're going to paste it in here. So these are all of our master list of keywords, and what we're going to want to do here is go through them and just delete words that don't make sense to us. But because we narrowed it down so much, most of these words are going to be very hyper relevant. So they should all make sense. But if you have something weird in here, then take it out. Like let's say if it said like, latex glove. We're not selling latex gloves, so remove that. But I think ours is going to be very relevant. Hot glove, cooking gloves. Yeah, so if you did this all correctly, you should have super relevant keywords. Eco grips, I think that's just a brand, so we're going to keep that in there. Weber gloves, whatever. It looks all super, super relevant. So we're going to keep all that. And we're going to copy this into our master list of keywords. And that's how you get your ultra relevant, super profitable keywords for your products. So put that in the master list and save it for later. All right, welcome back to part 2 of finding your keywords. This is a different way of finding your keywords. And this is a way, additionally that you want to be doing to make sure that you are, picking up keywords that your competitors are ranking for, but that you aren't ranking for. So you're not indexing for, you're not, just not showing up. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pick a product. I've already picked it. It's a barbecue glove, but it's a barbecue glove that's not on the first page. It's on like page 2 or 3. So it's obviously not ranking super well, and we want to make sure that it is ranking well. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here to the first page so you can see it's not on the first page. Okay, it's not on the first page, but you want to pick some competitors off the first page. So let's say, let's go with this guy. So we're gonna come in here, grab his ASIN, go into Cerebro again, and we're gonna start putting in the ASINs of competitors. Again, you can just press get competitors and you'll be able to pick them out through here. And I think that's what we're gonna do. Or you can just go individually and pick them out yourself. So let's go in here, let's pick some people who are ranking. Whatever, it doesn't matter, just pick barbecue gloves. Okay, whatever. So let's assume that these are similar products to ours. They're the exact same, and we want to rank on keywords that they're ranking for. Again, you want to pick only products that are the exact same as yours. Then we're going to get keywords, new search, and you're going to see how many keywords are going to show up now. And it's going to be really cool what we're going to do with this. And again, we don't really care about all the keywords. We only care about the super relevant keywords that are, with the biggest search volumes. So once this actually loads, we'll be able to pick out the best keywords. Okay, so 11,500 keywords. Again, we don't want that much. So we're gonna start narrowing it down. 1, 2, 25, let's say, ranking competitor 7. So I think it's gonna narrow it down a lot again right now. So let's see how this works. Yeah, 7 keywords. So we want to open this up. This just means that there's a few keywords that are bringing in most of the sales. Okay, so 47 keywords right now. And what you're going to want to do, so again, these are the keywords. They're similar to the keywords that we just got. We can actually open them up even more for this situation because we don't really care about, let's say, minimum 100, because the reason why is we don't really care about them being super narrowed is because we want to also pick up on the long tail keywords. So this is kind of targeting the more long tail keywords rather than the last one, which was targeting your main most profitable keywords. So now we have 169. This is good enough to work with. What we're going to do here again is copy to clipboard, and we're going to go to index checker. And this is where the super cool stuff happens. Okay, so we're going to come in here and we're going to paste all the keywords. So you see all the keywords that we picked up there, we just pasted them into here. And then we can also come into, where's our product? So we assume that this was our product. So we're going to take the ASIN from our product and we're going to paste it into here. And what this is going to do is it's going to take our product and it's going to check it against all these keywords, because these are the keywords that our competitors are ranking for. So we want to know, in relation to our competitors, where is our product ranking on these keywords? Because if our competitors are ranking here, our product should also be ranking here. So if it's not, you need to run PPC campaigns to get it to rank there as well. So let's press check keywords. So this is just called the index checker for you guys. If you wanted that, just press continue. Now it's going to do another kind of search, and it's going to find out all the keywords that we put in. How many of them are we actually indexed for? That's the biggest thing. And as soon as this happens, it does take a little bit, but don't worry, it's worth it. As soon as this happens, we're going to export this, and I'll show you guys how to identify the exact keywords you need to put into a campaign. And just as a side note, this only really works if you are somewhat ranked. If you're completely not ranked, if you're a brand new product and you haven't even launched yet, then this really won't be a great tool for you. But if you've already launched and you have some sales coming in, but you're just not ranking on all the keywords, this is the thing you want to do. You want to make sure you're checking this. If you're brand new, then focus on the first way of finding keywords. This is just finding the keywords that you're not currently ranking for. If you're brand new, you're not going to rank on most of them. So that's something to know. So we're going to go here. We're going to export to Excel or CSV. You guys can do whatever you want. I'm going to open it. If you have Excel, open it with Excel. And what we're going to do here is just open up our thing. So we don't really care about these three columns. So check 1, 2, 3. Don't worry about these. We're going to hide them or delete. I don't know how to hide. Oh, I saw it. Okay, whatever. Delete them. These two. Highlight the top. These are the keyword and the check. These are kind of the filters. We want to go into data and click on filter. And now we want to click the little arrow and uncheck indexed. We only want to see the stuff that we're not indexing for. As you can see here, we have a lot of keywords that we're not indexing for. So we're going to take these. And first of all, what you can do is you can go into your listing and you can add some of these keywords into your listing if you don't already have them, in your listing. Another thing what you want to do is you want to paste them in here. So all the keywords that you had there, and you want to go through them and make sure that all the keywords that you're putting in are actually, relevant. So give me a second and I'll come back to you. Okay, so I have all the keywords. I took them out of the box, and you need to make sure that the keywords are actually making sense. So smoker accessories, not a great one. Rec tech, don't know what that is. So just go through it, and because it doesn't really matter, if the keywords aren't relevant, if they're not about your product, they don't matter. So fire gloves, that's a good one. Smoker accessories, I wouldn't do PPC on that because you're not going to make great money on that. For ones like that, you can add them into your listing, and those are going to be better in your listing. Electric smoker accessories, not good. Fireproof gloves, good. Head gloves, smoker accessories, get that out. So you just go through them, figure it out, whatever, right? And just take everything that's not exactly what your product is. So turkey gloves, they can be turkey gloves, so I'd keep that. Grill armor gloves, maybe, that's good. And then whatever. So go through all of them and delete everything that makes no sense. And then what you can do is you can even combine them with your other master list of keywords. So remember the master list of keywords we made here, right? We're going to go copy all of this. And then we can go back to helium-10, and we're going to go to Frankenstein. And we can paste that all in here. And you can see all your keywords together. And this is probably too much for a one campaign, but you can split them up into 2 campaigns, which I'll show you exactly how to make. So this is basically your ultra master list of keywords. And we're going to cover some things on exactly how to do the perfect setup for your PPC campaigns. The first thing we're going to cover is setting up sponsored ads, so the process plus naming. We're going to go over setting up your auto campaign. We're going to go over setting up your manual, your keyword targeting, and setting up your other manual, your product targeting, and exactly how to do this and how to start making sales on PPC. So it's pretty self-explanatory. So setting up your sponsored ads, there's an updated structure for best performance. So you want one auto for each product. And in this auto, you want to do your campaign name is going to equal the product name, and plus auto, just so you have a really easy way of tracking, for that, right? You know, naming is very important for tracking, and you want to do it right the first time. So for your 2 manual campaigns, you're going to have 1 keyword targeting campaign. It's going to the name is going to be the product plus keyword targeting plus manual. And then for the other manual targeting, which is for the product targeting, you're going to have campaign name equals the product name plus product targeting plus manual. And don't worry, we're going to do this all over the shoulder. I'm going to show you guys exactly how to do it. A few more things to note. The daily budget should start off between $20 and $30 per campaign. Of course, if you have more money to spend, do it. You'll just be able to gather more data quickly and be able to optimize, better because you'll just have more data. So that's one thing. Also, when we're setting everything up, we're going to do a cost per click bid, and we're going to do the, the suggested recommended amount, and we're going to optimize later. And I'll show you exactly why we're going to optimize later and how we're going to do that. Again, guys, just to recap, we have the main keyword list. We have our not indexed list, which is extra. I'll also show you how to set that one up, but that's really extra to what we're showing here. Then there's also your target ASINs list. So let's start off by creating a new portfolio. So you press on, first of all, you click on campaign, on advertising, and go to campaign manager, then click on create a portfolio. And you want to have a portfolio for every single product individually, just so you can keep all your campaigns organized. So basically the way I set it up is I have, each product has its own portfolio, and all you have to do is click on the portfolio and it'll take you to, that particular product. So that's how I like to keep it organized. So what we're going to do here is start off with our autos. We're going to create campaign, and we're going to get into this. We're not going to talk about sponsored brands because that is way more advanced and way above. 99% of people are not going to be trademarked, and you have to be trademarked to get access to to sponsored brands and that kind of advertisement. So we're going to continue here. And campaign name, the way we set it, we want to do product. So let's do products called barbecue gloves. Then we want to do auto. So barbecue gloves auto. Very simple. Pick the portfolio, obviously the one that we just started. Start date, don't just do it on today or whatever date, and don't have an end date. Daily budget, we set $20, $30, so let's just do 20. We're going to do automatic targeting. Go to the ad group name, we can type it in as main keywords, and that is that. So we're going to go in here. In this case, even though I called it barbecue gloves, my example here is wall clock, but just don't worry about this. Pretend that they're barbecue gloves, okay? You're going to pick the product that you wanted to, use. We're going to go over to bidding. And for bidding, because the campaign bidding strategy is still in beta, we are going to use dynamic bids down only. And that's kind of the safest way you want to do it. I wouldn't really recommend playing too much with dynamic bids up and down, except for one particular part that we're going to talk about later on when we talk about, in a further module. So just keep that in mind. All of them are going to be dynamic bids down only because we want to be the ones in control of how much we spend. So in this case, the suggested bid is 75 cents. That's totally cool for us. We're going to use that for this situation. Remember, I told you just pick the suggested bid. If you really want to be, on top of it, you can add a couple more cents, but really just use default bid because later on in the optimization module, you'll see exactly why. So negative phrase and the negative match types, what we're going to do here is we're actually going to add in a bunch of negative keywords. And where we're going to get these keywords from are these ones right here, okay? And we don't want to do negative phrase, we want to do negative exact. So we don't want it to show for these exact keywords because these exact keywords are going to be the ones that we're going to be searching, we're going to be having in a separate manual campaign. So let's go in here and let's add all of these as negative exacts. So these are the main keywords because we don't want the auto campaign to be, bidding against our manual campaign. We don't want them to be competing. So we're going to add all the keywords that we're ever going to be advertising on. So all the ones we have, so even the ones we have not indexed, because we're going to have a separate campaign for those. So let's just add all of those. Make sure you have them all in your negative here. And also for your auto, you also want to add all the target ASINs that we're going to be using later. So literally everything you want to put in here because guess what? We don't want all the campaigns to be bidding against each other. We want to isolate each different bids in all the different campaigns. So add them to negative exact into your negative keywords list. I'm going to press add keywords. You have them all right here, literally everything, and that's perfect. And that's exactly how we want it. So we're going to press launch campaign. And that's pretty much that. It's just that easy for, for your auto campaigns. Very simple. Just add them to the negatives and continue. So now we're going to go back to campaign manager, and we're going to create another, thing here under PPC mastery. So we have the PPC, barbecue gloves auto campaign on. Then we're going to create another campaign. And the way we set it, it was product plus so one second. So the product, which is barbecue gloves, product plus keyword targeting plus manual, because you want to keep it all very organized. Keyword targeting plus manual. Okay, barbecue gloves, keyword targeting, manual. And you can even add like these kind of dashes if you want them to be, and if that doesn't work, depending on the naming rules, you can also add plus signs or just spaces if you want to do it that way. So let's go 20 again. Targeting, we're going to go manual. Again, no end date. Pick your portfolio correctly. Then we're going to do main keywords, because these are our main keywords for PPC, right? We had the main keywords, and we also have not indexed keywords, and that's going to be a separate thing that I'll show you how to do in a second. So add those. Cool. Then we're going to go dynamic bids down. Remember, this is just the product we're using as an example here. Pretend they're barbecue gloves. Default bid, keep that the same. Keyword targeting right here, because that's the first one. Then we're gonna have product targeting later. Then you're gonna go to enter keywords right over here. Add them as phrase. Oh, not exact phrase. Then we're gonna go to our keyword list and just copy all of our keywords from our main keyword list campaign. And copy those. And so yeah, that's good. And again, remember, hopefully you've already gone through all of them to see that they're all actually relevant. But I think we have, so that's good there. Then we're gonna add those keywords. And as you can see here, once you add the keywords, you're gonna have different suggested bid for all the keywords. So all you wanna do is press apply all right here, and you can see automatically all of them have switched to the suggested bid, okay? And again, that's what we're gonna do for now until we start to optimize. So now we have all the keywords in there. The negative keywords, what we're going to use here is, remember, we want to use negatives from the not indexed because we don't want, for whatever reason, this overlapping. So this is one thing we want to do. Also, another thing you want to make sure of is that you don't have any repeating keywords in here that you have in here, just because that's going to kind of ruin it. So whenever you're doing this, go through and make sure that this, your not index list, if you're actually doing this. Again, this is only if you actually have, sales coming in, if you are a little bit ranked. Make sure that these keywords are different from these keywords. So go in and delete them. That's that. We're going to press, so we're going to add those into here. Let's pretend these have already been checked. There's no duplicates. It's not overlapping. And we're going to add these as negative, exacts in here. Add the keywords. Perfect. So now that we have that done, that's basically it. We're going to launch the campaign, and that's going to do its thing. So that's one of the manual targeting. What else we're going to do is we're going to edit campaign, and we're going to go and we're going to create another ad group. Okay, so we had ad group for main keywords, but we want to create another ad group. So if you guys saw what I did, follow what I just did, then create a separate ad group under the same campaign, and it's going to be called, what did we call it? It was not indexed. Okay, because if you have this, you want to be ranking for it, right? Not indexed keywords. Again, keep the bid there, keyword targeting, enter the keywords. And this is where the ones that we just put into the negative, we want to paste them all into here. Okay, we want to paste them as phrase match. Add the keywords. And then again, you see 75, 75, 75. Come in here, press adjust bid, click apply all, and they're all gonna automatically fill. Then negative phrase, we want to go back and we want to paste these keywords. Remember these main keywords that we had? So you're kind of flipping them around, right? Because we don't want to bid on the same one. So we're going to copy those, paste them in here, add them as a negative exact, and then add the keywords. And all you have to do is create ad group. So again, guys, you might have to watch this video a couple times. Also, just literally walk through all the process with me. This is why I do it over video and over the shoulder, literally in front of you guys, so you guys can see exactly how to do it, over the shoulder, basically. So that's that. Then we want to go to Campaign Manager, and then we want to go to PPC Mastery, because now it's time to actually set up our third campaign at this point, which is the product targeting. Right? Remember, we have the auto targeting, we have the main keywords targeting, and also the not indexed keywords targeting. Now we want to create the product targeting, thing that we've done. So we want to type in barbecue gloves, product targeting manual. Okay, keep this super organized. Again, no end date, portfolios check. I'm going to $20 again here. Manual targeting, main, or you can do like, remember I was talking to you guys about the high sales ASINs and also the low sales ASINs. So we can do this as like high sales ASINs as our ad group name. Then you can come back in here and add a separate low sales ASINs, and you can test them out like that. I can even show you how to do that here. So just high sales ASINs, dynamic bids down. Okay, leave that stuff there. Product targeting. So as you can see, in the past, product targeting was beta. Now it's not, which is why it's super awesome to start working with that. So we're going to go to individual products. So you can go to categories, which we're not really going to talk about here. We're going to go to individual products because we've already done our research, and we're going to go to enter list. And then all you're going to do is come into here, because that's why we make all our master list keywords. Paste, copy and paste those ASINs in here, and just press target. And 5 out of 5 products were added. You're going to see them right here. Make sure they're the right products. Then you want to apply the suggested bid for all of them. So suggested bid, apply all. You see it's all going to change. And then we don't need to do any negatives. We don't need to exclude any products because we don't have many things going in here. And also, there's really no need for that. I'll show you guys how to do, optimize this stuff after. But all you're going to have to do is press launch campaign. And that is pretty much that, guys. You have all your campaigns set, and they're running. They're going to start running very soon. And one thing that you can do is, again, remember I said I was going to show you guys. So this is the high sales ASINs. You can also click on edit campaign, go to ad groups, and then you can also create another ad group that's called low ASIN, what is it called? Low sales ASINs. You can add them, and then you can do the same thing. We do product targeting, and then go to individual products, enter list, and just enter a bunch of low sales ASINs here, and just press launch. And that's going to be another way to test high ASIN sales versus low ASIN sales, and you'll see which one performs better. And you can just do that with everything, right? So now you have all your campaigns set. So if we go to campaign manager, so we're going to leave this, we're not actually going to create it. We're going to go to PPC Mastery, and you're going to see how we have all these things set here. So let's open this up. So we have the barbecue gloves auto. So we have the auto campaign going. That's perfect. Then we have the barbecue gloves product targeting manual. So that's the one that we just set up. And in here we had, so we just had the high sales ASINs, and we were about to create the low sales ASINs. And if you want to try other ASINs, you can put them all in here. You just create an ad group and make it. You can go back here. And we also have finally the barbecue gloves keyword targeting manual. And this is, again, we had the not indexed for, we had the main keywords and not indexed for, and you can even try different ones. So you can go on and find more keywords if you want, the same way I showed you. You can find long tail keywords, keywords with very, very low search volume. So remember when we were finding the keywords, we set it up for, a minimum of 300. You can test low search keywords, between 5 and 300 and see how that works, because those might be profitable for you as well. So it's just all about testing. As you can see, you're gonna have to do it like this. Another thing to note is, as you can see in one of our things here, we have 84 keywords. That's a little bit on the higher end. What I would have rather done, now that I'm thinking about it, what would have been better is just set up a not indexed campaign 1, just not indexed ad group 1, not indexed ad group 2, and just split it up into 2, because I would say the maximum that you want to have in each campaign is about like the ideal is probably 30 to 40. Much more than that, sometimes Amazon just does weird things and it doesn't start spending money, just really weird stuff. So realistically, what you could have done here, probably smarter, would just to have not indexed 1, not index 2, and just split the keywords into 2. So if we had them here, just split the keywords into 2, and then just have like one campaign for these keywords and another campaign for these keywords. And that way it would have been a little bit better. So if you ever have, campaigns that don't spend money and there's a lot of keywords in them, you might need to split them up, because for some reason Amazon does weird stuff. So that's pretty much that, guys, for this module. That's how you set everything up. And now let's talk about how to optimize once you have data. I'll tell you guys exactly how long to keep these ads running before you start optimize. So let's get right into that. Optimizing for profits. Now, anybody can follow along with the instructions in, kind of anywhere and figure out which keywords are kind of okay for them and good for them. They can, start their campaigns. Everything is very possible. But this right here, optimizing for profits, is the part where 99% of people are going to fail and 99% of people are not going to be able to pull it off. But you guys will be the 1% who will be able to do it, because the information in this thing is really what's going to set you apart from every single body else, because you will know kind of the the 6 and 7 figure tricks to the trade. Okay, so let's start off with when should you start optimizing. This is what we're going to cover here. We're also going to cover the fast track optimization strategy. So this is going to make you so much money and will pay for this course probably 100 times over easily. Then the ad report optimization is one way we're going to talk about as well, and keyword optimization. So that's what we're going to cover here. So what to do when data comes in. So you've started your PPC campaigns, you've been running them, and now you have some data. Now, hopefully you have some sales, you have some, I'm assuming you're going to have some spend, a decent amount of spend as well. So what do you do? Of course, we're going to start optimizing. And what we need to do is actually adjust the ads to try to hit the target ACoS. That's what optimizing means. So during the launch and growth phase, which we talked about, you want to have up to 100% ACoS. So anything, above that, you need to optimize. Anything below that is, actually, pretty good. Profit and sales. And again, this is where you're going to be most of the time. You want to have up to 15% more than your break-even ACoS. So basically, if your break-even ACoS is 10%, or 20%, you want to have up to, 35% on your ACoS. So that's totally fine. And that's where most of you guys are going to be most of the time. Low inventory, up to 20% ACoS. Okay, so you want to hit about those numbers and anything below those as well. So when to optimize? Once a week. You're going to be optimizing once a week with this kind of strategy, but you must optimize 2 weeks of data at a time, starting 3 weeks ago. So if that is a little bit confusing to you, don't worry, because I'm going to explain with a little diagram here. So let's assume that today is the 28th, and so what that means that when you start off, you're going to need to optimize from the 7th to the 21st. So basically, the reason why we don't optimize from the 21st to the 28th, which is what a lot of people are saying, optimize for the last week, is because Amazon does a lot of retargeting. Amazon does a lot of things to, try to figure out which kind of sales came from which keywords. It just takes time for Amazon to actually allocate all of the sales to the correct keywords. So it's really, really dumb, and will get you, very little significant data if you're actually optimizing from the week that just passed, because it takes time for Amazon to attribute sales. It takes time for people to actually purchase. So it's really, really dumb actually to be advertising for the past 7 days. What you want to be doing is you want to be advertising for 2 week period starting from 3 weeks ago. So the 2 week period, if today's the 28th, the 2 week period would be from the 7th to the 21st. Those are the days you need to be optimizing. So 7th, okay, all the way through to the 21st. And then after that, the 22nd, all the way. Oh, my animation is messed up. So the green is where you want to be optimizing, and the red is where you do not touch. So you do not pick those days. Okay. Hope that makes sense. And I'm going to show you guys a little bit, a little bit more, maybe another example in just a second once we actually start optimizing. So the first way of optimizing is with the ad report. Maybe some of you guys know about this. I'm going to show you how to pick that up. So let me show you how to optimize with that. So here we are in the Seller Central, and what you want to do is you want to go to reports and click on advertising reports. It's going to take you to a page like this, and what you're going to want to do, the first thing is come over to report period. Remember I said you want a 2 week period starting 3 weeks ago. So you go to customized. It's going to look like this, And let's go to the dates. So for example, one second, let me open my calendar to maybe make more sense here. So let's say today's the 15th. What you want to be doing is start 3 weeks ago. So 1, 2, 3. So the 25th. And you want to do a 2-week period. So 25th to the 1st is 1 week. 1st to the 8th is another. So you want to be, these are the dates you want to be picking. So we're going to pick from the 25th of May to the 8th of June. So the 8th of June to the 15th, you do not touch. Okay, those are dates that you do not touch. You don't need to optimize those. Those aren't ready for optimization. The data is not significant there yet. So we're going to go from the 25th, right, of May to the 8th of June. So those are the periods you want to be optimizing for. So when you're starting off, you need to just let your PPC run. You need to let it run and not touch it, because if you start touching it, you're going to start messing around with stuff and you're not going to have enough significant data to make any decisions. So let it run. Okay. That's the first thing. And at first you are going to lose some money, but with anything, with any sort of advertisement, you're going to need to kind of, I like to think of it as buying data. So it's not that you're losing money. It's not that you're not making sales, it's that you're buying data to be able to profitably optimize later. So you click apply and make sure that's a search term report. Everything is good. And then you just press create report. And in a couple minutes, it will generate the report and actually, pull it up for you. Luckily for you though, I've already kind of done this. I've set something up here as an example for us to use. I've actually hidden away some of the, some of the columns here that you don't need. So just look at here of the stuff that I have, and this is all you're going to need here. Okay. Up until the total A cost. You don't really need anything else that way, and you don't need anything else this way. So when you generate your report, you're going to have a lot more stuff in. Just delete, all you have to do is go like this, click on the file, double click that, hide, or even delete it, okay? And that's how you're gonna delete a row. So what I've done here is I've actually set up kind of an imposter like campaign thing just as an example for you guys. So we have the barbecue keyword targeting manual. Remember we set that up recently. So that's the campaign name. Under targeting, we have all the keywords. So assuming that, let's say, these are gonna be keyword like 1, 2, 3. So this would be like, let's say, for example, in our situation, it could be like, barbecue glove. Then it would be like grilling glove, right? And these are just all different types of keywords that we were targeting that I showed you guys how to set up. So these are all the keywords. Then you have the match type. And then there's something here called the customer search term. So this is the search term. So even though your keyword could be barbecue glove, the search term could be different, because remember we set up a phrase match campaign. And remember what I explained about phrase match is that it's not going to be exactly the same unless you have an exact. So let's say we had an exact match campaign. If your keyword is grilling glove, the customer is going to search up grilling glove. That's the only thing they're going to see your sponsored ad on. But sometimes, remember I told you there's the variations in phrase match. So sometimes it could be like barbecue glove. And then here it could be like gloves barbecue or something, right? Depending on what we set up. So if someone, so maybe your keyword is barbecue glove, but somebody searched up gloves barbecue. That's the search term. That's the thing that the customer is actually searching up. And this is the most important thing. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Keywords, what the customer is actually searching up. All right, and you can look at it in a row. This is the one keyword. This is all the data for that one keyword. All right, cool. So now what you want to do is you want to select the top rows here. Okay, and you want to go to on top, all the way at the top, you want to go to data, okay, and then filter. And then it's going to add these little kind of arrows on top. And this is going to allow us to actually filter the data and understand what's going on here. Because right now it's kind of all over the place, but we need to filter it down and organize it to understand. The first thing I like to do is to click on, over here and just click on descending for ACOS. So we want to see what keywords are spending what kind of money. And, that's kind of one thing we want to know. Now, for this particular strategy, in the ad reports, I don't actually look at the ACOS, the ones with numbers. I look at the ones without numbers. So another thing I like to do is just come in here and deselect everything and then go to the blanks and click blanks. So now it's going to show you is the ACOS with blanks. So you can check out the ACOSs with, in order if you want to see, which kind of keywords are performing well, but that's not what we're going to use to optimize. In the ad reports, all we're really going to do is find the keywords that are spending money but aren't making us money in return, right, at all. So not that they're profitable, but that they're literally not making us any money. So you can see the 7-day total sales here is 0, for all these keywords. Now what you want to do is you want to look at clicks. So in this case, this is a very underutilized, there's not enough significant data in this actual campaign. So, it's not the greatest example that I picked here now that I look at it, but it doesn't really matter because the point is still the same. So what you're going to want to be doing is with, the whole purpose of this ad, this ad report is that we're trying to figure out which keywords we need to add to our negative list of keywords. Okay. And this just means that we're going to tell Amazon, hey, listen, we've noticed that these keywords, we're spending money on them, but they're not bringing us money back. So we do not want to spend money on these anymore. Stop showing people my product for these keywords. And that's what we're trying to do here. And that's what we're trying to tell Amazon. So assuming that, these keywords are bad. Well, obviously they are bad because they don't have any ACOS. If they don't have an ACOS, right? If you don't see an ACOS here, that means they didn't make a single dollar in sales, but they spent money. Over here, you can also see the spend. So they didn't spend that much money. So in this case, I wouldn't really take any of these keywords to put into a negative exact or a negative keyword list because they haven't spent enough money. There's not enough significant data. What I would say is the way you find out what a negative keyword is. So when to negative, okay? You need to negative whenever a keyword gets 10 clicks and no sales. So if you have any keywords that have 10 clicks, in this case, clearly we don't, right? We don't have any significant data here really, but let's assume we had, one that was 8, one that was 12, we got like 15 here, and you can see these keywords aren't, they're not good. They're spending money and they're not good. What we want to do is we want to find these keywords, the ones that have a lot of clicks, because if they have a lot of clicks, they have a lot of spend also, since PPC means pay per click. That means that every time someone clicks, you have to pay. So if there's 15 clicks, that means it's spending a lot, but it's not bringing you money. So let's say, for example, this is a bad one. We'd come in here, we'd go to not the targeting, we'd go to the search term. Not the targeting, the search term. This is what we want to negative exact, these search terms, because this is actually what the customers are searching for. So we're going to copy this keyword. We're going to add it to our negative exact here. Okay, 1. Then we also have this one is 12. This one is bad. We go to the search terms and we paste it in. Then let's say we had, 8 is fine, but let's say we had like another 11. We had 22 here, right? You just go through them, search term, copy, paste. This one, copy, paste. Okay, so let's say we have all the negative keywords here. These are the keywords we need to put into our negative exact. So just copy those keywords. Those are all the bad keywords, the ones that we don't want to advertise on anymore, assuming they're actually keywords. In this case, obviously I'm using them as an example. You want to go to advertising, campaign manager, go to your portfolio with your product in it. And remember over here, we mentioned that you can see there's campaign name. Those are the, barbecue gloves, keyword targeting manual. So we want to go into here. We're going to go to barbecue gloves, keyword targeting manual. So this is the campaign here. It's not showing us. Keyword targeting manual. We're going to click on it. And then we're going to go to, so the next thing we want to do is we want to pick on the ad group. So in this situation, I didn't actually have an ad group in here, but let's say there was see, it's DEF it's supposed to be. So there's supposed to be an ad group here. Look at which ad group it's from. Okay. And then go to the ad group. So let's say this was in main keywords ad group. We're going to go to main keywords. So click on that. And then we're going to go to negative targeting. So you see here, it says negative targeting. Click on that. And you're going to see all the keywords we put in here before. So remember when we were setting up the keywords, we added all these keywords in when we were setting up the campaigns. You want to go to add negative keywords and then paste them all into here as negative exact. So these are all the keywords that we got from the report that were bad, that didn't make us money, that were actually just spending a ton of money. And then you just want to add those keywords and save. And that's it. It's that simple to optimize from an ad report perspective. Okay, we're gonna have a video in just a second. This next video is going to show you the next part of this, which is the bid optimization. So this was just the report optimization. There's a second part to this, and I'll show you all about that in the next one. But in this part, just a quick recap, you're going to come in here, you're going to look at the campaign name, also which ad group it's in. Then you're going to look at the search terms that have no ACOS showing, okay, but have spent money and have more than 10 clicks. Okay, and those are the ones you're going to copy from here, whichever ones are, or not from here, sorry, from here. You're going to copy from here and you're going to paste them into the negative list, and from here you're going to grab them, take them to your negative targeting and add them. that's pretty much that for part 1 of optimization. In the next part, I'll show you where the magic gets, where it gets really, really crazy. So I'll see you guys in that video right now. All right, so now we're in part 2, which is bid optimization. And this is where it gets really, really awesome. Okay, so we just did the ad reports, but now we're gonna do the bid optimizations. So the strategy, basically strategy 1, or part 1 rather, is the fast track optimization formula. Part 2 is to increase or decrease bid by 10 cents per keyword every week until target ACoS is reached. I kind of messed up there, but it's part 1, part 2, okay? So the fast track optimization formula, what is this and how does it work? Basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna get your bid. Your bid is gonna equal the sales that you got from your PPC divided by the clicks times your target ACoS. And what this is gonna allow us to do is actually pretty much like pick our target ACoS. So we're gonna pick our target ACoS, and that's how we're gonna know what to bid. So let's show you a real example. Your bids equals your sales divided by clicks times your target ACoS. This doesn't make too much sense. Let's just get into an example. So over here, guys, I have a campaign that I'm gonna use as an example. It is a archived campaign, so it's an old campaign. I'm gonna use it to show you kind of what this is all about. So what you wanna do first is pick your campaign. You're gonna get into a section like this, then pick your ad group. So through Campaign Manager, click on your campaign, then get in here, click on your ad group. So this is the ad group that we're gonna look into. And when we get here, what you wanna do is going to want to click on targeting, because it's gonna show us the, it's gonna show us which keywords we're actually targeting here. So once we get in there, you're gonna see that we have all the, all the stuff up here, all the kind of information, and we want to know what our target, like what we should bid to get good ACoS. So what we're gonna do here is, remember the formula, it was, so let's open the calculator. So it was sales, which in this case is 4,115. So that's how much sales I got from this PPC campaign, okay? And we want to divide it by our total clicks. So 1,369, and then we want to, so equals, then we want to times that by our target ACoS. So let's say our target ACoS, in this case, we have a 40% ACoS on this whole campaign, but let's say our target ACoS we want to do is 35%, right? Maybe our, remember how I said, let's say our break even, ACoS is about 35%. We want to hit about 35% as, ACoS. So if we do 35% ACoS, we're kind of breaking even on PPC. And remember, I told you, if you're breaking even on PPC, you are actually winning in the long term. So let's say our target ACoS is 35%, we're at 40%. Then you want to times, so you got this number, you want to times it by 0.35. So this is 35%. Don't times it by 35, times it by 0.35. If you want to do a target ACoS of 30, then times it by 0.30, okay? Then you press equals, and you get 115. So our bid should be $1.15 per click. So that's our bid. Again, just to show you really quickly, 4,515, that's our sales, divided by our clicks, 1,369, equals times our target ACoS, which is 35%. Okay, so that's how we got there. Now, another thing to know, so that's our bid. Okay, another thing to note is maybe if you don't see all these things up here, you can add the metrics and you can add them in here. So let's say you don't have clicks. So let's say you didn't have clicks. You just come in here, click on clicks, and then you'll have them right here. Okay, so that's how you'll see what your clicks are. Now, let's go into actually talking about the bid optimization. And this is where the true magic happens in terms of becoming ultra profitable on keywords. So let's scroll down, and I'm gonna have to blur these keywords and stuff. It's not a big deal, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, this is an archived campaign, so I won't be able to actually adjust the bids, but I'll explain to you guys how to do it. So let's start off with the first keyword. Now, our first keyword is ultra profitable, $1.74. We made $26 in sales. So that's a $6.72% ACoS. What I would do in this situation is I would raise my bid. So whenever you're messing around with your bid optimizations, you only want to go up by 10 cents or down by 10 cents. So if your ACoS is higher than your target ACoS, so let's say in this case, it's 53%. We want a target ACoS of 35%. So this is obviously higher than 35%. So what you want to do here is, you can see our bid, $1.51. What you want to do is you want to lower it by 10 cents. So in this case, we would lower it to $1.41, and then we press, confirm. Then what Amazon would do is it would only start spending a maximum of $1.41 per click for this keyword. And what's going to happen is in 1 week from now, you're going to come back and you're going to look at these. So right now I'm looking at date range, lifetime. But what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to, again, remember we said you'd only want to go from, so you want to go from the 25th to the 8th. So that would be, you know, the kind of the time period you would look at. So these are the time periods you're going to look at. You don't actually want to look at lifetime. But in this case, again, 53% is higher than what we want. So you're going to come in here and you're going to lower it by $1.41. And then next week, next time you optimize, so remember I told you optimize every week. So next time you optimize, you're going to come back in here and you're going to look again at what the, you know, ACoS is. And if the ACoS is still high, let's say it got down to 40%, still above our 35%, you know, desired target ACoS, you'd come in here and you'd lower it by another 10 cents. So hope that makes sense. Again, you just continue lowering it until you hit your target ACoS. So lower it by 10 cents until you hit your target ACoS. Hope everything is making sense. I know it can get a little bit overwhelming, but just if you are overwhelmed, just watch this video again, okay? So let's continue here. You can see this one is 109.43%. This is super, super high. It's not even close to our target ACoS. So in situations like this, remember we got our bid was, we said it was $1.15. So in this case, because it's so off from our target ACoS, lowering it by 10 cents won't do too much, right? It will maybe get it down to, you know, 90 or 80%, which is still very, very high for us. So in a situation like this, I would just take our target bid, which is $1.15. I would come in here and I put $1.15. Okay, and then in a week, I'd come back and see what happened to this keyword. Did it lower? Do I need to lower it again? But at that point, it should be a lot closer to our target ACoS. And at that point, I would do the lower it by 10 cents or increase by 10 cents. Here's another situation. We're really far off from our target ACoS. So in here, I'd also just go in and I put in $1.15. Okay, I wouldn't lower it by 10 cents. I'd put $1.15 because we're so far away. When we're pretty close, then you lower it by 10 cents. When you're really far away, you want to just put in your target, you know, bid in here. So here I don't have much data, which is not great. And then what we're going to do here is just go to another page and see what's up here. So no data here. Okay, so here's another one, 58. Okay, percent, pretty high for us. I don't know why my bid is $6. That's crazy. So in this case, because we're kind of close, I would just lower it by, okay, this is a bad example. Don't look at this one, even though it's making sales. This one, I would just lower it by a lot because I don't know, this is probably a mistake or a glitch or something. I didn't see what happened here. In this case, we're at 25% ACoS, which is lower than our desired. So in this case, what I would do is I would actually raise my bid by 10 cents. So I would go to $2.04 and see what happens next week. Is it still profitable? If it is, awesome. If it's around our target ACoS, I would stop it. This one, for example, is at 35%, literally like almost on the dot, which means that I just wouldn't touch this one. I would leave it exactly at the cost at the bid that it's at, because it's clearly in the exact, it's literally my target ACoS. It's perfect for me. I don't want to touch it. You know, we spent $400. We made 1,188. There's 90 orders for this keyword. This keyword is perfect. It's spot on exactly where you want to be. This is like a magical keyword for us, and you do not want to touch this. It is perfect, okay? Let's scroll down. This one's at 32.5%. I probably wouldn't touch this one either. In this case, though, we don't have too many sales, so the orders are only 2. So maybe I would increase it by 10 cents just to see, you know, what would happen. So if I increase it by 10 cents and I see that, you know, kind of the, you know, the sales went up and it's only like 35% ACoS, then that's perfect. If it went to like 40 or 45% ACoS, then I just lower it back to 10 cents the week after that. Hope this is making sense. This one, again, 15% ACoS, it's great, but we don't have that many sales. So I would increase it by 10 cents to see, you know, what it does next week. Here's another one, 15%, 23%. So these are all increased by 10 cents. And I check them out again next week. This one, 35%, perfect. Again, spot on. I wouldn't touch this. 294 spend, made $825 back. 64 orders, amazing, right? Here's another couple great ones. 164 spend, 576 sales. This one I would actually increase by 10 cents. Okay, so I'd go to 126. This one I would also probably increase by 10 cents to 190, and then just see what happens, right? So you just have to play around with it and see what happens. And guys, let me tell you, if you let your PPC run, get significant data, and follow what I showed you here with the ad report strategy and also this strategy, and remember to only optimize starting 3 weeks ago. So for 2 week period, starting 3 weeks ago. If you do that and you do that once a week, your campaigns are going to become incredibly profitable. So just follow these campaigns, optimize through the ad reports, and then optimize through the bidding strategy. And oh my God, will your campaigns become insanely profitable. So this is the strategy that, I've talked to many multiple 7-figure sellers, and this is what they're doing. Hopefully that you guys have seen some insane value from this and have seen how powerful some of the stuff in here is. And I'm super excited to hear from you guys and to see, what kind of success you're going to see from this, because I have no doubt it will be unreal. And this is actually something that's a little bit more advanced, but it will skyrocket your PPC and will really take you to that next level in terms of PPC once you're ready for it. Once you have a very, very significant amount of data and you know exactly what keywords are profitable to you. So this is not something I would consider doing for the first maybe month, 2 months, 3 months with your product. But after that, when you have a very, very strong grasp on what keywords are making you consistent money week over week, and you know what to bid on them, that's when you want to move into this next strategy. It's a pretty advanced strategy, and it's called the PPC funnel strategy. So let me explain further. Okay, so what is a PPC funnel and how do I use one? That's what we're gonna go over. It's pretty straightforward. So basically, the PPC funnel is kind of like a funnel there. So you can see from the top to the bottom, it gets it goes from wider to kind of more narrow at the bottom. And at the top, you have all the keywords possible, right? So these are all the keywords that we kind of did research on. These are all the keywords that your auto PPC campaign keeps pulling in. These are all the different keywords that are possible for your product, but not necessarily the optimized ones. So after that, you're going to have, after you kind of filter those out, you're going to optimize your keywords. And then that's in the yellow tier. You're going to have your optimized keywords list. Then you're going to continue to optimize until you get profitable keywords. So now you know that in the blue, you have your profitable keywords. There's a lot less of them than in the red, but these keywords are the ones that are actually making you money. So you've actually filtered out and you've pushed away all the keywords that are not making you money. All the keywords that were wasting money, they're gone. Now in the blue, it's only the keywords that make you, the profitable keywords too. And then in the green, once you implement this into like a PPC funnel strategy, that's when it becomes a cash printing press that every time you spend $100, you pull out $200, for example. And those are the absolute winning keywords, the ones that you have super significant data on, and the ones that are bringing you money week over week over week. So let's continue. So all keywords, so that's the auto and broad campaign. So remember I was talking about the kind of the red section, which was with all the keywords possible. Then there's the optimized keywords. So all keywords are with auto and all the broad campaigns and all those kind of keywords. The optimized keywords, those are, your profitable keywords from your auto. So basically what you want to do is you want to follow along with the strategy that I did here, and you want to bring the keywords from your auto campaign, the profitable ones in there, bring them into bring them down into the optimized keyword list into another campaign. Okay, so you bring your keywords from the auto, the good keywords that you found in your auto, bring them into a separate campaign, a phrase match campaign. Okay, then the profitable keywords, you want to bring down the profitable keywords from the optimized campaign into the profitable campaign. So for example, just to go over it again, let's start from the beginning to make this make sense. All keywords is your auto campaigns, the ones that are bringing in the keywords and testing them for you. The optimized keywords are the ones that are going to be the ones that you bring from your auto campaigns, the profitable ones from your auto campaigns, you bring them into a separate campaign where you run them in a phrase match campaign or something along those lines to just fully test them. Then you continue to optimize and you bring those keywords from the optimized campaign to the profitable campaign. And from the profitable campaign, you're going to move them into the cash printing press phase where you bring them down from the profitable keywords section to the cash printing press section, and you're going to put them into an exact match campaign with the exact bids that are making money. So like I said, you need a significant amount of data for this. But once you know that if you spend, your bid is $1.20 for a certain keyword, and you make it at 25 or 30% ACoS, you can take exactly those metrics and put them into a campaign with an exact match campaign where you say keyword A I'm going to give it a $1.20 bid, and I know that when it spends money, it's going to come out at a 25% ACoS. So you're going to put all your best keywords into this exact match campaign, and you're going to run it with super high budget. And when you do that, it's going to spend a lot of money, but it's going to make you a ton of money because you know exactly how much these keywords are going to bring you. So again, this is a super, super advanced tactic. This is something you do down the line. But essentially what you're doing is you're taking all the keywords that you were testing, that you were going over and trying to figure out, optimizing and stuff like that. And you're bringing all of those keywords into a separate campaign, a campaign that is an exact match campaign where you put in all the, bids, exactly what you know that it's going to sell for. And you put them all into there. And then you raise the budget really high and you see what happens. And usually, if you've done this right and you have a lot of significant data, you should absolutely crush it with the PPC funnel by bringing them all into their own exact match campaign where you have all the profitable keywords in one. Those are the ones where you're going to have, ACoSs of like, you can bring them down even to ACoSs of like 15%, when they're making just so much money and the ACoS is so low. It's kind of mind-blowing, and that's the type of stuff that you need to know how to do properly to be a multiple six-figure seller and even a seven-figure seller. This is kind of what differentiates you from the rest. So important is do not forget to negative the keywords you are bringing down the funnel. So you want to avoid double bidding. So for example, if you have a campaign that you know that the keywords are doing really good in, let's say keyword 1 is doing really, really good, and you want to bring it to an exact match campaign, remember to negative it from the first campaign because you don't want them bidding on against each other. So that's one thing to note is that you want to always, if you bring them down from, an optimized, all your keywords from optimized to a, an exact match campaign where you're going to know exactly what to put in there, you need to add them as negatives for the campaign that you remove them from. Hopefully that makes sense. And you will really start to understand this once you start implementing. At first, it might be a little bit confusing and a little bit overwhelming, but as you start doing it, you'll start to understand more and more. So lastly, what I want to leave you on is this notion of testing. And people don't speak about this, but one of the most important things with any sort of advertisement, not only PPC, but Amazon PPC, but in Facebook ads and Google ads and literally anything that you're going to go into later on in your Amazon career, is that you need to test constantly. You're not going to be able to get away without testing. So like I said, test. The people who are going to test the most are going to be the ones who are going to see the most results. So just because this is, whatever I said in this PPC course, just because it's not been said here doesn't mean it's not going to work. So essentially, I told you what I know works. I told you what I know works right now, what's relevant right now. But that doesn't mean that, something that pops into your head that you want to try isn't going to work, right? Each product is different. I try to put in here everything that works for every product. But in certain situations, you'll be able to test stuff and play around with stuff, try different PPC funnels, try different, campaigns, different bids, budgets, and you're just going to be able to test and see what works for your particular, product. You just need to test. So test any days you have, they just might work. Okay. So like I said, just from this course, you're better than 98% of all Amazon sellers, and the other 2% is going to come from experience. You have the knowledge, you have the, the stuff that's proven to work. Now all you need to do is you need to go out there and you need to actually make it happen. Okay, you need to actually commit to it, and you need to get significant data, and you need to make it happen. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and I want to talk to you guys right now about lightning deals, how to use them to promote your products and kind of what they are. So basically we're here on the main page, and this is obviously the most searched for page on Amazon. This is where everyone lands on. So obviously it has the most kind of visitors every day. And the second most visited page is the today's deal page. Obviously people are always looking for deals, so that makes perfect sense. So on this page, you can see all the deals and what a lightning deal actually looks like. It looks like just like this. So you can see that right here, it's selling for $90 and now it's selling for $72. There's 28% claim, so there's a certain amount of units that you can sell, or rather that are available to sell on this lightning deal. It's supposed to be super fast. Lightning deal, come and buy it right away. Has a scarcity, ends in 5 minutes, and essentially this is just a way that you can promote your product to a bigger audience. Amazon pushes your product, you make more money, Amazon makes more money. it's kind of a win-win situation. Now, in this particular case, lightning deals are awesome, but not everyone can do them. So Amazon actually chooses which products are eligible to have lightning deals. So not every product's gonna be eligible, and a way you can check that, I'll show you later how to check it, but essentially not every product will be. And there's a few criteria that you need to have to actually be eligible. One, you need to have a 3-star rating or above. You can't have anything less than 3-star because then Amazon doesn't like your product. They think your product's not quality, so they don't want to promote it to more people. So you have to have above a 3-star, kind of star rating. Another thing you have to take into account is that Amazon will actually charge you for lightning deals. So I know that kind of sounds counterintuitive to lower your price, give a discount, but then also get charged. But that's how Amazon works. So they're obviously going to push your product to the page, to the today's deal page. A lot of people are going to see it. There's going to be a lot more customers that are going to be, seeing your product, and therefore also a lot of people who are going to be buying your product. So that's why Amazon charges between $150 and $700, depending on the time of year, depending on the product, depending on the category, and all that kind of stuff. Now, certain categories and certain products just will not be eligible at all for this, but most products will be. And also, Amazon randomly chooses, which products are and which products aren't. So I have a few more things I want to cover, but I have them on my phone. You guys will have some notes below this video. So so another thing I want to mention is that there's a few different things you can do with lightning deals. You can actually use them for profit, to actually make money. You can use them to launch when you're actually launching and you're trying to get, sales out there and relevance and all that kind of stuff with your keywords and with your products, and just get, traction kind of going. And another way you can use it is actually to just reduce inventory. So if you have inventory that's laying around and you can't get rid of it, it's always good to check if you can make a lightning deal to just kind of get rid of it, because sometimes it'll be cheaper to just sell it with a discount, even with Amazon fees, to just kind of get rid of the product. So that's also a really good way. So let me explain to you guys how to actually do that. If you're looking for profit, obviously you have to make sure that whatever the price that Amazon is quoting you to actually run this deal is going to be worth it to you, right? Because, for example, if they charge you, $500 to run a lightning deal, and you're only profiting maybe $2 per unit, you really won't be able to, make that money back. So do the math and make sure that whatever Amazon's charging you, you can still make a profit on. Okay. If you're doing a launch and you want to, do a lightning deal along with your launch, I would actually not worry about the whole profiting thing. If you have enough inventory, like let's say you have like 500 units and you're able to give away, or not give away, you're able to, sell 100 units on a lightning deal, then it actually might be worth it to do. So even though it might be expensive. So just make sure that you're looking at the price, make sure you're calculating if this is actually worth it for you, and just see what Amazon quotes you. Because again, depending on the category, depending on the product, depending on the time of year, they will quote you different prices. And that just might be something to look into for your launch. And then I've already explained for the getting rid of inventory, that's also a really good use for it. So if you're ever stuck with some inventory you need to get rid of, always check the lightning deals page to see if you can actually, get rid of it. Another thing is, I've realized, from my own testing, is that when you're actually, putting out these lightning deals, people, everyone has 99, everyone has 88, all that kind of, weird numbers and stuff. I actually always like to give it a flat number. So if I'm selling let's say instead of saying $11.99, I would have said $12, because that way people are usually used to seeing $11.99s and $15.99, $16.99, like $99.98 at the end, and they think that's just how prices are. But when it's a discount, when it's .00 or ending in 00, people just kind of are drawn to it. They're like, oh, it's a sale, because nothing is ever priced at 99. But when it's 00, it must be a sale. And that way, just psychological. I've noticed that works well for me, and I've talked to some other people and they've tried that out, and that's also something that works well for them. So I would recommend testing that out, seeing if that works for you, ending in 00 instead of a 99 or something like that. Then also, so that's kind of pretty much it for this. The only other thing I would recommend is that when you're setting the price for your launch, Amazon will actually tell you a minimum discount that you have to do. And I would say just do that minimum discount. Don't go much lower than that, because all you really want is to actually show up on this page, and inevitably people will buy from you being here. All right, so don't go much more above, whatever Amazon tells you to do. Now let's talk about how to actually get access to the Lightning Deals page. All you have to do is go to Advertising and then go to Lightning Deals. So we usually go to Advertising Campaign Manager. you go advertising lightning deals, and then on the top right here, you'll be like create new lightning deal. You'll click that and then see if your products are eligible. If they're not, that's totally fine. Just come back every week and check if it is, because sometimes just randomly Amazon chooses which products will be eligible. Once they are, then you can go ahead and create that lightning deal. So I won't really go into that. It's very, very simple. Just make sure you're doing the math and make sure it makes sense for your product, and take into account how much inventory you have left, because if you don't have that much, you probably don't want to do a lightning deal. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about kind of reports and figuring out what is actually going on with either your PPC, with your listing in general, and just kind of understanding how to optimize your business reports. And I feel like this is supposed to be in the PPC module, because you want to know exactly kind of what's going on with your ad spend, what's going on with your listing in general, and how to kind of troubleshoot some things. So right as you see here, I just pulled out a month here in particular, because in this month it shows both examples of, I think, two things that, you know, are kind of the only problems you can really have. So in this particular month, I had two products with the two problems that you can have. So let's actually explain it further. So I came in here, I went to reports, business reports, then you click on detail page sales and traffic by child item, okay? And you'll get here, and this is product 1, this is product 2, and you'll be able to see them there. I just went into columns and I took off these 3. You can keep them, but essentially you need to get these checked. So sessions, session percentage, units ordered, units session percentage, order product sales, and total order items if you want that as well. But essentially those are the most important ones, and this is what we're going to use to actually analyze what is going on with our products and what is going on with the listing, so that we can determine what to actually do with our next steps to fix whatever problems are happening. Essentially, this is kind of like a troubleshooting little thing. So let's go over it. So sessions is how many people, how many unique people are coming to your listing every single month. So, or whatever we chose here. So we chose 1 month, and I recommend you optimize month by month for this particular situation. So optimize for last 30 days to figure out what kind of is going on. Okay. So here you can see this, how many unique visitors we had on this, you know, listing, 4,544 for this one, 785 for this one. Then you can see session percentage. That just means that out of, you know, 100% total, like let's say you add all of these, 85% of people came to this listing and 14% came to this listing. Okay. It's not too important, but it's just there. I like to see it. Units ordered is 749 for this one, 227 for this one. So obviously this one is, you know, having a lot more sessions and also having a lot more units ordered. But the only thing is, unit session percentage here shows us that it only has a 16.48% conversion rate, which means that out of 4,554 people, 16.48% of them actually purchased. Okay, so that's kind of a little bit of a low conversion rate. And in this particular situation, you know, that's definitely something you would want to work on. Okay. And I'll explain more about how to do that and what to do there in a second. But essentially, anything that's 25% and above is actually a good one. You can even easily get your products, if they have good reviews, to 35% unit session percentage. That's kind of your goal, but your goal should be around 25% plus. Okay. So as you can see for this product, I made almost nearly $17,000 in this 1 month. But theoretically, if we could get this unit session percentage to this one, I would like double my monthly revenue from this product, right? So just by getting it from this one to this one. Now, obviously, that's easier said than done, but that's kind of an issue that will arise, and I'll talk about more how to fix that in just a second. But let's talk about the second issue that can arise, and in this case, it's not having enough sessions. So as you can see, right, I have for this product, it was a 29% conversion ratio, unit session percentage ratio for this particular month, which is pretty good. Like I said, 25% plus is great, and that's what you want to aim for. So we're good there. Everything on the listing looks good, and people who are showing up are actually purchasing. Now our problem, though, however, is people aren't showing up. So whereas in the first product, people were showing up, but they weren't buying as much as they should be. In this one, there's just not enough people coming. Now in this one, essentially all you need to do here is keep everything the same and just increase the traffic to your listing. Because a lot of people think that if you're not making enough sales, or if something's not going right, that just means that you're not getting enough traffic to your listing and you need to increase your traffic to just get people there so they can buy. The truth is, that's a very expensive thing to do if you have a problem like this one right here. And most people's problem will be like this. So your unit session percentage will be too low. Therefore, increasing traffic is only going to increase, it will increase sales, but it's not the best way to increase sales. Because like I said, theoretically, all I had to do was increase this number, keep this number exactly the same, I would like double my income. So my income would be affected a lot more by just fixing this percentage. Now let's talk about how to actually go about fixing these issues. Now for this one in particular, for the conversion rate, the only things that matter, well, not the only things, the things that matter the most are pictures. So if you have a bad unit session percentage, 90% of the time, it's because your pictures are shit. Okay, I'm just gonna say it outright. If you have a bad one, 90% of the time it's because of that. Another culprit can be if you have bad reviews. Okay, so if let's say your product isn't a 5-star, maybe it's like a 4-star. So in this particular case, this product was a 4-star, which means that obviously if it was a 5-star, it would make more sales. But however, obviously the 4-star did affect its session percentage. And the only way to fix that is to have a good quality product, improve on the product, differentiate in the market, etc., etc. So you can't really do much if it's that, but you can always improve your pictures, which can increase this. You can figure out a better price for your product. So if you're charging too much, this is going to be too high, so you can actually reduce your price sometimes, and that should increase it. However, you don't always want to play with your price. It's better to play with other factors first. Then you can look at your bullet points, your features, etc., all that kind of stuff. So essentially, if this is low, it's most likely to do with your pictures, and that's where you want to go first. If it has to do with your reviews, it's a little bit more of a difficult problem to fix, but you can always improve it by just optimizing your listing, improving your listing so that it actually increases this percentage. All right, so that's the kind of how you do that, and that's how you identify that issue. Now with this one, okay, it's actually a different problem, is that we're just not getting enough people coming to this listing. Now for this particular problem is you need to increase this with PPC. You need to get more PPC spend. You need to find out more profitable PPC keywords, and you just need to spend money on PPC. And by doing that, you're going to, one, obviously draw more people to your listing, so this number is going to go up just because more people are coming here. Two, you're also going to be making sales from the PPC, which means you will be driving keyword relevance. And if you're driving keyword relevance, obviously you're going to be ranking higher in the organic searches. That means more people are going to see you, more people are going to come to your listing, and therefore more people are going to buy. Okay, so that is how you do that. This one is simple because this one is a logical explanation. You just need to increase how many people come to your listing. The more people come, if your unit session percentage is good, you're going to make sales. In this situation, it's a little bit more difficult. However, it's still very possible to solve. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I hope you did enjoy it. That's kind of it for this module. But yeah, this is how you diagnose what's going on with your products, why your products aren't selling, or how to, even if they are selling, just come here and see how you can improve your products so that they make even more money and even more sales. That's pretty much it, guys. I will see you in the next module. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to Module 6, which is actually scaling your brand. I'm super excited for this one because we've already gone through a lot of the program, and right now we're going to talk about how to actually continue to grow and scale your business past just your first product. So in this particular video, we're going to talk about when to launch your next product. So I have a few notes here. Obviously, your notes are going to be nicer when they do come out there down below. But there's a few things just for me to actually remember so that I can go over with you. So one of the most important things is that you need to understand that when you're launching a new product, it's going to be a lot of work, right? You can make more money and build a brand, but it will be a lot of work. And if you don't do it at the right time, you can and probably will fail. So do not do this too early. A lot of people think that the only way to make more money is to, again, just, more products, right? And that is one way to do it, and that is what we're going to be doing. But before you do that, you need to understand that there's a few things that need to be right in place before you, actually think about doing that. So one of my rules is launch a new product when the first product is fully ranked and launched and stable, is making at least 10 to 20 sales per day minimum consistently, right? And that word consistently is very, very important, okay? So you don't want to have a product that's doing 5 sales one day, 15, 20 sales another day, and it's all over the place, because that means that you're either not fully ranked or you don't have your PPC right, or something is going wrong that's not consistent. And what we want is we want to know how much money we're making every single month. We want consistent monthly income, and we want stable income. And if you don't do this, your whole business is going to go out of whack. So let's make it stable. Let's make it right the first time. So another thing you want to make sure before you go into the next product, is making sure that your product is well optimized and you have a high conversion rate of 25% or higher, so that you don't need to, you don't need to new product to make money if your current conversion rate is actually higher. So let's say you're making, 10, 20 sales a day and you want to make more money. The first instinct and what people, tell you all the time is just put out another product. But the reality is, like we talked about in the last video, in the last module, that all you really have to do is increase your conversion rate by 10, even 15%, and you will literally, double your monthly income just from the same product. So let's focus on one product and move into the next ones later. So focus on at least 25% or higher conversion rate before you think about going into the next product, because if you don't have a 25%, something is going, pretty wrong. Another thing to note is that you want to make sure that your current product has enough inventory that you won't run out, you won't run out soon. Because the thing is, if you run out of inventory, having a second product can, kind of tie up a lot of cash flow. And that's something, again, that people don't talk about. But, there's cash flow issues that can happen if you are not ready to launch your second product. You might have one product going out of stock and the other one going out of stock, and you don't have enough money to buy inventory for both of them. And then they both go down, down the shitter. So you don't want to do that. You want to make sure that they're both taken care of. You want to nurture one, grow it into something that can self-sustain, and then, bring out the other one. So that's another issue, is making sure that you have enough inventory for both. So like I said, already have done all the steps to fully nurture and grow your first product. And then again, do not just move on to the next one. You need to keep nurturing the old ones you have, or else they're going to die, right? It's like a plant. You can grow a plant to, full maturity, and it's, big, nice plant. But if you don't continue to water it and take care of it, it's going to slowly wither away and die, right? So you can't just finish one plant and then go on to the next one and, try to grow the next one because, and just fully ignore this one because, the competition's going to come in, they're going to destroy you, or, the market's just going to change. And if you're not adapting with it, you're going to fail. So that's another thing to notice, that you're never ever fully done with your product. And if you think you are, that's when you're actually starting to lose. So make sure that you're always nurturing all your products and don't bite off more than you can chew, especially with your second product when you're first coming out. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Hope you enjoyed that. Let's talk about more about scaling and growing your brand in the next videos to come. Hey, how's it going? Yaniv here, guys. And now we're going to talk about how to choose your next product for your brand, right? Exactly, what product to choose. And we've talked about this a little bit, and how to, extend your brand. And basically you want to go into, your product competition around in a niche and see what, products are frequently bought together. This is one of the easiest ways to do it. So I won't go into depth because we've already talked about this. So that's one way to do it. Just kind of find out, oh, these things come together. Awesome. Okay, I should probably sell them. And again, your manufacturer will most likely be able to do this for you because it's, a similar brand. Never go out there and start a separate brand. If you're coming out there already with your brand, you started this business the right way. Don't just go after products that make money. It will seem like something you want to do just because, it's a quick cash grab and it's very easy, right? Like once you really start to understand how Amazon works and, the ins and outs of it, you really will get, almost, you'll have like a drive to go out and just put out products that are, doing well. But I'm guaranteeing you that if you just continue to build out your brand, you will be much more successful in the long term, right? That's very important. Another thing, another way to actually find out like what products are going to be good for your brand is just actually talking to your manufacturer. They are in China, right? They are in the heart of it, and they're in your brand. Usually, like I said, manufacturers, they stick to a certain niche as well. So they know all the new products coming out. They know all the new, demand that people are having for their, different types of products. So just talk to them, be like, hey, you guys have any new products coming out that, might be interesting to me or that might help me grow my brand? Like, what other stuff do you guys have? And because you already have experience, and also you already built like some sort of relationship there, they're going to give you this stuff before anyone else. You can tell them, hey, if any new products ever come out, let me know firsthand. I want to know, I want to order them. And right away, you've gotten in with the, brand new products that are coming out with the new manufacturers, or rather with the new products that the manufacturers will have. Another thing is you can talk to your manufacturer and ask them, hey, like what other products do you sell that like, have a lot of demand? And they're going to tell you, and that's another way to go into, kind of and grow out your brand. So there's a few different ways, but those are right there the most, the best and most efficient ways to do it. And I would recommend just going in here, finding this stuff. You can also read reviews. A lot of the times people will tell you what they want. And again, also never underestimate the power of the relationship you built with your manufacturer. That's how you choose your next product. And that's what I really could recommend. Do not go into a separate brand, at least not right now. Stick to it, move forward, and eventually you will have a very, very successful brand. And once you have a few products in it, then you can think about opening your brands. But right now, focus on the one that you're building. See you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to this video, which we're going to talk about brand registry. This is something, a really important tool you're going to need once you look to actually scale and grow your brand to that next level. You're going to want to get your brand registered with Amazon. And let's talk about first, the way to do it and how to actually even get access to this stuff, and then I'll tell you about the benefits of having access to this stuff. So basically, to get brand registry, you need to have a live trademark for your brand. And the way you do that, you go to Trademark Here, or you go to any other, kind of just search up on Google trademark, how to trademark my brand. Remember, we talked about previously about seeing if other people have trademarks and not being able to kind of copy their names and stuff. And it's because trademarks give you a lot of protection that you are going to need for your brand, because you don't want other people stealing your brand name. You don't want other people pretending like they're your brand and ruining the relationship and stuff with your customers. So believe it or not, that does happen sometimes on Amazon. It's like, if you don't have the protections, people can theoretically open up, pretend like they're you, and you don't want that to happen. It's very, very bad, and your customers will trust you to and if someone else is selling your products that are like bad quality and stuff, this is going to be a real problem for your brand. So that's very important. So you need to get a trademark, and then as soon as you get a trademark, that usually takes 6 to 8 months. And as soon as that happens, you're going to get file trademark, and you'll be able to give Amazon all the information they need to actually enroll you into the brand registry program. Now, there's a few benefits here, and I want to kind of go over them with you. So with brand registry, like I said, nobody on Amazon is going to be able to sell your products with your name. If they do, Amazon will just take them off, get rid of them. It will be, so no one can ever do that for you. If you don't have a trademark, people can theoretically just, do that. And that's a big problem. Again, like I said, there's a lot of support that you'll get from that. There's a lot of, different advertising you'll be able to do, which again, we didn't cover in this course because that's above and beyond 99.9% of the people right now in the program. But there's new types of advertising. You can do a lot more advertising that will really help your brand, grow, because the competition level that way is a lot lower. Another thing you'd be able to do is, remember we talked about in having pictures in the description of your listing. You have pictures in there, and it'll help you sell the product and stuff like that. And potentially, one of the most important things you'll actually get with brand registry is that if somebody ever tries to hijack your listing, and we haven't talked about hijackers too much in this course. If you want to see what a hijacker is and explain all that kind of stuff, I believe it's going to be in module 8. You can go in there. It's a supplemental lessons, and we'll talk all about hijackers, how to get rid of them, stuff like that. But essentially, if you have a brand registered, trademarked, trademarked brand, then nobody will ever be able to hijack your listing, which means they won't be able to sell on it. You're going to be the only one that can sell that product on Amazon with all the protections, and that's super, super important. Again, if you want to learn more about hijackings, how to avoid that kind of stuff, and what that really is, watch the supplemental lessons at the end of in module 8. But essentially, you do want to have your brand enrolled in brand registry. It is something, it's a natural progression of what you want to do on Amazon. You do not need to get this when you're first starting off. It's an unnecessary expense. But once you are making money, once you are consistently, when you have 2-3 products making good amount of money, definitely consider getting your brand registered with Amazon. An additional thing that I want to add to this video is that actually Amazon recently came out with a program called the Amazon IP Accelerator. And so what this is going to do is, while getting trademarked and getting brand registered can take 6, 8, 12 months to get done, what Amazon did is they realized a lot of people are complaining about this, and you had to wait so long before you got the power of everything you get with brand registry. So nowadays, what you can do, and again, this is only for people I think who, one, either have a big enough budget to do this, or two, are actually making a good amount of sales. So if you're making like $10,000 per month plus, this is something that I would definitely recommend you look into. So that's kind of, I think, where you want to be with that. So just type in, I'll leave a link down below, or you can just type in on Google Amazon IP Accelerator. Like I said, this is a program, and what this is going to do is it's going to allow you to accelerate the process of getting trademarked and getting all the benefits of brand registry on your account before even actually going and getting everything. And if that doesn't make sense, let me just explain it. So basically, what you do is you apply for IP Accelerator through Amazon's program. They're going to put you in touch with certain law firms which have proven, like a real law firm, have proven that they can actually go through with this process. And so therefore, instead of waiting 6, 8, 12 months, you can get all the brand registered benefits in maybe like 2-3 weeks. I've seen that as fast as 2-3 weeks. So what you want to do is go to that link, press get started. And what it's going to do here is it's going to show you a bunch of different law firms, right? And these are all law firms. There's not that many, but there's enough. And these are all law firms that have partnered up with Amazon to help sellers get trademarks faster. So if you register your trademark and your brand through any one of these law firms, you can actually get all the benefits of brand registry before actually being trademarked. So that's super, super awesome for those of you who are starting off and who have the budget to do this. So what I'd recommend is just sort by rating, not by popularity, and look through the reviews. This is the same thing as when you buy a product. Look through reviews, get some quotes, and figure out which one to go with based on your needs. Another cool thing you can do here is obviously where you located, right? Different places. They probably have different law firms that you can work with, and then there's a bunch of different other services you can get as well. But this is something I want to add into the program for those of you who have the budget to do this. Like I said, this is a natural progression of the brand, and definitely going to help you out a lot going forward. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I'll see you in the next one. All right, guys, now let's talk about customer service and the tricks to amazing customer service, because customer service is one of the most important things in terms of helping you scale your brand, even if it doesn't make too much sense. And I'll kind of explain that in just a second, but basically you must have really, really good customer service. And it's one of the most important things. Customer service can make or break your entire business. Amazon is a social proof platform, and reviews mean everything. Good customer service equals good reviews. So that's why this is in this module, and I'm gonna give you some of the tricks to the trade of having amazing customer service. There's a few points here, okay? And some of these you might have heard of before. That's just because they work. And some of these maybe it's something that you don't know. Again, some of them apply to every businesses, and most of them here actually apply to Amazon specific. So let's talk about it right now. So assume the customers always rate. Very, very common one, very simple one. And I mean it very seriously though, because you need to put your ego behind you to really succeed with your business. Even if sometimes the customer is stupid, or they're saying dumb things, or they're not right, or they're messing things up and they're just being dumb, this will happen 100%. Okay, you just need to know how to deal with it, because those same people, if you help them, they'll become like raving fans for your company. Even if they went out and they broke the product, or they used it wrong or incorrectly, just going out there and either refunding them or sending them a replacement unit will save you a negative review, and also will potentially give you a customer for life. How many times have you guys had something that happened with your product that you may have broke, or that something didn't go right? You contacted the company and they said, hey, don't worry, we'll send you out a replacement unit, replacement thing, and you got it. And then you think super highly of the company, and you would do business with them again. And it's all about the long term. With business, we're all thinking about the long term. So always assume that the customer is right. Always, okay? Just do whatever they want, and it's going to help you out in the long term. You do anything to not get a bad review, because a bad review is like, having even one bad review could cost you thousands of dollars in the long term. Avoid all bad reviews at all costs. The next thing, the faster, the better. Okay, so putting out the fire fast disarms people. Again, if people are emailing you and you're not answering them, or you take 2, 3, 5 days to get back to them, they start to build up, some sort of distrust, and they don't like you, and they think this is sketchy and stuff like that. So the faster the better. If they send you an email and within 1 hour you send them a back, and disarm them, be like, hey, so sorry about that. We're going to send you a refund or a replacement unit, and we're going to get this sorted for you, or we're going to fix this problem for you. Right away, you disarm the people so fast, and they're, super impressed. And right away, their whole, thought process where they, got themselves riled up, it instantly dies down. And you can solve the issues very, very fast. And also, sometimes when you solve issues super well, they give you good reviews. So, of course, you want to have as many good reviews as you possibly can. Next thing, always be helpful, even if a problem has nothing to do with you. This is something that happens specifically with Amazon. If a product arrives and it is damaged, or the box is damaged, or it never arrived. Let's say Amazon actually sent your product in, and it was supposed to come yesterday, but it came 2 days later. So it's 2 days late. They will email you, and they will think that it's your issue. Make sure that you tell them, hey, so sorry about that. We actually are fulfilled by Amazon, which means that Amazon actually takes care of all the shipping and handling. We know that this can be super annoying, or this can be super, stressful at times when, things don't work out. We'd be happy to help you. even if it has nothing to do with you, you can call Amazon. You can go on their behalf and figure out what is going on with their shipping, what is going on with their product. Because to be honest, that is kind of the role of a business owner. They bought from you. So make sure that even if you think it doesn't have to do with you, that you go out there and you make sure that it, you make it right for the person, because they are your customers and you want to treat them, like gold. That's kind of, the way it works. Another thing, do whatever it takes to make the customer happy, even if you have to refund or replace or replace. And then I said a refund or replacement is much cheaper than getting one negative review, which can cost you thousands. Already mentioned that, we'll go over that. But yeah, essentially even one bad review can literally cost you thousands, because people look at reviews, and bad reviews will, make people not buy your product. Another thing, let them keep the product. If you're refunding them or replacing them, don't make them prove anything to you or return the products, right? Just tell them, hey, no problem, right? We're so sorry this happened to you. We're going to refund you, and it's okay, totally fine. Just leave. You can keep the product, no need to return it, and you can refund them that way. And again, that way, sometimes even if they didn't like the product, they'll leave you a good review for the customer service. And to be honest, $10 or $15 or $20 is not worth a bad review. All right. So make sure, that's a very easy way to do that. Also, never make them prove something, right? The odds that they're trying to pull one over on you is very, 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 very low, right? If 99% of people are being honest and 1% are being, dishonest, then let the 1% take it away. Who cares, right? It's fine. Let them do their schemes. It's not worth getting a bad review, right? Unless you really do know for a fact that they're trying to pull one over for you. That's one thing. But 99.9% of the time, it's just a regular customer that had an issue. So treat it that way, okay? It's just not worth it. Another thing, even after everything is done and dusted, ask them if there's anything you can do to help, right? Even after they say, hey, thank you so much, I'd love the refund, very much appreciated. You ask them, hey, no problem. Is there anything else we can do for you? Right? These are things that little things that really, set a good, lasting, long impression of your company and your brand and your business. And lastly, be personal, right? People relate with people. So show that you really care. Show that you're a real person. Show that you have, you're truly there to help people, right? That you want to make sure that your brand is perceived well, and that you do help and care about your customers. Because if you can put that out there, people feel it, right? People feel that you care. And if you really care, that's when you're going to be able to differentiate yourself from other people who just want quick money, right? We're here for the long term. And another note here, okay, lastly, I want to leave you guys on this. The smaller you are, the better your customer service has to be. Competing with the bigger sellers will mean that you need to be on the top of your game, okay? If you're a small company with bad customer service, you will fail. If you're a small company with good customer service, you have the potential to compete with the bigger sellers. So I'm going to leave you on that. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one, and I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here. And now we're going to talk about how to actually grow your business from within, and how to actually hire virtual assistants to, be your first employees in your company. Because I truly believe that if we're building an online business here, we do not want to limit ourselves with a physical office, right? We're here because we want to be able to make money online, the laptop lifestyle, and having a lean company is a very, very important thing, especially for your profit margins and for being able to reinvest in your business. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about hiring VAs in this particular video. And a VA is just a virtual assistant. It's someone who you're hiring either from, you can hire them from the US, you can hire them from literally anywhere around the world. And in certain places around the world, obviously the going rates for, labor, or not labor, for hourly, wages are very, very low. So for example, in places like the Philippines, you can get people who are highly qualified for $2 to $3 an hour. And the truth is, $2 to $3 an hour in the Philippines is a lot more than $2 to $3 here in Canada or in the US. So you can definitely, get some really highly qualified people from those places and be able to, grow your business that way. Now, there's a few tips and tricks I want to go over in this video to make sure that you're actually ready and prepared for this. Obviously, you don't want to start hiring until you need to, but once you are starting to make some money, once you have a few products in and you start seeing that your time is kind of like, you're just not having enough time to do the things that you really need to do, that's when you have to start obviously hiring. And one of my biggest tips is once you do have a few products, spend 10% of the total revenue that you make on hiring talent for your business, right? You want to spend 10% to make sure that your business continues to grow. Reinvest into people so that you can free up your own time to focus on things like growing your own, business and making sure that, everything is going right. Like, first thing to outsource is your customer service, right? That's something very, very simple that you can outsource. That's definitely not something you should be doing once you have a few products in, right? If you're making some money, outsource that so you can spend more time growing your business and doing the things that bring you the highest return on investment. So if you're spending time, doing like stuff like that, you really, really shouldn't be. And that should be one of the first things to go, Then you can outsource different other parts of your business. Literally anything, right? Anything that you don't want to be doing, anything that you feel is tedious for you, outsource it to somebody that works in your business and is dedicated fully to you. Now, another thing I would say is never hire more than one person at a time. You don't want to be dealing with training more than one person because, again, just the same way like a product, you will have to train these people and you will have to spend time, investment to actually train them so that they can come back and they can help you, kind of automate your business. So one person at a time, because it can get too much, especially if you're hiring from places around the world where it's not from the US or Canada, where you do have to train them, and maybe the English isn't as up to par as yours is. You might need to spend a little bit more time training. Another thing is, do not be afraid to spend time training, because at first you might think, hey, this is going to take me so long to train them, I might as well just do it myself. And that's a flawed mentality, because what ends up happening is you fall into this loop where you're never able to scale your business and grow your business to its biggest and maximum potential, because you're stuck doing the things that you shouldn't be wasting time doing. You are a business owner now, and you need to spend the time on your business, not in your business, okay? So that's the first thing to go. So make sure it's okay to, actually spend the time to train and hire the people. Another tip I have from you is when you're hiring these people, make sure that they actually are competent in what they do, right? People can say that they're good at a lot of stuff. Everyone knows that what goes on your resume is not always everything that you're actually good at. People fluff stuff up. So give them tasks, give them things that they need to do before they're hired as a vetting process, as a, kind of an interview. Make sure to interview these people. Make sure to know who you're going into business with and who you're hiring, because it's obviously very, very, very important. This is your business, it's your baby, and you're growing it from the ground up. So that's another very important thing. Also, if someone's not performing, get rid of them. There's tons of people out there who are right for your business. And if the person isn't right and they're not doing what they need to be doing, then get rid of them. Do not be afraid for that, okay? Do not be afraid of that. And one website that I use is Upwork.com. Super easy, super good way to actually be able to find qualified freelancers, qualified virtual assistants who will be able to work in your business instead of you. Now I'm saying, do not outsource things that are very important to your business, like the stuff that, let's say, like for example, product research or things like that, right? You need to be able to do those things, but the things that are super easy that anyone can do, those are the things you want to be outsourcing. So again, you should know how to do this yourself before you do this. If you guys are just starting off and you don't have a business yet, do not just go out and outsource people. You need to know how everything works. You need to know how all the gears move in your business before you can go and hire people, okay? Don't fall into the trap of being okay with, just being like, hey, I'm going to just hire someone to do this and hire someone to do that and hire someone to find a product and hire someone to source it and hire someone to launch it. You can't do that. You need to know how everything works before you can actually hire people to do it. That's another tip for you guys. So come here, Upwork. You can search around for it. Again, this is only for the people who have a few products in and who are making money. Invest 10% of all your income into virtual assistants and growing your business from the inside out. So that's pretty much it, guys. I will see you in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about when to enter other markets. So I have some notes here I want to go over with you guys to make sure that, again, I'm not forgetting anything. So let's go over the first thing. So international markets are growing fast, right? There's a lot of them. There, again, there are many, many different marketplaces, Amazon UK, Amazon Germany, Japan, Australia, like all these different places. And sometimes people ask me, should I enter other markets, and when is a good idea to do that? So the truth is, I personally prefer to grow out my brand fully in one market. And for me, like I say, I prefer to do that in the US. And once you get that, going, once you have a few different products, 4, 5, 6 different products that are making you, 10 to 20 units a day, that's at that point you can think about going into other markets, okay? And there's a few things you need to know before you actually end up going into these markets. So one thing is you may need to get help building a listing, right? Even if the country you sell in is in English, right? So if we, sold in the US, right? We can easily sell into Canada as well. And you'd think that you can easily sell in the UK as well. But the truth is, in the UK, you might have, you know, different people using different words. For example, you know, saying words like mum versus mom. And if you go into your listing and you type in mom everywhere, because in the US we use mom, in the UK, you know, you will not be hitting on those keywords that you should be hitting on, right? Because people use different words for, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, for example, like people don't really say pants, or they say trousers, or, you know, just different weird words for, you know, things that we might not think of. So you might need help building out your listing, getting listing optimized by someone who specializes in the UK market, for example. That's very important. Another thing is you might need to redesign your packaging and translate, right? If you go into places like Germany, right? If you don't know how to speak, you know, German, you're gonna need to have someone to, one, obviously make your listing, two, redesign your packaging, translate all the stuff, and make sure all that, you know, stuff is correct for that market. So that's also a incredibly important thing to take into account, that there is a lot of work that goes into going to a separate market. Also, I wouldn't recommend going into many different markets at once, right? I would say that, you know, if you are in the US, for example, right, I would first go into, if you're selling the US, right, you're making money in the US, then, you know, you can go into the Canadian market. The Canadian market is very, very small, but you can still go into it and make some money there. Then I would go into the UK market. And only then would I go into countries that don't necessarily speak English, right? Then you can go into Germany, you can go into, France, you can go into Italy, you can go into all these different ones, but that's after you go into, you know, your main English speaking countries, okay? So that's one of the, you know, biggest things I would recommend. Now, also another thing to kind of take into account is, you know, what are there any special regulations, right? If you're going from the US to selling the, you know, in the European Union or in Europe in general, right? Are there any regulations that you need to know about for different products before you sell there? Very, very important. You need to do your research. You need to figure it out, right? That's very, you know, something that changes from you know, location to location. You also have to know, you know, if the customer service is in a different time zones or in a different language, right? So you will have to outsource that as well, right? If you're selling in you know, the UK, what is it like? They're like 7 hours ahead or 6 hours ahead or something like that, right? So, you know, you need to have your customer service people, you know, ready for different time zones. Or if you're in the German, you know, market, you need to have someone who, you know, knows how to do customer service, but, you know, speaks German. So you can see how there's a lot more things at play once you start going to other markets. And that's why, again, I recommend just really growing in one place and then moving on to the next ones. So must be selling a few products before you do this. Probably have a little established brand making good sales. So that's what I already mentioned. If you're selling the US, then go to the UK, then next to Germany, and then France, Italy, etc. Again, that's going to take you much longer than I just said that, right? It's going to take you a long time to move through those kind of markets. And if you're selling anywhere else, then the next logical step is to go to the US, right? If you're selling in Germany or in the UK or in anything like that, like, you know, you've made a good brand there, the next logical step is to go to the US, right? That only makes sense. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. This is hopefully answers your question when to enter other markets and how to enter other markets and what to look for when entering other markets. And I will see you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and I want to talk to you guys about how to actually go about selling your business if you choose to do so, right? So like I said, you know, throughout this course is that there's different ways, different exits you can go into and different kind of, you know, finish lines per se. So one thing you can always do is obviously continue to grow your business to the next level, keep getting it to cash flow, keep getting it to make you money. And that's obviously one thing that a lot of people would choose, and that's awesome, right? So that's one option. But obviously some people might just want to get out of the game, or might want to reinvest into a new brand, or might want to pursue something else, you know, go into real estate or something like that, and they just want some money and a quick influx of cash. And I want to talk to you guys about how to actually go about selling your business in the best way possible, and some things to note, you know, to make sure that your business is valued at the most that it can be. So one thing to know is that a business, okay, that you make on Amazon can sell for 25 times what its monthly, you know, income is. So 25x multiple if the business is actually sellable. And we'll talk more about what sellable is, but let's say you make, you know, let's say you make $1,000 a month, you can sell the business for $25,000 profit, you know, and that's how it works. But obviously 1,000 a month is kind of low. That was just an example, but I'll show you guys, you know, more examples in just a little bit. So you want to have at least 50,000 in net profit per year before you can consider actually selling your business. Increasing sales rather than decreasing. If it's decreasing, people won't want to buy. So for example, when you're looking for a business, okay, if you were at this point, okay, you're making 10,000 a month, you're selling really, you know, great, and everything was going well, but then something happens and your business starts to go on a downturn, right? Let's say it's going down. People who are buying your business obviously won't want to buy a business who's going downwards. They want to find a business that's going upwards. So it's always better to sell your business when everything is going good, when everything is going up, right? Because it values your business higher, and people are more likely to buy your company from you. Another thing is you don't want to just have one product making all the sales. That's too risky for people. What if the product goes bad, or what if people don't want it anymore? Or what, the what ifs are just too high with that. So you want to have multiple products. The more products you have, and the more diversified the income is between the products, the more valuable your company will be. So if you have one product making $25,000, it's going to be less valuable than 5 products making $5,000, because then it's just more spread out. And that's why I teach the way I teach in this program. I don't, we want to have multiple products, making money, not just one huge product. Another thing is, you want to make sure that your account is in good standing with Amazon, right? No major account issues. That's a problem. If you have, your account, health is bad, then obviously, people will be, have second thoughts about, kind of buying your company, which is, again, if you follow the course, everything, in the program, you will be perfectly fine. No legal problems. So you don't have any, looming, court dates or people suing you or anything like that, right? That's also going to hurt. International platforms will help with value. So we just talked about in the last video, having, multiple different, selling in multiple different markets will definitely highly increase the company value. And then also 10 plus products ideally. You don't want to really think about selling your company with less than 10 products. Now, let's talk about how to actually go about selling your company. If you're in this situation, you want to get rid of it, you want to just have one big massive influx of cash. There's a lot of websites like this, but this is just one of them. I want to show you how to get a kind of valuation on your company, so you kind of know in what realms kind of your company, what it's worth. So let's go in and I'll show you this. So this is empireflippers.com. I'll leave a link below this video. You can click on it and just come in here, click on sell your site. And basically it's just a company that's going to help you sell your company if you do decide to use them. So we're going to go to valuation tool, and this is just to see, maybe you have a company right now, 10 plus products, it's making good money, and you want to sell it. You want to know what it's actually worth. This is going to give you a good kind of basic understanding of that. So go to click on Amazon FBA, because that's what that's the company we have. And then we're going to kind of do the little evaluation. So you're going to say how many hours of work do you work, right? So usually, if you've done this all correctly, if you follow all the instructions in this program, and you've outsourced some work, you should be working probably 11 to 20 hours a week or 21 to 30 hours a week. So really not that much. Honestly, 20 hours a week is more than enough. So let's say. Another thing that's very important is how long ago you started your company. If you started your company 3 months ago, obviously it's not going to be as valuable as if you started it 2 years ago. That's another thing to know. So let's just say we started our company. Let's go back to January of 2018. Let's say we started on the 1st, okay? So then you say, what is the average monthly value? So let's say we're making revenue 15,000 per month, okay? For between 10 products, that's actually very low. So let's say 20,000 per month, okay? 20,000 per month might sound like a lot to you guys, but when you're, selling your company, that's with 10 products, that's very, very simple. That means every product that you have is making 2,000 in revenue. And that's, when you put it that way, it's very, very attainable. That's not a lot. What is your average monthly expenses? So let's say your average monthly expenses is, let's say 10,000. Okay. So you're making 10,000 profit per month. Let's go to next. Popularity. How many products do you have? So we said, let's do 10. Next. I'm going to put my email in here, and then I'll see you guys in a second, and I'll show us what our actual, valuation is. All right, so here we are. I just got the link in my email, and it sent me to this page right here, and it'll show me exactly how much my business is worth, exactly what we wrote down. So as you can see, there's estimated typical valuation range. So this is, kind of the biggest ranges that it can go for, or rather where it's usually, in for a business. So low would be about 257,000, and high would be about 314,000. This is all in US dollars, right? We're talking about US dollars here. The multiple range is about 25 times to 31 times on the high end for a business like this. Now the estimated absolute valuation range, if you don't know that right here, you can go through it and read it. But essentially, I think this is at absolute lowest and absolute most. So if you have, not great standing with Amazon, or if your business on the decline, you can still sell your business for about 142,000 at really the worst. And at the highest, if you have trademarks, if you have multiple different you're selling multiple different Amazon marketplaces, if your thing is on a huge increase and there's a lot of things going for you, the highest would be around 428,000. So they said that their estimated final valuation is about $285,000 for what we just wrote. For about 10,000 per month business, that's netting 10,000 per month, you can sell it for $285,000 all at once, one big lump sum of money, which is kind of a crazy thought. That something that's only making $10,000 a month in profit, which I know can seem like a lot, but truthfully, if you put in the work, it's a very simple, process. You just continue to repeat everything that I kind of taught in this program, and you can easily, get it to this point where you can sell the company for that much. So if you are at the point where you are looking to sell a company, you can definitely look into this and get a better understanding of what your business is worth. You can also go through here and read and learn all about the different kind of valuation that they go for, and why they said certain things, and just learn more about how to sell your business. This is a great resource. I'll leave it below this video. That's pretty much it for this module, guys. This is how you're going to scale it to that next level, grow to the next level, get the customers, the customer service, get the, the different virtual assistants to kind of grow your business. And also, if you want to sell it, then this is the way to do it. So I will see you guys in the next module. Hey, how is it going, guys? Neve here, and this is the last video of the whole program. We're gonna have supplemental lessons after this. We're also gonna have a bonus module for those of you who got that, after this. You'll see it in your kind of dashboard. But that's pretty much it for this course. I wanted to congratulate you, one, for getting to this point, for going through the videos and actually taking action, committing to yourself and actually going through with it, because that's the first, step to anything, is actually learning and knowing what you need to do. But now you know what you need to do, right? If you followed my instructions from the beginning of the course, right now is when you'll go back and you'll start, rewatching and implementing as you go. So the first go around was watching, now go back, implement, and, watch and implement at the same time. Another thing I want to tell you is that, learning is never, done, right? With Amazon FBA, with anything, it's always changing. And I'm, dedicated to keeping this course the most up-to-date one out there. So every, couple weeks or every few months, you want to come back in here, see what's changed, see what's updated, keep active in the Facebook group, because that's where I'll be posting all the updates and video updates and stuff like that. So, join the Facebook group if you haven't already. It's in the first video, or, in the first module, you'll get access to it there. Join our private Facebook group, engage in there, grow with the rest of our community, and, make yourself active, because listen, right? It's much easier to do this together, right? So again, I want to congratulate you. Super happy that, you made this decision to, take some action and change, your life around completely. Again, that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I hope you did enjoy the course. Let me know what you think in the Facebook group. And again, we're always going to be updating. You're always going to need to continue to learn. This journey has just started, and I'm really excited to see where it's going to take you. So I'll talk to you guys very, very soon. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and welcome to the next module. This is the supplemental lessons module. These are different lessons that I put together that, either I couldn't cover through the actual course, or that just really didn't have a certain place in the program, but are still very important. So in this particular video, we're going to talk about Amazon insurance. Basically, it's product liability insurance and why you need it, when you need it, what to do with it, how to get it, and all that kind of stuff. So essentially, Amazon does actually technically require product liability insurance for all its pro sellers up to, I believe, $1 million. Now, the reason I'm saying it so nonchalantly is because in reality, I'd say about 99% of new sellers do not have product liability insurance, and that's just the way it works. It's kind of like that whole UPC GS1 codes things that we talked about, how technically you need a UPC code that's GS1, yet, people still don't do it, and it's perfectly fine. So in terms of product liability insurance, if you're first starting off, I personally, again, this is not, advice, this is not anything like that, because technically I can't give you that, but if I were starting off from now, and I was just starting my business, I wouldn't actually get product liability insurance unless my product was, unsafe in some way, or there was some sort of risk of, either hurting somebody or something going wrong. In that case, of course, I would get it. Now, product liability insurance, the way you get it is you just type in product liability insurance quotes on Google. Very simple. Go through it, talk to some of the people there, and basically they'll be able to quote you for product liability insurance. And if you want to know all the details about, what's needed for Amazon, just type in Amazon, liability insurance, and you can get all that stuff there. Again, it's not very important to do when you're starting off, in my personal opinion, but later down the line, to just cover your butt in every single way, the same way we start an LLC eventually, you do also want to get your product liability insurance. Even if your product isn't super, risky, or, nothing really can go wrong, it doesn't cost too much money, and it will kind of cover all your sides, and you won't have issues that way as well. Again, when we're growing our brand to another level, of course, you want to have that stuff, so that, you're just fully protected. Now, if you have products that are, topicals, or they go on your face, or they go in your body, right? You do want to get your product liability insurance just to cover all your areas. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. It's just about how to get it, why you need it, and if you should get it right away. Again, it's all up to you. Depends on your budget. Depends on how, by the book you want to go at from the beginning. But that's pretty much it for this video, guys. This is how you do it. This is how you get those quotes, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and welcome to another lesson from the Supplemental Lessons module. And I do want to talk to you guys right now about taxes. I know that people, that's always something that people want to know about, something that people worry about, and I totally understand. Of course, you want to get your taxes paid and forget about all that stuff and make sure that you're doing everything right. So what I have below this video is just a link to this map, and what it allows you to do is actually understand the different, tax rates for different states. So because, for example, we're selling in the USA, or most of us will be selling in the USA, you're going to need to, know exactly how much, the states are, the state taxes are for each state. Now, because we're, selling through Amazon and we're selling products kind of all over the US, each state has its own tax rate. So how do you keep, track of where you're selling the products to, how much you owe each state, how to do all that stuff, right? Obviously, that can be a huge headache. So what we're going to do is we're going to use TaxJar. I'm not going to go really in depth into this because once you sign up for TaxJar, it's very, very simple. You follow all the steps, and it will really, it kind of walks you through it, and it's so simple, so easy, and they'll, they basically do everything for you. Just you link your accounts, and then, get everything for you, figure out how much you owe everywhere. And it just makes it very, very simple process. Now, I've also linked this, this map because it allows you just to kind of understand, what's going on here. So you can click on like Texas, for example, and you can see all about the different, different tax you have to pay, tax nexuses. Just like it's just so much nice information if you are worried about, paying taxes, and you really just want to ease your kind of, your mind. Put your mind at ease, because I know that a lot of people who are starting off, they get scared from taxes and they don't even start. So if you do want to learn a little bit more about it, this is super easy to do and learn. When a returns due, how to file, all that kind of stuff, super, super easy. And especially, again, if you sign up with TaxJar, they just do everything for you. It's incredibly easy. So that's pretty much it for this, guys. I can't go over every single country's tax law just because, first of all, I'm not a tax attorney and any of that, like, at all. So don't take anything I just said as tax advice by any means. But, I can't just go through every single country and learn their tax codes and how it works. So you're going to have to take a little bit of initiative and learn about how it works in your particular country and what you need to do. Now, I would recommend the easiest ways to just get a sales tax attorney or sales tax, someone who knows about, just sales tax, especially cross-border sales tax and stuff like that. Figure it out with them. It's not that hard, and it doesn't really cost that much money. So go ahead and do that, and I will talk to you guys in the next video. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here. And now we're going to talk about whether you should borrow money or not borrow money to start off your Amazon business. Now, if you have money to start, that's awesome. So that, this video is not for you. But if you, maybe don't have enough money, or you want to, you need more money to start, then there's actually a few ways you can do it. Now, preferably, okay, well, actually, to be honest, it's based purely on your tolerance to risk, okay? I can't really tell you, it's a hard question to answer, but I can't really tell you if you should or you shouldn't, but I do want to give you some options and then, kind of give you my 2 cents on the whole matter. So basically there's a thing called PayPal loans. You can either get PayPal working capital or PayPal credit. You can apply to these. Some are harder than others to get, but the beautiful thing is that their interest rates are pretty low, and you won't have to pay them back, very soon. So the thing is, you can, take the loan, start your Amazon business, and then pay back the loan as you go. That's one way of doing it. Another thing you can do is actually search up low interest credit cards or credit cards with 0% interest, because there's a lot of credit cards where, there's 0% interest for the first 6 months or something, and you can literally, it's essentially free money for the first 6 months that you can start off your Amazon business, and you can, end up paying that off, after the 6 month period. Now, again, if you are, it all based on how likely and how risk adverse you are. If you're okay with risk, if you feel okay with, taking that risk, then that's definitely an option. I probably wouldn't recommend taking money from friends or family, because that kind of complicates things. But, again, that's up to you. These are just some options that I feel you can do. Either PayPal loans, there's just regular loans. You can go to the bank and ask for loans, like small business loans. There are, a bunch of different ways to get in. To be honest, I wouldn't take a loan if it was really high percentage. I would probably only take a loan if it was 0% interest for the first 6 months, and there are places that you can get that. So go out there, look for some places that you can get loans from, and those are real opportunities that you can do. So if you are okay with some risk, if you are okay with taking on some debt, then go for it and go make it happen, because I feel like even maybe having a little bit of some debt will actually make you have like a burning passion to actually continue to work on this and to make it happen. So again, no advice from me here in terms of legal advice, stuff like that. This is just my opinion, and I do think that there are a lot of opportunities for people to borrow money if that's the way you want to go. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now let's talk about the BuyBox. Okay, this is something you might have heard, around on the Amazon community and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to explain what it is, exactly, what it is, and exactly what it means to lose your BuyBox, how to win your BuyBox, what exactly a BuyBox is, and all that kind of good stuff. So here we are on this pasta strainer, kitchen gizmo pasta strainer, and over here you'll see on the side there is this right here is called the BuyBox. Okay, so this. When you ever hear someone say BuyBox, it's this thing. And essentially the way it works is Amazon is a open market. Okay, and what that means is that anybody can sell any product. Okay, and what I mean by that is when you go to, for example, when you go to a sports store, okay, and you have a Nike shirt, for example, okay, just like a Nike shirt. You can go in, you can buy the Nike shirt from that sports store or from the Nike store, and then you can send it into Amazon and you can sell it under somebody's listing. And the reason for that is because it's the exact same product. So for example, let me just open up another tab here and I'll show you what I mean. So let's go to, actually let's do Nike shoes. Okay, so let's say I go into the Nike store and I find Nike shoes. And I find them for, let's say I find these shoes. Let's just go into here. Let's say I find these exact shoes and they cost, let me just select the size so they can give me an actual price. 1 second. Let's say it's 8.5, okay? So the 8.5s are gonna cost me $48. Now, let's say I went to the Nike store. I found these exact shoes and they were actually on clearance for $20. So I bought them and then I can send them into Amazon and I can actually sell them for $45. So if I sell them for $45, I'll be making $25 profit. But essentially, I can sell them on this listing because they are the exact same shoes. They're made by Nike, right? So the product here and the product that I'm buying are the exact same product. So Amazon is an open platform, which means I can actually sell my Nike shoes on this listing. Now, in this particular thing, it might be locked because it might be brand registered, which we talked about previously. And basically what that means is that they can lock everyone out and they can be the only one selling it, because I think this is Nike, so they might be doing that. But essentially, on Amazon, you can sell the same product on somebody's listing. I can just go on a listing and I can put my product up if it's the exact same product. And in this case, it actually would be. So That's why there's a thing called a BuyBox. So if you go back to this example, we have a BuyBox here, and all you're going to see in the BuyBox is the one that is the cheapest product. So if this person is selling for $9.99, and I found this exact same product, or like let's say I have this exact same product. Let's say I bought a Kitchen Gizmo product, like the actual brand Kitchen Gizmo, from my local, from my local store, okay, and they sell it there, for example. I can buy it, let's say it was for $5, I can come in here and I can sell it for $7.99. And if I sell it for $7.99, then I will win what is called here the BuyBox. And I will hold the BuyBox. So every time anybody presses add to cart, they'll buy from me and not from this guy. See, it says sold by Home and Goods. So if I put my product up here and I named mine Yaniv Store and I sold mine for $7.99, the BuyBox algorithm would automatically pick the lowest price that's there, and that's the product that would win the BuyBox. So that means that anybody who would press add to cart would actually be buying from Yaniv Store rather than Home and Goods, because I'm selling for cheaper, which means I'm giving the best value to the customers, and therefore the customers will be happy. Now I'm sure you can see how this can be a problem with people taking advantage of the system, and in the next video we'll talk about people taking advantage of the system and how to actually deal with hijackers. That's what they're called. When someone comes in, they sell your product even though it's not the exact same product. And they kind of take advantage of the system. There's actually a way to get rid of people who do that, and I will show you guys in the next video how to do that. But essentially, if this product is the exact same product, I can sell it on his listing. I can take advantage of 1,700 reviews, this whole listing, all this kind of stuff. I can sell it for cheaper and still make a profit. I can use this listing, because if he's not brand registered, that means he can't lock the listing, and I can sell on it. So that's how the BuyBox works. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm also going to leave you guys some articles below this video to kind of explain further if you guys need maybe something to read and to really drill it into your head exactly how it works. But just a quick rundown again, Amazon is an open platform, which means anyone can sell on any listing, provided there are no restrictions and there's no brand registry and all that kind of stuff. But essentially you can sell any product that's here if it's the exact same product. Anyone can on anyone's listing. Now, I don't teach how to do that because I don't believe that that's a sustainable or a good way of doing Amazon, but that is a way that people do make money. And the way they do it is they just use other people's listings, and if you sell for cheaper, Amazon's algorithm will choose you to win the BuyBox. Basically, that's how it works. So if we go to this guy's BuyBox right here, so you see it says new 2 from $9.99. You click on that, and I'll show you exactly who's selling here. So there are two people. There's the Home and Goods store that we saw had the BuyBox, and then there's also the Laura Bug. Okay, this is another seller, Laura Bug. And as you can see, maybe some of you will be asking, wait, why isn't Laura Bug winning the actual BuyBox? And the reason for that is because Laura Bug is selling for $7, but she also has $5, or the person also has $5 shipping. So Amazon actually counts the totals together. So 7 plus 5 is actually more expensive than just $9.99. So that is one reason why Home and Goods is going to win. Another thing that kind of helps with the algorithm picking who's going to win is who has the better positive reviews. So this one has 99% positive reviews, and this one has 87% positive reviews. And another thing that actually goes into the algorithm is how many total ratings you have, because obviously the more ratings you have, the more probably reliable of a seller you are. And this one is 23, which means they're newer, and so they're much less likely to actually win this BuyBox, even if they were the same price. So if this one was $9.99 and this one was $9.99, the algorithm would go look at other things, like, for example, what is the positive rating? Well, how many total ratings do they have? What's the shipping time, right? Another huge thing that takes into account who wins the BuyBox is if you're Prime or not. Amazon always has a bias on people who are Prime. And as you can see here, this person is not Prime, which means that if they were both $9.99, so if this totaled up to $9.99 and this totaled up to $9.99, and also everything was the same here, the person with Prime would always win. And the reason for that is because Amazon, has a bias on Prime, people who are Prime. So in the next video, I'm going to show you guys and explain to you further exactly how to win the BuyBox if someone's trying to steal it from you, what to do to get the hijacker off. And again, if you need any more information on how the BuyBox works, what it is, and just more information, check the links below this video. I'll kind of link you guys some articles to read up on what the BuyBox is. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, so welcome back to the next video. Now we're going to talk about how to deal with hijackers whenever you're selling a product on your listing, you made your own listing, you have your own product, and for some reason someone decides, hey, let's jump on this bandwagon and sell your product, an illegal counterfeit of your product that's really not your product. Now, there are a few ways to get the people off and get them stop selling from your listing, because sometimes what they're going to do is they're going to come on your listing and they're going to sell for a cheaper price than you. And what's going to end up happening is actually, the BuyBox will actually prioritize their sales over your own, when they're not even the people who started listing. They're not people who are selling the exact same product, and it's probably a counterfeit product that you don't know the quality of, you don't know anything of. So it can be a really big issue, because if someone buys from a hijacker and their product is really bad, or they get a really bad kind of experience, what happens is they can actually go to your listing and they can leave a review, a negative review on your listing, and it's still going to be yours. Even if you get the hijacker off, even if you take them off and you get rid of them, what's going to end up happening is that the review will stick to your particular listing. So for example, if someone buys from that Laura person and they don't like the product's actually not the same, it's just a bad quality product, and they come to this listing, they actually will be able to leave a negative review on this listing, even though it's not even their listing. So that's, again, why it's so important to eventually get brand registered, get a trademark, so that you can actually lock your listing from these hijackers, right? You don't want anyone to come in and hijack your listing, and you definitely don't want them to come in and win the BuyBox and start taking sales from you, right? That's obviously a big problem. The sales that people are coming here should be yours, because you did all the work, you did all the, all the kind of stuff, and that's, your sales. You got your product launched, you did everything, you did the listing optimization and the pictures and everything. So I know it might seem like it's, maybe unfair that, Amazon lets this happen, but the truth is, like I explained in the last video, Amazon is an open platform. Anyone can sell any product as long as it's the exact same product. So what do you do when someone is selling a product on your listing, and obviously it's not your product, because the only way to get your product is through you, right? You can't go to a store and buy your product, at least not at this phase, right? No one can go to Best Buy or something like that and buy your product and sell it on your listing. That's impossible, because the only place to buy the product is from you, and the only place you're selling right now is from Amazon. So that's kind of like a little issue there. So the way we do it is we have a script, and I'm going to give you guys this script. Okay, it is in English and in Chinese. I'm not going to read over it, but you can easily read over it and do it. You want to send the whole thing, and you want to send it this way. So I'll tell you how to do it. Basically, what you're going to do is you're going to go to this section where it says to new. Let's say you have someone on your listing that's hijacking you. You want to come in here, you want to click on the the little to new or whatever new. Then you want to go, let's say if we're trying to get rid of Laura bug, we would go here, and again, only send the Chinese if you see that it's shipping from China. Okay, this ships from California. So what I would do is, if you see here, we had a Chinese part here, only do this. So if it's shipping from within the US, just send this. Okay, if it's shipping from China, then send all of it. Okay, so send the English and the Chinese. Then you're gonna come here, you're gonna click on Laura bug or whoever the hijacker is. You're gonna come to ask a question section, and then you're literally just going to send them a message. You're gonna say an item for sale, subject. You're gonna say you can either say like product details or anything, right? You can just ask, let's do product details or customize product, whatever. Then you write the message, and you copy and paste the message into here, and then you press send. And that's gonna, be what we call a cease and desist letter. And basically just a letter meant to scare the person into actually stopping to sell your product. Now, I would say these kind of letters are becoming more common, so people, kind of don't care about them. So that's kind of an issue. But the thing is, I'd say about 60 to 70% of the time, just sending this actual message will get people to stop selling the product. So that's what you want to do at first. Now, if this doesn't do anything, what you want to do is you want to, let's go back to the product. You want to, as soon as you see a hijacker, okay, you want to go and buy their item. Okay, so for example, right here you can see it says Laura bug. What I would do is I'd come here and I would add the item to cart, and I'd buy the product with express shipping to my house. And what I would do, probably wondering why would I do this, right? But what I would do is I would get the product, and I would actually take pictures of the product, their product and my product. And I would send into Amazon, I would say, hey, look, this product is different, and show every single way that it's different. Show that, if the logos are different, right? The reason we put our own logo on the product is because that makes it our unique product. If that person doesn't have our logo, it's not the same product. It's not the exact same product, and he cannot sell on your listing. So let's say if Kitchen Gizmos has a logo on it, okay, on the product, and the other person doesn't, or the other person has a different logo, then that's not the exact same product and you can't sell it on the exact same listing. So Amazon will remove it. So you want to go in, you want to take pictures of your product, take every single picture of your product, the different logos, the different everything, the box design, if the box is different, every single thing, the packaging, everything that's different. Another thing you want to do is also take a picture of the FNSKU. Remember we talked about the Fulfillment Network Stock Keeping Unit, the Amazon specific barcode. Take a picture of that and take a picture of yours and then show Amazon, hey, look, this is one FNSKU and this is another one. This means that there are two different products. If there's a UPC code, right? If there's two different UPC codes, then make sure that you show, one has a certain UPC code, the other one has a different UPC code. Take all pictures of all the barcodes. Show Amazon every single thing that's different. And when you do this, this way, and you send it into Amazon, into the support email, you'll actually be able to, get the person off your listing. Sometimes this may take longer because sometimes people are shipping it from China, so that can take longer. But if they're shipping it from China, you just got to do what you got to do. Try to get them off. Try to contact Amazon. Try to, I would say order the product as soon as you can. Get it in as soon as you can. And that's really the only way you can get rid of the, a hijacker is this way, right? With the cease and desist, and then just sending in a bunch of pictures and showing the differences between the products. Amazon will eventually take them off, right? If they don't at first, like if they say, send all the information and they say, hey, no, we're not going to take it off, then all you have to do is just you maybe change up some pictures, send it again. Because the thing is, you have to remember, you're sending your thing into, there's probably hundreds, if not thousands of Amazon employees that deal with this stuff. And just because one person decided that they're not going to, clear it for you, or they're not going to get the hijacker off, doesn't mean if you send it in again, there won't be somebody else that will see your reasoning and will accept it. So just keep sending it in until they get them off, because sometimes it might take 2 or 3 attempts before it happens. So cease and desist, order the product, show the differences, send it into Amazon, get rid of them, and that's how you do it. Now, again, the easiest way to do this, and again, like I said, down the line, you will get to this point, is when you get a brand registered, you can actually lock your listing from anybody selling your product, and you're going to be the only one that's able to sell, and that's a huge kind of bonus for the protection of your listing. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. This is what you do with hijackers, and I'll leave the template below. All you have to do is fill in your things and send it out that way. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, so welcome back. Now we're going to talk about how to remove negative feedback. So if you guys don't know, hopefully at this point you guys do know, but there are 2 types of feedbacks for Amazon. There's the actual product review, which is obviously, for the actual product. And then there's actually the something else called seller feedback, which means how good is the seller, right? How good are you with the customers? How's your customer service? All that kind of stuff. And basically a customer can either leave you product feedback or seller feedback, and they can actually do both as well. So I'm just going to talk to you guys about seller feedback and kind of what it is and how to get some certain seller feedback removed. Because while with product feedback, it is incredibly difficult to get a product feedback or product review removed, seller feedback is actually a lot easier. And the reason for that is because a lot of the time what seller feedback is actually somebody leaving you a product review on your seller feedback section, thinking that it is actually the place where they should be leaving a product review. Now this can actually hurt your account health, having bad seller feedback. So obviously you want to get those removed, and you can, again, if it's a product review on your seller feedback. So if someone says, for example, you're selling a pen, and instead of leaving the product review on the listing, they leave it on the seller feedback and they say, hey, this pen sucks. That really doesn't have to do with your seller abilities. That has to do with your product. Your product is bad, but you as a seller still might be good. So that's why actually Amazon allows you to actually remove seller feedback, or at least appeal seller feedback to get it removed. And I'll show you guys how to do this. So here we are, you're at your seller central page. I just kind of did this quickly just to show you guys. Then you click on performance, and then you'll see feedback right here. Click on that, it'll take you, and then you'll see a bunch of seller feedbacks. Maybe right now you won't see anything because you're still probably new to this, but if you have been selling for a little bit, you probably will have seller feedback, and you want to come in here and you want to actually check. So this is a 5-star, so I wouldn't really touch this one. However, let's assume this was a 1-star. Let's assume that someone said it was terrible, right? Or they said that the product was terrible. They didn't really mention anything about the seller. Then you can go in here and you can click on right the arrow, and then you can either post a public reply or you can request removal. And the thing is, this is done by a robot. So I would recommend every time you ever get, poor seller feedback, just come in here and click on request removal and see, because sometimes, and I'm not going to say that this has happened, so sometimes like, someone, comments something and they say, hey, didn't like the product, but the seller was all right, and they leave like a 3-star. You can't technically get that removed because they actually mentioned something about the seller. The only time you can get it removed is if they don't mention anything about the seller and they only talk about the product. Then you can try to get it removed. However, because this is done by a robot, by an algorithm, sometimes you can get stuff that you shouldn't be able to be, removed. So I would always say, anytime you get a bad, seller feedback, really anytime it's below a 5, even a 4, just come in here and request removal, because most of the time it will remove it for you. And if it doesn't, then whatever, then you can't really do anything. However, always request removal if it's not a 5, even if it's talking about the seller. Sometimes the algorithm will let you just remove it. So that's kind of a tip here. Just very simply how to actually remove negative seller feedback. And that's pretty much how that works. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're going to talk about how to create a fulfillment order. So we've talked about, sometimes needing to actually, send replacement units, or, if you send a defective unit, something like that, and, someone needs to have a unit replaced. We talked about that in the customer service, kind of lesson, but you kind of need to know how to actually send that out. You don't want to make them return the unit and then repurchase it. That's a huge pain in the ass, and like people don't want to do that. So to get amazing customer service, we need to know obviously how to send out just one unit to our customer, and they're going to be really happy when the unit just arrives for free. So you need to know how to be able to send that replacement unit. So what we're going to do here is, we're obviously here in our inventory tab. Come in here, find the product that you need to replace the unit with. We're going to move me over here, and we're just going to press on the little arrow. Usually we go to send and replenish inventory, to actually send in the units. But if you go to create a fulfillment order, you can actually press that, and it's going to take you to this page right here. And essentially what you want to do is, actually before we even get here, well, you need to, have the information to put in, because basically you're just filling in like the name, the address, state, all that kind of stuff of like where the product's actually going to, obviously, right? So the way you're going to do that is you're going to look at the email that they sent you. Usually if they send it through the Amazon kind of email, you'll be able to see the order number right there. So just take that order number, and then you're going to go to the section right here. Let me move myself out the way. Let's put me right here. You're going to go to orders, manage orders, and then just copy and paste the order ID into right here. Press search, and it's going to take you to a page like this. You click on the, well, basically you did that, and now when you're here, you can see all the information about the order and, all that kind of stuff. You can see the name of the person, and what you want to do here is just, what I kind of blocked it out here, but you can see all the details right here. Take these details and you're going to actually plug them in to here. So you don't even need to ask them for their address, any, information of where they live, anything like that, because you already have that on file with Amazon. So all you do is you take that, you plug it into here, and then, I'm not actually going to do this with you, but essentially you're going to just click continue, and it's going to ask you like, how fast do you want to actually like send this in? I always recommend doing, 2-day shipping. There's really slow shipping. Sometimes I think it's like 5 to 7 days. I wouldn't recommend doing that. And also I wouldn't recommend doing 1-day shipping unless you need to get it out really quickly, unless something like really bad happened and somebody needs it like to go to a trip and they're leaving like after tomorrow, and excuse me, and you need to get it right away, then, do that. But that's going to cost you probably like $10, I think it was. But usually, if you do 2-day shipping, I think it's like $5 or $6 or $7, and it depends on where they're going, but really it's so much cheaper, and it's really worth it to just pay for 2-day shipping. Don't just do the 5 to 7 days. It takes so long, people start to get annoyed. So do the 2-day shipping, pay for it. It comes out of your pocket, but like I said, again, it's always better to do this the right way and get the good customer service, because that's, you're going above and beyond what people expect. And when you do that, they'll be very happy, and they'll probably give you very good reviews, even though initially they were upset with their order. The fact that it wasn't exactly what they thought it was, or it was a defective unit or whatever, they're usually going to be really happy with the customer service, and they'll give you a good review. So do it this way if you ever need to send anything out. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here. Now we're going to talk about how to get free publicity for your product. This usually works for products that are a little bit unique or have some sort of story behind them, or if you have a company like we talked about that is tied to a cause. So if you help veterans and you sell something to do with, whatever veteran stuff, or I don't know, it's very cool to be able to get free press. And this is a great way to help a reporter, like you see with the URL there, get a story, and also you get the benefits of that from, people will eventually buy your product because it's in like a news article, because you're getting free publicity. So what this website is, I'll leave it down below, is helpareporter.com. What you're going to do here is you're going to come in here, you click on I'm a source, and you can read all about it, learn about this website, learn about how it works. You're going to have to put in a pitch, and then basically people will pick up your story if you can pitch it, well enough. So if you have a product, an interesting product that's, let's say, tied to some cause, let's say you're selling some sort of, example I think I said before, some sort of snorkeling mask or something like that, but you've tied it to helping clean the oceans. That's a really awesome way to, again, tie to a cause and also have a pitch to show a reporter. And if you have any sort of cool products or cool trends or fatty stuff that's coming out, you want to go and, at least try this, at least see, if this works for you. This is a really, really easy and cool way to get free publicity. And I've seen this be very successful in the past. So why not check it out? This is also a cool, resource for you to give it a shot, especially if you are tied with a cause in some way. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and now we're going to talk about how to get money, probably thousands of dollars, that Amazon owes you. And the reason they owe you is because Amazon is a big company. Stuff goes wrong constantly, and stuff gets lost, stuff gets damaged. And I'm talking, when I say stuff, I mean your products are getting lost and damaged, and they don't always reimburse you fully what they're supposed to. However, they do track everything, and it's really easy to tell how much money they're actually going to owe you. So because in this kind of course we've used Helium 10 this whole time, we're going to talk about Helium 10 here, and I'll have a link below for Helium 10. If you haven't picked it up yet, there are so many cool, awesome tools here that you can, check out, like the hijacker alerts, which we talked about recently. You can set up, hijacker alerts. So basically every time someone's hijacking you, you can get an alert. There's a ton of stuff here that we haven't necessarily gone too deep into that you can play around with. One of those that's very, very awesome is actually Refund Genie. And what this does is it's going to automatically pull up a report that's going to tell you exactly how much you're owed, by Amazon. Now, I wouldn't recommend you doing this right away. Like if you just started selling like a month ago, don't do this. But I'd say about every 4 to 6 months, you want to come in here and see how much Amazon owes you. If you've been selling on Amazon and you haven't done this, like if you've been selling for a year, 2 years, and you haven't done this, you probably are owed, thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars that Amazon owes you from damaged items. This has worked for me, and I've literally gotten thousands back from Amazon for doing this. So all you have to do, I'm not really going to walk you through here, but all you have to do is come in here, Refund Genie, accept the guidelines and press show me the money, and it's going to generate a report for you, do all that kind of stuff. Just follow it. Make sure you read all of this. They have all the instructions on how to do it, but really this is gonna, make you a few, $100 if you're not selling too much volume, and a few $1,000 if you are selling good volume every 6 months. It's free money, and it's included with Helium 10, so go check that out if you've been selling. Amazon probably owes you some money. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Neve here, and I get asked this all the time. What do I do when I'm running out of inventory? Like, if I'm going to be out of stock for a couple weeks, what to do? And there's a very simple process. To be honest, there's really nothing you can do, but there's one thing that I've seen in the past that does help a little bit, not too much, but why not utilize it yourself if you are running out of stock, right? So there's really not much you can do, except you can go to your inventory tab, and then you can come in here and you can actually just close listing right here. And what this is going to do is it's just going to close the listing with Amazon. Amazon's going to think, okay, you're done with this product for now. We're just going to kind of close it off, and do this right as you run out of inventory. So if you have like 1 unit left, wait there, wait for the unit to sell. As soon as it does sell, come and close the listing. And what it's technically supposed to do is actually just kind of hold your BSR. So remember we talked about the bestsellers rank and how that fluctuates based on your sales. what you want to do is just close the listing as soon as it goes out of stock. And technically, what I've heard down the grapevine is that it's supposed to make your BSR, decrease or increase slower. So the higher the BSR, that means the worse it is for you. So just come here, close your listing when you come out of stock, and that's it. Now, based on another question that people ask me about, running out of stock is, should you actually keep your price the same? Should you increase the price? What should you do if you're running out of stock? Now, for me, what I would recommend you do is, if you're running out of stock, just keep it the way it is. Don't increase the price. Don't decrease the price. Just keep it what you've been selling at. And, when it goes out of stock, it goes out of stock. Another option that some people like to do is they actually like to increase the price, just like, incrementally increase it by $1 or $2 just to, kind of slow down the sales. And, you technically can do that. However, I just think it's overthinking stuff. I think that just let it run its course, let it run out of stock, and when you come back in stock, it'll be fine. You'll be able to relaunch your product with some PPC and all that stuff, and just following what we kind of teach in this course, you'll be perfectly fine on the, on the relaunch when you're coming back in stock, and it should be totally fine. So don't really worry about, going out of stock. It's probably not going to happen to most of you guys. Yeah, you're going to be going out of stock, at least for your first order, most likely. So it's not a really big deal. It will happen, and that's fine. When you come back in stock, everything will be good. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about something that, is quite simple topic, but, I guess some people need to, some help with this. So I would love to just explain to you guys how to actually know when you should reorder and how much you should reorder and all that stuff. So it is some basic math. So essentially, let's assume that you bought 500 units, okay, for your first order, and you're selling 10 units a day on average. So, divide that by 10, that means you have 50 days of inventory left, estimated. Now, what you have to take into account is that obviously you need to think about how long it's going to take you to, one, manufacture the product, and two, to actually ship the product into the Amazon warehouses. Those are two things you have to remember. Another thing you have to remember is that you have to give it a buffer of like 2 to 3 days for Amazon to actually, once the product arrives at Amazon's warehouses, to actually get it into, into stock. That takes another 2 to 3 days, depending on how busy Amazon is. So you have to take all of this into account, which means that if you're selling 10 units a day, right? And it'll take, for a new manufacturing process, like let's say you need to make it at the 500 units, okay? So to make 500 units, it takes you, 15 days to manufacture the product, or let's say 20 days. Say 20 days to manufacture the product, and then another 20 days to actually ship over the product, and then another 3 days for Amazon to do its thing. So you need 43 days notice to buy, to get the actual inventory in, which means that you need to order your next product 43 days, before you actually need it. So in this case, you had 50 days of inventory left. So you have to order 43 days in advance to make sure that you don't run out of inventory, the next come around. So I guess that's pretty much how it works. You just have to take into account your manufacturing time, your shipping time, and then also give a few buffer days for Amazon to do its thing. And it's pretty simple math. So that's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and now we're going to talk about how to get more reviews for your products. And so Amazon has recently made a change to the reviews, and so that's what I want to talk about now, and then actually show you guys how to get even more reviews. So as you can see, obviously a regular review, you probably know by now, is like, you have to have a star rating and then also a blurb about the product. That's really the only way you could do it in the past, and those were called, reviews. Now though, Amazon has made a small change, and as you can see, it says they're called customer ratings now. So you can see there's 50 customer ratings, but if we scroll down, you can only see that there's only 48 reviews. So a review, by definition now, is a star rating with a blurb about the product. But a rating is simply just going on and giving it a 1 to 5 star rating. And so now, as you can see, there's 58 customer ratings, but only 48 reviews. This means, not that they're, hacking or anything like that, but it just means that 10 people left a, just a star rating without actually leaving a blurb. And so obviously that's actually really, really good for us, because that means that we can get more ratings, and so it looks like a higher number without actually forcing people to leave us a review. Now, reviews are still going to be incredibly, incredibly important when you're starting off, because it's going to convince people to buy your product, right? When someone says a good thing about your product, it convinces people to buy. But ratings are also really good too, to increase the number and therefore solidify your place in the market. So how do you get these ratings? How do you get these ratings, right? And so there's a new way to do that. So this is a article I'm going to leave down below for you guys, so you can read this if you want, but I'll walk you through it. So basically, if you have the Jungle Scout extension, the Chrome extension, which I mean all of you guys should have by now, especially if you're doing the product research, this is something that's going to allow you to do. So if you go to Manage Orders, so on your thing, go to Orders and then Manage Orders. It's going to show you that you can click into any order that you have, and it's going to say Request a Review. And so when you click Request a Review, what it's going to do, it's gonna it's gonna show you this picture. You're gonna say yes, I want to request a review, and then it's gonna send out something that looks like this to a customer, to the email. And so all they have to do is just click 1 to 5, and they can just click it, and it's automatically going to post on your listing. So this is great, because this means that you can get more reviews. But this is only great if you have a good product. If you have a bad product, this is actually pretty bad, because they're going to come in here, they're just going to click 1 star, and that's it, and it's going to hurt your rating. So obviously, we only want to sell good products. We all know that at this point, but this is how you get even more reviews. Now, this can be quite, daunting to go through every single order, right? You have it, of course, click Request a Review, then click Yes, and go through every single order, right? Imagine if you're getting 50, 100, orders a day, right? That's too much. And so what you want to do now is actually use this Jungle Scout Chrome extension to do it for you, right? It's an auto bulk thing. So go to Orders, Manage Orders, and then when you go to this page, you're going to see that your Jungle Scout's going to light up. You're going to click your Jungle Scout, and then it's going to give you a little heads up, whatever. Click on that, and then it's going to load, and then you're going to see that a button is going to appear, and it's just going to say Request Review on all pages. And so what it's going to do is automatically going to request these reviews on your behalf, so you don't have to go through each order to request a review. So instead of doing each order, you just click Request a Review on all pages, and that's it. It's over. It's going to send out a whole email. So imagine if 342 orders in the last 30 days, or even more than that. It's like, that's too much, to do it one at a time. And so that's a really cool way to get even more reviews. And remember, please have a good product before you do this, but that's going to prompt people to give you those reviews fairly easily, just with one click. So that's pretty much it for this for you guys. I will see you in the next one. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yaniv here, and welcome to the bonus module. Here we're going to talk about Facebook ads, how to make your Facebook ads, how to set them all up, what they are, all that kind of stuff. And then also we're going to talk about influencer marketing, literally every single thing you need to know about influencer marketing, how to go about it. And so it's a pretty awesome module, and we'll get right into it. But before we do, for this particular video, I want to talk to you guys about what you need to know about Facebook ads before you actually get started, just as a precursor, just so you kind of get a better idea of what's going on. So it's very important to watch this video. Now, one thing also to note is that this is not a Facebook ads course. Obviously, as you guys can see, this is an Amazon FBA course. We concentrated all about Amazon FBA, and we went over every single thing you need to know and needed to do to get to this point. Now, this is a bonus module. This is extra. To be honest, if I were to make a Facebook ads course, I could make one just the length of this whole course to go over every single itty bitty thing of Facebook ads. There's a lot to know. So this is kind of just scratching the surface of it and just getting, started with it. So this is a bonus, and we will cover, kind of the basics of it and what you need to do. But like I said, I could make a course length of this whole, program just to teach you about Facebook ads. Okay. So that's one thing to take into account. Another thing to take into account is that Facebook ads is similar to, Amazon PPC. Well, it is different, but it's similar in terms of that it is advertising. So what I mean by that is that when you're doing anything to do with advertising, you're not going to get it right the first time. You're going to have to spend money to figure it out. No matter how much you prepare, no matter how much you learn, you're going to have to spend money to master the art. It's an art, right? You're not going to come in there, hit one button and instantly start, get the money starts rolling in. That's not how it works. It takes time to learn. It takes time to, learn from experience. And also, just overall, it's not something that, it's not a get rich quick scheme, right? Nothing here is. So that's another thing to note. You will have to learn, you will have to buy data to actually be able to, move on with Facebook ads, move on with any sort of advertisement. Okay, so that's another thing to know. And lastly, I also want to mention that it's very important to understand your product and your market, because if your product or market isn't suitable for Facebook ads, it might not work very well. For example, if you're selling a 15 pack or a 20 pack of screws, like literal screws, okay, excuse me, then that might not be the best place to advertise, right? It's very dull, boring. There's really nothing there that can really capture anyone's attention with Facebook ads. So you have to know what you're selling, you have to know your market, you have to know your brand before you're able to actually go and capitalize on Facebook ads. If you're selling something like I don't know, something interesting. Okay, I can't get it out now, but just anything interesting. If it's not super dull, if it's not like, let's say, a hardware tool, or if it's not just like a plastic cup or something like that, then it might not be the best for Facebook. But if you're selling maybe some sort of like high-tech water bottle that also tells you how much you should be drinking, something like that, right? That's something that you can really work towards on Facebook ads. Another thing is, when you're using Facebook ads, the cheapest thing to do is actually get videos done of your products. Video ads are cheapest, cost per click, than just picture ads, and they also work a lot better with brands and stuff like that. So if you're able to, and if you're looking to start going into Facebook ads, you might want to get some videos done of your product with some lifestyle stuff, and just have a promo video done for your product. So that's pretty much it for this video. Is just a little what you need to know before getting started. Next, we're going to talk about Facebook ads, how to make them step by step, and also we're going to talk about influencer marketing and how to get influencers to kind of promote your product. That's pretty much it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Any sort of brand or business that you might have can benefit from this. So this is not just for Amazon FBA or for just Shopify. This is for anything. If you are looking to get influencer marketing, basically, like I said, I'm going to show you guys how to find reputable influencers to profit your brand without getting scammed or losing your money, because I know that's a concern. I'm going to show you guys exactly how to avoid that. Let's get right into it. Right here basically is what a kind of sponsored post looks like. In this case, it's Kylie Jenner, and in this case it's really simple. Basically, all she did is, posted an Instagram picture with like thanking Ad Vogue magazine. And believe it or not, guys, this post right now is worth, to get something like this on Kylie Jenner's page, is worth about $1 million. Now, obviously, Kylie Jenner has a ton of followers, and that's really not what we're going after. But if a company is willing to pay this much money for an influencer, they're making a lot more money back. So that's why this is so powerful. Now, lucky for you guys, we're not going to be looking at people this big, but it's just an example of what kind of a sponsored post is. So now there's actually only 4 questions to ask yourself, okay, to get answers to, right? In this case, what we want to know when we're going out to find influencers, we need to figure out a few things to know that they're gonna, that this is gonna be a profitable venture for us, right? We need to know that we're gonna make money from this before we invest anything. So we need to answer, what type of influencer do we actually advertise with? What type of influencer is it, right? We need to know how to find a profitable influencer, so someone who's actually going to, convert for us. And we need to know that the influencer is real. So it's not just, bots, it's not just fake followers, and that, it's someone with real influence in their space, right? Also, we need to know that our ads will work in this situation, right? Because if you do everything right, and your ads are bad, or, your listing is bad, or your landing page is bad, or your website's bad, it's just not going to work. So we need to know that everything's kind of lined up. And if you can answer all these 4 questions correctly, you will profit. And guys, don't worry, we're going to go all over everything here. This is going to be probably the most in-depth, influencer video I've ever seen. So 2 types of influencers, right? So when we're going out there, there's really only 2 categories of influencers that we really need to pay attention to. There are the, just the personal, influencer, which is just people. And then there's stuff like this, which is pages. Okay. So we kind of want to stay, in my opinion, with my own, experiences, I've noticed that people convert better than pages, just because people have a lot more, influence with, their audience, right? With pages, yeah, it's awesome, but people really are the ones with the influence. So I always like to, go with the people if I can. Obviously, they're also more expensive most of the time, but that's not to say that pages cannot be profitable as well, okay? So this is something to just know. Now, how to know a good influencer when you see one. So now we've covered what kind of influencers there are and which one we should probably go for, but we've kind of figured that one out. We need to know if an influencer is going to be good. So the 3 things we need to look for, okay? The follower count, this is quite obvious, right? This is pretty simple. We need to know the engagement rate, again, fairly normal stuff, and the quality of followers, okay? And we'll go over this. So if all 3 are good, okay, you're going to profit. Now, once you can vet all 3 of these, it's going to be good. So now we're going to break them down individually so that we can have a better understanding. So now we've answered question number 1, which is what type of influencers are we looking for? Usually we're going to look for people because they have more influence. And question number 2 is how do we actually know a good influencer when you see one? And those are the 3 things we're going to be checking, okay? Now I thought I'd throw this in there as a little disclaimer because I don't want you guys going up there and just paying anyone for a shout out, because really it's only going to work if they're in your space. And by that I mean in your niche. If you're selling something for fitness and you find a fitness kind of related person, that's going to work, right? If you're selling cupcakes and you go to a fitness related page, it's probably not going to work out well for you, okay? Let's break it down now. The first thing of those 3 was follower count. So this one's fairly simple. We're not going to spend too much time here, right? I look for people between 50,000 and 250,000 followers. Now, the reason, that's kind of the sweet spot is because anything above there is people start to realize that, or start to think that they're worth a lot more than they are. They start charging more than they're actually worth. Between 50 and 250,000, that's kind of a sweet spot where they don't get too many brand deals. They don't get too many promotions. So they still, kind of looking for money. They still want money, but, they're worth more than kind of what they're asking for because they're just getting started. They're getting the ball rolling. So 50 to 250,000 is what I've noticed is the sweet spot with follower count. We're not going to spend too much time here because it doesn't really matter, okay? Because, it's not kind of a black and white, it's a gray zone. You can go higher, you can go lower, and it can still work out well for you, all right? So engagement rate. What is a normal engagement rate? And first of all, what is an engagement rate, right? Basically, it's anything, it's a comment, it's a like, that ratio to how many followers they have. So you want to have someone who has an engagement rate of more than 3%, okay? But why? Why do we want someone with higher than 3%? Now, the reason for that is because there is a lot of fake followers and fake bots and stuff like that, that if they're not actually, if they're not active there, then all you're doing is you're kind of paying for a shout out because they're based on how many followers, right? Let's say, the payments are based on how many followers. So if you're paying more because the follower count is more, but really the engagement is really bad and no one's really engaging with the post, then you're advertising to a bunch of bots who aren't going to buy anything from you. So that's not what we want. And that's exactly why we want to have a greater than 3% engagement rate. So let me show you guys exactly how you can actually calculate engagement rate. So I found this page, which is just Pugs Lover Only. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the website called Flanks. All right, so I had to open up a separate window because Flanks was actually not letting me use it. There's a trial limit, so I just opened up an incognito tab and you can pretty much get unlimited. So basically what I did here is I just posted the Pugs Lovers Only, okay, and it shows us the engagement rate of 5.91%. Now this is super, super important. This is an amazing conversion rate for someone who has, how many followers do they have? They have 233,000. Once you go over about 100,000, your engagement rate starts to drop off because that's just natural. That's just the way it works. So having a 6% conversion rate on someone, on a follower basis that's that big is really, really actually quite good. So the reason that's awesome and the reason you want to look for pages like this is because even though they have a 233,000 followers, a lot more people are actually engaging with their posts. So you can probably get this, get a shout out here, get something like that on here for a lot cheaper than than somewhere else with more followers but less engagement. So and this would work better for you. So this is definitely amazing. And sometimes when their engagement is this good, they really don't even know what they're worth. So this is really awesome. This is a great page, and that's a great way to actually find out what the conversion rate is, right? I have someone else open here who has a little bit worse of a conversion rate. So they have 529,000 followers. And when I take, let's say their thing, let's go check it out. And let's see how it looks here. And out of, 529,000, I think it was, they have a 2.8%. So it's a lot worse. They have, double the audience, right? But it's a lot worse, and it will cost you a lot more money for this kind of page rather than the last one, okay? So that's something you want to look out for, and that's exactly why we look for conversion rates of that level. Another thing when you think about engagement rate, you want to make sure that the people who are engaging with it are actually real people. Now, Instagram has a horrible problem with botters and stuff like that. So what you want to do is you want to open up like a picture or something, and you want to look at what the comments look like, right? So if there are a bunch of like things that are like dope with like a thumbs up, or like hot, this was awesome, or like super generic, dumb comments, like just like don't know how to describe it better, then that it's probably probably fake. And this looks like people are just tagging and stuff, so this looks fairly real. Okay, but you can load more comments there and keep looking. Let's see this. Okay, so yeah, so this one looks really real because they're people are tagging their friends and stuff like that in these kind of posts. So that's really awesome. Now, so I have another page open here, and here's another thing you want to make sure of. So not only do you want to make sure that the comments are real and that the people who are commenting are real and not just like kind of fake comments, you want to also make sure that you're watching out for engagement group posts. So on Instagram, there's these things called engagement groups, and they kind of help each other show up on like trending pages and stuff like that. Basically, the trending pages of different hashtags on Instagram. So what you want to be doing is you want to make sure that these engagement groups aren't the ones that are kind of engaging with the pictures, right? You want real people who are actually ready to buy from you. So if you go in here and you see stuff like this, right? So Chris and his pug, okay? So usually these engagement groups are very, very similar to what the actual, page is about. So if the page is about pugs, then, a lot of the stuff is going to be about pugs. I mean, a lot of the people engaging with it are going to be pug people, right? Pip's pug life, Chris and his pug, Pug Bella, right? So this is quite clearly, this is an engagement group, right? So it's not actually getting that much engagement. It's the fact that the engagement group is really pushing this post up. So you want to be careful about stuff like this. If you see a lot of kind of similar niches inside promoting, kind of trying to engage in the post, watch out for that, because those aren't real people either. And lastly, what you want to do is you want to come into, let's say, the page. So we'll go back to Pug Lovers Only here, the good one that we found with the good engagement. We also want to make sure that the people who are following are actually real as well, right? So they have good engagement, but we also want to make sure that they're real people. So we go in here, and what you want to do is you want to actually look at the profile pictures, right? Instagram is a place where you're gonna, as soon as you make an account, right? And if you're a real person, you're just gonna come in there and change your profile picture, because that's weird to not have one, right? So what you want to do is you want to go through here and you want to see if there's people, like a lot of people like this, right? So this person, okay, so this is fine, right? There's only one, but if about like 20% of what we're seeing, out of like 120 people or 30 people are like that. See, here's another one, but that's totally a normal range to have. But like, let's say 20% of them or 30% of them are pictureless. Again, be careful, because they'll be charging you for a much higher shout out premium than what they're actually worth. You need to know that, right? So that's another kind of trick to know if it's real engagement, because if it's not real engagement, guys, you're not going to get any sales. And that kind of ties into the quality of followers. Number 3, the final thing that we're looking for, which is we want to make sure that we're not paying for fake robots that are kind of posting for them and saying, hey, like nice post, sick post. I'm sure you guys have seen this on Instagram. So we want to make sure those aren't the people. We also want to make sure that the followers are actually real. They have the real pictures. And another thing we can do to make sure of this is go to, let's say, Pugs Lovers Only. So we found their actual Social Blade, okay? So make sure that you switch this from YouTube to Social Blade. If you guys probably use this, probably on YouTube, but make sure it's on Instagram. And you can actually type in the Instagram account. So if you do that, right, you can see the followers, you can see the following. And what we're looking for here, okay, is click on historical data, because we want to see if there are any major spikes, okay, in their growth chart, right? So if they go from like, if they just went from like here and then the next day they got like, 50,000 followers in one day, we know those are probably fake, right? We're looking for kind of like a steady trajectory that kind of makes sense, okay? So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna kind of watch this, and it only starts at 8,000, which is fine. But it looks, it's growing, and right here, this kind of looks sketchy to me. In one day, 28 to 29 of October, they gained 14,000 followers, which that should be a little bit of a red flag. So I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. So this is just what they're following. So that's fine. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. See, they followed a lot of people also during that time, but doesn't matter. Here's what really matters. Okay, their uploads. So you can see they had 646 uploads, and then on the 28th and on the 29th, they posted like 50 uploads. Okay. They posted like 50 pictures in one day. Now, I don't know if that was the reason, but in one day, that's the same day that they got 14,000 more followers. They posted 50 pictures. I don't know what they did there. It's a little sketchy, but it still kind of looks, the trajectory of growth looks normal to me. So that's fine. If you guys are seeing literal spikes like this, you know, like a staircase, then you know it's sketchy. Okay, so that's a way to know if those are bots as well. Okay, so now we know what a good influencer looks like. We know how to vet them and see, you know, if they're bots or real, you know, people and stuff like that, right? So now we need to know how to find them. Like, how do we actually find quality, you know, quality influencers, and how are we going to, you know, kind of deal with that? So it's not a big deal, guys. It's very simple. All you guys have to do is sign up for Upfluence, Social Bakers, or like this one, Aspire IQ, and basically just like a database for influencers, and they only cost like $70 a month for that one, $200 a month for that one, and this one costs so much that you actually have to request the demo before they can tell you how expensive it is. And if you guys can't tell, obviously I'm totally kidding. That's kind of outrageous. I think this may be for like really, really big companies that are looking for influencers, but for you guys, you definitely don't need this. I'm going to show you guys how to do it for absolutely free and still get really, really good quality vetted you know, influencers. Okay, so that was a joke, don't worry about it. Okay, but before I do, guys, I'm gonna do a shameless plug. Okay, follow me on Instagram, guys, at Really Need Itzkovich. I'm gonna leave a link in the description, guys. Yeah, that's just a little shameless plug, so let's continue. Okay, so now how do we actually find them for free? Okay, basically you're gonna look for hashtags, you're gonna look for related, and you're gonna look for this site Instagram.com plus the keyword. Now this is you know, this is really easy ways to find them, and we're gonna go through them right now. So let's start off with hashtags. Basically, hashtags work like very simple. So we all know how hashtags work. I'm not gonna go over it. So let's just type in like hashtag pugs, right, and see what comes up. So pugs of Instagram is the most, like, you know, the most posted one. So when you come in here, okay, you have top posts and you have most recent posts. So the ones with the most kind of interactions are going to be up here, and you want to, you know, click on those because that's really the big ones that are getting the interactions. So they're usually going to be the people with the biggest pages. So you just come in here, you know, you click on, like, let's click on this one. I think this is a funny picture. The Pugsy Small, right? Okay, so he has 101,000 followers. That's super, super awesome. Okay, so now we found another influencer, and you can just go through all the kind of pug stuff, or if you're cars, or if you're fitness, or whatever, right? And that's how you would go through it and find influencers in whatever niche. You just type in hashtag and you find it that way. Okay, another way, once you do find the first, right, you find one person that kind of fits in your niche. What you want to do is click on this little arrow, and you click on that arrow, it's going to come up here suggested. And why would we want to keep looking for stuff if we can just use Instagram's algorithm to help us do it for us, right? So we come in here and you just kind of open up. Usually I've noticed that stuff with check marks, it's too many, they're just too many followers, and it's going to be too expensive to actually, you know, do a shout out with. So for example, here's another one, 160K, and then you can just open his and you can go through it, right? And that's really, really easy way to find more and more and more kind of pugs, okay? And here again, another 130K. So this is perfect, right? And you just keep going through here, and you can just go like that. There's a lot of different stuff in here, okay? And that's how you kind of find more, right? So that was the related. Okay, so that was the related one, and I was also showed you the hashtag one. And I'm going to show you the site Instagram, that crazy one. I'll show you guys that right now. So all we do is type in site Instagram.com, and then space pugs, or space whatever it is that you're kind of searching up. Okay, so we'll search that up, and then as you can see, I've already looked at this stuff, but you can just open them up. So let's say, for example, you come like this, you just open them up, and it just shows you all the stuff that has to do with pugs. You come in here, 25.6, so this is a little low. Come in here, 384,000, that's a little high, but still could be good. And you just go through it like this, okay? Pugs lovers only. So we just found the original one that we found. Basically, those are the three ways. Okay, super simple, super easy. Just take some time to go through them and actually figure out which one, you know, is actually good, right? So every time you pull this up, you want to go through all that vetting process that we went through, checking the bots, checking the social blade, checking, you know, the comments and engagement rate. That's all stuff you want to do to every single one of those accounts before we're going to contact them. I'll talk to you guys exactly how to contact them the right way in just a little bit. Actually, we'll do it right now. So basically how you reach out to them. Okay, the first thing you want to do is you want to check if there's always a link in bio, right? There's you know, a lot of the times if they do promotions, they're going to have a link in the bio. Okay, so check the link in the bio. If they have one, obviously contact through there. If not, try to email them. If that doesn't work, then you go to slide into the DMs. Okay, but the first one, okay, email once, wait a little bit, email again, wait a little bit. If that doesn't work, then go slide into the DMs and do that way. Okay, now the thing you have to remember, right, if you're sliding into the DMs and they don't answer, it's difficult, right? Because sometimes, you know, if you have a big page or if you're an influencer or something like that, right, you probably get a lot of messages, and a lot of people are going to be in your like requests, because if you don't follow someone back, right? If you follow someone and they don't follow you back, your thing when you message them is going to go into requests, and sometimes they just won't see it or care to go through it. So that's kind of one thing you have to remember. Also, when you do it, right, you want to make sure that when you actually do send the message, they might be looking at it, but they might not get their eyes drawn to the message, because they have a lot of people messaging them. They don't really, care. So you need to kind of stand out and kind of show them that you're there for business, not just a fan. Okay. So this is what I like to do. Something like this, business collab work, sponsored post, something like that, right? To show them, hey, I'm interested in paying you money. Pay attention to me. Okay. So that's kind of what I like to do. And that's what I've noticed works the best, because in this little, limited space that you have there, you want to make sure that you're drawing their eyes. Okay. So that's that. Now, a few ways to actually interact with them. This is something I've realized, and people message me this way. This is like, I don't react well to these kind of messages, and I've spoken to a lot of like influencer stuff, and this stuff doesn't work well. Okay, if you're looking to do a shout out for with someone or something, avoid going like, hey, my name is blah. I'm an aspiring entrepreneur and the CEO of blah blah blah. Right? I love your content. It's so amazing. Right? I have a great product I think your followers would love. What are your shout out rates? Okay, so don't do that, right? First of all, no one cares about you, right? So why are you like, no, stop introducing yourself. No one really cares, okay? And then, saying like, I love your content. It's so amazing. It's like, who are you like bullshitting here, right? Like everyone knows that if you're going there to do a shout out, you didn't give a shit about the content, and you're not here to just don't pretend that that's what you want to do, okay? So don't do that. It just like rubs people the wrong way, and just avoid doing that. Okay, what you do is just say, hey, I think I've got a great product that your followers would love. Okay, what are your shout out rates? Something super simple like this. Okay, and like this, you get straight to the point. You're not like stroking anyone's ego. You're not like looking at anyone's butt. Like, just be straightforward and honest, and this kind of works out the best for everyone. I get a lot more responses this way. Just be real and honest with people. So finding and reaching out, okay, is only half of the battle, guys, okay? Because negotiation is very important, and their sweet spot for price, okay, and what you're getting, right, is about so the regular price is about 1 cent per one follower, okay? So it's about $100 per 100,000 followers. Now, it might seem that that's a little steep, but this is what I've kind of realized was the average price. Obviously, it depends on engagement, how much they want, and stuff like that. But this is kind of the price that I've noticed. Obviously try to get it a lot cheaper, but if the engagement is really good, this is really what the price is probably going to be at. So I just want you guys to know that, but I'll show you guys the tricks that you can kind of wait and let them give you a price. Okay, so influencer will tell you, okay, one or more of these next three things, and one of them you have to be very, very careful about. Okay, so they'll say, once you message them, they'll message you back, what are you promoting, right? They want to know what product. Is it garbage? Is it gonna is it toxic? Is it gonna hurt their followers? They have a reputation to maintain, so obviously they don't want you kind of selling garbage to their followers. So that's one thing to be sure, and they'll probably ask you that. Another thing that they can ask is, they'll just give you the pricing. So they won't ask you anything. They'll just give you the pricing. This is what they charge. This is what I charge. You want it, you leave it, you take it, or you leave it, right? And the third one, okay, this one we need to be very careful of. Okay, they'll ask you for your budget, guys, and this is when the siren goes on. Okay. This is like, shut down, everyone chill out, okay? Because if they ask you, what your budget is, you need to be very careful with what you're going to say. This is just a probing technique that they use, a lot of influencers, to figure out how much you're willing to spend on their post. So even if you're willing to spend $100, $200, whatever, $50 on their post, you never want to be the person to say first, right? Because it's a win-win for them. If you say, oh, hey, if they only want $30 and you say, they ask your budget, you say $50, then they'll be like, okay, no problem, it's $50. If they think it's $100 and you say $50, they'll be like, nah, it's $100. And either way, it's kind of a win-win for them, because they're always on the front foot. So you always want to ask them what their prices are and then negotiate down from there. So here's some things you need to have for your promotion to work correctly, okay? 3 things. A post, okay, so you want a post from them, you want a story, and you want a link in the bio, right? If we're selling something, we need a link in the bio. We need a post, a story, and a link in the bio. You don't want one or any mixture of the two. You want all 3 of those. It's absolutely mandatory and crucial for you to get all 3 of those, okay? So the thing is, okay, the post and the story need to be different. Have them different. Don't have the exact same post and the exact same story, and the things. Also, I've noticed that videos do better than pictures, okay? But if you don't have a video that you can put together or something like that, then yes, use a nice picture. And we'll talk about pictures in just a second, okay? So have them different. It works better that way. Also, link in the bio needs to be a bit.ly link or some sort of link that you can track, because if you're sending traffic to, let's say, your website or something like that, or Amazon, your listing, you need to know that it's coming from the influencer, right? You want to know how many clicks are going through. You want to know and be able to track this, because if it works well, you want to know that, and you want to be able to, promote your stuff with them again, or never promote with them again if it doesn't do so well, okay? So you need to be able to track the amount of people, okay? So that's very important. Now, things you need to know for the promotion to work. So those are things you need to have, and these are things you need to know, okay? You need to know that pictures like this, okay? So for example, we're gonna use this picture, just a white background, just some like sugar bear hair gummies, whatever, hair vitamins, okay? You don't post a picture like this. Don't post just a white background picture or just a black picture with like the product. You need to follow the theme of your influencer or the theme of your page, okay? It needs to look good. It needs to be a lifestyle photo. And by lifestyle photo, what I mean is that it needs to look like something like this, okay? This looks so much better, okay? Imagine if there's like an aesthetic kind of, Instagram post or Instagram page, right? You want to follow within that. You want to be a part of that, right? And if you're actually, if let's say you have an actual influencer, it's a person, ship them over one of your products. Get them to take a picture like this with your product, and it's probably gonna be more expensive, but when they're holding it, let's say that this blonde chick is the influencer, right? This is like way better if the influencer is in the picture, okay? Than if you just have like some random person holding it, okay? So it's very, very important. It's really cool, and this is a really good way to do it, right? Here's another good way if you just kind of want to follow a general aesthetic for a page, right? Super, super awesome. The closer you can follow to the aesthetic, the better it's going to be. So you also want to do a discount, right? You don't want to do like the same price. You want to do like 20% off or whatever. That usually works best. And another thing that's really important is to make sure that you discuss, okay, post delays after promotion. So you want to know that the person isn't just going to, you're going to pay for your post, and then like 2 hours later, like the post, another post is going to come out, or an hour later, another post is going to come out. Because the way Instagram works is it actually favors the most recent post. So it's going to take away from your engagement. It's going to take away from your eyes if they just post right after. So be very clear with your influencer that you want a big amount of time, minimum 4 hours, preferably 6 hours or more, where they're not posting anything, where it's only your post that's going to be there, okay? Because that's going to get a lot more eyes to it. It's going to have a lot more engagement, a lot more growth that way, and a lot more people are going to see it, okay? So you want to have at least 4 to 6 hours minimum of time without a post. So try to get that. That's very important. And a side note also, what I've noticed is you want to look for a 12-hour shout out, okay, from 9 a.m. PST to 9 p.m. PST. That's kind of what I've realized is the best time, okay? You can do 24 hours, but 24 hours, it will work well, but a lot of the time people are just sleeping at night. So most of the time, bang for your buck kind of thing is during those 12 hours. So if you want to pick that up, get that, within those time frames. Another thing you can actually do, right, if this works well, like if your first couple, promotions work well, you can actually just reach out to them and be like, hey, I want to do like a profit sharing with you or an affiliate program or something like that. You can see if they're open to that. And then that way you'll be able to post a lot more often, and you don't have to actually pay. It's just kind of a profit share. And you can try to reach out to some smaller Instagram influencers this way. The ones that don't really make any much money at all, like maybe 30 or 50,000 followers. You can reach out to them and be like, hey, you interested in doing like a little of a profit, splitting. So you use their audience, they make a little, the influencer makes some money, and you don't have to pay up front for anything. So that's kind of a cool thing. Also, if you have a lower budget, it's something that could work for you. Now, guys, you made it to the end. You made it to the bonus, okay? We're going to talk about YouTube influencers and how to find them, okay? So we're going to spot that influencer, and it's actually pretty easy on YouTube. Now, there's a few things you want to note with YouTube influencers is that, one, they're most likely going to be more expensive than Instagram influencers, which is why we usually want to go over Instagram influencers, because on YouTube, they get paid AdSense, right? So they already have money. They're not that desperate for money. On Instagram, they kind of need sponsored ads, because otherwise they're not really making money, right? Instagram doesn't pay them to have posts up. So on YouTube, you get paid with ads. On Instagram, not so much. So that's why if you have a little bit of a lower budget, you probably shouldn't go with the YouTube guys. But I'll show you guys how to find some cool ones, and it's pretty easy and fairly simple, okay? Also, you obviously have to look at their engagement as well. Views and stuff like that were very important, like ratio, stuff like that. And let's get into that. So let's say we want to look into like baking, okay? So let's go to baking. Okay, so one thing you can do, okay, right off the bat is, when you type it in, you're probably going to find like huge numbers. So what you want to do, with a niche this big, you want to come in here and just go to channels. When you click on channels, it's going to instantly kind of narrow down all like kind of baking channels, stuff that come up for this keyword. and you can instantly, you know, scroll past the millions of followers, and you can find the baking top, you know, 83,000, 8,000, you know, 9,000. You're probably going to look for it on YouTube probably between like the 10 or like 9, 10,000 and, you know, close to 25, 30,000, 40,000. Just because much past that, it's going to be very expensive. But yeah, so let's say, for example, right, we find like, let's say we go to this one, okay, baking topic. Let's see what this is. So this is, I think, more of just baking. It's not really a page. So, okay, I don't know what that was, but let's just go to, like, for example, a smaller channel here. And what we want to do is we want to look at their related. So let's say like My Little Bakery, okay, or something, and you just click on the related channels on the side there, and you're able to find, okay, so this one has 135,000. It's a little more than what we're looking for, but you can reach out to them and see, right? You just reach out to them, message, you go to the about section usually, and they'll have their email. So you can go in here and you can email and see, you know, kind of what's up and how much it would actually cost you to do something like this, okay? Another thing you want to make sure is that you're going to Social Blade, okay? And check that, you know, go to YouTube, find the channel, go to the, you know, kind of the growth, and again, look for those ladders. If there are a lot of ladders like that, stay away from people like that. So it's kind of the same concept, but a little bit different, okay?